This stone sword sat in the grocery store for 20 years, and everyone thought it was just a piece of junk and useless. However, I took out a loan of 1 million to buy it, and people around me laughed at me and said I was a very stupid person. However, this sword would break at the slightest touch, let alone be used in combat. But I just smiled indifferently, only because I awakened a mythical talent, the sublimation of all things. This allows me to upgrade the quality of items, and even have the opportunity to upgrade ordinary items directly to mythical level. In my previous life, I was one of the 10 strongest men in Dragon Country, known as the God of Killing. However, I was betrayed by my girlfriend Lu Ruyan and my best friend. They set a trap and severely injured me just to take away the supreme artifact in my hand, the secret passage sword. This sword is a treasure I obtained after I broke into the Jedi alone and killed a god-level monster. Legend has it that it can reverse the rules and even reshape the body. At the moment of my death, I was filled with endless regret and anger, and I swore that if there was an afterlife, I would tear them into pieces. When I woke up again, I traveled back to the time when I awakened at the age of 18. There was a pitch-black ring on my hand, with dim, mysterious patterns engraved on it. It was obvious that this artifact reversed time. I took a deep breath and decided to live my life again, make up for all my regrets one by one, and vowed to kill Zhang Tang and Lu Ruyan, the couple, with my own hands. Just as my heart was in turmoil, the voice of the system rang in my mind. The strongest job transfer system was successfully bound, and a chance to draw a lottery was given. After a moment, a roulette wheel appeared in my mind, and a variety of reward grids came into view. I thought about it, and the pointer of the lottery finally stopped on the golden column. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical talent, Sublime All Things, which can upgrade the quality of the loot obtained in any copy. Looking at this scene in front of me, I was extremely shocked. This talent is really too terrifying. Just as I was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from behind me. Su Ming, what profession do you think you will awaken? I looked back and saw it was the graceful and charming girl in white in my memory, Ji Yao. She looked at me with a smile. Her eyes were cold, yet very familiar. In my previous life, before I died, she stood in front of me regardless of her own safety. At that moment, I realized that she was the one who had been silently protecting me. This time when we met again, I had 1,000 words to say to her, but I didn't know how to start. When she saw me staring at her, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. What are you looking at? Are you finding out that I'm pretty now? She put her hands on her hips and smiled. Looking at her face in the sun, I suddenly made a bold move and stepped forward to give her a hug. She was stunned for a moment, her face turned red, and she was speechless for a long time. At the same time, the teacher on the high platform announced the next awakener, Zhang Tang, hidden profession, magic hammer warrior. There was a sudden exclamation from the audience, and even the leaders were excited. I stared at Zhang Tang on the stage with cold eyes. In his previous life, he relied on the Zhang family's resources to rise all the way and became one of the strongest. In this life, I will never give him any chance again. I will defeat him completely from the very beginning to avenge my past life. Soon, it was Ji Yao's turn to take the stage for the next round of awakening ceremony. She walked quickly up to the platform and gently placed her hand on the heavenly monument. After a moment, a light gray smoke slowly rose up and condensed into an ancient sickle engraved with many complex spell runes. In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. Ji Yao actually awakened a hidden profession, necromancer. This profession is dark and powerful, and no one would have thought that this seemingly gentle girl would awaken to such a violent profession. Then it was my turn. I walked to the heavenly monument, took a deep breath, and placed my hand on it. In an instant, strange phenomena appeared in heaven and earth, and the majestic momentum swept in all directions like a gale. Everyone was shocked by this sudden power. The teachers and students in the audience were in an uproar. I was surprised myself. My original occupation in my previous life was just an assassin, but this terrifying power was obviously not something an ordinary assassin could possess. At this moment, the system gave me the answer. It bound a brand new career for me. The sacred sword shadows in the sky gathered and condensed, almost forming a substance, and even cracks appeared faintly in the space. Finally, a long sword emitting endless pressure took shape, and the sound of the sword echoed endlessly between heaven and earth. Awakening successfully, mythical occupation, sword god. All of this made my mind go blank. A mythical class actually awakened directly to a mythical class. This kind of existence is one level higher than the legendary level. Throughout history, I am afraid that I am the only one who has a mythical profession as soon as he awakens. However, I am well aware of the principle of it is a crime to possess a treasure, and exposing the profession of the sword god will bring countless troubles. So, I immediately used the hidden skill Full Hide to disguise the sword god's profession as sword master, a rare but not too strong hidden profession. As the strange phenomenon gradually subsided, a long sword condensed by true energy floated in the air. The whole place fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, the awakening teacher announced with difficulty, Su Ming, innate attribute, 10 stars. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience exploded and everyone was in disbelief. 10 stars. This is already the ultimate talent, almost a legendary existence. Zhang Tang's 8-star magic hammer warrior was already shocking enough. But now, a 10-star monster has appeared, which is simply a monster among monsters. Then, the teacher went on to announce my profession, hidden profession, swordmaster. Although the swordmaster is a rare profession, it is not as direct and violent as the swordsman. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this profession weakened the extremely strong combat power that I was born with. Although a swordsman can learn swordsmanship and magic, because he needs to practice both, his growth in the early stages is more difficult, and his combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of a pure swordsman. I don't care about this at all. After all, the true power of the sword god is hidden in the dark, and not exposing it is the best option. The people in the leadership seat were even more shocked. They felt that I not only had an incredible talent, but also had awakened a rare hidden profession. The principal immediately ordered to reward me with a rare strong water bomb. When I walked off the stage, Zhang Tang and Lu Ruyan were already standing there, staring at me with complicated eyes. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, his eyes gloomy. He was the eldest son of the Zhang family, extremely talented, and should have dominated the entire field. However, he did not expect that my appearance would steal all the limelight from him. He lowered his head slightly and whispered something in Lu Ruyan's ear. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan showed a look of shock. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Zhang Tang sneered, "Don't worry, we won't have to wait too long. Once we've squeezed enough benefits out of him, we'll find a chance to get rid of him in the dungeon." Lu Ruyan then nodded and smiled meaningfully. I could see their every move clearly. Although I couldn't hear their specific conversation, based on my experience in my previous life, I had already guessed about 70% of it. Seeing me looking at them coldly, Zhang Tang thought I was saying hello, so he smiled and waved, acting harmless. Lu Ruyan also shook her hair in a coquettish manner and gave me seductive eyes, as if mocking me, a poor guy, who was still unable to escape her attraction. But what they don't know is that I am no longer the Su Ming who was played around by them. No matter how complacent they are, their fate is sealed after tonight. I remained calm and walked slowly back to the class. Although the disguised profession of swordmaster is not as strong as some traditional professions in the early stage, the attraction of full attribute talent still attracted many classmates to come and curry favor with me. Many people even began to use their past friendships to get closer to me. However, I had already been on guard in my heart. The so-called friendship and trust in my previous life had already taught me that you can never know a person's heart through his appearance. I just smiled, responded calmly, and no longer trusted anyone easily. I noticed Ji Yao in the crowd. Unlike the others, she did not rush to please me, but stood there quietly, smiling gently. The awakening ceremony continued, and most of the students who followed awakened had ordinary talents. Only one person caught my attention, and that was Yin Zhe from Class 4, Grade 3. He awakened a 9-star talent and changed his profession to a hidden profession, Demon Hunter Ranger, which once again caused quite a stir in the audience. However, in front of my awakened 10-star talent, even if he is 9 stars, he can no longer make any waves. I looked at Yin Zhe and couldn't help but think in my heart. In his previous life's memory, he died in the novice copy, but this time, I might be able to change his fate. After the awakening ceremony, I returned to the dormitory and opened my personal profile panel. A new talent appeared in my profile panel, Origin Sword Body. When I read the description of this talent, I couldn't help but gasp. Original Sword Body, able to learn all sword skills regardless of any restrictions. Sword skill power increased by 300%. Sword skill release speed increased by 300%. Skill proficiency increase speed increased by 300%. As realms are upgraded, the effect will continue to increase. At this moment, I was filled with excitement. The power and speed had increased threefold, which meant that even with an ordinary iron sword, I had the confidence to easily kill monsters below level 3. And this is without me using any sword skills. Not to mention that I still have the god-killing skills from my previous life. So now I can almost be considered a half-dual professional. Tomorrow, the novice dungeon will be launched. All those who have just awakened will be forcibly sucked into the dungeon and begin the trial. In my previous life, I chose to avoid the hidden boss because it was too dangerous, but in this life, I decided to try to challenge it. Now, having just been reborn, I am in urgent need of all kinds of resources, even at the risk of taking some risks. As for Ji Yao, she passed the dungeon safely in her previous life, so I don't need to worry about her. Thinking of this, I sneered and took out my cell phone. I saw a text message from Lu Ruyan. Su Ming, didn't you always like me? I changed my mind. Seeing this message, I couldn't help but sneer. Everything is exactly the same as in the previous life. It was because of these two text messages that Lu Ruyan and I in my previous life confirmed our relationship that night. This time, I had already seen through her hypocrisy. So I replied calmly, "See you tonight on the rooftop of the teaching building." After replying to the text message, I walked straight out of the school and went to a weapons store outside the school according to my memory. In my previous life, I knew there was a stone sword with a rough appearance. Only by breaking its outer shell could the real sword body inside be revealed. This is a silver quality weapon, but because of its unremarkable appearance, its price is extremely low. I plan to take this opportunity to buy it at the lowest price. My arrival caused a commotion among the student group, and many people pointed at me, but I was unmoved and walked straight to the counter. Just then, a young woman in her 20s walked out of the crowd and blocked my way. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and black stockings, and had an elegant temperament. It was obvious at first glance that she was of extraordinary status. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry, classmate. I mean no harm. I am Zhang Lan, the vice director of Jang Group. Jang Group will cover all the weapons you purchase here today." When these words came out, the students around gasped. This is a huge expense. The consumption in weapon shops is extremely expensive and ordinary families cannot afford it easily. But I remained calm and responded calmly, "All-inclusive weapons expenses? May I ask, Miss Zhanglan, what I need to pay?" She seemed a little surprised at my calmness. Apparently, she had already checked my background and knew that I was an orphan without any family background. She thought such temptation would be enough to impress me. However, she didn't expect that I would remain unshakable in the face of such a great opportunity. Zhang Lan smiled indifferently, raised his hand gently, and gestured to the crowd, as if he had something to say to me. After Zhang Lan smiled, a slim girl in green walked out from the crowd and stood in front of me. Zhang Lan pointed at her and said with a smile, "This is my sister, Zhang Yunqing. As long as you agree to team up with her and protect her to complete the challenge in the novice copy, I will help you buy a weapon. How about it?" After hearing this, I just looked Zhang Yunqing up and down calmly. There was a hint of pride between her brows, and she was obviously a little conceited. Although her talent was not as good as mine, she was rich, and this sense of superiority was not uncommon. I thought about it for a moment and immediately understood Zhang Lan's intention. The rule of the novice copy is that only newly awakened people are allowed to enter, and the family bodyguards can't help at all. This means that Zhang Yunqing will go into the copy alone and face many dangers. She really needs a strong teammate to protect her, and I am undoubtedly the best choice. I smiled and touched my chin, pretending to think, then showed a gentle expression and said, "Okay, I want the long Shuang Tianhan sword." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Lan's smile froze instantly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. He obviously didn't expect me to make such a request. The Dragon Twin Heavenly Cold Sword is the treasure of the store, a diamond-level weapon, and costs tens of millions of spirit coins. Even he couldn't buy it casually. The students around me were also in an uproar and started whispering. Some thought that I was asking for too much, while others questioned whether I could handle such a high-level weapon. Zhang Lan's expression turned ugly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a serious tone, "Are you serious?" My eyes were clear. I nodded and pretended to be innocent and said, "I'm serious. What's the problem?" This made Zhang Lan feel extremely embarrassed and angry, but as a businessman, he had to remain calm and weigh the pros and cons. Although his family was wealthy, it was impossible for him to waste such a large amount of resources for a single dungeon mission. Finally, she sighed and said apologetically, "Student Su Ming, can you change your request? The price of the long Shuang Tian Han sword is too high. I don't think your current strength is worth such an expensive weapon. If you are willing to exchange it for a silver quality sword, I will be very happy to help you," Zhang Lan said. However, I still shook my head and said firmly, "No, I only want this sword, nothing else." Jiang Lan frowned slightly, with displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he knew that it would be useless to continue to pester her. So, he said coldly, "Okay, Yunqing, let's go." Zhang Yunqing glanced at me before leaving, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Obviously, she had never seen anyone who could make her sister lose in a negotiation. After Jiang Lan and Jiang Yunqing left, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, I had no intention of accepting this deal from the beginning. If I accept, I will have to bring Jiang Yunqing into the dungeon, which will prevent me from challenging the hidden boss. Therefore, I deliberately proposed a condition that Jiang Lan could not accept in order to force them to retreat. I made my way through the crowd, walked up to the counter, and said to a waitress, "Take down that stone sword." The waitress was stunned for a moment after hearing what I said, and then looked up at the high counter in the direction I pointed. There was a gray cross sword with many holes hanging there. Its rough appearance made it almost unrecognizable as a sword. It looked like an unprocessed stone embryo. She opened her red lips slightly and asked in confusion, "Are you sure you want this weapon?" I nodded, and she operated a few times on the screen in front of her helplessly. The counter slowly lowered, presenting the stone sword in front of me. I reached out and grasped the stone sword, waited. A gleam of light flashed in my eyes, and I silently chanted, "Eye of Insight" in my heart, and instantly scanned the information of this stone sword. In my previous life, I saw with my own eyes a student accidentally smash the stone shell of this sword in a copy, revealing the real silver sword body. Now I know its true value. "Yes, how much is this sword?" I asked, holding the stone sword in one hand. The waitress replied, "The original price is 1,000 spirit coins, but today is Awakening Day, so we are offering a discount. Awakeners with 5-star attributes and above can enjoy a 50% discount, so the current price is 500 spirit coins." Hearing the price, I nodded with satisfaction. After all, any other silver quality weapon would cost tens of thousands of spirit coins, but this sword is only inconspicuous in appearance, but the price is quite cost-effective. If I smashed this stone sword, the price would at least increase by 10 times. My entire deposit was only 500 spirit coins, and after the transaction was completed, the sword became mine. "Thank you for your purchase." The waitress bowed slightly with a forced smile on her face. The students around were all shocked. Is Su Ming crazy? This sword may be cheap, but can it kill monsters? Holding this stone sword is simply seeking death. However, a male student wearing glasses in the crowd was thoughtful. Stone weapons like this often appear in dungeons, and they are basically garbage and will break if touched. However, there is a very small chance that stone-sealed weapons will appear, and the weapons in them are extremely valuable. Could he be trying to take a gamble? However, his words did not calm the crowd down, but instead triggered more sarcasm. The probability of this is almost zero. It's just stupid. Listening to the discussions around me, I stopped and smiled. Does anyone dare to bet with me? If I break this sword and get a good weapon, you give me 3,000 soul coins. Otherwise, I'll give you 5,000. Who dares to come? My shout was like thunder, and it spread throughout the store in an instant. The students watching were all stunned, and even the waitresses thought I was crazy. The probability of stone-sealed weapons was terribly low, 1/1, 000, or even 1/10, 000, and everyone thought I was giving away money. Soon, a burly male student rushed up to me with an excited smile, as if he had already seen the money that was about to come into his hands. His name is Yang Ding. I remember that in my previous life he was a bully in school. He often bullied poor students and even tricked me once in a novice copy. Now, I have no pressure to cheat him once. I smiled slightly, and with a thought, a virtual panel appeared in front of me, recording the details of the bet. "Come, sign the contract." Once a contract is signed, it cannot be revoked. Yang Ding looked at the contract with some hesitation, but he quickly made up his mind, thinking that he could not miss such a great opportunity. 3,000 spirit coins were nothing to him. Instead, they were an opportunity for him to demonstrate his prowess. He signed his name without hesitation and sneered, "Go ahead and smash your stone sword, but I doubt you can come up with 5,000 to compensate me." Before he could finish his proud words, the next moment, a crisp, shattering sound echoed throughout the store. The stone sword in my hand cracked, and an ancient black aura spread out. As the stones fell off, a pitch-black steel sword appeared in front of everyone. The 3-foot-long sword had dark red lines on its surface, as if blood was flowing in it. This is a black iron red wind sword, of lower silver quality, with a special ability. After injuring a monster, it can absorb blood and heal its own injuries. I used the Eye of Insight to scan the information of this sword and felt very satisfied. This sword is not only silver level, but also has a blood recovery effect, making it a mobile healing artifact. Looking at the sword, all the onlookers were struck by lightning, and the scene became silent in an instant. After a while, someone whispered in disbelief, "He really knocked out a stone-sealed weapon, and it's silver level." Yang Bing's face was as pale as paper, and he obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. He took a half step back unconsciously and squeezed out 2 words with difficulty, "Impossible." Originally, he thought he could easily win the bet, but I turned the tables on him. I remained calm, as if everything was under my control. I raised my hand slightly, indicating that he could prepare compensation, with a calm expression. Yang Ding gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, "You are lucky." Then, he transferred 3,000 spirit coins to me from his own account. In desperation, he could only abide by the world's contractual rules and could not violate them. Otherwise, huge amounts of interest would roll over every minute and every second, and defaulting on payments would only cost him more. I took the money calmly and slowly left the weapon shop. During the whole process, I remained calm. Yang Ding watched me leave, his face turning pale and blue, and he was almost fuming with anger. His voice trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Su Ming, I will remember you." After returning to the dormitory, I placed the stone sword I had just bought on the table and activated my talent for sublimation of all things. A sacred golden light flashed, and the stone sword quickly changed shape before my eyes. The sword became more refined, heavy, and incomparably sharp. This is a black steel blood-killing sword, of top-grade silver quality. Its special ability is that after wounding a monster, it can absorb blood to heal the wound, and after killing a monster, it can temporarily enhance all attributes for 30 seconds. I looked at this newly upgraded weapon and was shocked. The talent of sublimation of all things is indeed powerful. It directly upgraded the lower-grade silver weapons to upper-grade silver and also gave them additional special effects. This sword is not only sharp, but the bonus of evil blood makes it even more ferocious in battle. I put the sword away with satisfaction, ready to face another big event of the night, Lu Ruyan. As the night deepened, the time came. I left the dormitory alone and walked towards the rooftop of the teaching building. He had already made up his mind to use his most powerful move, the killing sword, to end Lu Ruyan's life. Soon, I was standing on the rooftop, holding an ordinary dagger in my hand. At this time, Lu Ruyan was wearing a simple black dress and walking quickly towards them with a hint of impatience in her eyes. "Su Ming, it's really troublesome for you to ask me to go to such a remote place," she said arrogantly. "Although I said I changed my mind, I want to test you for a while and then make a decision." She gave a meaningful smile, as if she thought she was in control of everything. However, I just smiled coldly and did not respond. Her so-called test was just to make me serve her willingly like I did in my previous life, fight desperately in the copy, and give most of the profits to her. My smile seemed a little bloodthirsty in the moonlight, and Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a little uneasy. "You? Why are you smiling so horribly?" She vaguely felt that I seemed different from before, but she couldn't tell what was different. I walked towards her slowly with a blank expression on my face, emitting a chilling, murderous intent. As I got closer, Lu Ruyan's fear became stronger and stronger, and she began to back away. "Su Ming, don't come over here." She tried to get defensive, but I ignored her and rushed forward, pulling a dagger from my pocket. The moment Lu Ruyan saw the dagger, her face was full of horror, and she finally realized that I was not here to reconcile with her today. In a hurry, she screamed, "You dare to touch me? Master Zhang Tang will not let you go." I deliberately showed a confused look, stopped and asked, "Why did you mention Zhang Tang?" Seeing that I seemed shocked by her words, Lu Ruyan sneered, and the confidence in her heart returned. She said arrogantly, "Let me tell you, Master Zhang Tang asked me to approach you. Do you really think I would be attracted to a poor guy like you? He has long been planning to use you in the dungeon and get rid of you later. If you dare to touch me, Zhang Tang's name will make you afraid to take action." Her smile was cold and ruthless, thinking that the Zhang family's background was enough to scare anyone. However, to her surprise, my expression remained calm, without any fear in my eyes. "Okay, then are you ready to die?" My tone was cold but full of determination. Lu Ruyan's face froze instantly. She thought she could suppress me with Zhang Tang's name, but she didn't expect that I would be completely unaffected. She began to feel truly frightened. "How dare you touch me?" Before she finished her words, I had already made my move. My entire body turned into a stream of blood, and the god of death cut through the air with a single blow. Lu Ruyan only felt a darkness before her eyes, as if she was in an endless sea of blood, with the cries of countless wronged souls ringing in her ears. The next moment, my dagger cut her throat with great precision. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Her original arrogance completely disappeared, and her body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Looking at her body, I felt a surge of revenge in my heart, but also a sense of weakness. This is the side effect of the God of Killing strike. It drains my mental energy and makes me feel exhausted. At my current level, I am still unable to fully unleash the power of this move. But even so, Lu Ruyan's fate had already come to an end. I looked down at her body and felt a great sense of satisfaction. At this point, a great revenge from the previous life has been taken, but the road to revenge has just begun. I took a deep breath, slowed down my rapid breathing, squatted down and found Lu Ruyan's cell phone in her pocket. The first thing was to delete the chat history between us and completely eliminate any traces that might expose me. After doing all this, I crushed the phone without hesitation and turned to leave the rooftop. When I returned to the dormitory, there was a box outside the door with a letter attached, signed by the principal Wang Tingshan. There are two things in this box, a medium-grade gold water-stealing pill and a medium-grade silver snakeskin black coat. Grab the water pill. After swallowing it, it can cleanse your essence and marrow and enhance your physical attributes. The market price is as high as 200,000 Jiangling coins, and it is only effective once for anyone. Snakeskin black clothes, mid-grade silver, made by an experienced armorer. It makes one walk silently when wearing it. It is extremely tough and can resist attacks from sharp weapons such as swords. The market price is 5,000 Jiangling coins. There was a hint of surprise in my eyes. The principal was really generous. Not only did he give me the expensive water-grabbing pill, he also gave me a piece of defensive equipment. It was obvious that he wanted to support me with all his strength. However, these two items are not loot from the dungeon, so my talent of sublimation of all things cannot upgrade their quality. I unfolded the letter, and the principal wrote, "Student Su Ming, I am the principal Wang Tingshan. The water pills in the box are given by the school, and the snakeskin black clothes are my personal gift to you. In addition, the principal also wrote that your scholarship this year has been increased to 10,000 spirit coins. I believe you will be able to stand at a very high position in the future, but please remember, no matter what your future achievements are, don't forget your alma mater. I wish you a bright future." Obviously, the principal's move was an investment, not for immediate benefits, but for the possible returns I might bring in the future. This vision was completely different from Lu Ruyan's short-sightedness. I swallowed the water-grabbing pill without hesitation and felt a warm force flowing through my body, with a faint fluorescent glow emanating from my entire body. My physical attribute immediately increased by 100 points. My level was promoted to level 2, and I gained 10 free attribute points. I put all my attribute points into agility. Sword-using professions require extremely fast speed and flexibility, which is very similar to the assassin profession in my previous life. Then I lay on the bed, closed my eyes and rested, and the strength in my body gradually recovered. Although the god-killing sword is powerful, it consumes a lot of physical energy. I need to recover through sleep. The next morning, I woke up from my deep sleep, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself surrounded by a blue light. The next moment, my body suddenly disappeared and left the blue planet. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in a dense forest, surrounded by an unknown atmosphere of danger. I took out the Xingang Sha Shui sword and began to explore forward. Suddenly, a scream came from the front, and I saw the body of a female professional falling from the tree. Her wounds indicated she had been killed by carnivorous apes. Then, a low roar was heard, and a huge ape jumped down from the tree, clenched its arms like sledgehammers, and smashed towards me. I had anticipated this and calmly moved sideways, narrowly avoiding the attack. The monster's corpse was obviously dropped here on purpose to attract my attention and attempt a sneak attack. I snorted coldly, raised my hand and swung my sword, splitting the monkey's head in half. However, to my surprise, the sword did not kill it on the spot. The monkey roared and pounced on me again. I was puzzled and immediately used my eye of insight to scan its information. Fierce beast, carnivorous ape king, level 3, strength, 28 points, constitution, 24 points, skill, slap. It turns out that this is not an ordinary ape, but a carnivorous ape king. No wonder its size and strength are so powerful. The ape king attacked again, and I instantly used the invisible step and my body disappeared into the air. The stealth step is extremely fast and can enter an invisible state in a short period of time. Although it can only last for a moment, it is enough to avoid attacks. I appeared behind the Ape King, and the Xin Gang Shashua's sword in my hand accurately pierced into the back of its head, ending its life directly. A screen appeared in front of me, telling me that I had obtained the trophy. Sword draw, low-grade bronze skill scroll. The next moment, a message broke out in the World Channel. Dragon Country player Su Ming completed the first kill. Reward, all Dragon Country players will receive a bottle of healing potion. The entire World Channel instantly caused a sensation. What? The Dragon Country's job changer got the first kill? The Sword Master. Could it be that Su Ming? I watched this scene, and my heart was filled with confidence. The first kill was just the beginning, and next, my goal was to become the strongest being in this world. I rushed through the dense forest, the fallen leaves flying under my feet, and my level kept rising as I killed people quickly. Soon, I reached level 5. Poochie. Another sword draw was made, and the crisp sound of the sword echoed in the air. I stepped over the beast's corpse with a calm look in my eyes, but I had a few more skill scrolls in my hands. I looked at one of them, basic sword skill, bronze lower grade, and my heart suddenly moved. Although it was just a basic sword skill, it was exactly what I needed. All things sublime. As soon as I thought about it, the scroll was immediately sublimated. The glowing scroll changed its appearance in my hand and upgraded to Thunder Sword Technique, mid-grade silver. Thunder attribute swordsmanship? I grinned. This skill is even stronger than sword draw and is the strongest sword skill I have obtained so far. I crushed the scroll without hesitation, and the skill instantly merged into my mind. Benlei Sword Technique, powerful. The main feature is fast. Almost instantly, a layer of lightning wrapped around the black iron sword, crackling and powerful. This lightning enchantment-like effect immediately increased the sharpness and power of the sword in my hand by several levels. At this moment, a gray-backed wolf suddenly jumped out from the dense forest in front and pounced towards me at a rapid speed, obviously not knowing whether to live or die. I smiled coldly, raised my hand and swung the sword. Swish! With a flash of lightning, the gray-backed wolf was instantly split in half before it even had time to howl. Its head rolled off and its body fell to the ground. This sword technique is so powerful. I whispered to myself, sighing. Ordinary skills cannot have such an effect. It seems that it is the amplifying effect of my original sword body, talent, which directly increases the power and speed by 3 times. Just as I put away my sword and prepared to move forward, a strong smell of blood suddenly came from the dense forest ahead, accompanied by a low wolf howl. My pupils shrank slightly, and I gripped the hilt of the sword and looked around. I saw dozens of gray-backed wolves rushing in from all directions. Their numbers were so large that they had formed a small tide of beasts. These wolves are extremely agile, and their claws are as sharp as steel, which can easily tear apart the human body. I didn't expect there were not just one, but so many. I was a little shocked. This was a real small wave of beasts. If it was an ordinary rookie team, they would basically just wait for death. It would be difficult for one person to hold on. Should I use the hidden god step to escape? I thought for a moment. Once the hidden god step is activated, this pack of wolves will not be able to stop me. But looking at the wolves in front of me, I felt a little reluctant. With so many experience points, how can I let it go so easily? I licked my lips, a fierce light flashed in my eyes, and I gave up the idea of escaping and decided to face the battle head-on. I have the black steel bloodthirsty sword, which can restore my health after killing monsters, and I also have spare healing potions. These wolves are just prey that give me experience. Come on, let me see what you are capable of. I smiled coldly, drew my sword back into its sheath, and instantly activated sword draw and slash. The wolves were not to be outdone and rushed towards me one after another. The forest was immediately filled with their roars and growls. I swung my sword, lightning flashed everywhere, and the speed was so fast that it was shocking. Although these wolves were agile, they were vulnerable to my triple amplified swordsmanship. I used Thunder Sword Technique and Sword Slash at the same time, and their power increased rapidly. In a few breaths, several wild wolves had been killed by me. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses lay everywhere. As my experience points and proficiency increased rapidly, my sword was like a harvester, clearing out the wolves in front of me with great ease. To me, these ferocious beasts were like prey with accumulated experience points. The more I fought, the braver I became, and my blood splattered all over the surrounding trees. Suddenly, A huge, silver-backed wolf king jumped out from the wolf pack, covered with silver-white hair, like the reflection of moonlight, with a terrifying momentum. This wolf king is totally on a different level from the others. I was startled and immediately noticed its difference. The wolf king was incredibly fast. In almost an instant, it jumped in front of me, and its ferocious fangs attacked my arm. Damn it! I failed to dodge it completely, and it cut 2 deep wounds on my arms, and blood immediately gushed out. TSK, I got hurt. I looked at the bite marks on my arm with a serious expression. If I had reacted a little slower, my arm might have been broken. I quickly scanned the information of this wolf king, silverback wolf king, level 6, strength, 34 points, constitution, 44 points, agility, 56 points, skills, silver claws cutthroat, sharp teeth bite, swift charge. It turned out to be a level 6 monster. No wonder it was so fast. I was secretly alert. After the wolf king landed, he quickly adjusted his posture and stared at me with a fierce look, obviously preparing to launch the next attack. Little wolf king, you are indeed strong, but unfortunately you have chosen the wrong opponent, I said coldly, sheathed the sword, poured my mental power into the blade, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in my eyes. System prompt: sword/proficiency reaches 1000, skill upgraded. Sword/, mid-grade silver, proficiency, 1000. At this moment, my sword draw and slash has been upgraded to sword draw and flash, which is a mid-level silver sword skill along with thunder sword technique. This time, I'll let you see my true strength. I smiled confidently, lightning flashed on the edge of the sword, and I exerted force with my feet, rushing directly towards the wolf king. I turned into a blue lightning shadow, and the blade cut through the air, leaving a long trail. The speed was so fast that even the air seemed to be cut. The silver-backed wolf king was completely killed by the sword before he could even react. Blood flew into the sky, the wolf's head rolled to the ground, and the body fell heavily to the ground. The black steel blood-swallowing sword greedily absorbed the blood on the blade, and the sharp edge soon became clean. Then, a warm force flowed into my body along the hilt. The wound on my arm healed instantly without leaving any trace. The surrounding wolves showed expressions of fear after witnessing this scene. Some timid wolves even began to turn around and run away, trying to escape this nightmare. "Want to leave? How can it be that easy?" I sneered, moved my body, and turned into a ghostly shadow again, chasing the wolves that were trying to escape. My speed was so fast that the wolves had nowhere to escape. As I raised my knife and slashed, blood splattered everywhere, and the wolves were killed one by one. Soon, the ground was littered with wolf corpses, and I had killed all the wolves. Stupid wolves, their IQ didn't improve much after the mutation. Some of them could survive if they scattered and fled, but they all gathered together, which saved me a lot of energy. I looked at the corpses of the wolves on the ground. I felt calm, but a hint of coldness flashed in my eyes. "Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 10. First level mission is being generated." As the prompt sounded in my mind, I finally broke through to level 10 and reached the first important node. For ordinary players, this speed is terrifying. Most people are still struggling to kill a few low-level monsters, but I am already level 10 and will soon face the first level task. First level mission: kill the Guardian of the Red Rock Cave. It is a powerful elite monster. Reward: promote to first level sword god. The moment I saw the mission, my eyes narrowed slightly. This mission is exactly what I want. Red Rock Caverns is my next goal, and completing this mission will allow me to enter a new stage in my career. First level mission? Not bad. I whispered to myself, and then checked my attribute panel. Most of my attribute points were added to agility. When agility exceeded 100 points, I also gained a new skill, Swordmaster, a passive skill with amazing effects. This skill is simply amazing. Any sword weapon can be equipped with it, and it can also double the sharpness. I nodded with satisfaction. After obtaining this passive skill, it means that I can easily control top-level sword weapons in the future. Now, my strength has far surpassed that of other job changers of the same level, and it is time to challenge the Red Rock Cave. I already had a plan in mind, and as I made my way to the cave, I quickly analyzed the situation. However, before entering the cave, I have to hide some of my achievements. I don't want to attract attention too early. After all, now is not the best time to reveal my strength. I activated the Hide All talent and hid all the data directly. The number of monsters killed, levels, and experience points all disappeared without a trace in the dungeon statistics. Although my results will eventually be shown at the end of the day, my strategy for now is to keep a low profile. At the same time, another team of job changers in the dungeon were struggling to kill several gray-backed wild wolves. They were all panting and holding broken novice weapons. This wolf pack is too fast. It's making it so difficult for us to catch it. One of them complained. This experience is too little, only 34 points. Someone lamented. Stop complaining. Experience points are naturally shared. Besides, we have at least been promoted to the next level. Captain Yang said coldly. He was a burly man with several wounds on his shoulders caused by wild wolves. Although he is the captain and the strongest job changer in the team, he is in a bit of a mess right now. This was especially frustrating when he was still struggling with a novice machete. You are such a bunch of losers. I am the one who does the hard work, and I have to share the experience with you. What a loss. Yang cursed angrily. Although the team members were dissatisfied, no one dared to refute. After all, Yang was the strongest and was their eldest brother. If Su Ming hadn't cheated me out of 3,000, I would have had a silver-level weapon long ago. Yang gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment towards Su Ming. As they were complaining, they suddenly entered a forest that had been slaughtered. The ground was littered with wolf carcasses, and the stench was overwhelming. Fuck, a beast tied? Everyone in the team gasped in fear. Yang squatted down to check the wounds on the corpse, frowning. No, this is not a beast tied. It may be done by an elite swordsman team. Seeing the wounds on the wolf corpses, he gradually had some guesses in his mind. But no matter what, he didn't dare to confront them head-on. So, they chose to quietly take a detour and leave. Chapter 16 Elite Monster, Lizard Goblin Leader. Xianjing City, Number 1 Middle School. Inside the meeting room, many senior school officials are standing here with serious expressions. An illusory screen appeared in mid-air. Everyone stared. Novice Instance Number 144. Ranking. First place, Chen Wang. Second place, Yin Zhe. Third place. Not only Xianjing City, but also the names of talented newcomers in several surrounding cities are among them. But there was no Su Ming. I searched through the top 500 and couldn't find it. What's going on, that student? Although his profession is a swordsman, he is born with full attributes. Even if he doesn't have any skills, he can still kill a few monsters with brute force, right? How is it possible that he didn't even make it into the top 500? Several directors said with serious expressions. The person they were talking about was Su Ming. The innate attributes are maxed out at level 10. There are very few geniuses of this level on the entire Blue Star. There's no reason why you couldn't even make it into the first 500, right? Principal Wang Tingshan crossed his hands. His face looked extremely solemn and his brows were furrowed. He has already made a huge investment in Su Ming, and he is looking forward to the returns he can bring to Number 1 Middle School after his future growth. If Su Ming died in the novice copy, it would be a heavy blow to Number 1 Middle School. He remained silent, with dark clouds gathering in his heart. Suddenly, a faint light flashed across the sky. A woman came flying from the sky. In the conference room, everyone's eyes were fixed. Anyone who can walk in the air must be at least a 5th-level expert. The woman quickly entered the conference room and landed on her feet. She stood with her hands behind her back, expressionless. Wang Tingshan stood up immediately. Deputy Mayor, you are here? The rest of the school teachers and principals also bowed quickly. The woman nodded slightly. She is the current deputy mayor of Xianjing City, Ranling. I heard that your school has produced several good talents this year. That's what I'm here for. Ranling said slowly. She frowned slightly and glanced at the big screen. But I didn't see the student named Su Ming you mentioned on the list at all. As soon as these words came out, a few drops of sweat appeared on Wang Tingshan's forehead. He had already informed his superiors remotely and told Deputy Mayor and that a student named Su Ming had awakened to the 10-star attribute. The innate 10 stars have full attributes. This is a big event. If Su Ming performs well, even now, Number 1 Middle School will be able to benefit from it and get funding from above. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Ming did not appear on the list. This is in stark contrast to Wang Tingshan's firm words. The novice copy has been open for several hours. In any case, it's time for genius to emerge. But mediocre people will be buried. Wang Tingshan said slowly. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, and there is one detail I haven't revealed. The student named Su Ming is a swordsman. So, his early combat power will be slightly weaker. Wang Tingshan was interrupted before he could finish his words. Sword master? Even if the profession is a swordsman, and he is not strong in the early stage, It is impossible for him to be so backward that he can't even enter the first 500 of a copy. And Ranling said with a serious expression. Wang Tingshan and a group of teachers felt under tremendous pressure. They couldn't figure it out either. Could it be that Su Ming's luck was extremely bad, and as soon as he entered the dungeon, he fell into a pile of monsters and was killed instantly? If he really died in the dungeon, it would be a terrible loss. Deputy Mayorin, please don't worry. Besides him, our school has several other good talents this year. Wang Tingshan took a step forward and said with a serious expression. Yanzai, 9-star talent, hidden profession Demon Hunter Ranger. This is the biggest surprise of our school this year besides Su Ming. Currently, Yanzai is fighting for the second place in the rankings. He will be our best candidate to compete with the talented Chen Wang from the next city this year. Wang Tingshan handed over a list and said at the same time. There is also a little girl who has awakened a hidden profession, the Undead Summoner. She has a 7-star talent and will achieve great things in the future. She is currently ranked 19th. The eldest son of the Jang family, young Master Jang, is also a hidden professional hammer warrior with an innate 8-star level. His current ranking is 4th. Wang Tingshan talked about all the talented students this year in detail. In addition, there is another student with an innate 7-star attribute and a hidden profession as a meat shield warrior. His name is Yang Ding. He was a little slow at first, I don't know why, but now he's on track. He is currently ranked in the 40th place and has reached level 6. It can be said that the quality of our number 1 middle school's job changers this year is much better than in previous years. Wang Tingshan said sincerely. And Ranling's expression was calm, and he just nodded slightly. Well, this student named Yanzai is really good. He's a surprising dark horse. Her anger subsided a little, and she spoke slowly. But the new guy from Wuyang City next door, Chen Wang, is really outstanding. He has an innate 10-star talent, and his profession is a hidden knife maniac. He is truly the most talented person among all the talented people of this generation. Deputy Mayor An's eyes were very solemn. Chen Wang has completely overshadowed the students of this generation in Xinjing City. Even Yanzai came in second. I just hope that someone in Xinjing can catch up with him, or at least not lose too badly. If our Xinjing City ranks last again this year, then next year, we won't even be eligible to allow students to join the Tianta Club. At this point, a hint of worry appeared in Deputy Mayor An's eyes. The talents of each class of students affect the future of a city. The Tianta Society is an organization of the Dragon government. They are specifically responsible for hunting monsters and guarding the borders. Once you join, it means a bright future. After joining the Tianta Club, you can accept tasks, get a lot of rewards, and your strength will increase rapidly. And every year, only the absolute geniuses among the newcomers are qualified to join. Each province has an indefinite number of quotas, which are determined based on the talents of the current students. The qualification to join the Tianta Club is extremely precious. At this time, Wang Tingshan took a step forward with a determined look. Deputy Mayor An, our school has always adhered to a people-oriented education approach. The students are very clear that they are not fighting just for themselves. They are also responsible for the fate of number 1 middle school, Xinjing City, and even the human race. Wang Tingshan's voice was sonorous and powerful. This blue planet is no longer a world that belongs exclusively to human beings. But all races coexist. Resources are limited and competition is fierce. If the human race wants to continue, it must withstand the pressure. This requires all job changers to unite against the common enemy. New blood is the hope for the future of mankind. Therefore, the competition for newcomers every year is extremely fierce. It not only affects each individual, but also affects every aspect of the city and schools. I believe in my students, please believe in me too. And Ranling was slightly moved when she heard Wang Tingshan's words. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Finally, he took out 4 tokens from the bag and handed them to Wang Tingshan. I understand, Principal Wang. These tokens are the qualification tokens for joining the Tianta Club this year. It's up to you to decide who to give it to. The hope of our city depends on your students. Wang Tingshan took the token and nodded solemnly. This is a heavy burden. In fact, he knew in his heart that Chen Wang from the neighboring city was truly invincible this year. Basically lost. This Tianta Club token may be one of the last few in Xinjing City. Next year, there will be no more. At this moment, Su Ming was still fighting fiercely in the copy. He galloped all the way at a very fast speed. Finally, he arrived outside the Red Rock Cave. This is a huge mountain. The rocks are all blood red in color and look extremely strange. as if they were rocks formed from the blood of a monster. Huff. Suddenly, a loud noise came from all around. Several goblins rushed out of the cave. They are short in stature and emit an extremely foul odor. Ugly appearance. Su Ming acted without mercy. Raise your hand and slash with the sword. Lightning exploded. It was easy to crush these monsters to death. Kill goblin. Experience. Su Ming knew that this was just an appetizer. Boom. A loud noise was heard. I saw a huge figure rushing out from the cave. It is extremely huge, more than 2 people tall. His muscles are stretched like a dragon. The skin is dark green, like moss. She was wearing a ragged grass skirt that covered her private parts. A piece of information appeared in front of Su Ming. Lizard Goblin Leader, Elite Monster. Level 10. Strength, 105 points. Constitution, 102 points. Agility, 25 points. Spirit, 8 points. Skills, Big Stick Attack, Strong Anger, Venom Spray, Crushing. A hybrid of a lizard and a goblin. It is very strong and sturdy and can spit venom, but its intelligence is lower than that of an ordinary goblin. Chapter 17. Promotion to the first level, Golden Sword Skill, Flying Sword. Looking at the ugly appearance of the goblin leader, Su Ming frowned slightly. Does it look a little too ugly? There was hair all over it and green dirt. Looking at this, I just want to chop it down. Ho Kabakaji. The goblin leader looked at the corpses of the 3 goblins killed by Su Ming on the ground and let out a cruel roar. It was as if he was heartbroken because of the death of a family member. His voice is extremely deep and piercing. Su Ming felt like his head was about to explode. Then it rushed over in one step. The huge stick in his hand turned into a big moon. Su Ming's expression was solemn and his movements were calm. He used his nimble body to dodge. This Goblin King has a very high strength value and a very high physique. He will be very resistant to attacks and has thick skin and flesh. I must make full use of my agility to wear down its physical strength. Only then can I defeat it. Su Ming had already formulated a battle plan in his mind. After dodging the attack, the Goblin King continued to move and charged forward. It waved the big stick in its hand wildly, causing sand and rocks to fly around. Huge trees were knocked down one after another by it. Su Ming was calm and not at all panicked, always avoiding passively. His speed was so fast that it was completely overwhelming. No matter how the Goblin King attacks, he can't hurt him at all. It can even be said that even the corners of clothes cannot be touched. Gradually, the Goblin King ran out of strength. It was panting, and a yellow, foul-smelling mist was coming out of its mouth. How thick and long! The Goblin leader roared and chose to use his skills. It drools and starts secreting toxins. It has the bloodline of a mutant lizard, so it can also secrete toxins. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and at this moment, his hand was on the hilt of the sword behind him. Goblins are a type of monster with relatively high intelligence, so it's not surprising that they can talk. But Su Ming didn't want to know what it meant. Because goblins are extremely cruel, they like to eat human flesh alive for fun, torture female knights, and imprison female professionals. This kind of monster is despised by everyone. Su Ming also hated them very much. There is no need to communicate at all, just kill. Phew. The next moment, venom spewed out of the Goblin King's mouth. Its fat body twisted and a torrent of liquid gushed out of its mouth. It is a dark yellow liquid, very toxic. Wherever it passes, it is extremely sticky. The trees withered and their leaves fell. Even the stone will be corroded with a big hole. Moreover, the venom is sprayed extremely quickly. It almost swept towards Su Ming, extremely difficult to avoid. Facing this move, Su Ming remained expressionless. He activated his mental power, and a breath of mental power appeared directly in his palm. Then, it spread to the hilt. The entire black steel blood-sworn sword was suddenly filled with lightning. He immediately urged the sword to flash. The whole person actually rushed forward. It was a suicide attack. How can the mortal body resist such a strong poison? A twisted smile appeared on the Goblin King's ugly face. But the next moment, its smile stopped, because Su Ming's body actually penetrated the torrent of venom intact. In that instant, his presence seemed to have disappeared from the world. His whole body turned into a blurry black shadow, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The whole person followed the sword's shadow and penetrated the torrent of poison. Because Su Ming activated the Hidden God Step. The Hidden God Step consumes a lot of energy, so he can usually only activate it for a moment. But it's enough. Once used, it becomes unselectable and ignores most attacks directly from the perspective of world rules. So the venom didn't hit him at all. His body swept directly over the body of the goblin leader. This sword accurately cuts the throat. The azure sword light turned into a long straight mark. It pierced the goblin king's neck. The huge, thick green neck with several layers of flesh was cut open directly, leaving a huge wound. The blood flowed so deep that the bones were visible. Dark green blood gushed out. The goblin king fell completely. Su Ming's sword is so powerful. All sword techniques are 3 times faster and 3 times more powerful. What monster can withstand it? Su Ming's face turned cold and he swung the sword violently. All the blood remaining on the blade fell to the ground. Kill elite monster. Lizard goblin leader. First level mission completed. Promoted to first level sword god. All attributes. Experience. Promoted to level 11. Talent. Origin sword body. Myth. Effect increased. Sword power increased. 10 times. Sword skill speed increase. 10 times. Swordsmanship proficiency improvement. 10 times. Get reward. 1 lucky draw roulette. A series of message prompts entered Su Ming's mind. He was shocked. The effect of the origin sword body was actually increased by 10 times. Too fierce. If it was 10 times as strong as before, he might be able to kill the goblin leader in one move. Obtain loot. Goblin leader's treasure map. Medium silver. Medium grade silver sword skill scroll. Upon hearing the news, a sheepskin map fell into his hands. Su Ming took a closer look. He was a little surprised. I didn't expect that a treasure map would be revealed. Treasure maps are a relatively rare reward in dungeons. As long as you find the treasure, you can get a reward, and the danger is relatively small. But the chance of a treasure map dropping is very low, so it is a hot commodity. Whether you are looking for treasures yourself or selling treasure maps on the World Channel, it is a very good choice. Su Ming used the sublimation of all things to upgrade the treasure map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map, gold low grade. There are many goblin leaders, but there is only one goblin king. Want my treasures? I buried them all in one place. Go find them. There is a location marked on the treasure map. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. It was actually upgraded directly to a gold quality treasure map. It seems that I need to make a trip. The coordinates of this treasure map are inside the Red Rock Cave. You can take it on the way before killing it. He put the treasure map into his bag. In addition, the spoils also include a mid-grade silver swordsmanship skill scroll. He directly used the skill of sublimation of all things. Sublimation successful. Obtain. Gold top-grade sword skill scroll. Su Ming's eyes were filled with shock. It was actually upgraded directly to upper-grade gold. It's only 1 level away from platinum-level sword skills. This will be his highest level skill at the moment. Crumb. Skills learned. Sword control. Golden top-grade sword skills. Su Ming smiled slightly, feeling very satisfied. Unexpectedly, I got this skill randomly. It just so happens that it can help me disguise myself as a swordsman. Now it's really perfect. The skill of flying sword is to control the sword blade in midair with the mind. Generally speaking, it is a skill that only sword masters can learn. But since he was the sword god, he could learn all the skills of sword-related professions. This skill is of a very high level, and even for a swordsman, it takes the middle to late stages to learn it. This is also why the sword master is so weak in the early stages. However, Su Ming was only level 11 and had already learned this skill. He looked at the description of this skill. Imperial Sword, Gold Top Grade. Proficiency, 00000. Control the sword with your mind, chop the enemy in midair, and capture their heads from 1,000 miles away. If you want to fly a sword for thousands of miles, your mental strength must be at least sky high. Don't think about it for now. However, with Su Ming's current level of mental strength, flying the sword within 30 meters is not a problem. His mind moved slightly. Whoosh! The black steel blood-sworn sword in his hand began to tremble as if affected by his thoughts. Then, there was a buzzing sound. Directly flowed up, the sword blade reflected cold light and hovered beside Su Ming. Brush, brush, brush. The sword blade cuts, spins, and shoots. It's as easy as commanding an arm. In just a few moments, the goblin's body in front of him was shredded into minced meat. The body parts were everywhere. It's a pity that when I use my mind to control the sword to fly, I can't use the sword draw flash and thunder sword technique. For now, I have to hold the sword myself to use these 2 skills. But I believe that in the future, I will be able to control the sword and use all sword techniques. As long as your proficiency continues to increase, everything is possible. Then, Su Ming called the system in his mind. I want to draw a lottery. The next moment, the familiar roulette wheel came to mind. Being promoted to the first level is equivalent to reaching a higher realm. So he got a chance to win the lottery. The pointer began to spin rapidly. In the end, it stopped at a legendary talent. Legend, one level lower than myth, but also very good. Talent obtained. Automatic training, legend. All your skills will automatically increase in proficiency at any time, 1 jump per minute. Sword drawing flash proficiency. Proficiency of the thunder sword technique. Sword master proficiency. Su Ming's eyes were filled with shock. This really makes you stronger even when you are lying down. Sheathing the sword, Su Ming took a deep breath. In fact, he once thought about finding Zhang Tang in the dungeon and killing him. But this copy was very large, and Su Ming and he were not in the same area. Trying to find him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is too difficult. So Su Ming could only put this matter aside for the time being. This is the most sensible choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion. But we must not be blinded by this emotion. Allow hatred to drive us and make us lose our reason. If Su Ming gave up upgrading and killing monsters to improve his strength at all costs and went directly to kill Zhang Tang, he would lose instead. The person who can turn hatred into motivation is a true master. One day, Zhang Tang will die. The Zhang family behind him must also be eradicated. Su Ming looked into the cave with calm eyes. He is about to step into the red rock cave. At this time, Su Ming suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot out. It was actually a hidden arrow aimed at the back of Su Ming's head. Chapter 18. People always like to die. Su Ming tilted his head slightly and easily avoided the arrow. The arrow pierced into the tree trunk in front and stopped steadily. Su Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. A sneak attack on me, Su Ming? He won't tolerate this kind of thing. Judging from the craftsmanship of this arrow, it should be made by a ranger using their passive skill, arrow making, and the materials used to make it. It is impossible for goblins to create weapons of this precision. He was basically certain that it was humans who were attacking him. Just from the appearance of an arrow, Su Ming could tell what the enemy was. This is the experienced fighter. Su Ming turned around abruptly and took a closer look. I saw a few people walking out from the bushes. They each held a different weapon. This is a team of job changers. Tank warrior, ranger. There are 2 more mages. A team of 4 in total. Su Ming used his eye of insight to see through the information of these people. What surprised Su Ming the most was, there is a familiar face in this team. Yang Ding. Su Ming's face was solemn. I saw those people had gloomy expressions on their faces. What a narrow road the enemy meets. There was a fierce look on Yang Ding's face. Su Ming, I didn't expect that I would really catch you. He had always been fantasizing about how he would take revenge if he could meet Su Ming in the novice copy. Unexpectedly, he actually encountered it. Yesterday at noon, he was in the weapons store and won a lot of money from Su Ming in a bet. That would not only make him lose face, but also cause him to suffer heavy losses. As a result, he was unable to buy weapons, and was naturally slower than others at the start. I guess you were just like us, seeing the pile of wolf corpses and getting scared, so you took the small path and came here, Yang Ding said coldly. Unfortunately, although you managed to avoid that elite swordsman team, you failed to avoid us. What good luck. It seems like God wants me to fuck you too. Yang Ding looked at Su Ming with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. Killing you in the dungeon is not against the law, and it's also hard to track down. He sneered and said. Several of his team members also raised their weapons and entered combat mode. Surrounded by 4 people. If he were an ordinary novice, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy long ago. In the dungeon, it is common for humans to kill each other. If you die here, you will really die in real life. You guys are the only ones who want to kill me? Su Ming looked around, his tone extremely calm. His eyes were always as calm as water. Not scared at all. Such courage is rare. Boss, he doesn't seem easy to mess with. One of the female mages looked a little frightened and swallowed her saliva. Don't be afraid, Huame. He's just pretending. The ranger next to her sneered. Su Ming, stop playing tricks. To tell you the truth, our brother Ding has reached level 7 and just killed a large wave of wild monsters. We have all reached level 5 and have 2 skills on average. How can you fight alone? And you are the weakest swordsman in the early stage. The other wizard, who was tall and holding a broken wooden stick, said. His equipment is the worst among these people. Obviously, he was unlucky and no equipment dropped, and he was using a novice branch. However, The mage's requirements for weapons are not very high. As long as you can cast a spell, it will be extremely powerful. When Su Ming heard what these people said, he just smiled slightly. He always looks calm and composed. You are a sandbag warrior with 7-star innate talent, and you want to kill me with a group of thugs? As Su Ming spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sandbags? You said my profession is a sandbag fighter? Yang Ding had never suffered such a great humiliation. When I reach level 10, I will have 5 career options in one transformation. Sword and shield warrior, shield attacker, muscle berserker. Which one is not better than your rubbish sword master in the early stage? How dare you call me a punching bag? Yang Ding thought about how he had always been in the front row of the team, acting as a sandbag. He felt even more offended. However, after hearing his explanation, Su Ming just picked his earwax indifferently. Oh, sandbags. Su Ming's cold words are the most likely to arouse people's anger. This made Yang Ding so angry that his teeth itched. It seems that you will only kneel down and beg for mercy when you are really about to die. Brothers kill? Yang Ding shouted angrily. Although he has a 10-star talent, he is a swordsman, said the ranger. I guess he hasn't killed many monsters so far, and his level is extremely low, said the male mage. We will definitely be able to kill him in seconds. Several job changers all took action. The ranger's attack comes the fastest. He bent his bow and drew his arrow, and an arrow wrapped in a dark red light shot out. Su Ming stared at the arrow and did not dodge at all. Because this is the skill, tracking arrow. No matter how you dodge, this arrow will catch up with you. So, he swung his sword directly. Bang! To ordinary people, that arrow was just an instant attack. But to Su Ming, it was like slow motion, and he could see it clearly. His agility attribute is really too high. His sword flashed with cold light. The arrow was directly split into 2 in midair. Complete vertical section. Spread to both sides. Then Su Ming took a step and rushed forward. He won't hold back. Since you want to kill me, I will fight back. In fact, when they had previously shot a sneak attack on Su Ming, in his heart, Su Ming had already sentenced them to death. Phew! Thunder was entwined in Su Ming's palm. The azure electric current flickered in the air, and the arcs surged, dazzling. The power is even not weaker than ordinary mage skills. Su Ming rushed out suddenly with the sword. The speed is extremely fast. Brush. No one has reacted yet. Su Ming had already rushed in front of the ranger. It is obvious what will happen to a ranged profession if it is attacked by a melee fighter. Su Ming swung his sword without hesitation. Blood spurted into the sky. The ranger was stabbed in the throat by a single sword strike. He fell to the ground in a daze, completely dead. Su Ming's movements were so fast that he passed by Yang Ding, who was in the front row. The 3 people around were all shocked. They really didn't expect Su Ming to be so quick. The attack was even more ruthless, killing without any hesitation. How could they possibly know that this was not the first time Su Ming had killed someone? As long as you are an enemy, it doesn't matter whether you are a monster or a human. Su Ming had already developed an extremely cold-blooded mentality towards his enemies. The remaining few people were also feeling a little angry. After all, his companion died. The male wizard's skills were finally activated. He chanted something, completing the spell. In midair, a fireball as big as a basketball condensed and smashed towards Su Ming. The smell of burning spread all around. The high temperature creates air waves. Su Ming just felt bored facing this attack. Weak, too weak. Fighting with him is just a waste of your time. He originally just wanted to pass through the Red Rock Cave, kill and hide, and live in peace with the world. Why do people always like to seek death? His face was cold and he sheathed his sword. The current flickers. Draw the sword and perform. The next moment, he flew out. The speed of this sword is too fast. Chapter 19. Flying the Sword Boy. In midair, the ball of fire was instantly chopped into smoke by Su Ming's sword wrapped in thunder. He kept moving. His whole body turned into a deep blue sword mark and flew across the sky, approaching quickly and passing by in a flash. It directly penetrated the body of the male mage. This sword kills the enemy. Blood gushed out. His eyes were dazed, and he wanted to cast another spell. However, he found that he was no longer able to fight. Life force is fading away rapidly. How is it possible? His last words were full of shock. Finally, he fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. The female mage and Yang Ding next to them were both extremely shocked. With just one skill, a full health player can be killed. This not only requires extremely terrifying attributes, but the skill attributes cannot be low either. From beginning to end, Su Ming only struck out twice with his sword, and that was just enough to kill two people. Basically, one sword kills one person. This strength, it's outrageous. Could it be that Su Ming's level is already higher than Yang Ding's? Both of them couldn't believe this fact. The swordmaster is very weak in the early stage. Moreover, Su Ming has not formed a team yet. He is alone. How could it be possible for his upgrade efficiency to be so fast? Hua Mei, don't be afraid. It's just that his weapon is of good quality, that's why he can fight like this. As long as I hold on in front and you deal damage, he will definitely die. Yang Ding roared and said. He knew that the two of them were now at war to the death. There is no possibility of peace talks. So no matter what, we have to continue attacking. What he said made him believe it without a doubt. Good. Qian Huayan nodded, raised her staff, and began to mobilize her mental power. Finally, she formed a water spear that hovered in mid-air. Be ready to attack at any time. Yang Ding walked towards Su Ming with his shield raised. His huge body moved, stirring up dust under his feet. The bone shield he held formed a barrier that protected him. At the same time, he held a 50-centimeter-long novice machete in his right hand. Suddenly, it smashed towards Su Ming. He rushed to the front and acted as a human shield. Su Ming looked at the shining knife, remaining as steady as a rock. He bent down and avoided the knife. Then, Su Ming turned around and swung his sword lightly. A backhand sword, extremely fast. It was like lightning. It made Yang Ding's scalp numb for a while. He could only hurriedly raise his shield and use it to forcefully absorb Su Ming's sword. This sword looked light, but its power was extremely heavy. It directly sent Yang Ding and his shield flying backwards. What a terrifying sword. It wasn't even a skill, it was just a normal attack, and it cut off most of his health. Yang Ding was shocked. He is a human shield warrior. It is famous for its thick blood. Moreover, Su Ming's sword only struck his shield. Why is it so powerful? He thought about it and found it strange. In the end, he could only blame everything on Su Ming's weapon. It must be that sword. It's of such a high grade that it improved its attributes. Yang Ding gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he crushed a necklace on his chest. The necklace emits a pure white fluorescence. A mysterious force suddenly came flying towards me, wrapped around Su Ming's blade. Su Ming could feel his sword slipping out of his hand. The black steel blood oath sword was hanging high in the air, and Su Ming could no longer touch it. Su Ming frowned slightly. Is this a disposable accessory equipment? After crushing it, a ray of light formed directly, briefly controlling his weapon. This is very expensive and luxurious equipment. Ordinary families simply cannot afford it. Yang Ding finally felt that he had the upper hand. He sneered. Humph, Su Ming, you really made me spend a lot of money. This necklace is a one-time equipment. Even my family would feel the pain. Fortunately, the effect is powerful. After activating it, it can prevent your weapon from leaving your hand for more than 10 seconds. You're dead. Hua Mei kill. His face turned stern, and he gave an order to the female mage. Chen Huayan nodded and attacked suddenly. At this moment, a hint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. The water spear in the air shot out directly, very fast. Mage's initial skill, water spear. The power is very strong. If it penetrates the body, the water spear can instantly invade the blood vessels through the wound and wreak havoc inside the body. If it is an ordinary professional, being hit by a water spear means losing the ability to fight. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Yang Ding's eyes. It was as if Su Ming was already dead. However, the next moment, whoosh! In midair, the suspended sword blade trembled suddenly. A clear sword chant was heard. Then, he suddenly slashed down diagonally. It was as if an invisible hand was holding the sword. Crash! The sword wind is reaching its peak. Swipe down. Directly chopped the water spear into pieces. It turned into a handful of clear water, fell to the ground and merged into the soil. This attack was easily resolved. Su Ming stood upright. He didn't even move. Only the eyes are moving. The pitch-black steel blood oath sword suddenly spun and flew back to Su Ming. A 3-foot-long sword was suspended in the air in front of him, floating and sinking quietly. The sword blade was faintly spinning and seemed to be dancing in the air as Su Ming's gaze went. Seeing this scene, Yang Ding and Chen Huayan were both petrified. Fly a sword? Yang Ding's voice trembled. This is clearly a late-stage skill. How did Su Ming learn it? When you are at a certain level, these wild monsters cannot directly drop scrolls of later-stage skills. Logically speaking, in the early stages of a battle between professionals, Controlling the weapons is equivalent to controlling the initiative of the battle. Once the weapon is out of your hands, there is basically no room for resistance. Therefore, his necklace, which controls the enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, is his most powerful life-saving trump card. As a result, he really didn't expect that Su Ming had already learned to fly the sword. He directly snatched the weapon back in midair. Su Ming's face was cold, and he pointed his sword with his hands. Then he pointed at Yang Ding from a distance. Whoosh! The black steel sword turned into a black shadow and suddenly flew over. The friction between the sharp blade and the air caused a sound of sword. The sound of breaking air was heard. Yang Ding resisted 2 moves awkwardly. Final. Phew. Beheaded with one sword. He died completely, his body falling to the ground. Until his death, his eyes were still filled with extreme shock. This time, the last female mage also turned pale. Chen Wang sat down on the ground, shaking with fear, and didn't even dare to fight. If you look closely, you can see a stream of yellow liquid flowing out. She was so scared that she peed her pants. Su Ming walked forward slowly. A 3-foot-long black iron sword was suspended beside him. At this moment, he looked like a black-robed swordsman. The whole body is filled with murderous aura. I was wrong. I was wrong. Su Ming, don't kill me. She looked at Su Ming and said in a trembling voice, Please, I'm willing to be your slave. It's all Yang Ding. Yang Ding asked me to attack you. I'm a member of his team and I dare not disobey. Chapter 20 The Girl in the Goblin Cave. Facing this beautiful girl, Su Ming just shook his head slowly. Some mistakes cannot be compensated. The moment you attacked me, you were already dead. The black steel sword flew into the air, hung upside down, and landed in his hands. Then Su Ming raised his sword and slashed. A clean and swift kill. Defeat a 4-man team. Experience. Loot. Wolfbone hairbao, low-quality bronze. Broken wolfbone shield, low-quality bronze. Bone staff, medium-quality bronze. Illuminating necklace, low-quality bronze. Promoted to level 12. Su Ming is now a first-level player. This progress is definitely far beyond that of everyone else. For Su Ming, these equipments are better than nothing. He had just killed a monster, and a lot of bronze equipment had dropped, but he didn't even bother to use them. Among them, there was only one piece of equipment worthy of his attention. That was the piece of jewelry that exploded from the female mage. Illuminating necklace, low bronze. After wearing it, you can illuminate the surroundings when entering a dark area. This is good equipment for Su Ming, who is going to enter the cave. He equipped it directly. Suddenly, he felt that the surroundings were indeed much brighter. Then he turned and looked inside the red rock cave. It's time to go in. He took a deep breath. Su Ming stepped forward and walked in. It is very dark inside the red rock cave. Fortunately, I had a lighting necklace, otherwise it would have been pitch dark. Water was still dripping in the damp cave. Su Ming's expression was calm as he walked forward slowly. From time to time, groups of bats would fly around with their red eyes flashing, creating a very scary atmosphere. He took out the Goblin King's treasure map from his arms and looked at it in his hands. First take the treasure, then kill the hidden ones. Su Ming planned his course of action in his mind. He followed the coordinates on the treasure map and went deeper. The path inside the cave is winding. Occasionally, mutant frogs and a few dark-feathered mineral-eating chickens would jump out, but they were all easily killed by Su Ming. Hee. The last dark-feathered mineral-eating chicken was killed by Su Ming. His level has also reached level 13. Su Ming allocated some attribute points to spirit, and also gave some to strength, physique, and other attributes. His attributes are as follows now. Su Ming. Level 13, 1455 experience points. Occupation. Sword God. Mythology, the only one in the world. Strength. 30. Constitution. 40. Agility. 110. Spirit. 70. Lucky. 25. Talent. Sublimation of all things. Origin sword body. Automatic cultivation. Skills. Killing God with a sword. Full hide. Hidden God step. Insightful eyes. Thunder sword technique. Sword draw. Sword master. Sword control. With his current attributes and skills, Su Ming is basically fearless of most monsters. The only relatively low attribute is luck. This attribute will affect the explosion rate of all equipment and supplies, and will also affect the critical hit rate to a certain extent. If it was the god of killing profession, Su Ming would definitely put a lot of emphasis on the two attributes of luck and agility. But in this life, he is the sword god. Luck is not a very important core attribute for him. So, he decided to try his luck later. In the early stages, combat effectiveness is the most important, and hard power is closely related to life. Let's add more luck later. Su Ming said in a serious tone. The spiritual attribute has reached 70, which means that his sword flying distance has reached about 70 meters. This is already a very long distance. He moved freely in the cave at a very fast speed. Suddenly, he smelled a strong stench. The tunnel ahead suddenly became wider, like a small world. But there is a lot of excrement here. The stench is strong, and even a faint methane gas has formed. Goblin's lair? He realized that he had come to a very disgusting place, and his brows immediately frowned. Sure enough, a few young goblins jumped out. As soon as they saw Su Ming, they screamed and attacked him. Su Ming had no mercy. With a thought, the sword left the sheath, hung in the air, and flew straight away. In an instant, several goblins were killed. Su Ming walked straight into the nest. The stench is extreme in the depths. The scene before him shocked him immediately. There were many human remains scattered all over the ground. The stink of blood. Some of the body parts were still being roasted over the fire and were already burnt. It is conceivable that some teams of players have already died tragically at the hands of these goblins. Goblins are the most cruel and bloody monsters. It is normal for them to eat humans. What caught Su Ming's eyes the most was the depths of the nest. There is a wooden shelf. There were several people tied up on it, their clothes in disarray. Most of them are female players, and they have been tortured and bruised all over. There are no female goblins. If they want to reproduce, they must capture female human players or female other animals and tie them up in their nests. Fortunately, these women have not been abused. Because of Su Ming's approach just now, the goblins here were alarmed and rushed out to fight and died, including the burly lizard goblin leader. It can be said that Su Ming indirectly saved their innocence. Hear footsteps. One of the girls opened her eyes slightly. When she saw who was coming, she was immediately shocked. Su Ming. She was barely able to breathe. Su Ming frowned slightly, somewhat confused. This female player seems to know me. He directly used the Eye of Insight to scan her information. Jang Yunqing. Level 5, 9-star talent. Occupation, corpse healer, hidden combat occupation. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 9. Spirit, 45. Lucky, 9. Skills, soul drain, healing, soul power, 0 exhausted. It turned out to be the second daughter of Jang and group, Jang Yunqing. Su Ming had met her once, when her sister wanted to pay for Su Ming to protect her safety in the copy. I didn't expect to see her here again, because she was in such a miserable state now, with disheveled hair and dirty face, and bloodstains all over her body, with signs of being whipped. Therefore, Su Ming did not recognize it at first. Fortunately, he has an Eye of Insight and can see through the information of everything. I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Ming looked at the poor girl and smiled slightly. Student Su Ming, save me? She seemed to see her savior, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her team went through a bloody battle. She witnessed all the team members being brutally killed by goblins. She is the only one left alive. She had a lot of expensive life-saving equipment on her, but in front of the goblin leader, they were like glass and shattered at the slightest touch. At this moment, she just wanted to escape from here quickly. After hearing this, Su Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment. After his rebirth, he was extremely cautious and would weigh the benefits before doing anything. She is a corpse healer, which is also a rare hidden profession, a variation of a therapist. She can absorb the souls of dead monsters and restore her mental strength. Moreover, she can use that soul power to heal the injuries of her companions. She is an auxiliary nurse. The battle with the hidden one will be very dangerous. If there is a strong support, the chances of winning will be much higher. Moreover, her talent is also very high, at 9 stars. Overall, it's worth saving. I can save you, but I have a request. Su Ming said in a serious tone. Join my team and follow my lead. Jang Yunqing nodded in agreement without hesitation, his head like Xiao Kuan pecking at rice. Jang Yunqing becomes a teammate. You became the captain. Su Ming raised his sword and cut the ropes that bound her. She suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to get up. There were red marks on her wrists and body, and her face was pale. Thank you. Her eyes were slightly red, and at this moment she wished she could give herself to Su Ming. There was no way. The scene she experienced was too horrific. Captured by a goblin, then rescued. No matter who experiences it, they will be moved to tears. She took out a bottle of healing potion from her bag and drank it in one gulp. All injuries were almost healed in an instant. She got this bottle of potion because a player from Dragon Country completed the first kill. Su Ming ignored her and walked over to the other trapped female players. He stretched out his finger, only to find that these women were already dead. Only Jiang Yunqing was lucky enough to survive to this day. Chapter 21 Treasure Map, Dig for Treasure Chest. Only Jiang Yunqing was lucky enough to survive to this day. Su Ming, let's leave this cave quickly. Jiang Yunqing's face was pale, his expression was nervous, and he looked around. Su Ming, however, stood still and asked, "Why are you leaving?" Jiang Yunqing tightly grasped the ebony staff in his hand. This is a mid-grade gold equipment. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Jiangang group and is very wealthy. She bought gold-quality equipment at the weapons shop. However, even with gold-level weapons, her team was no match for the goblin leader. No time. Su Ming, there is another goblin leader in this cave. It is very big and several of my team members died at its hands. Just now, the goblin leader heard the noise outside and rushed out. I guess he should be back soon. If we don't run away soon. Su Ming interrupted her directly. Don't worry, I have killed it. These words shocked her terribly. How is that possible? You are alone, you don't even have a team, and you are a weaker swordsman in the early stage. She looked dazed, somewhat incredulous. Some even felt that Su Ming was bragging. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes how terrifying the goblin leader was. It slaughters ordinary players, basically killing one kid at a time. Su Ming could actually kill alone? She felt it was too outrageous anyway. Su Ming directly presented the Goblin King's treasure map in front of her. This is the spoils that exploded from its body, the treasure map. Su Ming used this to prove the ironclad fact. Looking at the treasure map, her eyes were slightly stunned and she was obviously dazed for a moment. She blinked twice, shocked beyond words. In the end, she could only choose to believe. Okay, I believe you. You are so powerful. That goblin leader is a level 10 elite monster. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked, could it be, Su Ming, that you are the Dragon Country Sword Master player who completed the first kill? Su Ming nodded. She gasped. I didn't expect it was really him. Su Ming, there are still many dangers in this cave. In addition to goblins, there are many other monster groups gathering here. The best option is to leave here, she advised. Su Ming's expression was calm, and he spoke in a focused voice. Don't say anything more. We have already reached a deal. The condition for me to save you is that you must join my team and obey my command. Now I am going to go deeper into the caves, and you must follow me. If you talk any more, I'll tie you up and take you back, Su Ming said in a cold voice. After hearing this, Jiang Yunqing had no choice but to nod. But she was still a little angry. Really, you don't know how to be gentle and considerate to women at all. I am the second daughter of Jang group. If you were a little gentler, wouldn't you have won me over? When the time comes, wealth and glory will be waiting for you. But you are still struggling with the benefits of the copy in front of you. This Su Ming is really a wooden fish head. Well, Miss Jiang sighed, feeling sorry for her son's lack of fighting spirit. While hesitating, Su Ming had already walked forward without looking back. Heading deeper into the cave, she looked around and felt that the place was pitch black, scary and eerie. Alone, she really didn't dare. She could only hurry to catch up, following Su Ming closely, never leaving his side. The two spent several hours rushing all the way. Su Ming moved quickly, barely waiting for her. She had to run at full speed to keep up with Su Ming's speed. In the cave, countless monsters appeared one after another like a tide. After all, this is a hidden area, so the number of monsters is naturally dense. But those monsters were basically killed by Su Ming as soon as they met. Experience. She gained experience almost without doing anything. Even during this period, a group of small beasts rushed out. There were more than 20 bloodthirsty mutated cave salamanders, but they were all easily killed by Su Ming alone. He flew alone on his sword and soon killed the group of cave salamanders in pieces. Among them, there was even a cave salamander king, who was instantly killed by Su Ming with just one sword. He himself only suffered some scratches. Witnessing Su Ming's strength throughout the whole process, Jiang Yunqing was shocked and couldn't close his mouth, especially the flash of drawing the sword. Under the influence of the original sword body, the speed and power are multiplied by 10 times. That power is simply terrifying. After seeing that move with her own eyes, she felt her legs go weak. If Su Ming was an enemy, she would have been killed long ago. This time, She was completely convinced by Su Ming. At this time, Su Ming walked slowly in front of her. "What are you standing there for? Heal your wounds," Su Ming said. "Oh, okay." Jiang Yunqing quickly activated his skills. A ball of purple light appeared in her palm. The soul power was extracted from a large group of corpses around. Then, it all poured into Su Ming's body. The injuries on Su Ming's arms healed quickly. The black steel blood-swallowed sword does have the ability to heal injuries, but it is very weak and cannot compare to a real healer. That's why Su Ming brought her along. "What level are you?" Su Ming asked. "Thanks to you, I'm already level 10, and my first level quest has been generated. Need to kill an elite monster," she said a little nervously. "Very good. I will help you complete the task later, and you will be transferred to become a soul healer," Su Ming said. She nodded, feeling somewhat surprised. When you become a corpse healer, one of the available professions is soul healer. Not only can it heal teammates, but it also has some additional skills that provide benefits. Su Ming actually knew so much about her profession. There are many professions in the world, basically countless. If you want to be able to talk about the branches of a certain profession, you need a very extensive knowledge reserve. Su Ming's combat power and brain power are both quite impressive. She secretly admired him. Although her family had invested countless resources in her since she was a child and she had enrolled in countless cram schools, she still thought she was not as good as Su Ming. However, Su Ming came from a poor family and relied on himself alone. To have such strength, he must have suffered a lot, both mentally and combatively. She completely admitted that Su Ming was capable enough to be her captain. Directly order her to change her job to a soul healer. This is a lifelong decision that cannot be regretted in the future. So Su Ming's words were somewhat overbearing. Fortunately, she originally wanted to change her career to become a soul healer, so the two are not in conflict. Besides, Su Ming saved her life, so she couldn't refuse. Su Ming walked to the body of the King and collected its large piece of meat. The meat of the King is a rare delicacy and is very delicious. Collect them in space first, in case of emergency. When two people work together as a team, the tolerance rate for mistakes is definitely higher, and the survival rate is also higher. But the only downside is that the experience points will be distributed. However, Su Ming's level is too high now. Killing monsters in this novice copy will not increase his level by many levels, so there is no need to feel bad. Su Ming took all the spoils for himself in a rude manner. He is the captain after all. Half of the experience points have been given to her. Of course you have to take the spoils. Afterwards, Su Ming took her to kill another elite monster and completed her first level mission. She also successfully became a soul healer and learned a new skill. Blocking buff, bronze lower grade designate a teammate and consume mental power to continuously increase his blocking probability. Soon, Su Ming brought Jang Yunqing to the Goblin King's treasure hiding place. In Su Ming's hand, the map instantly turned into flowing light and merged into the land. "Come to the treasure hiding place, please dig." Su Ming immediately activated his sword controlling skill. The black steel sword behind him floated up and was pulled out of its sheath, flying directly onto the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dirt was flying everywhere. The sword flashed and soon dug a big hole on the ground. A dark purple treasure chest was lying inside. Su Ming lightly hooked his fingers and put the black steel sword back into the scabbard. Scan the treasure chest's information. Chapter 22 Platinum Set. Shadow Sword. Scan the treasure chest's information. Dark purple treasure chest. Level. Lower gold. Su Ming did not open it immediately. Instead, it directly stimulated the talents of all things to sublime and upgraded this treasure chest. Upgrade successful. As long as it is a treasure in the copy, it can be upgraded. The appearance of the treasure chest changed, forming spots of purple light flowing, and the material was inlaid with several transparent blue gems. The size has increased. Dark Moon Chest. Level. Lower Platinum. Su Ming's eyes were dazed. Low-grade Platinum? Directly upgraded from lower-grade Gold to lower-grade Platinum. A big quality improvement. Everything is sublimating. It's so fierce. A Platinum-level treasure chest is definitely one of the best boxes. Among the items opened from it, there will be at least one Platinum-quality treasure. Su Ming directly chose to open it. Open successfully. Get. Shadow Sword Hair Accessory, Platinum Lower Grade. Shadow Sword Shoes, Low Platinum. Shadow Sword Arm Guard, Low Platinum. Shadow Sword Pants, Low Platinum. Shadow Sword Cloak, Platinum Lower Grade. Shadow Sword, Medium Platinum. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum Premium. Looking at this series of pop-up prompts, Su Ming was shocked. A whole set of lower-grade platinum equipment was revealed. This is extremely rare. That sword was even more terrifying. It was a mid-level platinum weapon. What a lucky guy. He immediately equipped himself with all the equipment. Buzz. A strange trembling sound emerged. The next moment, a long sword appeared in front of Su Ming. The texture of this sword is extremely strange and is full of dark purple lines. Only the hilt is solid, while the blade is like a shadow, an illusory material. A slash in the air. Brush. The sword blade spun, and in an instant, it cut the air in front of it, leaving a pitch-black mark in the air. Look at the information of this sword. Shadow sword, medium platinum. Escape shadow. This sword can be stored in your shadow and carried with you, and can be materialized at any time when necessary. Spiritual loss. Shadow is a reflection of the spirit. This sword can cut the target's shadow, causing its spiritual power to gradually drain. Dark slash. When holding this sword, all your slashes will cause an additional 50 shadow attribute damage. Holding this sword, Su Ming felt that all of his attributes had improved significantly. At the same time, he equipped the shadow sword set. His coat suddenly changed. He changed from a black snakeskin coat to a light gray robe. There are some ancient dark runes on it, which look like the moonlight shining down. An inconspicuous gray jade appeared on Su Ming's short hair. It was tied to the hair and hung below the hair beside the ear. A pair of gray arm guards also appeared on each of his hands. Shadow sword set, platinum lower grade. 5 in effect. Dark sword surge. After equipping, all sword skills will gain an additional 50 dark attribute damage, which can break through physical defense. Shadow slash. When you activate a sword skill, there is a 60% chance of spawning a shadow, causing an additional slash. The power of this slash is equal to your normal attack. Su Ming looked at this long list of explanations and was overjoyed. This effect is really quite powerful. Directly add 50 dark attribute damage. Adding the shadow sword, it is equivalent to 100 additional dark attribute slashing damage. The only pity is that there is no way to upgrade these equipment again using the talent of sublimation of all things. Because these things are opened from the sublimated treasure chest, any item can only be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Su Ming's mind moved slightly. The shadow sword flew out of his hand and fell into the shadow under his feet. Sure enough, this physical sword turned into a stream of pitch-black shadow water and merged into Su Ming's shadow, leaving no trace. Whenever he wanted to use it, he could immediately draw the sword from the shadow. It's really practical. Su Ming thought to himself. To complete the shadow sword set effect, you only need to equip 5 wearable items. You can obtain it by equipping 5 pieces of shadow sword equipment at the same time. Clothes, shoes, pants, arm guards, and hair accessories make up a 5-piece set. In other words, even if he does not use the shadow sword but the black steel sword, Su Ming can still get 100% of the bonus from the suit's effect. Zhang Yunqing's eyes widened as he watched Su Ming put on a full set of equipment. The price of platinum-level equipment in the outside world is at least 1 million. Even if she was the second daughter of the Jang group, she would still think that was a huge number. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Take this scroll and use it, Su Ming said as he threw out a scroll. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum Premium. Ordinary people may need to reach the 4th or 5th level to learn platinum skills. It is conceivable how expensive a platinum-level skill scroll would be. And Su Ming actually took it out directly. Assign it to her for free. This made Zhang Yunqing feel extremely surprised. You just gave it to me for free? If this is sold outside, it can be auctioned for a good price. The value will not be less than 1 million. Zhang Yunqing took the scroll, a little hesitant. She reminded. She thought that Su Ming gave it to her because he didn't know the value. Su Ming still insisted, his expression calm. There may be a fierce battle later. The better your skills are, the higher our chances of winning. Money is just something outside of his body to him. What's the use of having more money? Strength is your own. So he will do everything possible to pave the way for the hidden challenge. Zhang Yunqing has one more skill. Maybe he will have a better chance of winning later. Su Ming knew very well how powerful that hidden being was. So he will do his best to be fully prepared. She didn't say anything more and used it immediately. Successful use. Skills acquired. Soul Enhancement, Platinum Top Grade Skill. Proficiency, 00000. It consumes soul power to use. When activated, the experience points gained by everyone in your team will increase by 200. See this skill. Zhang Yunqing was overjoyed. Wow. It's actually the Soul Healer's late-stage skill, Soul Enhancement. As long as there is a monster corpse, I can absorb its soul and increase the experience bonus. Su Ming, if you team up with me, even if I share a portion of the burden, you can still gain 100% of the experience. She almost danced with joy. This skill is very rare and can help people level up quickly. Su Ming also curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Very good. With this skill, I don't have to share part of my experience with her. You can still get full experience by forming a team. For other teams, this is something that they dare not even think about. I am lucky to have met her, a rare soul healer. Chapter 23: The Hunting Ground of the Knife Maniac. Su Ming found a clean corner in the cave, made a fire and cooked. In the dungeon, fighting is very exhausting. Su Ming had been fighting for several hours and was extremely hungry. He took out the meat of the Olm King and washed it in a pool of spring water in the corner of the cave. Then he took out 2 legs of a dark-feathered, mineral-eating chicken, plucked the feathers, and roasted them over the fire. Soon, the delicious food appeared. Grilled dark-feathered chicken legs. Delicious chicken legs, juicy, crispy skin and tender meat, grilled to perfection. After consumption, increases 10 points of spiritual attributes, lasting for 3 hours. There is also grilled all meat. Grilled crispy all meat. The pale yellow all meat undergoes a Maillard reaction after being grilled, forming a natural crispy crust with an excellent taste. After consumption, increases physical attributes by 20 points, lasting for 4 hours. Zhang Yunqing was already starving. She grabbed the chicken leg that Su Ming handed over and started eating it in small bites. But soon, she began to lose her elegance. Because it's so delicious, she gradually began to eat voraciously. As the saying goes, if you want to win a person's heart, you must win her stomach. And Su Ming had obviously already grasped it. She never expected that Su Ming was such a good cook. In his previous life, Su Ming often fought in dungeons. Naturally, he also mastered his cooking skills in the copy. He knew how to use the limited ingredients and the most primitive cooking methods to get the most delicious dishes. There is no seasoning, and the original flavor of the ingredients is brought out entirely by temperature. After eating their fill, both of them had significantly improved attributes. It's not a permanent effect, but it's pretty good. Only very delicious food can bring about beneficial special effects. Things that taste bad usually have negative effects. Okay, time to find some hiding place. Su Ming thought to himself. He stood up and continued on his journey with Zhang Yunqing. The two rushed into the cave. Soon, a crack was found. Su Ming swung his sword and shattered the cracked stone. Dust flew everywhere. A small exit appeared in front of him. A ray of sunlight shone in, very dazzling. Su Ming and Zhang Yunqing stepped out. She just felt suddenly enlightened and the air became much fresher. Finally out of this cave. She stretched. Outside the cave is a vast forest. You can see many strange animals moving around. In the center of the forest, there is a huge blood-red lake. It seemed as if there was boiling blood bubbling inside. Looking at the scene from afar, Zhang Yunqing was amazed. Su Ming's eyes were calm, but his expression unconsciously became solemn. Soon, we will start hiding. That's right, the Red Rock Cave is just a shortcut. Pass through the cave and walk out. There is a new world. Hide, and you will appear in this area. It will be refreshed in the center of the bloody lake. Su Ming was secretly timing himself. After about an hour, the hidden will appear here. It is extremely terrifying and of a very high level. The combat effectiveness can even be described as invincible. The Red Rock Cave is not the only entrance, it is just closer to Su Ming. There are other players in the area. The reason why Su Ming knew the hidden information was due to his experience in his previous life. Because Yen Zhe, the strongest job changer in their school in the previous life, died here. It was Yen Zhe who discovered the hidden place. Before he died, he communicated through the channel and informed Su Ming of the location, asking Su Ming to avoid this place. But he himself died. It wasn't hiding that killed him. Instead, he was killed by Chen Wang, a genius from the neighboring city. Su Ming remembered this incident very clearly. Therefore, Su Ming is now secretly on guard in his heart. The 10-star genius from Wuyang City is a ruthless guy. At this moment, a copy is somewhere. A small team of survivors were killed and wounded. Don't kill me. We are all fellow human beings. A male player said in horror. However, the next moment, he was killed by a knife and his head rolled off. Please, I'll give you all my equipment and spare my life. Another female player begged. In front of them was a job changer holding a knife. He had no mercy and his face was cold. You two pieces of trash, begging for mercy is useless. Phew. A blood-red blade slashed out, extremely sharp. In just a few breaths, he killed 2 players. He was wearing a green robe, and there was a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. The weak will only have one way to go, and that is death. Looking at the corpse at his feet, he actually smiled somewhat excitedly. It seemed that killing people made him very excited. He held a long, narrow-bladed knife in one hand, and his aura was extremely dangerous. He is Wuyang City's top expert this year, Chen Wang. Initial occupation, knife maniac. Innate 10-star talent, the same as Su Ming. So as soon as he appeared, he was a hot genius. After entering the dungeon, he stirred up a bloody storm. He slaughtered players crazily, because he found that the experience gained from killing high-level players was more than that from killing ordinary monsters. In order to upgrade his efficiency and get the first place, he chose the style of play that would give him the most experience points. Along the way, no one will be left alive wherever he passes. Therefore, his upgrade speed is also very exaggerated. Already reached level 13. One task, all completed. Now, he has changed his job and become a knife maniac. The combat effectiveness has reached a new level. A powerful profession like knife maniac can choose to transfer to other professions such as knife crazy, knife knight, knife master, knife demon, etc. You can also choose to switch to a knife maniac without changing your profession, but just increasing your skills and attributes. This means you keep improving on one path. But when you reach the 3rd level, there will be a sword profession that is stronger than the sword maniac, and then it is time to change your profession. At this moment, there was a girl in white in front of him. She held a huge sickle in her hand, leaning on the ground, breathing heavily. It was Ji Yao. There was a bloody wound on her chest, which was shocking to see. It was caused by Chen Wang's knife. At this moment, 3 skeletons holding bone swords stood in front of her, protecting her safety. 3 is her upper limit for summoning. But these 3 skeleton sword soldiers were already covered in wounds, and their bones were broken. The sword maniac Chen Wang is really too powerful. She and several classmates formed a team and made rapid progress, having already reached level 7. However, when he was about to leave the area, he was suddenly ambushed by Chen Wang. She witnessed with her own eyes several of her companions being brutally killed by him. So at this moment, her heart was filled with mixed anger and hatred. Chen Wang had an expressionless face, holding a long knife, and walked slowly towards her. You must be Ji Yao from number 1 middle school. Ji Yao's face turned cold when she heard this. How do you know my name? Her lips were pale and she was exhausted, but she never begged for mercy. Haha, before the novice copy was opened, I had already obtained the list of all the geniuses of your number 1 middle school this year from the principal. I have studied your professions and talents. This copy is actually my hunting ground. Chen Wang sneered and said. The knife in his hand was also a lower-grade gold weapon. The equipment he was wearing was also very valuable. The blade maniac profession, coupled with the 10-star talent, is extremely popular. Therefore, before he entered the copy, he had already accepted investments from all parties, including equipment, money, skill scrolls, etc. So as soon as he entered the copy, his strength far surpassed that of others. In addition, he is extremely cruel and treats people as monsters, and his upgrade efficiency is also terrifying. Xinjiang number 1 middle school, the major colleges in Nanmian City, and several colleges in Dadong City are all garbage. You are so weak. I am very disappointed. It would be better to turn it into experience points, become my nutrients, and let me reach the top. Chen Wang had a gloomy expression on his face as he slowly approached her. He has killed many players, not just in Xinjiang City. There were innocent souls of students from all over the city who died under his knife. To him, those are all experience points. Ji Yao's thin body was covered with wounds. Her clothes were soaked with blood. The only bottle of healing potion had already been used up, and she was already out of ammunition. Chen Wang, however, was ruthless and showed no intention of holding back. He held the sword horizontally in front of him, activated the sword maniac skill, blood sword slash, and swung it out accurately. Whoosh! A horrifying bloodstain appeared in the air. He flew past and attacked Ji Yao. This blow would definitely take her life. At the critical moment, Ji Yao was extremely calm. She summoned up the last bit of her strength. A skeleton swordsman in front of him turned into blue soul shadows and suddenly moved towards him. He blocked a fatal blow for her, and she herself disappeared in an instant and left the place. Undead summoner skill, human corpse swap. She exchanged her spatial position with the corpse that was farthest away. Chen Wang slashed the air with his sword. Turning around, I saw Ji Yao's figure disappearing into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Haha, little lamb, you can't escape. He urged his body to move quickly and chased after him. It's like a ghost asking for your life. Chapter 24. Ji Yao Wei. Ji Yao fled hurriedly in the dense forest. She was breathing rapidly and coughing up blood from time to time. In the end, she had no choice but to escape into a cave. The cave is full of blood-red rocks and looks extremely strange. But in order to save her life, she had no choice but to dive in. What shocked her was that there were no monsters in the cave. Instead, there were only corpses of monsters. Has anyone been here yet? Who is so strong? She was shocked. Even an elite team may not be able to kill so many monsters. And it was in such a dark cave. She didn't have time to think so much and ran as fast as she could. I can still vaguely hear Chen Wang's footsteps behind me. Don't run away. His voice echoed in the cave. I will find all the talented people from your first, second, and third middle schools this year and kill them one by one. I will make sure that your Xinjiang city will never have a next year and will never recover. Chen Wang's voice sounded a little crazy and intoxicated, as if he really enjoyed the hunting process. The sound was getting closer, and Ji Yao was becoming more and more desperate. If she was caught up, she would surely die. Soon, Chen Wang's voice was close at hand. What about Su Ming and Yin Zhe? I heard that their talents are 10 stars and 9 stars respectively. Why don't you dare to fight me? But it doesn't matter. I will catch and kill these two cowards. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. He is too fast. The distance keeps shrinking. Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart as the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Just when Ji Yao was about to be caught up, a ray of sunlight shone into the cave. The exit is ahead. A figure appeared from the front and stopped her. He grabbed her and escaped into the darkness. There was sweat on Ji Yao's forehead. She only felt her vision blurry for a moment, and then she left the cave area. She seemed to be carried dozens of meters by that person, hiding in the bushes. Looking closely, the person in front of me was a boy in green. He carried a large bow on his back, had neat short hair, and had a distinguished demeanor. Yin Zhe, a 9-star talent awakener from number 1 middle school, whose talent is second only to Su Ming. Although they were not in the same class, Ji Yao knew him. You are Ji Yao from class 1, right? A professional necromancer? Yin Zhe asked with a calm expression. Ji Yao nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. She was still a little dazed. No need to thank me. We are all alumni. I can't just stand by and watch you die. Yin Zhe said. Although he looks cold on the outside, he is very kind in his heart. Student Yin Zhe, why are you here? Ji Yao asked. Yin Zhe looked solemn. That's a long story. I was originally in a team, but when I went out to get water from the fountain, I came back and found that all my teammates had been killed. It was Chen Wang who did it. After analysis, I think he is too strong. I thought I was no match for him, so I kept lurking beside him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ji Yao was shocked when she heard this. You have been lurking and following him, intending to kill him by surprise? That's right. As he spoke, Yin Zhe took out an arrow that was flashing with cold light from the quiver behind him and held it in his hand. There was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. I have been secretly observing Chen Wang for a long time. This person is a psychopathic job changer. A knife maniac, or rather a hunter. He treats this instance as an amusement park, hunting his prey everywhere. And he does have this ability. As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared in Yin Zhe's eyes. If we don't kill him, the casualties at our number 1 middle school will be even more severe. Ji Yao pondered for a moment and felt that Yin Zhe's choice was indeed the best solution. He is a ranged profession, a demon hunter ranger. If he wanted to fight with Dao Kuang in close combat, he would basically lose. Therefore, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack is the only solution. What level are you now? Ji Yao asked. Yin Zhe said. Level 10. I am currently completing the first level mission. We need to kill a beast above the elite level. Hearing this level, Ji Yao was shocked. It's already level 10. This speed is too fast. If it were you, you might really be able to kill Chen Wang. I will fully cooperate with you and avenge my dead classmates. Ji Yao said with a ray of determination in her eyes. Good, Yin Zhe said. At the same time, their eyes penetrated the bushes and looked at Chen Wang in the distance. Stop hiding. Come out quickly and die. Chen Wang said in a loud voice with a cold expression. He looked around but couldn't find Ji Yao for a moment. Come with me, let's retreat first. This is not a good position for fighting. Yinze said. He took Ji Yao and left quickly. While escaping, Yinze opened his personal panel and sent a message to Su Ming. Student Su Ming, I'm Yinze from Class 4. Although I don't know you, we are alumni, and you are the most talented genius in our Xinjiang number 1 middle school. I can't hide the news from you. The knife maniac Chen Wang from the next city is hunting students from our school. You must avoid him. He is very strong. He is in the Shuesan Lake area now. After sending this message, Yinze immediately closed the panel. Although we have never met before, Yinze is a kind-hearted person. In other words, a warm-hearted person. He knew that a message he sent casually could potentially save an alumnus life. As a middle school student, there is no way he could hide this information. This is Yinze's character. Yinze took Ji Yao and ran away quickly. But they had not yet gotten a few miles away. Just at the edge of a blood-red lake, his way was blocked by a flying blade. Whoosh! The blood-red blade light was as fast as a startled wild goose. It flew straight over and passed in front of Ji Yao. The air was cut off. If she had been a step faster, she might have been pierced through by the knife. A chill ran down her spine. Turn around and take a look. I saw Chen Wang walking towards me with an expressionless face. Huh, do you really think I can't catch up? You were hit by my knife. I can follow the knife energy and track your location. His face was gloomy, and he stared at Ji Yao. The blood-red sword in his hand reflected cold light. It looks like we can't escape. Yinze frowned, and his face was cold. He began to draw his bow and draw his arrow. Yinze's bow was a low-grade silver weapon that he made using the design and materials. It's called the tough bone bow. Arrows shot from this bow can cause more physical damage. It can also increase his attack speed slightly. This is also very consistent with his profession, Demon Hunter Ranger. This is a profession that excels at physical attacks. This profession hates magic and restrains magic, so the skills are basically physical damage. Looking at the bow and arrow in Yinze's hand, Chen Wang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Oh, Demon Hunter Ranger, Yinze? He seemed a little excited. Finally, I met you. 9-star genius from number 1 middle school. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. A genius like you is leveling up very quickly. You should have reached level 10 already. You have the most experience points. After I kill you, I will definitely be able to reach level 14. He held the long knife in his hand and rushed forward. The speed is extremely fast. When Yinze saw this scene, he felt murderous intent in his heart. He just drew his bow and shot the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An arrow flashing with cold light flew out from his bowstring. For tracking arrows in a row. Tracking arrow is a skill that basically all rangers have. Even those who specialize in the hidden branch of archery have this skill. Because this is the lowest level bronze skill, it is easy to get skill scrolls. Yinze's level is very high, and his attribute values are also very high. So his arrows are quite powerful. In midair, there was a sound of breaking air. However, when the arrow flew in front of Chen Wang, he had no expression on his face. With a few sudden slashes of the sword, all the arrows were broken into 2 halves. No arrow could hurt him. Ji Yao also took action at this time. She used up her mental energy and summoned 3 skeleton sword soldiers. An inky black rune formation appeared on the ground. 3 skeletons emerged from it. Their bodies were shaking and their bones and joints were colliding with each other. Looks scary. He rushed forward, waving a bone sword. Chapter 25. Su Ming arrives and breaks the knife with 1 sword. Knife maniac Chen Wang remained expressionless in the face of these attacks. He used an extremely brutal slashing skill, 5 chaotic swords, bronze top grade. In an instant, several knife shadows appeared in front of him. It was as if he had grown countless arms, swinging his sword at the same time. 5 sword beams flew away in a staggered manner. The 3 skeleton soldiers were killed immediately. Ji Yao was already seriously injured and had little mental strength left. The skeletons he summoned were not strong enough to defeat him. The 3 skeletons couldn't even hinder his progress. Yinze used his strongest skill, Demon Sealing Arrow, top grade bronze. This skill is exclusive to the Demon Hunter Ranger. It can shoot out a huge soul arrow. Once hit by this arrow, the opponent will be unable to use any normal skills for a short period of time. Once this arrow hits, there will be a fight. Yinze's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he shot an arrow with his full bow. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard. An arrow as smooth as mercury shot through the air, leaving a long mark in the air. Go straight for Chen Wang's throat. Chen Wang was so arrogant that he didn't even dodge. Seeing this scene, Yinze clenched his fists and felt excited. There is a chance. Chen Wang shook his head secretly. This arrow is very good. It's a pity that it couldn't hit me. He sneered, then raised the blade vertically with a cold face. The next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew out. Whoosh! This knife is too fast. On the ground, a whirlwind was set off. Click! I saw the knife flashing and slashing across. He actually split the demon-sealing arrow into two, cut it in the middle. The arrows turned into specks of blue light and dissipated. Yanzhe was extremely shocked. This was his strongest skill, yet it was cracked so easily. Is the gap between 10-star talent and 9-star talent really that big? He also wanted to bend his bow and draw his arrow. The next moment, Chen Wang had already approached. Phew! Chen Wang stabbed with his knife, going straight through Yanzhe's chest. Blood is flowing. When Ji Yao saw this scene, his face turned pale and his eyes were full of anger. Damn it! She wielded the crescent-shaped sickle and slashed towards Chen Wang. She is a summoner and melee combat is her weakness. She chose to confront him at this moment because she was blinded by anger. Chen Wang turned around and slashed her shoulder with his knife. Ji Yao blocked it with her sickle, but he still flew backwards in a mess. She coughed up blood and was no longer able to fight. Chen Wang flicked the knife lightly, and the blood on it splashed out. His face was grim, and he glanced at Yanzhe and Ji Yao who were lying on the ground, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Too weak. Too weak. I heard that Xinjing No. 1 Middle School has several talented job changers this year. I thought I could have some fun, but I didn't expect that they were all rotten fish and shrimp. He was extremely arrogant and looked down on everyone. He even found Yanzhe, who had a 9-star talent, unchallenging. You're wasting my time. Now, it's time for you to die. Chen Wang's eyes were sinister as he slowly walked towards Ji Yao. A blood-red light appeared on his blade. Ji Yao's health has reached the bottom. If he is hit again, he will definitely die. At this moment, she bit her silver teeth lightly, with some anger in her eyes. She doesn't want to die. But facing a strong enemy, I am really powerless. Classmate Yanzhe was also dragged down by himself. She was filled with self-blame. At the last moment, she closed her eyes. What appeared in her eyes was a figure she had admired for many years. Su Ming. He came from a humble background, but he had outstanding academic performance and was very tenacious. Every time, Ji Yao liked to secretly watch Su Ming studying seriously from the side. Unfortunately, there will never be another chance. There are also parents who work so hard. Without me, they will be left alone in their old age. Thinking of this, Ji Yao couldn't help but feel sad and tears flowed. Chen Wang raised his hand and swung his knife, and a bloody light came towards him. Despair grew in her eyes. Buzz. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice was heard around. A sword chant sounded from a distance. I saw a pitch-black steel sword, which turned into a stream of light and shot towards me. The sound breaks the air and is deafening. This sword is extremely fast. The air currents in the air were cut apart, forming two faint vortices that spread out. The sword is shining with cold light, which is breathtaking. It pierced through almost in an instant. It directly shattered the bloody blade light that Chen Wang had slashed out. Chen Wang himself was knocked flying backwards by this tremendous force. He looked extremely shocked. He took 3 or 4 steps back on the ground before he could barely stop. Can you shatter his sword light head-on? This is almost impossible among newcomers. His face was cold and his eyes were full of disbelief. The smoke cleared. A young man in a gray robe slowly walked out of the dense forest. He hooked his fingers. Whoosh! The black steel sword flew back and hovered beside Su Ming. The black steel sword floated up and down, making crisp humming sounds. It was Su Ming. He had come as fast as he could. He looked around with calm eyes. Immediately made clear the situation here. What surprised him was that Ji Yao was also here. In his previous life, Yanzhe fought against Chen Wang and was killed. Unexpectedly, Ji Yao also appeared here this time. It seems that what happens in this life will not be exactly the same as in the previous life. People's relationships are like a big net, weaving each other. The butterfly effect will cause many originally unrelated things to change. Su Ming took a step forward, and as if drifting, he instantly landed beside Ji Yao. He slowly squatted down. Su Ming? Ji Yao's voice trembled and her eyes were slightly red. She couldn't even tell whether she was dreaming or not. It's me. Su Ming reached out and gently wiped the blood off her face. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Ji Yao's injuries were very serious. If I had come a step later, we might have been separated forever. His face was cold, and the long sword floating beside him was shaking continuously. The sharp cold light made him look extremely terrifying. Zhang Yunqing followed closely behind Su Ming, jogging all the way. She slowly raised her hands. The next moment, a dark purple light surged in Ji Yao's body. The injuries are healing slowly and quickly. This requires at least a first-level healer to have this kind of healing ability. Ji Yao was very shocked. Su Ming actually knew such a powerful healer. Yanzhe was shocked beyond words when he saw this scene. The sword blade is hanging in the air? This skill is sword control? But this skill is a late-stage skill for sword masters. How come Su Ming has learned it now? For a moment, he had thousands of questions in his mind. His face was filled with pain. He covered his chest and struggled to sit up. It was only a few centimeters off, and his heart would have been pierced. It can be said that he had a lucky chance to survive. Then, he saw Jiang Yunqing raising his hand in the air. It actually healed his wounds slowly. He looked shocked. Can this therapist treat two people at the same time? Impossible. Only a soul healer of level 1 or above can have this kind of healing efficiency in the early stages. At this time, Chen Wang had already adjusted his body shape. He looked at Su Ming with a solemn look in his eyes. All the arrogance and disdain were restrained, because he found that he had met a real opponent. Just now, he took Su Ming's sword-controlling skill head-on. The power of that sword was something he could never forget. He slowly raised his weapon. I saw a gap appear on the blade. Chapter 26. Such a weak sword, crushing everything. A hint of coldness appeared in Chen Wang's eyes. His sword is a gold-level weapon. How much terrifying strength and powerful skills are needed to be able to make a notch in his knife? What he didn't know was that Su Ming's black steel sword was only a silver-quality weapon. Using low-quality weapons to damage high-quality weapons across levels requires even more skills and attributes to crush them. If he knew this fact, Chen Wang would be even more shocked. Are you the 10-star swordsman from Xinjing No. 1 Middle School, Su Ming? I have to admit that your strength is beyond my expectations. His eyes were fixed on Su Ming. The energy in his body was no longer concealed and exploded. A knife madman. He is already level 13, and looking at the entire dungeon, he is currently ranked first. He was filled with murderous intent and raised his knife suddenly. In this dungeon, you are the only one worthy of being my opponent. But that's all. You will die by my sword. He grinned grimly and pointed the tip of his knife at Su Ming, challenging him to a fight. Swordmaster, not strong in close combat in the early stage. As long as he can get close to Su Ming, he can kill him. Therefore, Chen Wang was not afraid at all and took action directly. His blade flashed with a cold, blood-red light. The whole person flew away. Su Ming, be careful, Ji Yao said with a worried look on her face. In the distance, Yanzhe, who was sitting under a tree, was also staring at this scene. He looked nervous and was not optimistic about this battle. Although Su Ming came to the rescue, he was just a swordsman. The combat effectiveness in the early stage can never be compared with that of the knife maniac. So both of them were filled with pessimism. Now they are seriously injured and unable to help. They can only watch the battle. Su Ming looked at the knife with a calm expression. What a weak knife. He sighed sincerely. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience looked slightly shocked. Facing the 10-star genius from Wuyang City, weren't Su Ming's words a bit too arrogant? Chen Wang's eyes suddenly became gloomy. His eyelids twitched twice. Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Who dares to provoke him like this? This is simply seeking death. Along the way, he killed people like crazy, slaughtering students from several cities and major universities as if they were wild monsters. He thinks he is invincible. A mere swordsman could not possibly hinder his hunting. Su Ming's words obviously angered him. He attacked with all his strength. The knife was carried with an unstoppable momentum and slashed out with a loud bang. I will kill you with one blow, so that you, a little swordsman, will face the reality. His voice was cold and he spoke through gritted teeth. Facing the full-strength sword attack from the sword maniac, Su Ming was as steady as a rock. He neither avoided nor hid, but stood still, unmoved. He had no expression on his face and slowly raised his hand. He grabbed the black steel sword that was floating beside him. The next moment, thunder flashed. Violent lightning, raging and raging. The mysterious sound of swords echoed all around. Looking at this scene, Chen Wang grinned grimly. Humph, stupid dog, as a sword master. You don't keep your distance, but choose to fight me in close combat. It's just courting death. The swordmaster is a profession that practices both long-range and short-range attacks. If you want to win, you must take advantage of the long-range attack. Su Ming, however, chose to engage in close combat. And in close combat, how could he possibly be a match for the knife maniac? Chen Wang had already sentenced Su Ming to death in his heart. But the next moment, his expression froze. Because Su Ming really drew his sword. Buzz. In an instant, Su Ming slashed out with his sword. The figure turned into a ray of lightning, leaving a dazzling sword mark in the air. Quick. Almost there. Original sword body, 10 times the power, 10 times the speed. It's a complete crush. With the same realm and talent, it is impossible to resist. Chen Wang didn't know that the person he was facing was not a swordsman at all, but the sword god. Chen Wang looked horrified and hadn't reacted yet. The next moment, Su Ming was already in close combat with him. Bang! A loud noise was heard. The knife in his hand broke directly in the middle and broke into 2 pieces. It was cut off by Su Ming's sword. Then a huge scar appeared on his chest. Su Ming's sword directly tore open his chest. The sword energy penetrates the body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. What kind of sword is this? So fast that even his eyes couldn't catch it. Extreme shock appeared in his eyes. He flew backwards and hit the ground hard. Blood spurted into the sky, gushing out from his chest. His health dropped to the bottom almost instantly. It can be said to be devastating. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was petrified. Ji Yao and Yinze both had dazed and even dull looks in their eyes. How is that possible? Isn't Su Ming a sword master? How could his close combat ability be so terrifying? Zhang Yunqing was not surprised by this scene. She had already witnessed Su Ming's terrifying strength. Along the way, even if it was a tide of beasts, Su Ming could slaughter them easily. Chen Wang fell to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to his feet and raised the knife unsteadily. But he found that his weapon was completely broken. He took a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. How is it possible? Su Ming walked towards him slowly, with frost in his eyes. How is it impossible? He asked back. The real murderous look is cold and calm. Looking at this look, Chen Wang felt something for the first time. Fear. This was an emotion he had never felt before. In front of Su Ming, his murderous aura was like child's play. This look is the look of a killer. Su Ming walked over with a sword in hand, his face cold. Chen Wang seriously injured Ji Yao. Just for this reason, he must die. On the sword in Su Ming's hand, azure arcs of lightning flickered and surged. With the next sword, this Li Daoquang will be killed. Chen Wang slowly stepped back with his hair disheveled. There was still some disbelief in his eyes, and he couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. He was defeated with just one move. This really crushed his self-confidence and pride to the ground. He refused to accept it and took out a bottle of red healing potion from his personal space. Drink it down in one gulp. His injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his physical strength also recovered. Impossible. That move of yours must have consumed a lot of energy and cannot be used again. Yes, you must want to use this sword to shock me. I can't lose. He roared and charged again with his broken sword. He activated his strongest skill. Rainforest Swift Sword, Silver Lower Grade Sword Skill. The sword force is like rain, continuous and endless. His knife turned into a cold blood-red light and struck forward like raindrops. Su Ming remained expressionless. He sheathed his sword. Draw the sword and urge it on. Su Ming slashed out a long scar, and his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed out suddenly. This sword was surrounded by lightning. The remaining blade in Chen Wang's hand was chopped into pieces. This sword is faster, incomparably faster. The power is more terrifying than the previous sword. When seeing this sword, Chen Wang's eyes seemed to be filled with raging waves, and he was shocked to the extreme. There is actually a more powerful sword? Why is this Su Ming so strong? I really am no match for him. This shattered his worldview. The next moment, phew. Su Ming's sword had already slashed towards his throat. He raised the hilt of his knife in a panic to block the sword. Brush. Su Ming's sword chopped his hand into pieces. The handle of the knife was broken into pieces. However, although he barely blocked the sword, but Su Ming's suit effect was triggered. Shadow Slash. When you activate a sword skill, there is a 60% chance of spawning a shadow, causing an additional slash. The power of this slash is equal to your normal attack. I saw an afterimage that looked exactly like Su Ming, emerging behind him like ink, almost overlapping. The shadow held an ink sword and slashed forward suddenly. Brush. This sword does not cause physical damage. It's dark attribute damage. The sword blade swept across Li Chengwang's throat. Blood was flowing, and he was completely defeated. Li Chengwang knelt heavily on his knees. He was completely unable to fight anymore. No, this is impossible. I didn't lose. He murmured hoarsely with trembling lips. His face was pale, and the life in his eyes was rapidly fading. No matter what, he couldn't believe the fact that he had lost. I originally thought that this copy was his hunting ground, but he didn't expect that he was also a prey. Su Ming's strength shocked everyone. Chapter 27 Hidden Boss, Guardian of the Blood Lake. Su Ming stared down at him with calm eyes. In fact, his sword-wielding strike at the beginning could have killed Li Chengwang instantly. But at that time, Ji Yao was right in front of Li Chengwang, and the distance was too close. In order not to hurt Ji Yao, Su Ming chose to just resist his attack. And at this moment, Su Ming truly revealed his terrifying strength. The #1 genius in Wuyang City, a 10-star swordsman, that's it? Su Ming said coldly. These words seemed to hurt truly. Li Chengwang's eyes trembled as if struck by lightning. Then, Su Ming slashed out with his sword. This sword was aimed at Li Chengwang's head, to kill him completely. Buzz. At this moment, a blue light flashed. A barrier flashed up beside Li Chengwang. Like water, it engulfed and enveloped him. Afterwards, Li Chengwang was teleported away directly. The figure disappeared. Su Ming's killing sword failed to hit the target. He looked at the empty ground with a serious look in his eyes. TSK, a life-saving accessory? He escaped. This type of protective equipment, which combines a protective barrier with teleportation, is basically disposable. It is expensive, usually requiring tens or even millions of advent coins to produce. It seems that Wuyang City has also invested a huge amount of money to protect this genius. Next time, even 10 life-saving equipment won't be able to save you. Su Ming sheathed his sword and spoke in a concentrated voice. As long as the speed of the sword is fast enough, the life-saving equipment will not even have time to take effect. Su Ming was confident that he would be able to improve his strength to that level when he met Li Chengwang next time. It's possible that I'll never see him again. After this battle, Li Chengwang's heart had already been shattered. His hands were broken by Su Ming, and it would be difficult to heal them in a short period of time. Dignity, heart, and pride were all completely crushed by Su Ming. This is absolutely a devastating blow to a genius. There is a high possibility that Li Chengwang will never recover and may even need treatment from a psychiatrist. Su Ming turned around and looked at Ji Yao and the others. Are you okay? He asked Ji Yao and Yin Zhe with concern. No, I'm fine. Thank you. Yin Zhe was stunned for a moment before answering slowly. His injuries have been healed by Jiang Yunqing by 50% and are basically no longer life-threatening. Ji Yao's eyes also turned red. She rushed forward and hugged Su Ming. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yunqing curled her lips. Humph, I didn't expect someone had already gotten there first. No wonder he was so cold to me. But she did not lose heart. As the saying goes, if you use the hoe well, there is no corner that you can't dig down. Su Ming, you just... How can he be so strong? Ji Yao was still a little shocked, she said. Su Ming shrugged. He is too weak. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. Li Chengwang is still weak? Then who in this world can be called a genius? But the group didn't chat for too long, because in front of us, in the center of the blood-colored lake, a huge whirlpool appeared. The next moment, a knight in blood-red armor jumped out. He is several meters tall and looks like a giant. The burly body was covered in armor that shone with cold light. He walked on the water, stepped on the lake water, and ran towards the shore. The terrifying pressure is approaching at a rapid speed. Warning, hidden appearance. Warning, hidden appearance. Seeing this warning, everyone's face was horrified. Su Ming, let's retreat quickly. It's very hidden. It's too dangerous. Yin Zhe was a little surprised and suggested. No. Su Ming stood where he was, his face calm. Ji Yao, you and Yin Zhe go first. Jiang Yunqing and I will challenge hidden here. That was what he had originally planned. Seeing Su Ming's determined gaze, Ji Yao did not leave. I'll challenge you, she said without hesitation. Yin Zhe, who was standing aside, was also silent for a moment. Afterwards, he could only let out a helpless sigh. Alas, if I run away now, it would seem a bit cowardly. You are all so courageous. I have no choice but to stay and fight. Although the challenge is very dangerous, the rewards are also very good. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Ji Yao and Yin Zhe apply to join the team. Agree. Su Ming did not refuse too much. It was not in the plan to let Ji Yao and Yin Zhe join the team. But people have to learn to adapt to circumstances. With 2 more people, the probability of success will indeed be higher. I saw the blood-armored knight walking on the water. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and he seemed to be filled with rage. In his hand, he held a huge, thick sword. The sword is as big as a person. Anyone who sees it will be confused. Intruders must die. He roared and leapt onto the shore in one step. The broad and huge sword smashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. Then he immediately scanned the information. Hidden Blood Lake Guardian. Red Armor Death Knight. Level 19. Strength 301 points. Physique 250 points. Agility 102 points. Spirit 102 points. Lucky 10 points. Skills: Heavy Armor Mastery, Thick Blade to Cut Horse, Roaring Water and Gathering Blades, Blood-Sucking, Thick Blade Rush Wave, Tight Skin. This terrifying attribute made him slightly shocked. It was far beyond his expectations. In his previous life, Su Ming had never seen this hidden beast with his own eyes. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt how horrified it was. The attributes of the Red Armor Death Knight far exceed those of the novice copy. It can even be compared to the shoulder-level copies. If an ordinary newcomer encounters this situation, it's basically a dead end. If Su Ming had known earlier that this creature was so terrifying, he would probably have considered whether to challenge it. But now the matter is settled, and there is no going back. Su Ming put his hand together and pointed the sword, his mind moving slightly. Whoosh! The black steel sword behind him floated up on its own. The pitch-black sword edge flashed with cold light and hovered in the air. Sword controlling skill, controlling the sword and fighting the enemy in mid-air. The tip of the black steel sword suddenly pointed at the red-armored Death Knight and flew away. Clang! The red-armored Death Knight roared and swung out with his sword. The thick, giant sword carries extremely terrifying inertial potential energy. The black steel sword was smashed and flew out, stuck in the ground. But the next moment, the sword blade trembled and floated up again, continuing to slash forward. Under Su Ming's control of his mind, the black steel sword was like an indestructible cockroach. He kept flying over, fighting against the red-armored Death Knight, dealing with him and blocking his giant sword. At the same time, Su Ming raised his hand and clenched it. A long sword as black as ink rose from his shadow and fell into the palm of his hand. Platinum-level weapon, Shadow Sword. Ji Yao and Yin Zhe were both a little surprised to see the way the sword appeared. This sword doesn't even have a physical blade. The edge of the sword looks like a shadow extending out, very illusory. Su Ming actually has this kind of weapon. It seems he has a good chance. Yin Zhe retreated quickly, drawing his bow and drawing an arrow. He is a long-range output and must cover Su Ming from behind. There were not many arrows left in his quiver because he had just fought with Chen Wang and used up too many arrows. But he just pulled out his novice short knife, cut off 2 branches and dropped them in front of him. Then he raised his hand and shook it. All the branches turned into brand new arrows and flew into his quiver. This is the ranger's exclusive skill, making arrows from materials. Any material in the wild can be transformed into arrows. The stronger the material, the more powerful the arrow will be. With the arrow, Yin Zhe immediately half-knelt on the ground, his eyes like an eagle, locking onto the red-armored Death Knight. Draw your bow and draw your arrow. The tracking arrow shoots out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrow flew away without a trace. But the hits on the body had little effect. These arrows are like toothpicks to the huge red-armored Death Knight. Moreover, he was covered in heavy armor. So this kind of sharp weapon had little effect and could not even penetrate his defense, and the arrow would shatter. Ji Yao rushed to Su Ming's side and chanted a spell. 2 undead skeleton soldiers suddenly emerged from the dark magic circle. They raised their bone swords and rushed towards him fearlessly. However, they were too fragile and could not withstand a single blow from the heavy sword and were shattered into pieces. Zhang Yunqing looked solemn and a little nervous. She is not an offensive profession, so her best choice is to assist from the back. She quickly ran to a tree behind, raised her hands, and provided buffs to the 3 people. Blocking buff, bronze designate a teammate, and use your mental power to continuously increase his blocking probability. She immediately activated this skill, increasing Su Ming's blocking probability. Su Ming looked at this scene and felt calm. These 3 teammates cannot play a decisive role on the battlefield, but they are all working hard to output. It can still slow down the action to a certain extent. As long as it can cause some obstacles, Su Ming's requirements are not high. He knew that he was the main output. He held the shadow sword in his hand, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Hiding is awesome, isn't it? What I killed today was hidden. Chapter 28 New Sword Skill. Heavy Rain Sword. The sword blade flashed a cold light of dark attribute. Su Ming took action. He held the shadow sword in his hand and took strange steps. He actually took the initiative to approach the red-armored Death Knight. The way he fought didn't look like a swordsman at all. Instead, he looked like a vicious killer. The moves are tricky and the movements are graceful. These are the fighting skills he had honed through countless life and death experiences in his previous life. Not any skill, but his combat experience. Intruder, leave the blood lake. Get out of here. The red-armored Death Knight roared and swung the great sword in his hand. Su Ming ignored him and directly activated the Thunder Sword technique. The azure light of thunder flows and extends. He leaned sideways and stabbed straight forward to confront him head-on. This sword actually stopped the attack steadily. The huge stone sword was actually blocked by such a small shadow sword, and it couldn't move forward. At this moment, Su Ming was still activating his sword-controlling skills. In midair, the black steel sword danced and slashed across. The red-armored Death Knight was furious and could only pull back the stone sword to resist the harassment from the black steel sword. He moved swiftly, swung the broad stone sword, and knocked the black steel sword away. Su Ming took advantage of the victory and pursued him, not giving him a chance to breathe. He held the shadow sword in his hand and slashed wildly. The black steel sword flew in the air, assisting in the attack. His attack was like raindrops. The sword in his hand slashed at an extremely fast speed. The sound of violent thunder exploding was deafening, and white smoke was rising in the air around. Two swords, attacking at the same time. The black steel sword danced around like an agile killing weapon, constantly launching harassing attacks. The shadow sword has dark attribute damage, which the stone sword cannot resist. The moment Su Ming swung the sword, the blade seemed illusory and passed by the block, and directly slashed on his shadow. For a moment, the red-armored Death Knights were unable to withstand the attack and were defeated one after another. His huge body kept retreating. The affix effect of Shadow Sword, Spirit Drain, is now effective. The mental power is constantly dissipating, which is equivalent to the blue bar being worn out. A lot of stone chips were shaken off his huge stone sword. There were also some scratches on the armor. There's a chance. Ji Yao's eyes lit up and she was very excited. Su Ming was too powerful, and even hidden was defeated. Come on. She cheered Su Ming on and at the same time summoned another skeleton, which rushed behind him and launched a sneak attack. There was murderous intent in Yinzei's eyes. Draw your bow and draw your arrow. Demon Sealing Arrow, skill activated. A huge arrow, like flowing mercury, shot out. It pierced directly into the eye socket, where there was no armor to defend against. This attack had a miraculous effect. For a moment, all skills were sealed and he could not activate any skills. Ji Yao's skeleton took the opportunity to slash wildly from behind. The bone sword stabbed straight in, causing the tiger's body to tremble. Then it became furious and turned around with the sword. The skull was chopped into pieces. After all, Ji Yao didn't have much physical strength, and the skeleton she summoned also seemed a little weak. But more or less, the power has been reduced. Su Ming's advantage is even greater. The red-armored Death Knight let out a painful roar and took a few steps back. Very good. We will definitely win if we keep going like this. There was a gleam in Yinzei's eyes. He continued to shoot arrows. Arrows flew past like raindrops. In front of him, Su Ming's expression remained as calm as water. This is different from everyone's optimistic assessment of the situation. There was always a gloom in his heart. No. The blood is too thick. The defense is too strong, and the fine steel armor is also extremely hard. I'm just scraping myself. Up to now, the blood volume has only dropped by about 10. Yinzei's demon sealing arrows are indeed very effective, but they cannot be used continuously. After the effect of this arrow wears off, he will be completely enraged. As expected, the next moment, the effect of the sealing skill disappeared. The red-armored Death Knight was shaking with anger, and the giant sword emitted a bright blood-red light. Any intruder must die. Having guarded this forest for hundreds of years, his strength is unquestionable and he is the king of this copy. He swung the sword and activated his skills. Boom. A terrifying shock wave gushed out from his blade. Su Ming quickly swung his sword to block. Bang. The terrifying power attribute took effect and directly knocked Su Ming flying backwards. Even a large area of grass on the ground was smashed and flew out with its roots. The dust was flying. Su Ming frowned, adjusted his posture, and managed to stand firm. He was already covered in dust and dirt. This hidden one is a level 19 monster after all. The level difference is too big. He thought to himself. Although Su Ming is already level 14, he is undoubtedly the fastest leveling up among the novices. But in front of this red-armored Death Knight, it is still too low. This one, whether its attributes or skills, is incredibly powerful. Fortunately, I have the original sword body, which increases the speed and power of all my sword techniques tenfold. Otherwise, Su Ming would have been killed instantly. Even for ordinary dungeons, more than 10 teams are needed, and it takes a long time to kill the enemy. What's more, there are only 4 people here with Su Ming. Therefore, the blood volume drops very slowly. Su Ming also fought very hard, but he never thought of giving up. He took deep breaths and adjusted his physical exertion as much as possible. Then he concentrated his mind and activated the Thunder Sword technique. Continue to rush forward and swing the sword violently at close range. Su Ming's swordsmanship was extremely flexible. Moreover, the set effect can be triggered from time to time. A pitch-black shadow separated from his body and suddenly slashed out with a few swords. Shadow Slash. When you activate a sword skill, there is a 60% chance of spawning a shadow, causing an additional slash. The power of this slash is equal to your normal attack. As long as the sword is swung fast enough, the probability of triggering the shadow slash effect can be infinitely increased. So Su Ming knew that he had to attack instead of defend in order to have a chance of winning. The speed at which he swung his sword became faster and faster, and more fierce. It's just like a gust of wind and thunder. Gradually, he felt that he had comprehended a new sword skill. Learn new skills. Continuous Rain Sword, mid-grade silver, proficiency, 0. The sword's power is like a torrential rain, continuous and uninterrupted. It can launch a large number of attacks in a short period of time and win by speed. In an instant, Su Ming's sword power became more powerful. As long as you persist in using the weapons of your profession and gradually achieve proficiency, you will occasionally comprehend new skills. Su Ming got a silver skill. If you are a practitioner of other professions, the newly acquired skills basically start from bronze level. And he was at the silver level when he first arrived. This sword technique is indeed violent, with a large number of strikes. The equipment's Shadow Slash effect is triggered crazily. The inky shadow followed Su Ming's swordsmanship and also launched a violent attack. At this time, the speed at which the blood volume decreased also increased. After a few minutes, his health was less than 60. Okay, at this rate, we'll definitely win. At the back of the battlefield, Jang Yunqing, who was in charge of assisting, clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Very good." Yin Zhe narrowed his eyes, took aim, and continued shooting arrows. But the next moment, roar! The red-armored Death Knight let out a roar. As he took a step, a huge shock wave spread out, forcing Su Ming back briefly. Then he smashed it. The huge, thick-bladed stone sword shattered. To be precise, the outer stone shell collapsed. The big blade was revealed. This giant sword seems to be made of flesh and blood, and is covered with red barbs. This is the real weapon. It can even be said to be a new form. Then, he attacked Su Ming with the blood sword. Under the armor, his head could be vaguely seen. It was a mass of rotten flesh with only 2 pairs of rotten eyes emitting light. His face was angry and already filled with murderous intent. Both his speed and strength have improved. Su Ming raised his sword to block. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Ming suddenly flew backwards. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, his face cold. Phase 2. He was not afraid at all. Instead, a somewhat crazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The stronger you are, the better the rewards. At this moment, his heart was full of anticipation. Chapter 29. Killing the boss, shocking the entire server. Jang Yunqing saw that Su Ming was injured and hurried to treat him. But she had previously consumed a lot of energy healing Yin Zhe and Ji Yao's injuries. Her remaining mental strength and the soul power she drew from the corpse were not much. If there is not enough remaining physical strength, the treatment effect will naturally not be strong enough. Although she was anxious, she had no other choice for the time being. Su Ming was also aware of this. In order to recover faster, he simply took out a bottle of healing potion from his personal space and drank it in one gulp. This bottle of potion can instantly heal some injuries, and then slowly heal the remaining injuries. After his injuries were almost healed, Su Ming regained his spirit and threw himself into the battle. He looked intently, with a cold light in his eyes. It is actually a good thing that the second stage is revealed. It means being really pissed off. I saw the red-armored Death Knight waving a huge sword and rushing towards me violently. He activated a very ferocious skill, Thick Blade to Cut Horse. He raised his broad, blood-red sword high above his head. He took a step forward and rushed towards Su Ming. The blade flashed red. Its power was self-evident. Cracks appeared on the ground wherever the feet stepped. You can imagine how powerful it was. Su Ming's mind moved slightly, and he mobilized the black steel sword in the air to fly forward, trying to block the sword. However, the black steel sword was bounced away the moment it made contact. The giant sword was filled with terrifying inertia and enormous potential energy. I'm afraid he's very strong. The tip of the sword even emitted a blood-red light and flew towards Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he put the shadow sword back into its sheath. He stepped forward. He actually took the initiative to rush towards the sword. He is simply fearless and courageous. He wants to use the sword-drawing skill to confront head-on. Under normal circumstances, the red-armored Death Knight's movements are not large, and the armor can completely cover his body. The thick steel armor can reduce most attacks to mere scratches. But when it uses the skill Thick Blade to Cut Horse, its movements will be stiff, making it difficult to completely block all attacks. At this moment, he was raising his hands high, and the flesh and blood were exposed at the joints of the armor. Su Ming must seize this opportunity and inflict the greatest damage on it. Although the risks are great, the rewards are equally significant. His body turned into a stream of light, and the sword slashed across the air. Brush. This sword is extremely fast. Draw the sword and use the flash skill with all your strength. The terrifying sword mark turned into a flash of light, lingering in the air. The sword made a sound of breaking through the air. Su Ming passed directly over the body. The azure sword mark accurately hit the gap in the armor on his arm. Phew! Dark yellow blood spurted out like pus. The amount of blood was instantly reduced by half. However, Su Ming did not suffer any injuries, because at that moment, he activated the Hidden God Step. The ultimate footwork that was not a choice was used. The moment it was activated, Su Ming seemed to disappear, and his body even seemed to have no substance, and he passed directly through the sword blade. The red-armored Death Knight's voice was trembling, and he was furious. His body was covered in scars, his face was distorted, and his whole body began to make crackling sounds. The flesh and blood sword in his hand began to change shape. Finally, a sledgehammer was formed. The voice was distorted and let out a howling scream, launching a final attack on Su Ming. Behind it, the blood lake seemed to be boiling, and the water began to form huge waves, rising up into the sky. Countless blood-red lake water condensed into the shape of a sword blade, dancing along with the giant hammer in his hand. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. He knew that this was his strongest skill, roaring water gathering blades. While swinging the weapon, a large amount of lake water was drawn in, forming a bloody flying knife that attacked and killed Su Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of bloody flying blades gathered together and shot out. There were countless traces of blood in the air. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and his movements at that moment were extremely cautious. He directly activated his fastest skill, Heavy Rain Sword. Suddenly, the shadow sword in his hand slashed out countless jet black sword lights. Those flying knives formed by blood were cut into pieces by Su Ming. At the same time, Su Ming was also activating the black steel sword, which was floating beside him, slicing and blocking the flying knives. But there are too many bloody flying knives. This was originally a group attack skill, more than enough to kill a dozen players. No matter how strong Su Ming is, how can he possibly resist them all by himself? The number of flying knives increased, and gradually Su Ming felt a little overwhelmed. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and growled. Su Ming's figure was vague, and he was ready to activate the Hidden Divine Step again to avoid the attack by force. But in this way, his mental energy consumption would be terrifying. In a battle, Su Ming could only activate the Hidden Divine Step for 1 or 2 moments at most. Once it is used up now, my mental strength will run out and subsequent battles will become extremely difficult. Fortunately, at this time, more than a dozen arrows shot over. It's Yinze. He is also a ranger with 9-star talent, and his arrows are very powerful and accurate. Those arrows broke many bloody flying knives, relieving Su Ming's pressure. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not use the hidden god step. He can save this precious mental energy for the final blow. He rushed forward quickly while swinging his sword with the torrential rain. At this moment, lightning flashed on the blade in his hand. At the same time, he took a step forward. The black steel sword flying in the air also fell into his hands. Su Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he no longer held back. Holding the black steel sword in his left hand, he performed the thunder sword technique. He held the shadow flow longsword in his right hand and performed the sword draw flash. Two mid-level silver sword techniques were activated at the same time. Buzz. The deafening sound of swords echoed throughout the surroundings. A gully appeared on the ground. Su Ming's figure turned into a dazzling sword of lightning and flashed across in an instant. Phew. Slash with two swords. Directly chopped the red-armored Death Knight's helmet into pieces. Its head was completely exposed to the world. It was an extremely ugly tumor, covered with dead wood and rotten flesh. It turns out that this red-armored knight is just an innocent soul who has been stationed here based on a last wish. The body is rotten. Fundamentally speaking, there is no essential difference between it and the monsters summoned by the undead summoner. Its eyes were blank and it knelt on the ground. Pus-yellow blood gushed out, like the blood in a rotting corpse, merging into one with the blood lake behind him. Su Ming, successfully killed. At this moment, a message sounded on the world channel. Notice, hidden death. A swordsman player killed the hidden one. The copy begins to be settled. Congratulations to all players. Prepare to return home in triumph. In an instant, a voice resounded in the minds of all players in this copy. In an instant, the discussion exploded like a super bomb. No. Impossible. Hide. How is that possible? What the hell is hiding? We haven't even found a normal shadow yet, and he killed the one who was hiding? The first person to be killed seems to be a swordsman as well. Could it be the same person? Damn it, this kid is cheating, right? Shit, we haven't even leveled up much, and this dungeon has only been going on for a dozen hours from the beginning. This speed is simply outrageous. The discussion was endless. Normally, it takes several days and nights to find a location for a novice dungeon, and then dozens of players gather their strength to challenge it. Even if more than a dozen teams challenge together, it will take a long time to kill them. And only a dozen hours have passed since the beginning of the dungeon. Who the hell is that guy? For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Soon, the world rules began to settle. Player, Li Guangran, killed 3 passionate mad rabbits and 1 bloodthirsty reverse-feathered chicken. In total, he killed 410,000 races coins. Player, Songju, killed a hairless clawcat and obtained 150 myriad races coins. Player, Zhang Xiaoyu, kill. Player. The discussion is getting more and more intense. Because at this time, the players no longer even care about their own scores, but are more concerned about who the killer is. Shit, I only got 600 myriad races coins, and my level has only risen to level 4. I can't even face anyone when I go out. Alas, he was doing a speed run, and we had to settle the dungeon with him. It was so uncomfortable. Stop barking like dogs. Even if that sword-controlling lord doesn't speed up, you won't be able to level up a few levels. You may even die at the hands of monsters. Yes, this dungeon is full of dangers. We may be killed by monsters at any time. Since the big guys can clear the game quickly, we can actually benefit from it. We don't have to take any risks and can clear the game without any hassle. But he's a little too fast. Since we can't level up, we can only go to the dangerous area outside the city and challenge the beasts. Sigh. The world channel is in chaos. At this time, the copy is somewhere. A man holding a long-handled purple crystal hammer and wearing luxurious golden armor had an extremely ugly expression on his face. It's Zhang Tang. Behind him, there were several of the strongest new masters, forming an absolutely elite team. Everyone looked grim. These team members are bodyguards arranged for him by the family. This is a team composed entirely of geniuses above 8 stars. Moreover, Zhang Tang was wearing gold-level equipment all over his body. Before entering the dungeon, his family had already given him this set of equipment. So his start is definitely faster than everyone else. His tactics after entering the dungeon were also very simple. Go straight to the first place. He searched the entire map, ready to complete the kill, and became the first in one fell swoop. If you pass the first novice copy, you will be rewarded with the power of blood, which is something you can only encounter by chance. So he basically didn't kill any monsters and was always looking for the location of the world. However, Before he could even find his shadow, someone had already taken down the hidden person. The copy was settled directly, and he was forced to settle and exit the copy. It can be said that his rhythm was completely disrupted. Originally, he had absolute confidence that he could surpass that knife maniacally Chen Wang. Although he only has an 8-star talent, he has the Jang family's background. But now, it's hanging. The plan was completely ruined. He was furious. Damn it. How is that possible? Who on earth is it? His voice was trembling. At the same time, there was something in his mind that made him irritated and confused. Since last night, I haven't been able to contact Ren Xiaoman. What exactly happened? Su Ming had no time to read the discussions on the World Channel. Now, the sound of settlement continued to ring in his mind. Kill hidden. Red Armor Death Knight. All team members. Experience points. Su Ming directly advanced 2 levels and reached level 16. Zhang Yunqing, level 13. Yanzhe, level 12, almost level 13. Jiyao is even more terrifying, rising from level 7 to level 10, a direct increase of 3 levels. If the first mission hadn't been stuck, she might have been able to continue to level up. Yanzhe also completed the first level mission, killed a monster above the elite level, and even leveled up by 2 levels. This amount of experience points is terrifying. Ji Yao and Yanzhe were both stunned. Successfully. But how come there are so many experience points? Ji Yao was very surprised. It is impossible for a 4-man team to gain so much experience just by killing so many people. At this time, Zhang Yunqing ran out with a slight smile. My skill, Soul Enhancement, can double the experience gained by everyone in the team. When these words were spoken, Yanzhe was shocked. This skill is at least platinum level. This was only the novice copy period, but Zhang Yunqing had already learned it. It's really different with a consortium family behind me. He attributed the credit to the Jiang'an group. But Yanzhe missed the most important point. That is, before entering the dungeon, novices are all level 1. Level, the strongest item that can be equipped, limited to gold level. It was impossible for her to obtain the family's platinum level skill scroll before entering the dungeon. Under normal circumstances, only certain artifacts will have no level restrictions. Jiao was also slow to come back to her senses. Her level had increased too much. Su Ming's face was calm as he walked slowly forward to the body. I saw a large number of items exploded here. Chapter 30 Copy Settlement. Skyfalling Sword Tomb. Skyfall Stone Sword Skill Scroll. Platinum Low-Grade Sword Skill. Rotten Heart Necklace. Low Platinum. Blood Lake Corpse Soldier Summoning Technique. Golden Top Grade Skill Scroll. Death Rattle Bone Bow. Platinum Low Grade. 10,000 Races Coins 10,000. They are basically platinum level rewards. As the captain, Su Ming has the right to make allocations. He didn't think for too long and immediately distributed the coins of all races in equal amounts. After all, everyone contributed. 10,000 per person. The 10,000 Races coin is a currency based on world rules. It can be used not only on Blue Star, but also in dungeons and 10,000 world stores. This is the most liquid god-level currency in the world. In the Wanja store, you can buy everything you can think of. Rare bloodline, ancient mythical beasts, ancient talents, extraordinary skills. There are so many, everything you can think of. It can be said that the Wanzu coin is the universal currency of this world, distributed by world rules, precious and rare. At the same time, the 10,000 Races coin can also be exchanged for the Advent coin used for internal transactions among humans on the blue planet at an exchange rate of 1 to 10. Advent coins can also be converted back into all Races coins at a 10-to-1 ratio. Afterwards, Su Ming used his talent, sublimation of all things, to upgrade all the spoils. Sublimation successful. Skyfall Sword Tomb Skill Scroll, Platinum Mid-Grade Sword Skill. Heart and Soul Necklace, Medium Platinum. Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique, Platinum Top Grade Skill Scroll. Spirit Suppressing and Corruption Absorbing Bow, Medium Platinum Grade. Almost all of them have been upgraded to mid-grade Platinum. This item, Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique, has been upgraded to the highest grade Platinum. It was originally only at the gold level, but it was upgraded to Platinum in one fell swoop, which was the biggest improvement among them. Millions of Advent coins can be sold easily. Su Ming looked solemn as he scanned the information of these things. Heart and Soul Necklace. The effect is very powerful. It can increase the upper limit of soul power storage and absorption efficiency. The so-called soul power is a kind of professional resource, equivalent to a blue bar. Take Ji Yao and Zhang Yunqing as examples. Their professions are one is a necromancer summoner and the other is a soul healer. Their skills all require soul power to unleash their full power. Soul power can only be obtained by absorbing corpses on the battlefield. Su Ming directly assigned the necklace to Jiang Yunqing. She is a healer and needs to continuously consume soul power, so this necklace is most effective for her. Although Ji Yao also needs to use soul power, she mainly relies on summoned creatures to fight. As long as she summons a monster, her own soul power consumption is very little. Although Su Ming favors Ji Yao, he also knows the principle of making the best use of things. Now, several people have temporarily formed a team. They must be responsible and not act recklessly. Of course, there should be no bias in resource allocation. Afterwards, Su Ming gave Ji Yao the Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique, Platinum Top-Grade Skill Scroll. This skill could only be used by her profession, so Su Ming naturally gave it to her. Once you learn this skill, you can summon a Blood Armored Death Knight. That's right, the Blood Armored Undead Knight that is exactly the same as the hidden one. Of course, the combat power of one's own summoned creatures could never match that of others. The levels are very high, and there are special bonuses and attributes. Of course, the ones summoned by players are not that powerful. After all, whitewashing is 3 points weaker. But it should not be underestimated. Once summoned, this knight will be able to crush most monsters and players of the same level. Pushing through the copy is not a problem. As Ji Yao's strength increases, the summons will become stronger and stronger. Someday, it will be possible to surpass the real one. As long as she can reach the 4th level, the combat effectiveness of the summoned Blood Armor Knight will be comparable to that of the real one. If she improves her proficiency in this skill, she can continue to evolve. The next level should be the Blood Crown King Sword Guardian, in the Blood Lake Undead Summon branch. This is a higher level Sword Guardian Knight. In the background is one of the twin swords that guard the king. His combat power is extremely violent, and his level has even reached diamond level. And most importantly, this skill scroll has no level limit. Most of the skill scrolls require reaching a certain level before they can be learned. Silver skills require level 10. Gold skills require level 20. Platinum requires level 30 or above. But after Su Ming upgraded this scroll using his talent for sublimating all things, the effect changed and there was no level restriction anymore. This allows Ji Yao to learn this skill now. Of course, the sublimation of all things does not completely eliminate level restrictions. These are all random. Ji Yao took the scroll and crushed it suddenly. She was shocked that she had actually learned this skill directly. Even if you have a 10-star talent, the skills you learn in the early stages have to start from the bronze level. Even someone as talented as Chen Wang, the sword maniac from Wuyang City, his strongest sword technique is only of lower silver grade. For most people, mastering skills is a gradual process. Upgrading gradually from bronze to silver to gold is the route for most people. Ji Yao, who is level 10, has learned platinum level skills before even completing her first level mission. If this were to be told to others, it would definitely shock people. After all, not everyone is Su Ming's teammate. Only he has the talent to sublimate all things. Afterwards, Su Ming handed the Zhenling Jifu Bao to Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe is a demon hunter ranger and is very good at using this bow. Yin Zhe took the dark red longbow and looked at it carefully. Spirit suppressing and corruption absorbing bow, medium platinum grade. Level limit, 20. Professional requirements. Ranger professional who is proficient in archery. Affix corrupted arrow. When you draw your bow and put an arrow, you can transform the corpse into an arrow, which is more powerful and has an additional 50 corrosion effect. Affix, soul suppressing. Consumes mental energy to make all arrows shot with this bow have random enchantment effects. Yin Zhe's eyes trembled and his pupils flickered. His original bow was just a silver level weapon, and now it has been directly replaced with platinum. He would never have dared to think about this before. The only drawback is that there is a level restriction. He is unable to equip equipment now and needs to continue leveling up. He put away the bow and, without refusing, thanked Su Ming solemnly. Thank you, Su Ming. He looked serious and meticulous. From today on, you are my comrade in arms. He knew very well that in this battle, Su Ming had contributed the vast majority of the effort. I basically just did a little damage from the back. Su Ming was willing to assign himself such a weapon. It can be said that we have done the utmost. It is definitely Yin Zhe's luck to have such a person as a friend. Su Ming nodded and said nothing more. Then he looked at his trophy. Skyfall Sword Tomb Sword Skill, medium platinum grade. The giant sword sinks into the tomb, and it falls from the sky to suppress evil. Sword power reaches the sky, summoning a huge stone sword to fall, causing huge damage. Su Ming crushed it directly. Learn skills. Proficiency, 00000. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it. Boom. A shadow appeared in the sky, and then a huge black stone sword fell down. This stone sword is bigger than a person. It's like a huge tombstone deeply embedded in the ground. The huge stone sword tombstone was so heavy that it cracked the ground. The pitch-black sword tomb is made of material that is harder and heavier than steel. There are many spells engraved on it. Relying on weight, the monster can be crushed to death. If Cangzong was still alive, Su Ming would definitely be able to easily break his armor right from the start using this move. This is Su Ming's first platinum-level active damage skill. He is in a good mood. At this moment, he found that everyone's bodies were floating in the air. The copy has been settled, and it's time to leave. Su Ming, call me for the next copy, Yanzei said, carrying a longbow on his back. Hey, Su Ming, thank you for saving my life. We will see each other soon. Jiang Yunqing waved his hand, smiled heartily, and his figure disappeared. Jiao took a step forward, smoothed her hair, and looked at Su Ming. The next moment, her figure disappeared. Su Ming himself also entered a different space. Instant settlement in progress. Player. Su Ming. Kill 33 gray-backed wild wolves. Kill 12 dark-feathered or eating chickens. Kill 24 olms. Kill the Olm King. Defeat hidden. Behead. A large list stretches out. With crazy calculations, Su Ming's score continued to increase. In the end, it almost exploded. Travel through the area without taking any damage. Red Rock Cave. Super fast clearance. First kill in the dungeon. Perfect challenge. Final evaluation. Level. Achieved title. Rookie King. Effect. All attributes, all skill proficiency improved. Rankings being calculated. Then, a ranking list appeared in front of Su Ming. Novice copy. Number. Ranking finalized. 10th place. Berserker Sun Xiaoyang, level 7. 9th place. Planter Li Qianlong, level 8. 8th place. This is the copy leaderboard. The top 10 will receive extra rewards, and the first place will receive an even more generous reward. Su Ming's face was calm. He basically knew the ending. You must be the first. Reach level 16 in a novice instance. This is basically a level that has never been seen before and will never be surpassed. At this moment, it's not just Su Ming, and it's not just the players in the copy. Even on the blue planet outside, there are countless people who are looking forward to and paying attention to this ranking. At this moment, all the leaders of Xinjing No. 1 Middle School were looking at the ranking list intently. What's going on? This year, the 144th Novice Dungeon has finished so quickly, in less than a day. Why did the settlement start? Isn't there any problem? Several school leaders looked at the rankings in astonishment. Normally, a copy would take several days or even a week to complete. This novice copy has been open for less than 24 hours. It was a lightning-fast clearance. There is more than just rankings in front of the school leaders. There are several rows of virtual large screens around, showing the leaders of all the universities in the surrounding cities. There were dozens of people. Every year's novice copy is actually equivalent to a big competition. Teachers from colleges and universities in surrounding cities would gather together to hold meetings and observe. On one screen, a sneer was heard from a university in Wuyang City. Haha, teachers from Xinjing No. 1 Middle School, don't be too surprised. This year's dungeon was settled so quickly, all thanks to the genius of our Wuyang No. 3 Middle School, Li Chengwang. 10-star talent, the profession of knife maniac, can be said to be invincible in this session. I suggest that you, Xinjing City, cherish the last resources of this year. Because next year, I'm afraid you won't be able to secure your place in the Tianta conference, the man said with a sigh. It was the principal of Wuyang No. 3 Middle School, Xie Shulong. Once the Tianta Club's quota is cancelled, it means that this city will no longer be able to enjoy funding from the Dragon government and will no longer have resources. It will be difficult for talented students to emerge, and this will become a vicious cycle. Once you fall, there is almost no chance of rising again. Upon hearing the sarcasm from Xie Shulong, the principal of Wuyang No. 3 Middle School, the teachers of Xinjing No. 1 Middle School were all angry. But there is no way to refute it. I have to admit that Li Chengwang is really powerful. It is basically a foregone conclusion that he will take first place this year. Not only in Xinjing City, but in the 5 surrounding cities, there is no genius who can compete with him. It would be fine if he just had 10-star talent. The most terrifying thing was that his profession was a knife maniac. This is one of the most powerful hidden professions in the early stage. The fighting power is extremely violent. Wang Tingshan, however, had a calm expression. He was not angry at all because of Principal Xie Shulong's ridicule. Always calm. No matter what, We cannot lose in momentum. His eyes were calm as he spoke loudly across the screen. Principal Xie, the matter has not been concluded yet. You don't have to speak so arrogantly. The fact that the dungeon was closed so quickly this year is not necessarily due to the knife maniac in your school. There's so much talent this year. Just in the neighboring Nanmian city, there is a 9-star healer girl. The 3 high schools in Songyu City also have 8-star enchanters and many highly talented students. In our school, we also have a 9-star demon hunter, Yin Zhe, and an 8-star magic hammer warrior, Zhang Tang. Having said this, Wang Tingshan paused. And the 10-star sword master, Su Ming. Su Ming has never appeared in the rankings. So he estimated that Su Ming had either died in the copy or was hiding in the copy and did not dare to fight the monster. No matter which one it is, it means that Su Ming, as a student, has almost no future. But he still had to say it. Because Su Ming is a 10-star talent, the only child with the same talent as Chen Wang. Use him to add momentum to the school. We can lose in ranking, but we can never lose our momentum. In the past few years, any one of these kids would have deserved to be ranked first. But this year, somehow, so many top-notch talented students emerged. The competition is so fierce, and they are stronger than in previous years. It's faster to pass the customs, which is very normal. It's a bit cheap of you to be so eager to take all the credit on your students from Wuyang No. 3 Middle School. Wang Tingshan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with a sharp edge. I have to say that as a principal, his assessment of the situation is very advanced. His words immediately made the teachers and principals from other cities and schools on the screen nod in agreement. Principal Wang is right. I agree. Several principals immediately stood up for Wang Tingshan. Upon hearing this, Xie Shulong just smiled coldly. Haha, no matter what you say, Principal Wang, we at Wuyang No. 3 Middle School will be first. Not only Li Chengwang, our school also has 2 9-star talents and several 8-star talents. His words were full of confidence and pride. Wuyang City is originally a first-tier city with more resources than Xinjiang, so they have more geniuses this year. The 2 principals, please stop arguing. We have many talented people and good talents. This is a blessing for our human race. There's no need to make a scene about it. An old professor from another city said, let's continue to look at the rankings. Wang Tingshan nodded and looked at the rankings. On the surface, he refused to bow his head and spoke sharply. But in fact, he was still a little worried. This year, there must be students who can make it into the top 3. Only then will Xinjiang City have a future. Must be in the top 3. He had already begun praying secretly in his heart. Several teachers in Xinjiang City also had nervousness in their eyes. Chapter 31 Competition between Principals. 7th place. Undead Summoner Ji Yao, level 10. The name appeared on the charts. When the teachers at Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School saw this name, they were all shocked, and then they were surprised. Surprise, an extra surprise. This female student is a necromancer summoner. Her talent is only 7 stars. She is not outstanding this year, but she managed to rank 7th. That's great. It really makes our No. 1 Middle School proud. This girl must have worked really hard to kill monsters to reach level 10. Everyone has already started to imagine how hard Ji Yao has worked. However, they had no idea that it was Su Ming who killed Hidden, allowing her to directly jump from level 7 to level 10. A teacher from the finance department raised his glasses and announced boldly, give her a place for this year's 3rd-class scholarship. Several professors were also concentrating and staring at the screen. The principal of Wuyang No. 3 Middle School, who was standing by, sneered inwardly when he saw this scene. I'm so happy for being ranked 7th. Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School has really fallen into decline. Xie Shulong shook his head slowly and said jokingly. His sarcastic words aroused hatred. Several principals stared at him with cold eyes and clenched fists. People wanted to say something in rebuttal, but they couldn't. This year, Li Chengwang emerged in Wuyang City, so Xie Shulong became endlessly arrogant and suppressed other schools. My mouth is almost up to the sky. This has caused a lot of dissatisfaction. The principals of several schools have long been dissatisfied with him. What can be done? No student can defeat Li Chengwang. In the adult world, speaking requires strength. None of his students could defeat Li Chengwang, so everyone could only watch him act arrogantly. 6th place. Sand Controller Weisha, level 11. 5th place. Demon Hunter Ranger Yin Zhe, level 12. Seeing this ranking, several teachers in the office of Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School were overjoyed. Good. 2 students from my No. 1 Middle School made it into the top 10. That's great. Yin Zhe is 5th, that's great. The teachers were extremely happy. When Wang Tingshan saw this scene, his face turned grim. This means that they will no longer be eligible to participate in the Tianta conference next year. Yen Zhe is almost his only hope. This student had a 9-star talent and a hidden profession, Demon Hunter Ranger. From profession to talent, they are all top-notch. Unexpectedly, I didn't make it into the top 3. It's over. It's all over. Wang Tingshan's eyes became somewhat ugly. At this time, Xie Shulong seized the opportunity and began to mock. Haha, Principal Wang. It looks like the situation is not optimistic. He looked at Wang Tingshan through the screen and joked. The words were full of provocation. The final conclusion has been drawn. One of you? No, your entire Xinjing city will have no future. Next year, all of your Xinjing city's Tianta Club qualifications and government funding will be given to our Wuyang city. We have double the resources. Thank you. Our Wuyang city will become stronger and stronger. He laughed happily. The more resources we have, the stronger students we can produce. This way you can maintain your status. As the saying goes, those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from floods will die of floods. This is the truth. When Wang Tingshan heard his words, his face turned blue with anger. But there was no way it could happen. The principals of other major universities in other cities were also extremely unhappy and could not stand it anymore. But no one could speak for him. There is no way. The students under me are not talented, and the principal doesn't have the confidence to take the lead. The list then flashes. 4th place, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang, level 12. At this time, the new players on the copy settlement page were all shocked. Zhang Tang. Could it be the eldest young master of the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families in Dragon Country? You guessed it right, it should be him. Yes, he originally had an 8-star talent. For a moment, the whole audience was filled with shocked voices. In the conference room, Wang Tingshan's face turned cold when he saw this name. This was the final heavy blow to Wang Tingshan's heart. Zhang Tang, the eldest son of the Zhang family, young Master Zhang. Even though Wang Tingshan was the principal, when he saw Zhang Tang, he had to smile and address him as young Master Zhang. This shows how terrifying his family's strength is. With the financial resources of his Zhang family, it is enough to provide him with the best equipment. After all, the Zhang family has so many resources. It is even possible that Zhang Tang had a complete set of gold-level equipment when he entered the dungeon. Gold equipment is the strongest equipment that a new player can wear within the level limit. That means if gods stand in the way, gods will be killed. If Buddha stands in the way, Buddha will be killed. With the Zhang family's background, it is normal for Zhang Tang to rank higher than Yen Zhe. However, Zhang Tang only ranked 4th. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the principal's hope. Zhang Tang didn't even make it into the top 3. Well, the names of the most talented students in Xinjing No. 1 Middle School have already appeared. Wang Tingshan's heart was bleeding, and he was completely in despair. As for Su Ming, his name has never appeared on the list. He no longer had any hope for this student. Xie Shulong, who was standing aside, was overjoyed. Then, the leaderboard list flashed. 3rd place, Soul Healer Jiang Yunqing, level 13. Haha, the 3rd place is the genius from Wuyang No. 3 Middle School, Jiang Yunqing. This girl is the 2nd daughter of the Jiangan Financial Group. Needless to say, she is very talented. This gave Xie Shulong the capital to be arrogant. Alas, it looks like the top 3 this year will all be taken by Wuyang City, he said with a smile on his face. Wang Tingshan gritted his teeth and his fists were shaking. Then, the 2nd place was announced. Everyone's eyes trembled when they saw this name. 2nd place, Chen Wang, level 14. The moment this list appeared, there was quite a commotion on the World Channel. Chen Wang? The sword-mad genius from Wuyang City? What's going on? Why is he only ranked 2nd? No way. With a hidden blade maniac class and a 10-star talent, how come he only ranked 2nd? I remember just now, he was in 1st place. How come he suddenly fell behind? Damn it, don't just look at the rankings. Although he is only the 2nd place, he is already level 13. He is simply terrifying. I've completed all the 1st level tasks. That's amazing. I'm only level 5. That's the difference in talent. But he's already level 14, and he's only ranked 2nd. What kind of monster is the 1st one? The sound of people discussing is endless. In the conference room, all the principals and teachers looked stunned for a moment, especially Xie Shulong. His expression was one of shock beyond words. How could he be the 2nd place? He had high hopes for Chen Wang, and Chen Wang had obtained resources from many parties and directly entered the dungeon with gold-level weapons. How come he only got second place? No matter what, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Chen Wang was ranked second, teachers and presidents from many other universities also began to discuss the topic. Chapter 32. A-Level Bloodline. Hiss. Could it be that there are hidden masters this year? No way. There are students with higher talent than Chen Wang? Several principals couldn't believe it. Xie Shulong looked unhappy. At this time, some people even began to mock him. TSK, Principal Xie. It seems that this year, Wuyang No. 3 Middle School won't be able to take the top 3 places. The principal of Nanmian City Warrior Vocational College made a mocking remark. His words pierced Xie Shulong's heart like a needle. His face turned pale, and he looked at the list with an expression of disbelief. He wants to see who is number 1. Chen Wang, his proudest student, was able to suppress him. Then, the next ranking appeared. First place, Swordmaster Su Ming, level 16. Swordmaster Su Ming, ranked first. The moment they saw this name, shock exploded in everyone's mind like thunder. The whole audience was silent. Only on the World Channel, the players of this dungeon were discussing it crazily. Fuck. How is that possible? Swordmaster, the weakest swordmaster in the early stage, a profession only slightly stronger than the life profession. Suhei. Oh no, Su Ming? He actually got first place? He's cheating? Rematch. Rematch. This guy is not a nobleman, and there is no family background to buy him divine equipment. He is not good at his profession either. So how did he get the first place? Don't you know? He is a 10-star talented swordsman, just like the sword maniac Chen Wang. Don't be ridiculous. Can a 10-star swordsman and a 10-star knife maniac be the same concept? The sword madman killed the sword master at random, but the sword madman came in second and the sword master came in first. If I tell anyone, I'm afraid no one will believe it. But the supreme rules of the dungeon world will not lie. This is true. It's really too hard to believe. In the conference room, all the principals, teachers, and professors were stunned for a long time. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, especially Xie Shulong. He seemed like a completely different person, with disbelief in his eyes. All the previous arrogance disappeared. Wang Tingshan stared at the ranking screen in front of him. The shock in his eyes was even greater than Xie Shulong's. He knew the situation of student Su Ming best. Although he has 10-star talent, his profession is too weak, so no major force is willing to equip him or invest in him. Only he, the principal, gave him a piece of silver quality equipment. Under such circumstances, Su Ming could actually become number 1? What kind of opportunity and strength does this require? Wang Tingshan looked at this scene and was slow to come back to his senses. It took him a long time to recover from his shock. His fists were clenched until they bled, and he was extremely excited. Good. Okay. He clapped his hands and laughed. When he looked at the rankings, his mood was like a roller coaster. He originally thought that if there were no students ranked in the top 3 this year at Xinjing No. 1 Middle School, there would be no future for them. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect that. In the end, it was Su Ming who gave him a huge surprise. Not only did he make it into the top 3, but he also ranked first, accomplished what Yin Zhe and Zhang Tang failed to do. Xinjing No. 1 Middle School has a history of 50 years, but there is not a single student who has ever been the first in the novice copy. The novice copy is like the college entrance examination. The competition is extremely fierce. Xinjing City is originally a small city, and the teaching resources here are very average, so it is naturally difficult to have geniuses. And Su Ming made it. He successfully led Xinjing No. 1 Middle School and the entire Xinjing City to a future. Not only will I retain the qualification for the Tianta Club next year, but I will even get more. Next year, there may be 12 Tianta Club tokens issued and distributed to the next batch of students. And all of these were what Su Ming, as a senior, fought for his younger classmates. It can be said that he is a well-deserved hero for all the students, principals, and leaders of Xinjing No. 1 Middle School and even Xinjing City. All the teachers in the conference room were cheering. On the other hand, let's look at Principal Xie Shulong of Wuyang City. At this moment, he seemed to have aged a few years and his face was pale. He simply couldn't believe this fact. No, impossible, he murmured. The students from Xinjing No. 1 Middle School actually took first place. If Chen Wang failed to get first place, then next year, part of the teaching resources of all colleges and universities in Wuyang City will be transferred to Xinjing City. Every year, the total number of qualifications for the Tianta Club is fixed and will neither decrease nor increase. The city with stronger students will have more qualifications next year. Wuyang City's performance this year is not bad, and it will definitely be qualified for the Tianta conference next year, so it will not be unable to recover. However, a large number of teaching resources originally belonging to Wuyang City will be transferred to Xinjing City. By then, he will definitely be held accountable by the mayor and many bigwigs in the bureau. It can be said that Xinjing City won a great victory. His heart was broken at this moment. At this time, Wang Tingshan smiled slightly. He looked at Xie Shulong calmly. Principal Xie, how come your genius swordsman has been surpassed by my student? Wang Tingshan strolled leisurely in the garden, made a pot of tea, and said with a smile, the taunt level is maxed out. Several teachers also echoed. Principal Xie, your Wuyang City doesn't seem to be doing well either? I wonder if you could repeat your arrogant attitude just now? The principals of the other cities were also smiling happily. Principal Xie, why don't you contact that knife-crazy student and give a speech for the second-place winner? We'll all be happy to attend. TSK, Principal Xie, where is your arrogant look just now? We're still a little unaccustomed to the sudden silence. Everyone said with a smile. At this time, Xie Shulong wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As I said, in the adult world, facts speak for themselves. His students failed to get first place and were surpassed by Xinjing City. Then whatever he said was just sophistry. Now he has lost face and can only remain silent. He gritted his teeth and turned off the screen, disappeared directly on the scene. He simply ran away. It's boring. I ran away in disgrace. Wuyang City didn't suffer any major losses. After all, they are a big city with a long history and many talented people. Even if we only get second place this year, there won't be too many fewer teaching resources next year. It's just that a portion of it will be transferred to Xinjing City. This is a normal flow of funds. The teachers chatted. He just felt so ashamed. He felt so embarrassed now as he was so arrogant just now. All the depressing atmosphere disappeared. It was all thanks to Wang Tingshan that the presidents of all cities and universities were able to vent their anger. This year, Wuyang City has shown its strength, putting all universities under great pressure. Fortunately, at this time, the child from Xinjing No. 1 Middle School won the first place, which dampened his enthusiasm. Princess Wang, who is your swordsman student? Yeah, it's a bit strong. We haven't heard you mention him. Wang Tingshan just gave a meaningful smile. Haha, principals, there's no need to ask. I won't say anything. Actually, this student surprised me as well, he said. His words obviously failed to convince everyone. Everyone's smiles froze slightly, thinking that Wang Tingshan had already expected this. This was deliberately hidden. TSK, Principal Wang, you actually have a hidden genius student. You rarely mention this student. I will offer you 4 7-star talented students in exchange. Transfer Su Ming's student status to mine. A group of principals said. Wang Tingshan just smiled faintly, blew on the teacup, took a sip, and remained silent. Conceal your achievements and fame. The conference room was bustling with activity. At this time, Su Ming, who was on the copy settlement page, was looking at a panel in front of him. Ranked number 1. Award. Opportunity to purchase low-level items at a discount at the Wanzhou store. Customized title card. 10,000 races coins 10,000. Random bloodline blessing. The next moment, a brilliant light was injected into Su Ming's body. His eyes kept changing. Bloodline. This is a powerful and rare power. I didn't expect the reward to be a random gift of a bloodline power. I wonder what it will be? I saw characters jumping around in my mind. Newborn vampire, level bloodline, wound cell remodeling, long family orphan, earth spiritual root monk, zombie body, human holy body. It's really overwhelming. Finally, the blood stagnated at a dark blue character and completed randomly. Blood of the Lobsterman. An evolutionary branch of human bloodline from eons ago, now extinct on the blue planet. You have the gene expression of the immortal creature lobster in your bloodline, which allows you to shed your skin every 10 years to restore your youthful body, but your lifespan limit is still the same as that of ordinary people. When Su Ming saw this, his eyes suddenly froze. This bloodline is really hard to accept. Once the lobsterman's bloodline is bound, will one's appearance become like a lobster? This is what he is most worried about. The effect is quite good. It's like not aging. This effect is so powerful that it can shed its skin every 10 years, restoring the youth of the body. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things to upgrade this bloodline. As long as it is a reward from a copy, it can be upgraded. Sublimation successful. Immortal body. Your blood is filled with rare emperor blood. which makes you never age, and your lifespan is slightly longer than that of ordinary job changers. When your lifespan reaches its end, you will still die young. Su Ming was overjoyed. Fortunately, after sublimation, it is no longer a lobster and does not need to shed its shell. The next moment, a tremendous amount of hot power surged into his body. It lasted for a moment before dissipating. Su Ming clenched his fists and felt no difference. There is no improvement in properties at all. I have immortality, but I haven't achieved immortality yet, he murmured. This bloodline is basically of no help in combat, so it's just level 1. But he is already content. After a few decades, everyone will grow old, and even the most powerful professionals will become weak. And I will always stand. It's a pity that the lifespan is still the same as that of ordinary people. In other words, when the day comes when his lifespan reaches its limit, Su Ming will still die. After the settlement rewards were collected, there were 30,000 more 10,000 races coins in Su Ming's personal space. And a card. Customized title card. You can give yourself a fake title to show off to others. This kind of title card is extremely expensive and can be sold at a sky-high price of 1 million advent coins in the market. Su Ming used to be short of money, but now he is no longer short of money. So he chose to use it for himself. Su Ming chose a simple name. Kill God. In his previous life, he was a god of death. In this life, the god of killing is his title. After equipping this title, it will not affect the effectiveness of Su Ming's other title attributes. From now on, all of Su Ming's actions in the copy will be replaced by this title. This way, his actions can be hidden, and even the copy settlement will not show his real name. This way you don't have to show off, and you can protect yourself. Su Ming likes to keep a low profile. He looked at his profile. Su Ming. Title: God of Death. Effective titles: First Blood, Rookie King. Level 16, 2,455 experience points. Profession: Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength: 50. Constitution: 60. Agility: 130. Spirit: 90. Lucky: 50. Bloodline: Immortality. Talent: Sublimation of all things. Origin: Sword Body. Automatic cultivation. Skills: Killing God with a sword. Full hide. Hidden God step. Insightful eyes. Thunder sword technique. Sword draw. Sword master. Continuous rain sword. Flying sword. Sky falling sword tomb. Su Ming has already allocated all the attribute points, plus the title of First Blood, plus the attribute bonus of the title of Rookie King. Now his attributes are already very terrifying. There are basically no shortcomings in all aspects. The number of skills also far exceeds that of job changers of the same level. The agility attribute reached a full 120 points. The more agile, the faster. Then sword skills that require speed attributes will be more powerful. Therefore, Su Ming is now invincible in the same level. The settlement of the copy is completely completed. Su Ming left this empty alien space. He appeared in his bedroom. I finally finished the dungeon. I'm a little tired. Su Ming sighed and stretched lazily. Suddenly, 2 voices came from my mind. Skills: Sword Draw Flash. Thunder Sword Technique Proficiency maxed out. Skill upgrade. Draw the sword and cut instantly. Silver top grade. The sword is sheathed, followed by a violent charge and slash, with extremely strong penetrating power. The Thunder Sword Technique was also upgraded to Upper Silver Grade. Thunder Sword Technique, Silver Top Grade. You can wrap thunder around your sword, and you can activate it even if the sword is not in your hand. Su Ming felt that the improvement in the sword drawing and instant slashing skill was just a small improvement. The Thunder Sword Technique is the real qualitative change. It can activate thunder from a distance and wrap it around the blade. This means that when Su Ming uses the sword controlling technique, he can inflict thunder damage to the sword from a distance. It's a bit fierce. Su Ming was secretly delighted. My current strength is already terrifying. It won't be long before the second transformation. With the talent for automatic cultivation, you can increase your proficiency even while lying down, and your skills will continue to upgrade. He opened his personal space and looked at the large amount of spoils inside. All of them were exploded in the copy. Cut iron claw bone. Wolf King's heart. These 2 are forging materials exploded from the silverback Wolf King, and can be used to forge and strengthen weapons or other equipment. Mutated meat. This meat has excellent flavor and can be sold at a high price. There is also a lot of material. For example, mutant black tortoise shells, carnivorous ape claws, monster eyeballs. There are also many bronze level equipment that Su Ming cannot use. There are wolf bone bows, wolf bone shields, lighting necklaces, etc., and Su Ming is ready to discard all of these. Too many. They can all be put up for auction. Su Ming counted his supplies and then put them all up for auction. Chapter 33. Spiritual Blade, Self-Healing Factor. Su Ming made a rough calculation and concluded that when he sold all these things, he should be able to earn around 150,000 Advent coins. It can be said that there will be no shortage of money in the short term. In Dragon Country, you can buy a house in a good location with 500,000 Advent coins. It is conceivable that the purchasing power of 150,000 Advent coins is also very high. If it is an ordinary worker, this amount of money is enough to give him freedom and stop being exploited, so he can live for decades without any problems. If you are an ordinary job changer, this amount of money is enough to buy several sets of powerful equipment. Su Ming looked at his personal profile column. Through killing, he was allocated 10,000 Wanzu coins. Then he got first place in the ranking and received 30,000 Wanzu coins. Now, he has 40,000 in total. This is a very precious universal currency that can be used to buy anything you want in the Store of All Worlds. Su Ming opened the Store of All Worlds. His eyes swept across it. The dazzling list was too overwhelming for him to take in. Equipment, weapons, mythical beasts, elixirs, bloodline. These are the main categories. There are more detailed classifications below. For example, weapons, the subdivided list below includes knives, swords, axes, darts, staves, etc. There are weapon types for all professions. From the lowest white quality ordinary weapons to legendary weapons, there are rich varieties. Of course, there are also types of hot weapons, guns. After Advent, the physical laws of the world changed. Many of the hot weapons that humans once had have lost their effectiveness. For example, missiles, guns, nuclear weapons, etc. These technologies are completely unusable and have long been abandoned. Most of today's firearms are postmodern technology firearms that use some kind of thermal crystal to provide kinetic energy. The base materials of the gun body and bullets are generally made of the corpses and bones of various monsters. Firearms consume very valuable bullets, so most people cannot afford them. To forge a gun, you need a blacksmith with the gun-making skill to make it. The vast majority of job changers use cold weapons. Now I have a complete set of platinum equipment. At my current level, it is more than enough and completely sufficient. Even if I buy diamond-level equipment, I may not be able to equip it. Su Ming stroked his chin and spoke slowly. Su Ming was not short of weapons and equipment now, so he did not continue browsing the weapon list. Instead, he looked at other things. There are so many things in the store. Su Ming took a quick look. In the mythical beast column, he found some magical beasts that interested him. Living mutated poisonous python egg, level it takes 90 days to hatch a mutated poisonous python larva. The mutated poisonous python is a relatively common monster and does not only appear in dungeons. These mutated pythons can be found in the forests outside human cities. Although they are of low level, they are not high-level monsters. But it is very lethal, and the venom in its teeth can easily be fatal. Most importantly, this snake has a very strong evolutionary ability. By devouring the corpses of powerful monsters, they can continue to shed their skin and evolve. It would be great if you could keep one as a pet. However, this snake egg is only of the lowest grade, but its selling price is as high as 5 million Wanzu coins. Su Ming felt that it was not very worthwhile. Moreover, the incubation time is too long, taking 90 days for the young to hatch. It will take 1 or 2 years for the young to grow up, and only when they become adults will they have real fighting power. Su Ming obviously does not have that much time to waste now. He thought about it for a moment and gave up buying the snake egg. But there are some other monsters to choose from. Young flame slime, a burning red slime that can cast low-level fire spells and burn enemies. When you are hungry in a dungeon, you can also eat it like jelly. It will regenerate automatically and can be used as your dry food. Price: 100 million clan coins. Adult mountain devouring python, a super mutant python with a body length of more than 20 meters. It can easily strangle most ordinary monsters below level 5. It is your best choice for protection in dungeons, but it is best not to raise it in the city. Price: 6 million Wanzu coins. Ancient blackbird egg, the blackbird of heaven, descended and gave birth to the Shang dynasty. An ancient top-level exotic beast. Price: 80 million Wanzu coins. Su Ming's scalp tingled when he saw this. It's expensive. Too damn expensive. I became the first in the novice copy, but I only had 40,000 10,000 races coins, and I could only buy some and level exotic beasts. He thought about it and decided to give up. Then, he focused his attention on bloodline and skills. These two things can truly enhance his own body, so he won't feel bad about spending any amount of money on them. Su Ming looked at it for a while and immediately bought a sword skill. Spiritual Blade, Silver Top Grade. By consuming mental energy, you can condense an illusory sword blade, which is driven by willpower and suspended in midair to cut the enemy. With this skill, you can combine it with Flying Sword. This means that Su Ming can control two swords at the same time and kill enemies in midair. The skill of Flying Swords can of course also control multiple weapons at the same time to kill enemies in midair. However, that would consume too much mental energy and would not last long at all. With this skill, Su Ming's ability to fight enemies from a distance will be greatly improved. Most importantly, with this skill, I won't leave the murder weapon behind when I kill someone, Su Ming said in a serious tone. After killing an enemy with the spiritual blade, it can disappear out of thin air. This will leave no trace. Of course, there is no need for such means to kill people in a copy. But on Blue Star, having this skill can make things a lot more convenient. Afterwards, Su Ming exchanged a level of blood in the Extraordinary Bloodline shop. Self-healing factor. Due to a special genetic inheritance, the number of cell divisions in your body can exceed the Hayflick limit. Effect. Your self-healing speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. After being hurt, you can quickly heal yourself at the cost of consuming mental energy. This bloodline can enable Su Ming to gain extraordinary self-healing abilities. It's a pity that this bloodline is not considered a trophy, so it cannot be sublimated. But Su Ming is content. Su Ming has many attack skills, and they are very powerful. Not only the evasive body movements, but also the instant invincibility of the hidden god step. He is strong in all aspects except self-healing. This is his only shortcoming. Relying solely on the black steel blood-swallowing sword's ability to recover health from killing enemies is too weak. So he chose to exchange a bloodline to make up for his shortcomings in blood recovery. There are many bloodlines that can enhance the body's healing ability, but either they are too expensive or have negative attributes. For example, vampire blood can recover blood after sucking blood, and the self-healing speed is very fast. But becoming a vampire means that the hunger for blood will accompany Su Ming for the rest of his life. Not to mention sunlight. It can be said that the negative effects are maximized. Werewolves also have strong self-healing abilities, but the price is that they will lose their sanity on a full moon night. After much deliberation, Su Ming decided to exchange for this most useful self-healing factor. By consuming your mental energy, you can quickly recover your health without any side effects. This can save a lot of treatment potions. The Wanzu coins were also completely used up, just in time to be spent. A normal level bloodline would require at least 100,000 10,000 races coins. But Su Ming got first place in the copy and had a chance to buy low-level bloodlines at a discount, so he could buy the highest level bloodline for less than 40,000. Suddenly, a message notification appeared in Su Ming's personal panel. It turned out to be sent by the principal, Wang Tingshan. Student Su Ming, I'm the principal. Please come to my office. I have something to say. Seeing this message, Su Ming smiled. It should be matters related to the Tianta Association. This is an ancient tradition. Tianta Society is an organization with a very long history, established by Dragon State officials. Once you join, it basically means you have a regular job changer. You can take on dungeon missions and hunting missions that ordinary people don't have the opportunity to take on and get a lot of rewards. Of course, the difficulty of this kind of task is usually very high. I got the first place in the dungeon, so I guess the school got some credit as well. Su Ming smiled calmly. He has rich social experience and naturally knows how all the interest networks work. Not only can you get the qualification to join the Tianta Club, even next year, younger students throughout Xinjiang City will be able to receive more teaching resource support. Principal, I've said it before, invest in me, you won't be disappointed, he whispered. Then Su Ming walked out of the dormitory and went to the principal's office. At this moment, another city, Wuyang City. In a luxurious high-rise building, a girl radiating white light returned from the dungeon. She landed at home and looked at the familiar environment, feeling like she was reborn. She sighed deeply. I survived? The novice dungeon is full of dangers. Even though she was the second daughter of the Jiangan group, she almost died at the hands of the goblins. Moreover, it will be a tragic death after being humiliated and tortured. So when she thinks back on it now, she still feels scared. Luckily, I met Su Ming, otherwise I would be dead. At this time, several people pushed the door open. It was her parents and sister, Yun Qing. Zhang Lan showed joy on her face and ran over quickly. You did it. I am extremely worried. She rushed forward and gave her sister a big hug. Zhang Lan is also a job changer and has participated in the fights in novice copies. She knows how fierce the battle is. If you are not careful, you will die without a burial place. So she was always worried about her sister. Fortunately, Jiang Yunqing survived. Jiang Yunqing nodded. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Then she looked at her parents expectantly. Her mother was very gentle and nodded slightly. Yunqing, your father and I heard about it. You even got the third-place ranking. Mom will give you some pocket money later. Jiang Yunqing's mother gave a kind smile and said with a smile, although she is over 40 years old, she still has charm. Jiang Yunqing nodded, but her eyes were always fixed on her father. She had always been looking forward to her father's recognition. Her father is the director of Jiang'an Group, Zhang Yongli. He has always had an iron-fisted policy in the business world and has brought down countless rival companies. He can be said to be a tough guy. Jiang Yunqing had never felt fatherly love from him, only strictness. Yunqing, you have finally grown up. But today, Zhang Yongli showed a kind smile for the first time. His temples were slightly gray, and he walked forward slowly. Jiang Yunqing's eyes were stunned. She had never seen her father smile. It's unprecedented for a support-type healer to reach level 13 in a novice dungeon. It really makes my Jiang family famous. Very good. You are worthy of being my daughter, Zhang Yongli. He seemed extremely happy. He stepped forward and patted his daughter on the shoulder. When Jiang Yunqing saw this scene, he felt relieved and his eyes were red. Growing up, her father used high-pressure education and she was rarely praised. In fact, she could see that her father was very disappointed when he found out that she was a healer after the awakening ceremony. Jiang Yunqing has always been under a lot of pressure. She has always been afraid and unable to produce results. As the daughter of the Jiang group, she has a heavy responsibility. She represents the family's reputation, so she must forge ahead. Now, there are finally results. My father is also proud of my achievements. She also felt that she had finally made it. Father, actually, my ability to reach level 13 is not entirely my own fault, Jiang Yunqing said. Zhang Yongli just nodded when he heard this. His smile faded slightly, but the fatherly love in his eyes remained unchanged. My daughter, of course you don't need to tell me about this. I know it too. You are a supportive healer. Of course you can't kill the monster by yourself. You must form a team. The student who was able to bring you to such a high level must be someone other than an ordinary person. Tell me, who brought you? I will personally find someone to give him a gift, Zhang Yongli said with a smile, his eyes showing undisguised fondness. He actually loves his second daughter Jiang Yunqing very much. However, he is not superficial, because he knows that children in this world must have pressure in order to be motivated. If he dotes on his second daughter Jiang Yunqing too much, she will become decadent and achieve nothing. So he has been putting a lot of pressure on her since she was a child. Now that she has finally achieved success, she doesn't have to put pressure on herself anymore. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast, and Jiang Yunqing can develop on his own. As a father, I just need to give her the best support behind the scenes. Jiang Yunqing nodded and spoke immediately. Dad, that man is a sword master named Su Ming. After hearing this, Zhang Yongli frowned slightly. The one that ranks first? Su Ming, who defeated Chen Wang, the strongest 10-star swordsmaniac student in Wuyang City? There was a hint of shock in his eyes. He really didn't expect that his daughter would team up with him. He originally thought that his daughter would team up with Chen Wang or some other highly talented student in the city. This is really unexpected. Not to mention him, even his wife and eldest daughter Zhang Lan were a little surprised when they heard this. Yunqing, are you saying that it was that ungrateful Su Ming who brought you into the dungeon? Zhang Lan took a step forward, a look of disbelief in her eyes. Wasn't he arrogant enough to refuse my deal? She asked puzzledly. Jiang Yunqing was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke. Sister, this is a long story. However, classmate Su Ming is a good person, she said firmly. Zhang Lan frowned slightly when he heard this, but didn't say anything. She had a very bad impression of Su Ming, but since my sister praised him so much, I won't say much. Actually, she didn't have much opinion about Su Ming. After all, it was normal for young people to be arrogant. Zhang Yongli looked at his daughter with a serious look in his eyes. A swordsman can level up in a dungeon and surpass a 10-star swordsman. This Su Ming really makes me curious. He narrowed his eyes and said, Daughter, if you have time, you must tell me what happened in the copy. He said to Jiang Yunqing seriously. He vaguely felt that Su Ming was an extremely suitable investment target. He is the director of the Jang Group and has been fighting in the business world all his life. He has investments and shares in many companies. He knew better than anyone how valuable a powerful and talented job changer who had not yet risen was. It's like a gold mine that has not been discovered by the public. If he could plan ahead and gain his favor, Jang Group would have a powerful ally in the future. In this way, when I die, my two daughters will be protected in this world. Jiang Yunqing nodded. By the way, I will have someone deliver a big gift to that young man Su Ming later. After all, I brought my daughter into the dungeon, so the gift can't be too cheap, otherwise it will make my daughter look cheap. Jiang Yongli waved his hand boldly and said with a smile. At this time, Jiang Yunqing asked weakly, Dad, what are you going to give them? Jiang Yongli was extremely confident and smiled calmly. His temples were slightly gray, and he looked very confident. A golden top-grade weapon is worth at least hundreds of thousands of advent coins. For a poor kid like him, it is definitely a heavyweight. He had already inquired about Su Ming's background and information in advance. After all, Jang Group had many capable people under its command and rich information channels. It has always been his style to decide what gift to give based on the other person's social status. Get the best results at the lowest cost. Gold-level weapons are indeed very good gifts for ordinary job changers. You know, for most people, the highest-level loot in the novice copy is basically gold. Only a monster like Su Ming, who has all things sublimated, can obtain a large number of platinum-level rewards. Jiang Yunqing was speechless when he heard this. She pouted, feeling very unhappy. At this moment she was thinking, Dad, do you know what equipment Su Ming has in the dungeon? A complete set of platinum equipment. The value of your golden gift is 10 times different. If you give this kind of thing to classmate Su Ming, he might even disdain it. The most important thing is that Su Ming gave himself a top-grade platinum skill scroll. This skill scroll alone is worth millions of advent coins. She suddenly felt that her father really underestimated her. So she slowly shook her head and said with a look of disappointment, Dad, Su Ming saved my life. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yongli's expression suddenly turned serious and his smile faded. I see. There was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Saved my daughter's life. It seems that the gift I just gave was indeed careless. His evaluation of Su Ming also rose to a higher level. That's right, Su Ming is a level 16 job changer. He must have his opportunities. Giving someone a gold-level weapon as a gift does seem a bit disrespectful. During this period, I was too busy and too tense, and I made some mistakes in my judgment. Sorry, girl. Dad, I was careless. I'll have someone send him a reward later. Don't worry, the value will definitely satisfy you. The moment Su Ming saved Jiang Yunqing's life, the meaning of this gift changed. It's not just a gift. Rather, it represents the importance of Jiang Yunqing, his daughter, in the eyes of her father. So, he has decided to spend some money and give a big gift. At this time, an old man wearing a suit and looking elegant walked slowly towards the door. He knocked gently on the door. Chairman, there is an important meeting. Jiang Yongli nodded. Yunqing, I have a meeting later. You guys should rest at home first. Notify me if anything happens. Then he turned and left, closing the door. Mr. Lei, why is the meeting so urgent? Jiang Yongli said as he walked. His expression was somewhat solemn. The old man's name is Lei Chun, a fourth-level professional. He is his personal secretary and bodyguard, as well as the financial manager of Jang Group. He has already informed us that unless it is important, we should not disturb him today. But Mr. Lei still interrupted him. This shows that the situation is very serious. Butler Lei looked solemn and opened a panel in front of him. Chairman, this matter is of great importance. The Zhang family has recently been cracking down on our crystal mining and sales business across the country. They are competing for the market and are even resorting to illegal violence. Many of our merchants, branch managers, and wholesalers were secretly killed by the Zhang family's killers. We have suffered heavy losses during this period. After these words were spoken, Jiang Yongli's expression became solemn. The Zhang family is going too far. His eyes were somewhat cold. The Jiang Group is one of the largest chaebols in Longhua. Of course he couldn't bear it. A secret war between big conglomerates and big families is slowly brewing. Chapter 34 Join the Tianta Club. Xianjing, number 1 middle school. Inside the school meeting room, Su Ming stepped in slowly. I saw the principal and a group of teachers had been waiting here for a long time. In addition to him, there are 3 other students, Zhang Tang, Ji Yao, and Yin Zhe. When several teachers saw Su Ming, they couldn't stop smiling. Su Ming, come quickly. Su Ming walked to Ji Yao's side. Zhang Tang looked at Su Ming, a gloomy light flashing in his eyes. He had already guessed who killed the world. Who else could it be besides Su Ming? From the opening to the end of the copy, it only takes a few hours in total. Even if you are a meat grinder, you can't reach level 16 by slaughtering monsters all the time in the dungeon. Unless Su Ming killed the world. Only with this possibility can he reach level 16 and take first place. It was Su Ming who disrupted his plan and prevented him from killing him. It took away his original first place. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, his heart filled with gloom. This novice copy is very important to him. This was his chance to prove himself to his family. Extremely precious. However, it was destroyed by Su Ming. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. You know, although the Zhang family has extraordinary means and unfathomable background, it is one of the three major families in Longhua. But the Zhang family is not a monolithic group. It can be said that the forces are intertwined. Although he is the eldest son of the patriarch Zhang Tianlong, it does not mean that he can inherit the Zhang family 100% in the future. With the elders and the board of directors being in charge, the Zhang family is not 100% controlled by his father. So this novice copy is very important to him. He needs to show enough potential and strength to win over more people within the Zhang family and use them for his own purposes. At this moment, in addition to anger, he also felt doubt. Su Ming was just a swordsman, and even with a 10-star talent, he was very weak in the early stages. How on earth did he kill hidden? This is what Zhang Tang is most puzzled about. Another point is the whereabouts of Ren Xiaoman. Ever since he sent Ren Xiaoman to find Su Ming, there has been no news. No means of contact are possible. He did not see Ren Xiaoman's name on the copy settlement ranking list. Could it be that Ren Xiaoman is already dead? Thinking of this, Zhang Tang stepped forward and gave Su Ming a hypocritical smile. Su Ming, congratulations on getting first place. I have something to ask you. Have you seen Ren Xiaoman recently? Hearing this, Su Ming's expression remained calm. No. Just these 3 words, plain as water. See Su Ming's reaction. Zhang Tang's eyes were shocked. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. You. He tried to hold back a word, but ultimately kept silent. He slowly stepped back and stopped negotiating with Su Ming. He stood among the 4 people, lowering his head slightly. No one noticed that at this moment his eyes were fixed on the ground, full of gloom. Yes, he saw it. In other words, Su Ming never intended to hide it. Su Ming has always been Ren Xiaoman's bootlicker, so Zhang Tang sent Ren Xiaoman to approach him and seduce him. However, now that he mentioned Ren Xiaoman's name, Su Ming was completely unmoved, as if he had become a different person. This is really abnormal. Anyone with a discerning eye can guess what happened. He guessed that Su Ming had found out about his and Ren Xiaoman's plan through some unknown means. Su Ming should know what I am thinking and is already hostile towards me. Then there is no need to pretend anymore, and no need to negotiate anymore. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, recalling Su Ming's look just now. The indifference and ruthlessness displayed by Su Ming made Zhang Tang feel unfamiliar. He even suspected that Su Ming had killed Ren Xiaoman? It's not impossible. Su Ming was originally just a poor boy, but he was able to become the number 1 in the copy. This shows that he is not as harmless as he appears. Looking at Su Ming's eyes that seemed to have everything under control, it was hard for Zhang Tang not to speculate that Su Ming was actually a meticulous person who had been patient for many years. This kind of person is the most terrifying. The more Zhang Tang thought about it, the more murderous intent he felt. If people like Su Ming were allowed to continue to develop, it would become a huge threat to himself and even the Zhang family. A genius who cannot be used for one's own benefit is an enemy and must be strangled. Otherwise, Su Ming would definitely take revenge on him in the future. He made up his mind. We need to find a time to have someone kill Su Ming, he sneered, but he wasn't too worried about it. Although Su Ming surprised him for a moment, that was all. Genius? What the Zhang family fears least is genius. With the background of an entire family, it would be easy to kill this guy. It's like crushing an ant. Su Ming looked at Zhang Tang out of the corner of his eye, his expression calm. He could probably guess what Zhang Tang was thinking. Su Ming didn't care at all. To be honest, if the situation allowed, the moment they met just now, Su Ming wanted to use his sword to kill Zhang Tang instantly. But he can't. There are too many witnesses here, including teachers and the principal. The most important thing is that Su Ming has no idea what quality of life-saving equipment Zhang Tang has. The Zhang family has a deep foundation, even more majestic than a behemoth like the Jiangan group. Zhang Tang must have extremely powerful life-saving equipment. With my current strength, I may not be able to kill if I act rashly. So Su Ming remained calm. What he wanted was to kill him with one blow. If not, look for other opportunities. Su Ming has plenty of time. At this time, Wang Tingshan walked in front of everyone. He was smiling and obviously in a good mood. Ji Yao, Zhang Tang, Yin Zhe, and classmate Su Ming. You are the pride of number 1 middle school. I called you here today to announce something very important. As he spoke, Wang Tingshan waved his hand. Several teachers came in front of the crowd, carrying 4 brocade boxes. Su Ming opened the box and found a jade-white token inside. Among them, there is a pattern of a pagoda with hundreds of golden patterns. It is the token of the Tianta Association. This is the token of the Tianta Association. There are a few quotas every year. There are 4 in Xinjiang City in total. This year, our number 1 middle school has taken all of them. I'll distribute them to you now, Wang Tingshan said with a smile. Anyone can see that he is in a great mood today. Thank you for your battles in the dungeon. From today on, you have officially graduated. The Sky Tower will be a heavy responsibility and represent a limitless future. Later, a senior from the Tianta Society will take you to participate in the initiation ceremony. As he said this, Wang Tingshan looked at Su Ming. It can be said that it was Su Ming who single-handedly turned the tide and saved Xinjiang number 1 middle school. There was deep admiration in his eyes. He was even a little impatient to see where Su Ming would soar in the future. At this time, several young men dressed in modern and sophisticated equipment slowly walked forward from the side. They all had a token of the Tianta Society on their waists. Obviously, they are the seniors sent by the Tianta Society to pick them up. Everyone, come with us. As they spoke, several people tapped the Tianta Association's token with their fingers. Then, they disappeared immediately, entered into another dimension. Ji Yao was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this token could be used for teleportation. Yin Zhe also imitated their movements and knocked. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Zhang Tang and Ji Yao both did the same. Su Ming also nodded lightly. The next moment, everyone entered a strange space. This is a huge city with ancient buildings, just like the ancient architectural style of the Dragon Kingdom. But the sky here is golden, without the sun, moon, or stars. The streets were bustling with people who were all changing jobs, wearing black robes and with tokens tied around their waists. People were carrying all kinds of weapons and equipment and looked very hurried. In the center of the distance, there is a huge tower, towering into the clouds. It looks like there are at least hundreds of floors. This is the headquarters of the Tianta Society, the Tianta realm, said the seniors who had guided Su Ming. Everyone here is a member of the Tianta Club. You can only enter here by tapping the token when you are not in combat and are in a safe area for humans. You are not allowed to enter during a dungeon or a battle. This is a space that is in its own right, and it's very stable. The guide introduced. Next, follow me and I will take you to complete the initiation ceremony. Ji Yao, Su Ming, Zhang Tang, and Yin Zhe followed quickly. Along the way, you can also see many new talents of this generation from other provinces, cities, and schools. The world is big and has all kinds of facilities. Auction house, sword forge, equipment forging shop. There are too many. This is a one-stop universal world where you can get everything you want. But the most important function is to accept tasks. The essence of the Tianta Club is actually a bounty club. Soon, everyone crossed the street and arrived at a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, there are many teams accepting missions. On the walls, there are a variety of bounty missions posted. Su Ming's expression was calm, but there was no surprise in his eyes. It can even be said that he is already familiar with this process. In his previous life, he also joined the Tianta Society. Chapter 35, D-Level Mission. Several seniors who were in charge of guiding Su Ming and the others arrived at the innermost area. It was a luxurious hall with several maids standing under a screen. Give these new members the mission of joining the club. The senior who was in charge of guiding the 4 people to the front said, "Okay." The woman had a pretty face and a professional smile. Then she moved quickly, tapping her fingers. Many taskbars suddenly appeared on the huge screen. New hunters, please choose your own mission. Complete any task, and you can officially become a member of the Tianta Club. Her smile is charming, but her words are even more charming. Officially join the Tianta Club. These 7 words have supreme magic power. Among the hundreds of millions of people who change jobs every year, only tens of thousands can join the Tianta Club. Being able to become a member of the Tianta Club means supreme honor. This is the dream of every student. The levels of tasks are from low to high, with the highest being level 1 tasks. As new members, you must accept a mission and complete it before you can officially become a member. Your initial hunting level will be determined by the tasks you complete. Now, choose your mission, the woman said with a smile. Her voice has a faint allure. At this time, the seniors who had guided them turned around and spoke. For students, we know that you all have outstanding talents and have performed very well in the novice copy. Otherwise, you won't be eligible for membership. But don't be proud, or you will die miserably. Even if it is the lowest level mission, you must complete it with all your strength. We have been in the Sky Tower for more than a year and have seen too many deaths. We hope you can live a few more years. A bearded senior said with a serious expression. Okay, now it's up to you four whether you want to team up to complete the mission or go it alone. After completing the mission, just return to the Heavenly Tower realm and hand it in. Our guidance is over. See you again if we are lucky. Several seniors spoke calmly and turned away. To them, it's all just business. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, they left. For members of the Tianta Society, time is extremely precious. Su Ming's face was solemn as he looked up at the menu. There are many tasks on it. At this time, the waitress said with a smile, "Classmates, as newcomers, I suggest you take the lowest level tasks and complete the assessment. This way your chances of survival will be higher. Of course, if you want to challenge a difficult task, that's not impossible. After completing the mission, you will be evaluated as a Platinum Hunter. Once you complete the mission, you will be evaluated as a Golden Hunter. Even if it's the lowest level mission, you'll become a Silver level Hunter after completing it. There is no Bronze level in the Tianta Club. It's up to you to decide which mission to accept." Su Ming looked at the task list and fell into deep thought. Hunting corpse-gnawing squirrels. Kill 3 corpse-gnawing squirrels in the forest outside Xinjing City. Reward, Bronze lower-grade skill scroll. Hunting bone copper statues. Kill 10 bone copper statues rampaging outside Xinjing City. Reward, top-grade bronze weapon. Collect corpses. Bring back the bodies of 5 members of the Tianta Club who died in the deep wilderness, so that their bodies will not be left exposed in the wilderness. Reward, myriad races coins. Hunting the raging giant bear. Kill a mutant white bear that is wreaking havoc in a village outside the city. Reward, experience points, myriad races coins. These tasks were not a challenge for him. The Tianta will give generous rewards, and you can also get a large number of 10,000 races coins and advent coins, and lots of extra loot. The higher the level of the initial completed tasks, the higher the hunter level and the more privileges. Then your starting point is equivalent to being at a higher level than others. This is a huge advantage. Once you complete the initial assessment, it will be very slow to upgrade. So Su Ming decided to directly accept the highest level task that a newcomer could receive. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and spoke to the woman. "I want to take that third row mission." When Su Ming said this, the waitress's eyes narrowed. Defeat the Python King. Hunt down a Python King in the wilderness forest of Nanli District. Reward, 10,000 myriad races coins, random platinum skill scroll. Can this newcomer complete this task? That Python King was extremely terrifying. Many people had tried to conquer it, but all of them were defeated. But she didn't ask any more questions and directly helped Su Ming complete the task procedures. Her job is to help people with procedures. It was not within her job to persuade people not to commit suicide. Those who come to the Tianta Club are all young job changers with great talents, and they are all proud. To be honest, she has seen many people like Su Ming. It can be said to be seeking death. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible to challenge level quests right after you come out. This is the highest mission a newcomer can take on. Once completed, you will be directly rated as a Platinum level Hunter. This is outrageous. Years old, Platinum Hunter. It's a dream. She used to give some advice, but now she has turned a blind eye. She couldn't say much about the man who was seeking death. She kept everything to herself and completed the formalities quickly. Your mission has been accepted. Please check it in your personal mission information panel, she said with a wry smile. Su Ming nodded. Ji Yao and Yin Zhe both looked shocked. Su Ming, you actually accepted such a difficult task? Ji Yao stepped forward and asked in surprise. Even if several of us form a team, the success rate may not be high. Su Ming, you were too impulsive this time, Yin Zhe said with a serious expression. Su Ming's expression was calm. You guys think too much. I never thought about forming a team. I will complete this task by myself. Yin Zhe was a little surprised. He thought that Su Ming accepted this mission because the team had a higher chance of winning. Unexpectedly, Su Ming was ready to challenge alone. No, it's too difficult. I'll go with you. Yanzei said sincerely. He has already regarded Su Ming as a friend from the bottom of his heart, so he was willing to take the risk with Su Ming. Jiao also took a step forward and held Su Ming's hand. Su Ming, I want to go with you too. Su Ming shook his head and still insisted on going alone. I will go alone? No one would know the reason why he insisted so much. This task is actually about picking up credit. If he brings everyone with him, Su Ming will lose experience and rewards. So naturally he chose someone. Su Ming had experience from his previous life, and he knew a very secret piece of information. This task is actually very simple. That giant snake is indeed very powerful, but it will fall into hibernation in mid-June every year. Ordinary snakes hibernate, but the mutant giant snake hibernates in summer. This is information that almost no one knows except Su Ming. Now, the big snake is about to fall into hibernation. Wouldn't it be easy to kill it by myself? So he insisted on going alone. After this wave is completed, all the rewards can be taken by one person. Jiao opened her mouth slightly, wanting to persuade him again. However, Su Ming stretched out a finger and pressed it on her red lips, leaving her speechless. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. There's no need to discuss this matter any further. There will be many opportunities to form a team in the future. I have made up my mind. Su Ming frowned. Then he spoke to the two people. Jiao, Yanzei, the two of you should go find Jiang Yunqing to form a team. Although she is from Wuyang City, she probably also got the Tianta Club token. As Su Ming was speaking, she came. In the distance, I saw a pretty girl jogging with a token of Tianta Society hanging around her waist. Su Ming, Jiao, Yanzei. From a distance, she was smiling and waving. She ran over quickly. I also got the Tianta Club token. Let me participate in the novice mission. How about we team up together? She looked at everyone with a smile. Yanzei stepped forward and told her everything that had just happened. She looked at Su Ming and did not try to persuade him. Her watery eyes were full of understanding. Su Ming, if you insist on going alone, then go ahead. Unexpectedly, she did not persuade Su Ming. Then she turned and looked at Ji Yao and Yanzei. Ji Yao, Yanzei, let's form a team of 3 and let Su Ming go alone. We just need to take a level 1 mission and be rated as a gold level hunter, she said to the two of them. Because she knew very well Su Ming's fighting ability. Know it better than Ji Yao and Yanzei. It can be said that she has 100% trust in Su Ming. If Su Ming insisted on challenging the impossible task alone, he must have his own ideas. She didn't want to disrupt Su Ming's plans. This is 100% trust. Ji Yao was finally persuaded. She nodded and said, all right. In fact, we also need a real experience. Killing the hidden ones is basically the main force sent by Su Ming. We are just paddling behind, but it has reached such a high level. We only have levels, but our combat experience and skills are not strong enough. So forming a team will actually hinder Su Ming. Let's form a team of 3 first. Jiao agreed. Yanzei had no choice but to nod. Su Ming smiled slightly and said to her, very good. I will leave now and contact you after the assessment is completed. Su Ming said. Then he walked away quickly. At this time, Zhang Tang on the side was also slightly shocked. But then, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't expect that Su Ming would actually accept a task of this level. Class. If a newcomer has no one to guide him, accepting this kind of mission is simply seeking death. Su Ming has no power behind him. So he thought that Su Ming was too arrogant. He believed that Su Ming had completely underestimated the difficulty of the level 1 mission. The difficulty of monsters in level 1 quests is basically not less than that of monsters in level 1 or level 1 copies. Even if Su Ming could win first place in the novice copy of the level, it would be impossible for him to complete this task easily. Su Ming was really a little overwhelmed. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang even felt a sense of relief. It seems that Su Ming is not a meticulous genius. Ordinary people who are still proud and arrogant. Maybe it was just luck that he got first place in the copy. Then there is no need to worry about this kind of opponent. Of course, killing is still necessary. Su Ming killed hidden and disrupted Zhang Tang's novice copy plan. For this reason alone, he would kill Su Ming. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang secretly opened his personal panel and sent messages to several trusted bodyguards of the family. Kill one person, Su Ming. He has accepted a level 1 mission and will go to the Python King's lair in the Nanli district. You guys wait there. He will be there in 10 days. Zhang Tang's trusted subordinates are all masters of the 2nd level or above. It would be easy for them to kill Su Ming. Yes. Yes. The other side replied. To be honest, even if he wasn't ambushed, Su Ming would most likely be swallowed by the Python King, and there would be no need for him to intervene. But to be on the safe side, Zhang Tang still gave the order. He is a very cautious person. Mr. Zhang, you are here? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Zhang Tang turned around and looked. He is a middle-aged man. Zhang Fenglu, the third-level wandering swordsman, an elder of the Zhang family and also one of Zhang Tang's personal guards. Zhang Tang nodded. I need to take on a level 1 mission and complete the Tianta Association's assessment, he said. Zhang Fenglu heard this with a calm expression and nodded. He stood with his hands behind his back, with extraordinary demeanor and extremely strong fighting power. Okay, as long as it's a mission below level 1, I have the confidence to keep you safe. He smiled slightly and said. A glimmer of ambition flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. Su Ming is seeking death by accepting a level 1 mission. But it was natural and normal for Zhang Tang to accept the level 1 mission. Why? Just because he is the eldest son of the Zhang family and the Zhang family is behind him. For the novice copy, since it was impossible to bring the family elders to participate, Zhang Tang could only rely on his own strength. However, the novice assessment tasks of Tianta Club are different. It doesn't matter who you team up with. Therefore, Zhang Tang can take on the most difficult tasks and let the family elders lead him to victory without any effort. It is safe and can be rated as a platinum-level hunter. Why not? This is the power of family. Su Ming walked alone on the streets of the Tianta realm. He made his way to a blacksmith shop. Found the owner here. Young man, what kind of weapon do you want to build? A burly man walked out slowly and said. Su Ming took out a pitch-black sword and slammed it on the table. How much does it cost to upgrade this sword to a gold-quality weapon? Su Ming said. His black steel blood oath sword was only of silver quality, which was really not enough. So he chose to come here for a wave of upgrades. The man picked up the black steel blood-sworn sword with a solemn expression. He flicked the sword with his hand. Clang. The sword sings crisply. Not bad. The quality is considered to be better among silver weapons. I can upgrade it to a mid-grade gold weapon. It requires 70,000 advent coins. The forger said. Su Ming's face turned solemn when he heard this. This is almost the same as buying a golden weapon. How much cheaper would it be if I provided my own base material for strengthening fusion? Su Ming asked. Hearing this, the forger pondered for a moment. Well, it depends on the quality of your base material. Su Ming smiled calmly upon hearing this. A lot of high-quality materials were taken directly from my personal space. The Iron Wolf King's claw bone, the heavy armor turtle shell, the Newt King's tooth stone, the Goblin Leader's yellow fong, all are hard substrates, perfect for forging steel. The owner of the forge shop was shocked to see so many high-grade materials. TSK, young man, you don't look very old. You should be only 18 years old. Where do all these high-grade materials come from? Chapter 36, Challenging the Tower of Heavenly Silence. The number of elite monsters in the novice copy is very small, and it is difficult to encounter them. For a newcomer like Su Ming, it would be a blessing to be able to meet and kill one. Not to mention, there is also the influence of the explosion rate. It is possible that you kill many elite monsters, but no base materials drop. However, Su Ming took out so many strengthening materials for elite monsters. No wonder the blacksmith was so surprised. Su Ming just smiled faintly and said, just luck. The forging master had a solemn expression on his face, and he could only include Su Ming, this young man, in the ranks of the rich second generation. You have very good materials. They should be able to be smelted into very good steel. In that case, I might be able to help you strengthen this sword to upper grade gold. Originally, the most expensive part of strengthening is the materials, but now you have to provide them yourself. Then I can only charge a labor fee. 20,000 advent coins. The boss gave a fixed price. Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately initiated the transaction from his personal panel. Some of his materials had already been sold at the trading house, and the gold coins had been credited to his account. So he acted without hesitation. The boss accepted. Young man, come and get the sword in 3 hours, he said. Su Ming nodded and left. For an experienced blacksmith, upgrading weapons is very fast, just a few hours. Su Ming plans to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence during this period of time. The Tower of Tianji is the building at the center of the Tianta world. It is said to be a supreme structure built according to the rules of the world. This sacred tower is a full 100 stories high. No one in human history has ever reached the 100th floor. It is said that if you reach the 100th floor, you will be able to know the truth about the world and everything about Advent. In Su Ming's previous life, He had only challenged up to the 80th floor. Each level of the Tower of Heavenly Silence will offer different rewards. Gradually, the rewards will get better and better. The rewards are completely random, and there are all kinds of them. Can help people become stronger quickly. Su Ming walked forward quickly. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Heavenly Silence. Many young people gather here. For many of this session's new job changers, the first thing they think of after obtaining the qualification for the Tianta Club is to challenge the Tianji Tower. You cannot die in the Tower of Heavenly Silence. If you are defeated, you will exit. However, anyone has only one chance to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence every month. So it is a precious opportunity. Su Ming's face was calm as he came to the gate. In front of the tower, there was an illusory screen with a ranking on it. Newcomer ranking. 1 Sun Xiaoyang, stopped at the 8th floor. 2 Wangsha, stop at the 7th floor. 3. This ranking shows the newcomers of this class. Su Ming stretched his body and prepared to start the challenge. At this time, many people walked out of the tower in dejection. It's too difficult. I only reached the 4th level and quit. That's nothing. When I got to the 3rd floor, I encountered a giant minotaur who knocked me flying. I was killed instantly. You guys are fine, but I was easily defeated by that longsword knight on the 2nd level. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. But the rewards of this Tower of Heavenly Silence are also very good. I'll come again next month. Everyone clenched their fists, full of energy. At this time, Su Ming discovered a familiar figure in the crowd. It turned out to be Chen Wang. In his right hand, he held a dark green long sword, which was a silver quality weapon. After his knife was cut off by Su Ming, he replaced it with this silver quality weapon. Moreover, he had a minor injury on his right hand, with 2 fingers cut off. The way he held the knife looked obviously unnatural. There was a hint of sinister anger and hatred in his eyes. He walked towards the Tower of Tianji with firm steps. He wants to become stronger. He wants revenge. After his first place was taken away from him, all forces were extremely disappointed in him. Many of the original investments have been terminated. The principal of Wuyang No. 3 Middle School was held accountable by various forces and almost fell from power. Now he is the vice principal. This made Chen Wang feel the pain of falling from the clouds. He attributed everything to Su Ming. This hatred made him furious. So after he obtained the qualification to join the Tianta Club, he immediately came here without stopping to seek opportunities to become stronger. Seeing Chen Wang appear here, the players around were a little surprised. Some people came forward to say hello and seek to form a team. They are trying to curry favor with Chen Wang. After all, no matter what, he is a sword maniac with 10-star talent. Although he ranked 2nd and was surpassed by Su Ming, he still has value. However, the friendship of this group of people was met with indifference from Chen Wang. He completely ignored everyone and walked towards the Tower of Tianji alone. There are people who make friends with you, and naturally there are also people who mock you. Hey, isn't this the number 1 genius, Chen Wang? I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you so tired? Chen Wang, didn't you say you wanted to slaughter the students from Nanmian City and Xinjiang City to become the number 1 in Dragon Country? How come your hands are chopped off? Could it be that the monster is too fierce? People laughed wantonly. Because Chen Wang was so popular some time ago, he single-handedly suppressed all the students and made them unable to raise their heads. In addition, the principal of Wuyang No. 3 Middle School is also a person who attracts hatred. He is a gossip monger, extremely arrogant, and suppresses other schools. Now, everything has been counterattacked. So Chen Wang is in a very bad situation now. Everywhere there were people who were jealous, hated, and laughed at him. He is now in a desperate situation. All his former glory turned into jealousy in people's hearts. Now people naturally like to see him decadent and failed. There are many people who take advantage of others' misfortunes. Chen Wang, I remember you said back then that you wanted to treat students as wild monsters and kill them to level up. Why are your hands useless now? Someone noticed the injury on Chen Wang's hand at a glance and gave him a precise blow. People didn't know who caused Chen Wang's wound, and they were actually a little curious. When Chen Wang heard these words, if it were in the past, he would have been furious and would have rushed over to kill. But now, his expression was grim and calm. In his heart, there is only Su Ming. He wanted to surpass Su Ming and kill Su Ming. There is no other purpose besides this one. He walked firmly into the Tower of Tianji and disappeared. Su Ming had been watching coldly from the side. He stood in the crowd, very low-key, and did not let Chen Wang notice his presence. Su Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's a pity that in this small world, Due to the rules, I can't kill anyone. Su Ming felt a little regretful. Otherwise, he would kill Li Qingwang the moment he saw him, and then use the hidden god step to leave without a trace. Su Ming shook his head and shook off all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He came to the entrance of the Tower of Tianji and stepped inside. As soon as you step in, the world before your eyes suddenly changes. The space inside the Tower of Heavenly Silence is completely separated. It can accommodate countless people to challenge at the same time, but they will not affect each other in the slightest. This Tower of Silence can only be challenged by one person. In front of Su Ming was an ancient world inside a tower, with a venue that looked like an arena. A few large characters were hanging high in the air. First floor. Monster. Purple-haired evil tiger. The next moment, a huge, mutant purple-haired tiger appeared on the scene. It immediately rushed towards Su Ming. In this Tower of Heavenly Silence, there are monsters of different levels on every floor. Su Ming was very calm and immediately scanned the information of the monster. Chapter 37. Rewards for the 10th floor. Fierce Beast. Purple-haired evil tiger. Level 5. Strength, 59 points. Constitution, 25 points. Agility, 25 points. Spirit, 13 points. Lucky, 10 points. Skills, Giant Palm Slap, Bite. This is just the monster on the first floor of the Tower of Heavenly Silence, and it has already reached level 5. No wonder those newcomers were easily defeated. Many people stop around the 3rd level. Even the 10th ranked expert in copy number 144 stopped at the 8th level. This shows how difficult the Tower of Silence is. It's a pity that the tiger met Su Ming today. Level 1 monsters are really no match for him. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and shook it. Buzz. Suddenly, a long sword floated up from his shadow. It was the Shadow Sword. All of Su Ming's equipment is of platinum quality. With his level 16, it was extremely easy for him to kill the tiger. He doesn't even need to activate any skills. A normal attack can kill. The tiger roared and rushed forward fearlessly. Su Ming stood still, his eyes calm. Brush. He slashed with his sword. The tiger's body fell down with a loud bang. Its neck was cut open and turned into blue light that dissipated into the sky and earth. Experience. Su Ming gained a lot of experience. Successfully passed the 1st level. Please receive your reward. A small wooden treasure chest appeared in the center of the venue. It looks like it's made of bronze. It is the lowest level treasure chest. Su Ming directly used the ability to sublimate all things and carried out sublimation. This Tower of Silence can also be considered a copy. The material of this treasure chest suddenly changed, and its appearance became more high-end. Sublimation success. Jimu Treasure Box, middle bronze grade. TSK, my luck is really bad this time. I only got upgraded from lower bronze to middle bronze. Su Ming murmured. Then he kicked the treasure chest open. Look into it. A wood grain ring engraved with intricate patterns appeared in the box. Loot. Small strength amplification ring, mid-grade bronze. After wearing, you can increase the strength attribute by 5 points. Su Ming curled his lips. It's better than nothing. These attributes are really not enough for him. But Su Ming still equipped it. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. After he plundered the spoils, he immediately started the challenge of the next level. It is normal that the reward for this 1st level is poor. Su Ming was mentally prepared. The monster on the 2nd floor is a ferocious flying bat of gigantic size. The wings are covered with black hair, and when the body is spread out, it can even completely wrap a person. The bat's teeth were cold and its eyes were flashing red. It was flying in the air, emitting ultrasonic waves from time to time to attack Su Ming. This is a large-scale, indiscriminate attack that causes continuous blood loss. But for Su Ming, it didn't hurt at all. He didn't even frown. Raised the sword and cut. Buzz. The sword light flashed. Su Ming killed the monster easily. It can even be said to be a flash kill. The reward for this level also appeared in front of Su Ming. It was also a lower-grade bronze treasure chest. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things to upgrade. Sublimation successful. Dark Tide chest. Quality. Gold top grade. My luck was very good this time, and I was directly upgraded to the gold level. Su Ming stepped forward, opened the box, and took out the spoils. It is a skill scroll. Hound Pace, golden top grade. Level limit, level 15. A fast, agile, and ethereal step that allows you to move at a very fast speed in a short period of time, like a hound. Su Ming learned it directly. Afterwards, Su Ming continued to challenge. With the new skill, Hound Step, His combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. His movement speed became extremely fast, and he could easily avoid most of the monster's attacks. Coupled with the passive talent of the origin sword body, the power of all sword techniques is multiplied tenfold. This makes Su Ming invincible. He pushed forward all the way and passed the first 7 levels with ease. This progress is extremely fast, and he keeps moving forward. At this moment, the outside world. Everyone stared at the screen in front of the Tower of Silence. The leaderboard is displayed there. Chen Wang, 5th floor. Chen Wang, 6th floor. His name continued to climb up the list. People looked a little surprised. Chen Wang is indeed a 10-star sword maniac. Even though his hand was seriously injured, he was still able to rush to the 6th floor at such a fast speed. Too fierce. People looked solemn. I have to admit that Chen Wang is still strong. People's sighs are not over yet. The next moment, the picture on the list changed again. Chen Wang, 7th floor. Chen Wang, 8th floor. Chen Wang breaks through the 9th level. Directly reached the 9th floor. This speed is extremely fast. People were surprised. Why is he so fierce? Isn't it going to break through the 10th floor? People were surprised. Is this the strength of a first-turn knife maniac? It's just a monster. Isn't he going to get this year's platinum treasure chest? Looking at the situation, it's probably true. Every year, the first newcomer to break through the 10th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Silence will receive an extra reward from the world's supreme rules. It's a platinum treasure chest, able to reveal platinum-level equipment. This kind of thing is full of infinite temptation for new job changers. It means infinite possibilities, attracting newcomers every year. Every year, new job changers who join the Tianta Club flock here to challenge themselves. But ordinary players who have passed the novice copy are basically only around level 8 or 9, and it is extremely difficult to pass the 10th level. Even a genius will stop at the 8th or 9th level. This is an extremely difficult challenge for anyone. Some people, after being defeated, will never recover. But some people will become more courageous after facing more setbacks. Perhaps, the sword maniac Chen Wang is the latter. One person said. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had previously mocked Chen Wang felt a chill down their spines. Thinking of Chen Wang's cold eyes just now, if in the future, he grows up and stands at the top of the world, then, can those who have mocked Chen Wang still escape? Thinking of this, everyone felt a little scared. The 10-star sword maniac, Chen Wang, lost his first-place ranking to Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School Swordmaster, Su Ming. I estimate that after he gets the platinum treasure chest, his strength will be greatly improved, and then he will find a way to seek revenge on Su Ming. That's Su Ming. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. People sighed and spoke slowly. Chapter 38, Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword. TSK, now that you mention it, I'm really curious. Who exactly is that Su Ming? A mere swordsman, a profession so weak in the early stages, can actually surpass the knife maniac in the dungeon. He trampled upon the once popular Chen Wang. It's unbelievable. There was a commotion among the crowd, with everyone discussing the matter. Yes, now that you put it that way, I also feel it's outrageous. That Su Ming either has incredible luck and has picked up some opportunity, or he is really capable. Anyway, I personally prefer the former. We are going to have a good show this time. Chen Wang should be able to make a comeback. It's unclear who will win in the end between him and Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School swordsman Su Ming. Resources are limited, and there can only be one strongest genius. At this time, Su Ming was frantically killing monsters in the copy. Brush. With one move, he drew his sword and slashed instantly, fully activating the attack. A burly minotaur in front of him fell to the ground with a loud bang. Congratulations, you have cleared the 10th level. You are the first player to clear the 10th level. Reward for this level, platinum treasure chest. Then, a jade white box appeared in front of Su Ming. The texture looks very noble, and there are many mysterious patterns carved into it. Su Ming slowly put away his sword and took a deep breath. He was also slightly injured, but he finally passed the 10th floor. That's right, he successfully passed the 10th level. He is so fast. The monsters that each person encounters are different. So, there is actually a certain element of luck involved in this. If you encounter weaker monsters along the way, you might be able to reach the 10th floor faster. But Su Ming had no luck. It's purely personal strength. He looked towards the treasure chest and scanned it. Jade white treasure box. Quality, medium platinum. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things. Sublimation successful. Golden scale treasure box. Diamond low quality. The treasure chest changed its appearance, becoming inlaid with golden scales and crystal-like structures. It was actually upgraded to a diamond treasure chest. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. This will be his first diamond chest. Su Ming stepped forward and gently opened the box with both hands. I saw a long sword lying in it. The blade comes in 2 colors. There is a faint trace of fracture on the sword blade in the center. Dragon inlaid broken sword, long sword, dagger dual weapon. Quality: low-grade diamond. Level requirement: level 4. Once a long sword, it broke in a battle and split into 2. Later, the craftsman used a precious dragon scale as the core, glued it together and recast it, making the sword return to its peak. This sword is extremely sharp and can carry a strong killing intent. Affix fire scale. A fire dragon scale is inlaid in the center of this broken sword, which can provide this dagger with a 200 fire attribute damage bonus. Dividing the edge. The blade of this sword can break away and become a flying sword, driven by the owner's thoughts to kill the enemy in mid-air. Broken blade. This weapon was once a complete long sword, so it can be classified as a sword-type weapon. But after the blade was broken, it became a broken sword again, the length of a dagger, so it can be classified as a dagger-type weapon. This is also commonly known as a dual-type weapon. It turned out to be a diamond-grade sword. Su Ming's heart was slightly shaken. Moreover, it is a dual-type weapon. This means that this sword can benefit from his original sword body. Once the sharp blade is activated and turned into a flying sword and shot out, the main body can be transformed into a broken sword, that is, a dagger-like weapon. At this time, you can use the Killing God Sword. The God-killing sword is a skill of the god-killing profession. It requires a dagger or short sword weapon to exert its strongest power. With this sword, Su Ming can switch between the 2 forms of skills seamlessly at will. His fighting power will take a big step forward. Su Ming felt a little excited. Immediately take the sword in your hand. Put it in front of you and look at it carefully. The texture is cool, but there is a hint of heat in it. On the blade, there are lifelike dragon patterns carved. The part of the blade near the handle shone with golden light. The tip of the blade is the simple gray color of black steel. The level requirement for this sword is 4th turn. But don't forget that Su Ming has the passive skill of Swordmaster. He ignores any restrictions and equips any sword weapon, so he can drive it freely. Su Ming's mind moved. Click. The golden crack in the middle of the sword suddenly shook. The longer part of the blade in the front flew out. It transformed into a flying sword and flew in the air. It is very similar to the effect of flying a sword, but this is not a skill, but an effect attached to this weapon. Su Ming can use his mind to control the sword to fly, hang in the air, and kill the enemy. What remained in Su Ming's hand was a broken sword. Beveled section, naturally sharp angles. Make this broken sword look like a dagger, perfectly natural. Holding the broken sword in front of him, Su Ming took a look. I saw a fiery red dragon scale stuck in the center of the crack on the broken blade, perfectly embedded in the blade. Su Ming raised his hand and swung it with a graceful movement. Whoosh! The flying blade suddenly swept away and flew back upside down. It stuck firmly on the broken sword, and then gathered together to become a complete sword. I don't know which craftsman created this. It's so wonderful. Use the dragon scale in the middle to connect the flying blade and the broken sword together. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh at the great wisdom of the professional blacksmith. Dragons are one of the highest level monsters and are very ferocious. Dragon scales are also extremely precious materials. And inside this sword, there is a dragon scale embedded. Then the grade of this sword must be high. When Su Ming swung his sword, flames would flow from the edge of the sword, causing fire damage. Very good. Su Ming smiled slightly, holding the sword, and walked to the next level. He will not stop at the 10th floor. At this moment, inside the Tower of Heavenly Silence, on the 10th floor, the sword maniac, Chen Wang, panting, killed the giant armored knight in front of him with one sword. He was covered in wounds, but he used his strongest skills and finally passed it with great difficulty. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 10th level. When he heard the words about the world rules, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Haha, I passed the 10th floor. Very good. This year's platinum treasure chest will be mine. Every year, the first newcomer to clear the 10th level will receive a platinum treasure chest. For newcomers, this is a very high-level reward. As long as he can get it, he will surely rise. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in the copy, Chen Wang's heart was filled with gloom. He wants revenge. Su Ming must die. Then, Specks of blue light gathered in front of him, and finally formed a top-grade silver treasure chest. Li Chengwang's eyes were blank and dull. Why is it a silver treasure chest? Where's my platinum treasure chest? He looked up and said with a trembling voice. But no one answered. The rules of the world will not care about a mortal. Could it be that someone has passed the 10th floor before me? He couldn't quite believe it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and opened the treasure chest. There is only one silver-level necklace among them, and it is not for this profession. It's the fucking mage's necklace equipment. Li Chengwang felt that he had been cheated, abandoned by the world. What a trick of fate. He was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't help but let out a roar. Damn it. Chapter 39. Breakthroughs, Lanhua Treasure Chest. Su Ming continued to move forward, past the 11th floor, past the 12th floor, past the 13th floor. He's progressing too fast. It can even be said to be incredibly fast. Many of them can't resist his 3 swords. Compared with other newcomers who have transfer jobs, they basically stop at the 6th or 7th level. This made Su Ming even more terrifying. However, it is worth mentioning that after the 10th level, the combat effectiveness of monsters in each level has been significantly improved. Su Ming felt it very clearly. The first 10 levels are basically for newcomers to experience, and the rewards after passing them are bronze treasure chests. But starting from the 11th level is the real challenge. Although Su Ming cleared the level very quickly, the wounds on his body were also increasing. Restoration potions cannot be used here. You can only heal your wounds through your own abilities. Su Ming used his mental power to activate the self-healing factor in his blood. Soon, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this is not a long-term solution. Most of his mental energy has been consumed. We must use it sparingly, Su Ming said in a serious tone. He chose to only partially recover from his injuries, but did not completely heal them. Otherwise, it would consume too much mental energy. He also needs to retain some mental power and skills to go further. The goal he set for himself was to at least break through the 15th or 16th level. Whoosh! Su Ming raised his hand and swung it, condensing a spiritual sword in midair. This is Su Ming's skill, Spirit Blade. The blade was azure blue, and the edge was gleaming with light. Whoosh! With a sound, it flew away. It went straight through the eye socket in front of him. Then Su Ming himself, holding the broken sword inlaid with a dragon in his hand, took a step forward. Phew! This sword is extremely powerful. Directly chop off the head of the purple-skinned zombie monster in front of you. Congratulations, you have cleared the 15th level. Su Ming's breathing had become heavy, and he slowly put away his sword. The reward for this level appeared before my eyes. It is a golden treasure chest. Su Ming used the sublimation of all things to upgrade. Lanhua treasure box. Platinum top grade. This time, my luck wasn't so good, and I only upgraded to upper platinum grade. Su Ming looked solemn and opened the lid. I saw a necklace appear in the treasure chest. He picked it up and scanned the information. Hidden necklace, platinum top grade, agile. After carrying it, all your actions will become silent. It actually directly adds 50 points of agility. This equipment is quite powerful. Su Ming's current agility attribute has reached 130. If you have this necklace, you will have 180 points of agility. Su Ming equipped it directly. Moreover, Su Ming had just cleared more than a dozen levels of the Tower of Heavenly Silence in succession and also leveled up 2 levels. Now, he has reached level 18. Add all the attribute points to agility, that is 200 points of agility. After 2 more levels, you can complete the second transformation. In addition, Su Ming opened more than a dozen treasure chests and obtained a large amount of loot rewards. But many things are not as good as the shadow sword set he is wearing now, so those things are basically only useful for selling, or finding someone to decompose them into basic materials later to strengthen his own weapons. There is a lot of experience in this Tower of Silence. I reached level 18 so quickly. Although the monsters are getting stronger and stronger, and I am feeling a little exhausted, I can't give up. Su Ming held the sword with a determined look in his eyes. I can only take on this challenge once a month, so I must not waste the opportunity and must try my best to sprint. Su Ming clenched his fists and decided to work harder and continue charging the tower. Outside the tower, the crowd watching the excitement stared at the record. Li Chengwang rushed to the 9th floor, which made people look forward to it. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see if he could reach the 10th floor. But suddenly, one name jumped to the top. It's like a dark horse, charging all the way. From the bottom, climbing quickly. Soon, he surpassed Li Chengwang. The name is God of Killing. Player. Kill the god and clear the 8th level. Kill the god and clear the 9th level. Kill the god and clear the 10th level. The title God of Killing replaced Su Ming's name. Fight your way up the rankings. Almost there. People felt that in just a blink of an eye, Su Ming was about to reach the highest peak. It's like riding a rocket. Everyone rubbed their eyes. Some of them couldn't believe it. What the hell is going on here? Everyone was dumbfounded. Are there any other experts? Who is this person? Can someone explain to me how someone can charge into a tower like this? It's out, right? This guy isn't charging the tower. He's riding a rocket, right? Kill God? Who is the kill god? Don't even mention Xinjiang City, Wuyang City, Nanmian City. Even in our entire province, there is no such killer on the list of all geniuses. I haven't heard of this name. Have you heard of it? We've never heard of that name either. Is he from another province? Everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They originally thought that Chen Wang took just over 10 minutes to rush from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, which was already a terrifying speed. But unexpectedly, someone more powerful would take action the next second. Everyone looked up and watched this scene. Some of them couldn't believe it. Su Ming's speed is really too fast. Rush all the way. Who exactly is this person? People's eyes were a little dazed. Because, after the god of death rushed to the 10th floor, he did not stop. After dozens of seconds, it reached the 11th floor. This means that this player named God of Killing is killing monsters instantly along the way. Killing a person on the 11th level in one encounter is almost impossible among newcomers. Even the sword maniac Chen Wang had to work hard on the 9th and 10th levels for a long time before he could barely pass. Could it be that this God of Killing is not a newcomer? Someone asked. It's basically impossible. The results of the Tower of Heavenly Silence will be preserved. If someone has challenged it, then if he challenges it again next month, he will continue with his last result. That is to say, it is impossible for a powerful job changer to challenge the previous dozen levels repeatedly. Also, look carefully, this is the ranking of newcomers. Only the awakened ones of our generation can be listed among them. Then, this God of Killing is really a monster. People's eyes became a little scared. Is that guy really a human? At this time, Chen Wang's name appeared below the ranking. Player. Chen Wang passed the 10th floor and ranked 2nd. This no longer excites people, because the platinum treasure chest has been taken away by the god of death. Chen Wang didn't get the platinum treasure chest. I wonder what his expression is like inside now. Haha, I went through so much trouble to break through the 10th floor, but didn't get the reward. If it were me, I would probably go crazy. Some people have already begun to gloat. Chapter 40, 20th floor boss, Lava Knight. While people were shocked, Su Ming's ranking continued to rise. Player. Kill the god and clear the 12th level. After this news came out, it caused a huge uproar and made people gasp. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. I didn't expect he could still charge. The scariest thing is, it didn't take long at all. This means that this player named God of Killing is still killing instantly even when he reaches the high difficulty area after the 10th floor. This is very scary. Player. Kill the god and clear the 13th level. Kill the god and clear the 14th level. Kill the god and clear the 15th level. The constant reminders made people's eyes numb. For a moment, the originally noisy outside became as silent as death. Hee hee. People's voices were trembling, and they could no longer speak. Inside the tower at this moment, Su Ming has already reached the 19th floor. Here is a huge amethyst dragon blood rhinoceros. Fierce beast, amethyst dragon blood rhino. Level 23. Strength, 320 points. Constitution, 300 points. Agility, 25 points. Spirit, 15 points. Lucky, 3 points. Skills, Dragon Blood Self-Healing, Crystal Horn, Ruthless Suppression, Fearful Roar. This rhino monster has some ancient dragon blood in its blood. Its ancestors were a cross between a dragon and a rhino. The dragon blood is thinner in this generation, but it still exists. After seeing the information about this monster, Su Ming looked a little cautious. This monster is of the same level of strength as the hidden monster in the novice copy, the Blood Lake Guardian. I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to succeed in this challenge. But Su Ming never thought of retreating. He raised his hand and used the sky-falling sword tomb. Boom. A sword sounded in the sky, and then a huge stone sword tombstone fell down. The rhino roared and rushed forward. The sword tomb fell and directly smashed half of the dragon blood rhinoceros waist into meat paste. Intestines flowed and blood rushed to the sky. Very powerful. But it was different from what Su Ming had originally expected. It moved so fast that it actually dodged it. Su Ming's face was solemn, and he thought to himself. He originally wanted to hit the lead. Sky-Falling Sword Tomb is his most powerful sword skill at present. If it hits the head, it may cause serious damage, or even kill the monster instantly. It's a pity, but he has to be killed. The wild bull rushed forward, its huge amethyst horns flashing with cold light, and it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Su Ming dodged suddenly to the side, still mocking at the same time. Dragon Blood Rhino. I don't know what kind of heaven-defying species the dragon from your ancestors was. It can actually kill a rhino that rolls in the mud all day long. It's the bloodline of a hybrid like you. That's so funny, haha. Su Ming's voice was full of mockery. This is a tactic. As long as he can win, Su Ming never hesitates to use any means. Verbal provocation is a very effective method that can disrupt the enemy's offensive rhythm and plans. He didn't know if this monster could understand human language, but he still wanted to mock it. It's never wrong to give it a try. Moreover, the spiritual attribute of this monster is as high as 15 points, which is higher than many humans. Su Ming guessed that it was very likely that it could understand human language. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Ming's ridicule, the rhinoceros became furious and rushed forward with a loud bang. The amethyst horn on its head sparkled with dazzling light, and then exploded with a loud bang. A beam of death ray shot toward Su Ming. Su Ming sneered. Humph, you are indeed a beast. You can even fall for such an obvious provocation. It directly activates the most powerful skill trump card. Knowing this move, Su Ming can deal with it without holding back. He activated the invisible divine step for a moment to avoid the beam of light, then raised his hand and shook it. Click. The dragon-inlaid broken sword immediately shattered, and the broken blade flew out and pierced the rhino's eye socket, blinding one of its eyes. Then Su Ming fell sideways into his blind spot and leaned over to hold the broken sword. At this moment, the broken sword is a dagger. He can now use the killing god's sword. This strike must be immediate. Pure and ruthless murderous intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Whoosh! This knife was filled with murderous intent as vast as the sea, surging towards the sky. Seeing this knife, this huge mutant amethyst giant horned rhinoceros actually became a little frightened. Because this is a legendary skill, it is enough to scare it. A blood-red knife mark flashed across the sky in an instant. Phew! The huge bull's head rolled to the ground. The purple crystal corners broke and fell to the ground. The killing god's sword is extremely powerful. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 19th level. Su Ming gained a lot of experience. Directly promoted to level 19. Just one step away from level 20. His breathing was a little rapid because he had consumed too much energy using the killing god sword. Then he looked at the ground. Loot. Amethyst rhino horn, platinum top-grade material. This thing is a rare forging material, used to make powerful weapons. Su Ming put it directly into his pocket. Then a big treasure chest appeared in front of him. It is a treasure chest made of top-grade gold. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things. Platinum top-grade. Su Ming opened the box. Suddenly, a design drawing appeared. Platinum top-grade weapon. Soul-screaming scythe design. Materials required. Any platinum top-grade core weapon-based material. Kazara's blood-pumping heart. Water Ghost soundtrack. Fine steel and dark iron. There are a lot of materials, but they can basically be bought at the auction house. Yes, we can make this sickle and give it to Ji Yao. Su Ming's lips curled slightly. After putting away the design drawings, he stepped directly into the 20th floor. As soon as you enter the 20th floor, the scenery changes. There are pitch-black volcanic rocks under your feet, and lava is surging on both sides of the surrounding roads. A burly knight wearing lava fire armor stood in front. He carried a huge hammer on his shoulder and looked extremely powerful. He had his back to Su Ming and didn't even look back. You are only level 19, but you can reach the 20th floor? It is indeed very strong. He turned around, his face calm. But you are no match for me, please go back. Lava Knight advised. Su Ming scanned its information. 20th floor, Lava Knight. Level, 25. Strength, 420 points. Physique, 350 points. Agility, 280 points. Spirit, 158 points. Luck, 100 points. Skills, Lava Killing Hammer, Flowing Armor, Fiery Fire. There are no shortcomings in all aspects of attributes. His agility is even higher than Su Ming's. That is, his level is only 6 levels higher than Su Ming, but the total attribute difference is hundreds. Su Ming had some cold sweat on his forehead. This is really too fierce. Even his most proud agility attribute is not enough in front of it. If Su Ming did not activate the hidden divine step, he would not be able to dodge even a normal attack. Chapter 41 Light Footsteps. Su Ming is now at the end of his strength. He went through 20 levels of round-robin battles. Both mental and physical energy are consumed greatly. In this Tower of Silence, it is impossible to recover using any food or potion. He knew he probably couldn't win, but Su Ming still chose to take action resolutely and challenge the 20th floor. How can there be a miracle without trying? Su Ming held the Shadow Stream long sword in his left hand and the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right hand, and suddenly rushed forward. The Thunder Sword technique is fully activated. A terrifying flash of lightning appeared. With his right hand, he drew his sword and slashed instantly. When the proficiency reaches this level, one can draw the sword and kill instantly without even a scabbard. Su Ming's figure turned into a streak of blood and rushed over. Lava Knight slowly shook his head, sighed, and swung his giant hammer. Crash! At this moment, the lava turned into a sky curtain, stirring up scorching heat waves. Su Ming rushed in and felt burning pain all over his body, and his health points dropped rapidly. In the end, he was completely buried here. But there was also a hint of shock in Lava Knight's eyes. Because before Su Ming was defeated, those two swords also slashed at him. Its health dropped by 50 points directly. Challenger, if it's next time, you will definitely be able to beat me. It said in shock. There was also a bit of admiration in his eyes. Su Ming's eyes went dark, and before he could respond, he had already exited the Tower of Heavenly Silence in the next moment. Stop at the 20th floor. Current ranking. Rewards are being settled. Su Ming had a blank expression on his face. Rankings are like floating clouds to him. The rewards are real. In this wave of challenging the Tower of Heavenly Silence, he reached level 19 and received a large number of weapons, equipment, and materials as rewards. Now there are additional settlement rewards. Finally, the reward settlement was completed. 10,000 races coin 50, 000. Advent coin 100, 000. Flowing footwork, low-grade diamond footwork skill. Su Ming immediately upgraded his flowing body footwork. Sublimation successful. Light footsteps, diamond top-grade body movement. The super body movement from the ancient times is based on the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. It moves in specific hexagram directions. It is incomprehensible, light, and swift, just like strolling in the garden, but extremely fast. It actually upgraded directly to a diamond-grade body skill. Su Ming was overjoyed. He simply crushed it and studied it. He does have a gold-level body movement, the Hound Step, but that body movement was not strong enough for Su Ming. There is also a stronger body movement, Hidden God Step, but that is a legendary step after all. With his current physical strength and mental attributes, it consumes too much energy. Every time you activate it, a lot of physical energy will be consumed. But this Lingbo Weibo is different. You can use it repeatedly. At the same time, it is an advanced body technique that can avoid many moves. In the chase, you can also be invincible. From now on, I will use Lingbo Weibo in my daily life. When it comes to a last resort, the best solution is to use the Hidden God Step to avoid necessary attacks. The Hound Pace can be abandoned. The iteration of skills is normal. After learning this skill, Su Ming immediately felt that his mind was filled with countless knowledge of hexagrams and flowing footwork. Eventually, success is achieved. Light Step Diamond Top Grade. Proficiency 00000. Afterwards, Su Ming left the Tower of Tianji. He walked slowly outside. My sword should be ready soon, he muttered, walking away slowly. At this moment, outside the tower, people are watching Chen Wang's performance. Chen Wang passed the 11th floor. Wow, he can still fight? To be honest, Chen Wang is quite fierce. He broke through the 10th floor, but didn't get any extra rewards. He continued to break through 2 more floors before stopping. What a monster. He has a good character, but when he came out and found out that he was only the 2nd place and was surpassed by the God of Death by several levels, I'm afraid his mentality would collapse. Chen Wang stopped at the 12th floor. Chen Wang's final results are also out. I think his mentality will collapse after he comes out. People said, even if a person is very strong, he would not be able to bear 2 huge blows in a row. Alas, Chen Wang, I'm afraid he's going to die. I think he will never recover from this. People shook their heads slowly and spoke with some sighs. At this time, Su Ming's ranking was still rising. Kill the god. Clear the 18th level. What? He reached the 18th floor? Kill the god. Clear the 19th level. Fuck, this is a monster. A real monster. Who is this person and what kind of talent does he have? Chen Wang from Wuyang City, Su Ming, the swordmaster from Xinjing City, Zhang Tang from the Zhang family, and Yin Zhe, the 9 stars. I'm afraid all the geniuses from our cities are not as good as this killing god. Killing god. Stop at the 20th floor. Current ranking first. Seeing this news, people almost held their breath. After a long while, they looked at each other in shock. A newcomer, only able to reach the 20th floor? Outrageous. Many second-level masters can't even make it to the 19th level, but he, a newcomer, has already reached the 20th level. I really want to know who he is, but he must be using a title instead of his real name. People were shocked and their voices were shaking. At this moment, there was another person outside with an extremely gloomy face. She was wearing a red tight outfit, had a hot body, and her face was full of coldness. Her name is Luna. Who is this killer god? It actually surpassed my brother Chen Wang. She gritted her teeth and said angrily in her heart. All the burning eyes, all the people's focus, were on that killer god. And those glorious scenes should have belonged to Chen Wang. Listening to the comments about Chen Wang from people around her made her heart bleed. But she disdained to argue, because she had already regarded these people as dead. Once her strength increases, she will immediately kill all those who have slandered Chen Wang. Yes, her mind was twisted. It can be said that she is an avid star chaser, and Chen Wang is her star. Luna is a student in Xinjing City, but she is not from the same high school as Su Ming. Instead, she is a student at a vocational high school. At this moment, she clenched her fists and her heart was filled with hatred. Chen Wang, a knife maniac from the next city, killed her sister in the novice copy. She saw it with her own eyes. As for herself, because of her lack of strength, she could only hide in the bushes nearby and watch the whole process. Her sister's tragic death left her heartbroken. The extreme sadness soon became too much for her mind to bear. So the brain activates its self-protection mechanism. Transform that hatred into a weird obsession. Luna began to be intoxicated by Chen Wang's powerful strength. The twisted mentality of admiring the strong took over her mindset. She even thought that the scene where Chen Wang killed her sister was somewhat handsome. Perhaps this is the so-called Stockholm Syndrome. Chapter 42. Colored Gold Black Sword. In fact, when it comes down to it, Luna has long been resentful of her sister. She was a 7-star professional, which meant she had quite good talent, but her sister was an 8-star, which took away all her glory. My parents poured all their love and resources into my sister. Therefore, deep down in her heart, she actually did not have any real love for her sister. It was just secular morality that confined her. And when Chen Wang killed her sister in the copy, at that moment, the shackles in her heart and all the rules and regulations were also cut off. Morality and family affection are now meaningless in her eyes. Chen Wang killed her sister, and she had to thank Chen Wang. Generally speaking, Luna is Chen Wang's little fangirl. After the novice copy challenge was over, she immediately went to Wuyang City to find Chen Wang, wanting to form a team and challenge other copies together in the future. She wants to be with Chen Wang forever. Being with strong people, she will also shine. But when she arrived, she found that Chen Wang had already collapsed. The way he exited the copy shocked all the students of Wuyang No. 3 Middle School. The right hand holding the knife was covered in scars and blood, and the knife was broken. It seemed that Chen Wang was defeated by someone. She was also shocked at the time. She would never forget the look in Chen Wang's eyes at that time. What kind of look is that? Stunned, unbelievable, lonely, painful, and angry. All. This made her feel very sad. Let's look at the ranking of that copy at that time. Chen Wang was defeated and became the 2nd place. The sword master named Su Ming surpassed her in knife madness. This not only made Chen Wang suffer, but also made her suffer. She would not allow anyone to be stronger than Chen Wang. She is also a 7-star professional with good talent. For this reason, she also has to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence and improve her strength. Luna's dream is to assist Chen Wang and become the strongest person. Her profession? What a coincidence. An assassin. She must follow Chen Wang's pace and become stronger. She wants to help Chen Wang climb all the way to the top. It is this belief that makes her begin to face challenges without fear. She took firm steps and slowly moved towards the Tower of Tianji. At this time, an ordinary young man came towards her and passed by her. It's Su Ming. There were no scars on Su Ming's body. You couldn't tell at all that he was the one who fought his way all the way to the 20th floor, because his self-healing factor bloodline helped him heal all the scars, big and small. When they passed each other, Lu Na felt a little surprised. She felt as if a bloodthirsty beast was walking past her with an extremely terrifying aura. Just a moment. She took a sharp breath and turned to look. Behind him, there was nothing. Wrong. Is it an illusion? Su Ming has disappeared into the crowd. That killer god, could it be him? She was breathing rapidly, somewhat incredulously. But he looks like Su Ming, the swordmaster of number 1 middle school. A swordsman who was so weak in the early stages, and at most got first place in the dungeon by luck. How could he possibly reach the 20th floor of the Sky Silence Tower? It shouldn't be him. She shook her head slowly, dispelling the speculation in her mind. However, the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. In her heart, Su Ming will still die in the end, because he surpassed Chen Wang. At this time, another man holding a long sword walked out of the Tianji Tower. Chen Wang. His eyes were dazed, even a little dull, walking out of the tower at slow pace. Like a zombie, there were stars in Lu Na's eyes, as if she saw her idol. She rushed forward. Chen Wang. Chen Wang seemed not to see her and passed by her. I didn't lose. I didn't lose. At this time, one could hear Chen Wang muttering these words from his pale lips. Lu Na was stunned for a moment, and then her heart began to bleed. He knew that Chen Wang had suffered a huge blow. She quickly supported Chen Wang and walked outside. When Chen Wang saw the ranking outside the tower, his whole body was shocked. His eyes were trembling. Kill God number 1, 20th level? His voice was filled with extreme shock, trembling, and confusion. If I can surpass him, yes, but surpassing him by so many levels. This completely shattered his worldview. Chen Wang lost his balance and fell to the ground, kneeling on his knees. The knives fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Then he smiled. Ha 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 ha. His laughter sounded a little crazy. When the people around saw this scene, they did not mock him. Because it's so miserable. The former hero, now completely decadent. Su Ming walked slowly towards the forging shop and opened his personal profile at the same time. Su Ming. Title: God of Death. Effective titles: First Blood, Rookie King. Level 19, 5,455 experience points. Profession: Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength: 55. Constitution: 60. Agility: 200. Spirit: 100. Lucky: 50. Bloodline: Immortality, self-healing factor. Talent: Sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic cultivation. Skills: Killing God with a sword, full hide, hidden God step, insightful eyes. Thunder sword art, draw the sword and slash, sword master, continuous rain sword, flying sword, falling sword tomb, spiritual blade, light footsteps. Su Ming came to the forge shop and found the blacksmith. How's my sword? Su Ming stepped forward and asked. The blacksmith swung out a long sword from behind him. It's already done. The sword in front of him was completely different from the original black steel blood sword. First of all, the sword blade is no longer made of pure black material. Rather, it is the wonderful color that is refined after the fusion of multiple alloy materials. The base color is pure steel white, but under the reflection of the sunlight, it seems to be flashing with various colors, like some rare minerals. At the same time, the length of the sword also changed, become a little longer than before. The tip is at a 30-degree angle and looks extremely sharp. The hilt of the sword is made of wolf bones and wrapped with a layer of animal skin. Su Ming held it in his hand and felt it was slightly warm and soft, and it fit his hand very well. I scanned the information of this sword. Colored gold black sword, gold top grade. After being forged by the blacksmith using multiple composite materials, the grade has been upgraded to gold level. The sharpness and toughness of this sword have been greatly improved. Affix drink red. After using this sword to injure a monster, it can absorb the blood and heal the holder's injuries. Blood oath. After killing a monster with this sword, it can temporarily increase the holder's overall attributes by 20 points for 1 minute. Alloy blade. The sharpness of this sword far exceeds that of ordinary gold-grade weapons and can even reach the platinum level. Chapter 43, Village of the Dead. All the original affixes of the black steel blood-swallowed sword are retained. Not only that, there is also an additional affix effect. Alloy blade. The sharpness of this sword is unmatched by other gold-grade weapons. Su Ming was very satisfied. He swung the sword a few times, and the blade flashed with cold light. Dragon inlaid broken sword and shadow flow long sword. With this weapon, he now has 3 swords, and none of them are lower than gold quality. The dragon inlaid broken sword is even diamond grade. It can be said that in the short term, I don't have to worry about not having enough weapons. He was in a good mood after sheathing his sword. Su Ming already knew what his peak form looked like. In the left hand is a shadow-flowing long sword. In the right hand is a dragon-inlaid broken sword. At the same time, use the sword-controlling skill to drive the Xianfeng sword to fly in the air and slash the enemy. Plus the spirit blade. That is equivalent to being able to control 4 swords at the same time and kill the enemy. This is horrible. This is not a simple 1x4. Don't forget that Su Ming also has the talent of the original sword body, which can permanently and continuously enhance the power of his swordsmanship. 10x4 is 40 times. The lethality of one person is basically equivalent to that of several teams combined. The only drawback is that Su Ming's mental strength is not enough. To activate 4 sword skills at the same time is something other professionals would never dare to dream of. Even if Su Ming could do it, his peak output could only last for a few seconds at most. I don't know when I can awaken the skills mastered by the 2 swords. Su Ming thought to himself. Then he took out the broken sword inlaid with a dragon and placed it in front of the blacksmith. Boss, make me 2 more scabbards. A long sword scabbard, specially made. A scabbard for a short sword. Su Ming was going to put the sharp tip of the broken dragon sword in its broken form into the sword case behind him. The broken sword was placed at his waist. This way, when facing the enemy, you can catch them by surprise. Who could have predicted that a pure sword blade would suddenly fly out from behind and cut your throat? The boss took the broken sword inlaid with dragon, his eyes slightly surprised. Young man, what is the quality of your weapon? Su Ming heard this and said without changing his expression. Inferior platinum. This sword is your own property, and no one else can scan its information. Only someone like me who has the skill of Eye of Insight can check other people's information at will and see even their underwear clearly. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith held up his sword in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wonderful. So wonderful. The craftsmanship and the forging patterns. It's just a low-grade platinum weapon? The blacksmith's eyes became somewhat obsessed. He touched the broken part with his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face. But he didn't ask any further questions. After all, if the guest wanted to conceal the quality of the weapon, he had no right to ask. This is professional ethics. Without further ado, he immediately placed the weapon on a shelf and measured it with a series of instruments. Length, thickness, sword guard. Well, this sword is too sharp. I'm afraid an ordinary wooden scabbard won't be able to withstand it. I'll make you 2 scabbards out of black stone and ironwood. The price may be a bit expensive. 30,000 advent coins. The blacksmith said, stroking his chin. Su Ming nodded and spent the money without hesitation. Black ironwood is a rare natural wood that is as black as iron, extremely hard, yet very light. It is a very expensive scabbard material, and the price is worth it. The boss didn't make a random offer. Soon, Su Ming's scabbard was made. There are 2. One is long and the other is short. The short one is like a dagger sheath and hangs at the waist, and the long one is like a sword and can be carried on the back. The scabbard, which has been specially modified, has a double layer and can hold part of the blade of the dragon-inlaid broken sword and the entire colorful gold-plated Xianfeng sword at the same time. The original scabbard can be discarded. Su Ming carried a long sword on his back and a broken sword hung on his waist. He was wearing a gray robe and looked to be fully armed. Okay, it's time to kill the big snake. A hint of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He tapped the Tianta Association token lightly. The next moment, a transparent screen appeared in front of him. Su Ming's task list appeared among them. Defeat the Python King. Location: Nanli District of Sichuan Wilderness, deep in the forest. Hunting a rank 2 Python King in the wilderness forest of Nanli District. It has devoured several members of the Tianta Club. It is extremely powerful. Its current level is about 25. Please be extremely careful. Reward: Myriad Races coins, random platinum skill scroll. After completing this task, you will officially become a platinum level member of the Tianta Club. You can teleport by spending 10,000 advent coins. Do you want to teleport to the mission area? Su Ming's eyes were solemn. He took a deep breath and clicked the coordinate button on the screen. Just teleport over there. It's more convenient and faster. I don't have that much time to waste, Su Ming said in a serious tone. The next moment, his figure became illusory and disappeared directly into the space. When it appeared again, it was already a huge forest. It was overcast and rainy, and there was a damp smell in the air. The fragrance of grass and soil is all around. The smell in this forest is really nice, different from the lifeless city. Su Ming smiled slightly and said calmly, "This is the taste of nature. The air here is very fresh, completely different from the bloody smell in the Frenzy Forest dungeon. But this is wilderness. Nowadays, Blue Star is full of mutated beasts and monsters. If you are not careful, you will die without a burial place. Only the city is slightly safer. In other words, the danger level here is no less than that in the copy." Su Ming frowned slightly and walked forward slowly. He looked very cautious. He opened the virtual screen map and headed towards the mission target location. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Ming arrived at a village in the wilderness. Some humans who do not have awakened professions will be destined to be laborers all their lives if they stay in the city. In order to escape, many unemployed people choose to flee to the wilderness and build villages to live in. But although such a life is free, it is also full of dangers. You may be killed by wild beasts at any time. When Su Ming arrived in the village, he immediately smelled a strong smell of blood and the smell of corpse. He looked around. There is not a single living person in this village. They are all dead bodies. There were about dozens of bodies, all of whom died tragically here. The village was full of ruins, as if it had been corroded by something. All the corpses died in a horrific and miserable manner, and almost all of them died with their eyes open. No one was spared, whether old or young, as they were all bitten to death by some gigantic creature. Su Ming came to the body of a little girl and squatted down to observe it carefully. He discovered that the villagers here all had some animal characteristics. For example, cat ears, mouse tail, eagle legs. This is an orc village. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. There are all kinds of races coexisting in this world, including orcs and elves, and this is not uncommon. He reached out and wiped a layer of slime off the wall. The skin on my fingers suddenly curled up and rotted, and the pain was obvious. It appears to be snake venom. Perhaps it was my mission target, the giant python, who did it. Chapter 44 Giant Snake Dung. Su Ming quickly left the village and went deep into the dense forest. There are too many corpses in this village, and the smell of blood will attract many unnecessary wild beasts. I have to leave as soon as possible. Not long after, Su Ming found a pile of giant snake feces. It was very huge, surrounded by flies and insects. It could be said to be a pile of super large dung, taller than Su Ming himself. As soon as you get close, you can smell a strong stench. The most important thing is that there are many human limbs and bone structures in this pile of feces. It was still covered in blood, and it was shocking to look at. Because snakes are cold-blooded animals, their digestive organs are not very powerful. Many bones, feathers, and leathery materials cannot be digested and will be excreted from the body with feces. Su Ming was choked to the point of being unable to breathe, but he still stood where he was and scanned the information of this thing with his eye of insight. Giant snake feces. Quality: garbage. Distinctive snake feces, with a strong stench and rancidity, containing a large number of super germs. If you dip your weapon in it, you can enchant it with poison properties within a week. This pile of feces is still fresh. Judging from the shape of this pile of feces, the giant snake went to the northeast. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. It seems that we are very close to the big snake. It can even be enchanted with poison properties. This dung is really extraordinary. Su Ming stroked his chin and muttered. But he wasn't about to plunge his precious sword into it. Maybe you are disgusted by yourself before your enemy is disgusted by you. Su Ming walked quickly towards the northeast. Soon, he gradually discovered that there were some blood stains and human footprints on the ground. Could it be possible that there are still people alive in that small village? Su Ming guessed in his heart. It's just right. If we find the living person, we can ask him about the situation of the big snake. Su Ming followed the trail of blood and came to a remote path. This path leads directly to a cave. The cave was very shallow, barely enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain, and there wasn't much room inside. Su Ming looked solemn and walked in slowly. As soon as I came in, I found that there was a person sleeping in the cave. To be precise, not a human, but orcs. It's a little girl. He looked to be about 13 or 14 years old, with a pair of cat ears on his head. She was wearing animal skins and sleeping on the ground, Her skin was smooth and white. There was only a simple straw mat on the ground. There was a long wound on her ankle, with blood flowing out and some yellow pus, which seemed to be infected. Su Ming immediately scanned her information. Leah. Race. Orc. Level 3, 0 experience points. Occupation. Assassin. Strength. 9. Constitution. 9. Agility. 27. Spirit. 9. Lucky. 9. Talent. Catman bloodline. She is naturally agile, and her agility attribute effect is 1 times that of a normal professional. Skills. Silent step. Claw attack. The bloodline of orcs is different from that of humans, so they can awaken their professions earlier. Su Ming was a little surprised that this orc girl from the wilderness village was actually quite talented. Reached 9 stars. Before Su Ming could do anything, he saw Leia's cat ears suddenly tremble. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes. She moved as swiftly as a rabbit, leaping up in an instant with agility. He took a step back, away from Su Ming. She hunched her waist slightly, with obvious hostility in her eyes. The whole person looks like a cat with its fur standing on end. Even in sleep, one can be so alert. This is how an orc cat hears. In her right hand, she held a rough dagger. 5 sharp claws extended from the fingertips of the left hand. A pair of dark red eyes with vertical pupils stared at Su Ming closely, with a hint of fear in them. She looked at Su Ming and was obviously surprised. Human? You, who are you? She asked cautiously. Su Ming watched her fighting stance coldly, but did not draw his sword. Instead, he showed the Tianta Club token on his waist. Little girl, I have no hostility. I'm here to hunt monsters. Su Ming said calmly. When Leia heard the words Tianta Society, the hostility in her eyes subsided. Oh, so that's how it is. She suddenly realized something, stood up straight, and restrained her fighting posture. She grew up in this wilderness village and rarely saw humans. So, she would naturally be hostile to Su Ming at the beginning. But the members of the Tianta Society are different. This is an organization among humans that specializes in hunting monsters, and it is considered to be relatively friendly. When she was in the village, she also met several humans from the Tianta Society and became quite familiar with them, because there was a giant snake that had been wreaking havoc around the village for several years. The Tianta Society sent out several teams, but all of them died in the snake's belly. Are you here to hunt that mutant giant snake? Leah said. Su Ming nodded. Big brother, please go back. The Sky Tower Association has sent several teams here, but those people, without exception, died in the giant snake's belly. She was still young, but her eyes revealed fatigue. Besides, you're alone. Don't die. She looked at Su Ming and said seriously. Su Ming's expression remained normal upon hearing this. He took the lead and asked, Leah, do you know the whereabouts of the giant snake? The rhythm of the conversation was forcefully guided by Su Ming. The little girl nodded subconsciously. After all, he is a half-orc and is naturally simple-minded. Hey, no, that's not right. Why should I nod? Also, how do you know my name? The little cat girl's eyes widened in surprise. Don't worry about the details. Let me ask you, your village was slaughtered by that giant snake, right? Su Ming asked. Leia nodded, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Yes. I am the only one who survived in our village. Her ears drooped, and she was in a very depressed mood. Orcs live in groups and have a vague concept of family, but even so, she still feels sad. After all, they are villagers who live together day and night. She saw with her own eyes the brutality of the giant snake. A man cried in the cave for several days but still couldn't recover. Do you want revenge? Su Ming asked. Think. She thought back to everything that had happened to her friends and elders in the village since she was a child, and she felt even more hatred in her heart. Speak more firmly. Su Ming persuaded. I do. She bit her teeth lightly, her emotions being guided by Su Ming. Little girl, lead the way, and I will help you get revenge. Su Ming smiled slightly and said. His hand was on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and he looked relaxed. There seems to be no pressure at all. This kind of action gives people the feeling that everything is under control and the strength is unfathomable. The little girl was a little surprised when she saw Su Ming's appearance. Big brother, are you really sure? She was still a little scared. Believe me, I am stronger than those previous members of the Tianta Club. I can kill that big snake. Su Ming took a step forward, his face serious, and promised. Upon hearing this, Leah clenched her fists. Finally, She agreed. Okay then. I'll take you there. I know where its nest is. Chapter 45. Flying Swords to Kill Enemies. I'll take you there. I know where its nest is. Leah said. Coo. But then, her stomach started to growl. Her face turned slightly red and she felt a little ashamed. The growling of hunger is a very shameful thing among the orcs. After all, this is a race that prides itself on hunting and eating meat. Hunger means impotence. Over time, this formed the unique culture of the orcs. Su Ming also knows a lot about the culture of the orc race. In his previous life, he also had several orc teammates. His expression was calm, and he immediately opened his personal panel. In the store, I bought a fresh, crispy roast leg of lamb. Take it out of your personal space, still steaming. Su Ming handed it to her directly. You are too weak now. I'm afraid you will pass out after walking a few steps. Eat this to replenish your strength. Su Ming said. Her eyes almost lit up as she looked at the leg of lamb. After staying in the cave for several days, she was already starving. Thank you. For a half-orc, she was quite polite. She took the leg of lamb, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to eat it with big mouthfuls. She was stunned at the first bite. The various spices that humans have, such as cumin, chili powder, salt, etc., are all things that the orcs have never tasted. To her, it was extremely delicious. In no time, she finished the whole leg of lamb. It must be said that orcs are really good at eating. Afterwards, Su Ming bought a bottle of healing potion from the human store and handed it to her. Your leg is injured, Su Ming said. She nodded, took the potion, and drank it in one gulp. The orcs grew up in the village and had no idea what politeness was. Those were all hypocrisy that only humans had. Her heart is truly natural and pure. She drank a bottle of potion as if it were a drink. Soon, the wound on her ankle healed completely. Thank you, big brother. She felt refreshed and quickly thanked him. Su Ming smiled faintly. She's not even worried about it being poisonous. What a silly girl. That's good. He's a straightforward person, and he's easy to control because he's simple-minded. Big brother, you are much better than those previous members of the Tienta Club. Before they hunted the big snake, they also stopped in our village and asked some questions. But they all look down on us orcs and act as if they are superior to us. They even said our food was awful. Leia clenched her fists and was a little inflated. To an orc, saying that the food tastes bad is a huge offense. Su Ming just had a calm expression. Humans are indeed like that. You have to be careful in the future. Not everyone is as friendly as me. He casually reminded. When the little girl heard this, she kept it in her heart. Come on, I'll take you to find the big snake. She darted out nimbly and quickly. Su Ming followed closely behind her, not leaving her side. A man and a cat were running at full speed through the dense forest. She is very agile and makes no sound when she runs. And it's very fast too. No wonder she was able to escape from the village and become the only survivor. Soon, Su Ming saw the traces of the giant snake's winding path. The soil was soft, forming a huge crawling trail. There was a continuous drizzle in the forest, and the ground was very slippery. If she hadn't led the way, the trace would have been washed away quickly, and it would have taken some effort to find the nest. Su Ming only knew that this giant snake hibernated in summer, but he actually didn't know the exact location of its nest. So thanks to her. By the way, big brother, I haven't asked your name yet. Su Ming. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Ming from now on. A few hours later, the two came to a dark maple forest. There is a special fragrance in it. It is only found in snakes. And only extremely large mutant pythons would have such a strong smell of snake gall. The air was filled with a bitter smell that was nauseating. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and his hand slowly rested on the broken dragon-inlaid sword at his waist. Brother Ming, the nest of that giant snake is just ahead. Leia took Su Ming and leaned against a huge tree and spoke in a serious voice. Su Ming leaned forward to look and saw a huge python living in the dense forest in front of him. Its body was curled up, completely black, and covered with layer upon layer of scales that looked like steel plates. Its body is extremely thick and sturdy. A rough estimate is that its diameter is more than 2 or 3 meters. The body length reaches tens of meters. Coiled up, it looks like a dragon. It can be said to be a giant winding python. It closed its eyes tightly, buried its head in the disc formed by its body, and was sleeping soundly. Very good. It's hibernating indeed. At this time, if he could find its head and use the killing sword, he would be able to severely injure or even kill the giant python. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, your attack has a very high critical hit rate. Agility attribute can increase critical hit chance and critical hit damage. When the enemy is weak, the critical hit chance will be further increased. Su Ming was very confident that he could deliver a critical hit. Suddenly, a breeze blew in. Su Ming's eyes suddenly changed slightly. The mission target was right in front of him, but he remained calm. Su Ming's eyes turned gloomy, because he felt a surge of murderous aura. And definitely not an animal. Animals also feel hunger, thirst, and bloodthirst before hunting prey. But that was hunting for survival. The murderous aura is not that strong. Basically, only humans kill for the sake of killing. This murderous aura is very obvious. Su Ming was very sensitive and felt it immediately. His eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his hand and shook it. He drew out the Xinfeng sword behind him. In the rainy forest, the alloy blade of the sword reflects the flashes of ink green. Then, with a shake of his wrist, the sword blade flew straight into the air. Whoosh! The Xinfeng sword turned into a black light, extremely fast, pierced directly into the branch. Plick! A few drops of blood dripped from the tree, landed in front of Su Ming. At the same time, a muffled groan was heard. Leah's face was shocked. What's going on? Why is there blood? She raised her head and looked up at the branches. I saw a few phantom figures squatting on the 20-meter-high branch. They were dressed in translucent camouflage uniforms that almost blended in with the foliage. It is difficult for ordinary people to spot them with the naked eye. One of the most burly and strong men had a huge wound on his shoulder caused by Su Ming's cut. Su Ming sneered. There really is an ambush. Originally, he was not sure, but he sensed the murderous intent and tried it out. I didn't expect it to hit the target directly. That's right. There are dense forests everywhere here. Where else can we hide except in the trees? Damn it. We've been discovered. The faces of the people on the tree were cold. They originally wanted to wait until Su Ming was fighting the giant snake before taking action. That way you can be sure of success. Unexpectedly, Su Ming was so alert. We can only kill him now. 3 people jumped down from a tall tree. At the same time, each of them activated their skills and attacked. Su Ming immediately scanned the information of these people. Chapter 46. 3 swords attacked, breaking 3 moves in a row. Su Ming immediately scanned the information of these people. A brute force warrior, an ice swordsman, and a barrier mage. They are all second-level professionals. Their skills are also powerful. The barbarian warrior attacked first, holding high the huge hammer in his hand, which was flashing red light. He fell from the sky. This move is the barbarian warrior's signature skill, Headline Strike. If it's a critical hit, it can directly smash a person's brains out. Coupled with the attributes of his second transformation, an ordinary first transformation professional could be killed with just one blow. The ice swordsman followed closely behind, holding a white sword in his hand. Ice was attached to the blade and light white smoke was flowing. 2 people came, one in front and one behind, falling from the left and right directions above Su Ming. That would have been fine. The mage on the tree also condensed a huge ice cone and attacked Su Ming. All 3 of them occupied high geographical locations, which was a huge advantage. If it is not resolved properly, this move alone can kill Su Ming completely. Su Ming could avoid it, but if he did, the orc girl would be beaten to death. Su Ming only has a high agility attribute, but his defense is not strong. In other words, you can't avoid it, nor can you endure it head-on. There is only one way left. That means countering a move with a move. A cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and his mind moved slightly. Whoosh! The Xinfeng sword in midair turned around and flew back, landing in his hands. Then he took a sudden step. Directly activate the Thunder Sword technique. Boom! Thunder roared and electric light flashed, filling Su Ming's blade. Then he slashed out with his sword. Clang! Su Ming directly blocked the brute warrior's hammer. His eyes were filled with shock. I am a brute force warrior, and my strength attribute is far beyond that of ordinary people. How could he defeat me with just one sword? What's more, I'm a second-level transformation. He was filled with shock. He only felt that the sword was carrying a terrifying force. He flew backwards all of a sudden. Moreover, when he lifted the hammer, he found a deep groove on it. His eyes were filled with shock. After Su Ming resolved this move, he continued to move. Like flowing clouds and water, a long sword was drawn out from the shadow. Shadow Sword. The Shadow Sword was activated by the sword-controlling skill, suspended in the air, making a sword-chanting sound. The next moment, He flew into the air and stabbed towards the ice swordsman. The flying shadow sword left a long black mark in the air. Bottom up. The sword body is like a materialized shadow that can penetrate physical defenses. It looks deep and terrifying. The ice swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He thought that he was sure to win and would be able to kill Su Ming. With a brute force warrior attacking from the front, how could Su Ming be able to launch a second attack so quickly after neutralizing that hammer? This is simply unbelievable. The ice swordsman had a cold expression on his face and held the sword tightly in his hand. Humph. So what even if you can come up with a second move? I am a second-level cultivator. I can directly suppress your sword and kill you. He roared and turned his wrist. A layer of ice shell is attached to the blade, which is enchanted with ice properties and can freeze the enemy. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, as if he felt that he was sure to win. At this moment, he was even thinking in his heart, after killing this kid, how much money can he get if he goes to young Master Jang to claim the reward? Will I be able to save enough for retirement? He grinned, licking his lips, his smile bloodthirsty. Whoosh. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. His expression was completely frozen, because the moment his sword intersected with Su Ming's sword, his sword shattered without a doubt. Then, the shadow sword pierced his chest with incredible precision. The severe pain caused him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The blood volume dropped drastically. He fell heavily to the ground, landing in front of Su Ming. His eyes were blank, somewhat unable to understand. It is also a swordsman profession, but I am a second-level player. Both the attributes and skill quality are higher than his. How could I lose to a newcomer like him? At this time, the wizard on the treetop also knew that he had met a tough opponent. She danced the staff in her hand lightly, directly activating her most powerful skill, and poured all her mental energy into it, without holding back. This kid can neutralize the killing moves of both of them, which should be his limit. This blow will at least seriously injure you, if not kill you, she said expressionlessly. After all, Su Ming had already swung out 2 swords at the same time. As a result, the ice cone in the air suddenly shattered. This shocked her a little. No, that's impossible. When she looked carefully, she discovered that a blue spiritual blade had appeared in her deadly ice cone. It is condensed from pure spiritual power. Su Ming used 3 swords in an instant to dissolve all the killing moves. How can a first-level swordsman be able to take on the skills of 3 second-level professionals without any injuries? She stood on the treetop with a look of horror on her face. She began to realize that something was wrong. This kid's real fighting ability is definitely not that of a newcomer. But before she could make the next move, Su Ming had already made his move. Whoosh! The spiritual blade slashed in midair and flew towards her throat. Damn it, this kid's swordsmanship is too terrifying. It's even more powerful than the second-level swordsmanship, and it can even break my ice cone easily. If I were hit by this move, I would be seriously injured. She gritted her teeth and had to give up attacking and choose to activate defensive skills. Barrier. Buzz. A translucent magical field appeared in front of her, surrounding her completely. Su Ming's spiritual blade suddenly slashed forward. Click. The spiritual blade was stuck at the edge of the barrier, unable to move forward. She sneered. Oh, a turn is still a turn after all. My mental strength is so strong that as long as you can't kill me, I can keep grinding you to death. What's more, there are 3 of us and only one of you. Su Ming below, however, had a blank expression on his face. Oh, really? Su Ming hooked his fingers lightly. Whoosh! The power of the spiritual blade suddenly increased. The origin sword body operates without reservation, 10 times more powerful. The power of swordsmanship is originally enhanced by the agility attribute. Although Su Ming's strength attribute is not high, he is weak in head-on strength competition. But the power of his swordsmanship, combined with his extremely high agility attribute and the original sword body. This power is comparable to that of a nuclear weapon. Collapse. Suddenly, Su Ming's spiritual blade directly shattered her protective barrier. The barrier shattered. The azure spiritual blade pierced directly through her neck. Half of the skeleton is exposed. Blood is flying into the sky. Her eyes were filled with horror, and she took a deep breath. How is it possible? She murmured, and the next moment she used a life-saving skill to escape. She landed 10 meters in front of Su Ming, panting. The distance of the mage's early teleportation skills is very short, and even if it is the second transformation, it cannot escape too far. There was fear in her eyes. Her health points immediately hit rock bottom. She quickly drank a bottle of medicine and finally recovered. The three people looked at Su Ming, their hearts filled with shock at this moment. You are definitely not a newcomer. Damn it, I got screwed by the young master this time. Several people gritted their teeth. Chapter 47. Killing 3 people instantly, destroying them with effortless effort. Su Ming had a blank expression on his face. After neutralizing 3 killing skills, he didn't even take a breath. He swung it casually with a graceful movement. The shadow sword in midair spun and flew back, surrounding him to protect him. Afterwards, the spiritual blade also flew to his side, spinning, circling, and floating around him. When Leah, who was standing by, saw this scene, her eyes were stunned. This human being is so powerful, even kind of handsome. According to the aesthetic standards of the orcs, a handsome man must be big and strong, as sturdy as a bull. Su Ming is skinny and frail. How can he look handsome like an orc? But after seeing Su Ming, she felt that her own aesthetic taste had changed a little. How come you are so strong? She was extremely shocked, and then asked immediately afterwards, who are these people and why are they attacking you? She looked at the people around her in surprise. Why are you fighting each other? Aren't you from the same race? She carefully ran behind Su Ming to hide, and at the same time looked at everyone and asked. Su Ming was silent and did not answer her. Fighting each other? Perhaps this is how human beings are. You just said the word young mastered. So he was a killer sent by Zhang? Su Ming looked around at the few people and said in a cold voice. As he said that, he took a step forward and stepped on the face of the ice swordsman in front of him, pressed his head into the mud. His face was filled with pain and anger. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. He is a second-level player. But because of his serious injuries, he was unable to break free. In the end, he could only be stepped on by Su Ming. He wanted to take out the potion and drink it to heal the wound on his chest. Bang! The spiritual blade flew out directly and shattered his potion. He was unable to treat the wound at all. After the shadow sword pierced his chest, his mental strength was lost at any time, so he couldn't even use his skills now. There was also a wound on the shoulder of the brute warrior, which was caused by Su Ming's Shinfeng sword. Su Ming fought 1 against 3, remained unscathed, and severely injured 3 second-rank assassins. Judging from his movements, he seems to be able to do it with ease. This kind of strength not only surprised them, but also frightened them. Even his gaze became a little fearful. You do have some strength, but we were just careless just now. Do you really think you can fight 3 alone? The female mage raised her head in embarrassment and looked at Su Ming, her eyes full of murderous intent. She had just been severely injured by Su Ming's sword and was almost dying. Therefore, she directly drank her most important and precious bottle of healing potion, which was worth 100,000 Advent coins, able to instantly heal most injuries. If she hadn't taken that medicine and used ordinary healing potions instead, there would have been no time for treatment and she would have died. So she was very furious. She paid a huge price, and even if she killed Su Ming, she might not be able to get her money back. So even if it was just to vent her anger, she must kill Su Ming today. She raised her hand and a green barrier emerged, covering the ice swordsman. As a barrier mage, she is best at barrier spells. Protective barrier, defensive barrier, healing barrier, and imprisonment barrier. Whether it is attacking, protecting teammates, or restricting enemies, she can achieve it through barriers. The green barrier immediately separated Su Ming's shoe soles from the swordsman's face. Then, it began to slowly heal his body. This swordsman's name is Song Buqing, and his attributes are very high. His main skill point is agility, and his secondary skill point is strength. It was a pity that he had been severely injured by the shadow sword and had long lost all his strength, so he had to endure the humiliation under Su Ming's feet. Su Ming stared at the barrier, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. I didn't expect Zhang to be so impatient. I just finished the novice copy, and someone is sent to kill me. Su Ming had a blank expression on his face as he swung out his shadow stream sword. Phew! This sword directly pierced through the healing barrier. Then, he struck through the ice swordsman's head. This strike killed him completely. Song Buqing died with his eyes open. The eyes of the female sorceress and the brute warrior suddenly trembled. One strike shattered Wang Yu's barrier? Damn it, this is fucking level 25. Even someone close to the 3rd transformation can't do it. Only one sword. The brute warrior's face turned pale, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. At this moment, he was certain in his heart that this guy was definitely not a 1st-level professional. It is even possible that he is not a newcomer in this class at all. Master Zhang, the assassination mission given to them is actually a suicide mission. Looking at his companion's corpse with his eyes open, he felt a little panicked. When a person panics, his judgment in battle immediately slows down. And Su Ming is best at seizing these opportunities. His face was cold. He raised his hand and held the sword in his hand. Then take a step forward. Lingbo Weibu, fully displayed. His movements were so fast that afterimages almost appeared. The rain all over the sky surrounded him and was swirling around him because of the wind blowing from his body. A simple rain hexagram diagram was almost formed. Wherever your feet touch, the waves ripple. It hasn't even taken a blink of an eye. Su Ming had already come close to him. The brute warrior looked at Su Ming, who was right in front of him, and felt extremely horrified. What kind of body movement is this? How can it be so fast? It's almost like teleportation. I have to activate my iron skin skill quickly, otherwise I won't be able to resist his sword. At this moment, these three thoughts appeared in his mind. He raised his hands and activated his iron skin. Click. Su Ming's sword directly cut his neck. The sound of steel rang in his ears. Fortunately, we have time to defend. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Ming's sword had hit him without any defense, he would have been dead. Su Ming's eyes remained calm. Iron skin? He had expected it. Using the Eye of Insight to see through everyone's skills allows Su Ming to always have control of the battle. Cutting steel is not a difficult task for Su Ming. He shook his wrist and activated the Thunder Sword technique with all his strength. Brush. In addition, the special texture of the Shadow Sword can pass through physical materials, reach the source directly, and cause shadow damage. Therefore, the brute warrior's iron skin did not have much effect. The sword directly cut through his throat. No blood was shed. Instead, there was a pitch-black liquid flowing. When the iron skin skill is activated, the blood in the whole body will also become specialized. The brute warrior's eyes were dazed, and he couldn't believe that his throat had been cut. His health instantly dropped by 60. No, I can't die. I still have defensive skills, and I still have healing potions. Yes, I still have a teammate, Wang Yu. Her barrier will definitely save me. The brute warrior turned his head and looked, but found out that female mage, Wang Yu, had already escaped. Su Ming's next sword followed. In other words, it was not his next sword, but it is the Sword of Shadow. Su Ming triggered the effect of the Shadow Sword set, an additional Shadow Slash. Brush. Beheaded with one sword. The brute warrior also fell. The female mage was so frightened that she turned and fled. She simply abandoned her teammates. Su Ming looked at the direction she ran away and sneered. He immediately activated the black steel sword and chased after him. There was no way Su Ming could leave anyone alive. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with despair. The cooldown time of her teleportation was too long, and the barrier couldn't stop her. She didn't even have the money to buy good life-saving equipment, so she had no choice but to die. Chapter 48. The Giant Snake Wakes Up. Su Ming flew in midair with his sword, slashing forward at an extremely fast speed, breaking through the air and chasing after him. The rain in the air was chopped into pieces. The color of the Xianfeng sword was reflected in the air. Wang Yu turned around and looked at him, his eyes suddenly filled with despair. She knew she couldn't escape. At this moment, countless resentful thoughts arose in her heart. There is both regret and anger. Damn Zhang Tang. She couldn't help but clench her fists and said harshly in her heart, I, Wang Yu, was also the most beautiful girl in Xinjiang back then, a schoolbelle with 6-star talent. But I have dedicated my best years to you, Master Zhang. What I got in the past 2 years is only 100,000 advent coins, which is simply giving money to beggars. Finally, he even sent himself to carry out this assassination mission. It's simply a suicidal action. You are asking yourself to die. The 2 family killers traveling with him were quite powerful, but compared to Su Ming, they were nothing but food for the hungry ghosts. The Su Ming in front of him was not a swordsman at all, but a monster. Zhang Tang. Either he underestimated Su Ming, or he wanted her to die on purpose. She was devastated and desperate. Suddenly, a dull look appeared in her eyes. It seemed like she had thought of something. Then she laughed grimly. Ha 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 ha, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. She roared, then raised her hand and cast a spell. Instant spell, Fire Barrier. Directly ignite the tail of the giant snake in the distant nest. That's right, she chose to wake up the big snake before she died. This would cause Su Ming to die here as well. Her crazy actions made Leia, who was standing beside her, feel frightened. She has lived in the village all her life, and all the orcs are simple-minded and don't care about the world. Now, she has witnessed the bloody struggle between humans with her own eyes, and she knows. What cruelty! What is crazy? Even if I die, I will take my own kind with me. The human race is so cruel. She felt a chill down her spine. She recalled that she once took Su Ming's food and drinks without hesitation. I was so unguarded. She looked at Su Ming again, with a hint of fear in her eyes. It can be said that this little orc girl has grown up. Brush. Su Ming's sword pierced her heart. She fell to the ground, dead. Su Ming's face was solemn. He didn't expect that this woman would be so crazy. If his sword failed to kill her, she would wake up the giant snake and die in the end. It can be said that this was a suicide attack. The next moment, a voice rang out. Kill the second level 3-person team. Wang Yu, Barrier Mage, level 21. Song Buqing, Ice Swordsman, level 23. Strong, Brute Force Warrior, level 24. Kill enemies above your level and gain experience bonus. Experience gained, 13,000 points. Afterwards, Su Ming's level was directly raised to level 20. Su Ming immediately added all his attribute points to luck. Agility is already enough. Now you can focus on the luck attribute. Many people think that the lucky attribute is a useless attribute. Many people believe that luck can basically only affect the probability of dropping treasures. It cannot directly improve combat effectiveness immediately. But Su Ming knew very well that luck was not just about item drop rates. It also affects the probability of a critical hit, and the critical hit damage. Agility also increases the chance of a critical hit, but not as much as luck. Now I focus on agility and luck, and every hit will be a critical hit in the later stages. By then, I will be able to kill everything with one sword. Moreover, one's own talent for sublimating all things can also enjoy the bonus of lucky attributes. Afterwards, Su Ming heard another voice. Obtain spoils. Myriad races coins, 100,000 advent coins, low-grade silver gloves, high-grade silver ring, high-grade gold warhammer, gold staff. All the people's belongings became the property of Su Ming. Su Ming took them all. This wave can earn you much more than killing monsters. No wonder there are so many perverted murderers rampant. Draw the sword and slash instantly. Thunder sword technique. Skill proficiency improved. Draw the sword and cut in 1 second. Golden low-grade sword skill. Concentrate your mind. Gather all your strength into one sword. Draw the sword and slash with terrifying power. Thunder sword. Golden low-grade sword skill. Concentrate lightning into the sword blade to increase the power of swordsmanship. New sword skills flooded into his mind. Su Ming could feel that the power had greatly improved. However, the continuous rewards did not make Su Ming's mood better. Because the giant snake has woken up. In the distance, the giant snake suddenly raised its head. Su Ming could feel that the ground around him was shaking. The giant snake seemed extremely angry and let out a roar. The player has been upgraded to level 20. Second job assignment in progress. Distribution successful. Kill a monster of level 2 or above. This task is really outrageous. Asking a player who has not reached the second level to kill a second-level monster. Only a profession like Sword God would have such terrifying task assignments. Su Ming stared at the giant snake in front of him. A hint of murderous intent emerged in his heart. A second-turn monster, just enough to complete the Tianta mission and the second-turn mission. Today, I, Su Ming, will enter the second stage. Even if you, a big snake, wake up, it's useless. Su Ming's face was cold, and he pushed Leah away. Hide, little girl. Don't hold me back. Su Ming showed no mercy and said in a cold voice. Leah didn't think Su Ming was rude, but nodded. Good. Her cat ears twitched and she ran away. When she saw the giant snake, she felt a deep fear and dared not fight. So she knew that leaving was the best option. Allowing Su Ming to fight freely will give him the greatest chance of winning. Her heart was filled with nervousness, and she hoped that Su Ming would win. Revenge for everyone in the village. Roar. The giant snake opened its huge mouth and revealed its tongue. The wide upper and lower jaws opened as if they could swallow a small house. This giant snake is so terrifying in size. It was simply crushing Su Ming. Normal snakes cannot roar, they can only hiss. After many mutations, this snake can now make strange roaring sounds that are extremely captivating. With that roar, all the birds and beasts in the surrounding dense forests scattered. All the wild animals within a few miles fled in panic. The giant snake rushed directly to the body of the female mage Wang Yu and swallowed her in one gulp. Its bloody mouth opened wide and even chewed a big hole in the land. You can imagine how horrific this scene was. Su Ming stood upright with an expressionless face. He directly pulled out the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist and held it in his hand. The Xianfeng sword was spinning and floating in the air, surrounding him. The spiritual blade was also spinning beside Su Ming. In his left hand, he held a shadow sword. With 4 swords out at the same time, Su Ming's peak fighting posture was unreserved. The giant snake roared and rushed over suddenly. The huge, winding body is extremely terrifying, causing a strong wind to blow. Chapter 49. The sword enters the body. The wind was howling, making Su Ming's clothes rustle. But he did not avoid the attack immediately. Instead, he used the Eye of Insight to check the information of this giant monster. Giant venomous python, wilderness. Level 26. Strength, 401 points. Physique, 350 points. Agility, 157 points. Spirit, 10 points. Lucky, 10 points. Skills, tightened epidermis, creeping scales, corrosive venom, molting, hellish strangulation. It is higher than the level in the Tianta Club task list, reaching level 26. The strength attribute has reached a terrifying 401. The Guardian of Blood Lake has far surpassed the novice copy. When fighting against the Guardian of the Blood Lake, Su Ming had 3 teammates who were quite powerful. And now, he is alone. But Su Ming stood upright, not panicking at all. Although the giant snake was terrifying, Su Ming was no longer the same person he used to be, and his strength had skyrocketed. Su Ming spun around and flew into the air. His clothes fluttered. The figure is as illusory as a dream bubble. The movements of the lower body are mysterious, and the footsteps are like a dragonfly skimming the water. It can be said to be done in one go. He flew into the air above the giant snake's head and swung his hand with 4 swords. Swish, swish, swish. Driven by the sword-controlling skill, the Xianfeng sword stabbed straight forward in the air. The spiritual blade spun and slashed towards the giant snake's head. The shadow sword in his left hand was wrapped around the thunder sword, flashing with lightning as he slashed forward with a bang. At the same time, the broken sword inlaid with a dragon in his right hand also slashed down. 4 swords came out at the same time. Sparks appeared immediately when the giant snake's iron scales were chopped. One can imagine how hard the giant snake scales are. Su Ming's agility attribute is very high, nearly 50 points higher than that of this giant snake. So it was very easy for him to avoid the attack of this giant snake. The giant snake charged forward in anger, smashing even a large tree, but it could not touch the corner of Su Ming's clothes. This is the biggest reason why Su Ming focuses on agility, because the fault tolerance rate is high. If you focus on physical fitness, your vitality will indeed increase, your physique will be stronger, and you will be more resistant to attacks, and your defense can indeed be improved. But no matter how high your physical attributes are, you will still suffer damage. If you encounter a strong enough enemy, you will be unable to withstand a single blow, no matter how high your defense is. At this time, the only way to survive is to avoid it flexibly. Su Ming believes that resisting the attack head-on is never the best solution. But agility is different. It can make Su Ming's swordsmanship more powerful and faster at the same time. It can also increase the ability to avoid attacks. It can be said to be a perfect attribute of both offense and defense. With 200 points of agility as a support, Su Ming can fight against opponents of different levels with ease. Crackling. 4 swords slashed from different angles. It hit the giant snake scales hard. Sparks flew. Su Ming could see with his own eyes the traces of damage caused by each of the 4 swords. The layers upon layers of scales that reflected a metallic luster and were of extraordinary thickness were indeed extremely hard. Even with the power of Su Ming's swordsmanship increased tenfold, it didn't cause much damage. The damage of the spiritual blade is the least, because it doesn't even have a physical blade. It is just a sword condensed by Su Ming's spiritual power. It only barely scratched a layer of scales of the giant snake. The Xianfeng sword cut into about 5 centimeters. The shadow sword penetrated half a meter directly. These 3 swords caused a total of 3 damage to the giant snake. It can be said to be scraping, but the dragon-inlaid broken sword is the strongest. Although the blade of this sword was very short, like a dagger, it only penetrated 10 centimeters. But this sword is extremely sharp. There was no sense of pause when cutting into the giant snake's scales. The damage caused is also the highest. With just this one blow, the giant snake lost 4% of its health. The giant snake let out a painful roar, extremely angry. Su Ming's sword was not even a toothpick to it, but the pain was still very obvious. Its snake head suddenly turned around and bit Su Ming. There is a ferocity flashing in the snake's eyes. It seemed that it thought that this move had already defeated Su Ming, because this human has no wings. Without wings, it would be impossible to change direction in mid-air. No matter how agile you are on land, it will be useless in mid-air, because you can't move on air. The giant snake's bloody mouth opened like an abyss. It could almost wrap Su Ming's entire body. Su Ming could even see with his own eyes that its tunnel-like throat led directly to its stomach, with some undigested animal hair, limbs, and bones inside. Su Ming's eyes were sharp. I really don't have wings, but I have a sword. Su Ming suddenly raised his 2 fingers. The Xinfeng sword flew back from the snake's scales, suddenly turned around, and stopped in mid-air. Stopped at Su Ming's feet. Su Ming's control over the skill of flying a sword has become increasingly proficient. Now it can even stay fixed accurately in mid-air. Su Ming stepped directly on the sword. Clever use of force. Su Ming spun around gracefully and retreated 10 meters. Move extremely fast. The Xinfeng sword was shot into the giant snake's throat by the reaction force of his feet. The giant snake's attack missed, but it successfully swallowed the spiritual blade, which was instantly annihilated. And the Xinfeng sword pierced into its body. The gastric juice of the snake can indeed corrode the intangible spiritual blade in an instant, but it cannot corrode the Xinfeng sword instantly. Therefore, the Xinfeng sword was able to wreak havoc violently within its body. Su Ming dodged the snake's attack with a leap and landed on the ground. He immediately adjusted his posture, and his eyes moved slightly. The Xinfeng sword immediately flipped and cut inside the giant snake's body. The giant snake suddenly felt a sharp pain in its stomach. The Xinfeng sword was raging violently inside its body. Under the influence of the sword-controlling ability, the Xinfeng sword was like a meat cutter, spinning, moving, and chopping wildly. The giant snake let out a shrill scream and its head fell to the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up. Its huge body fell down and smashed many trees. There was extreme anger in its eyes. It is extremely large when it is born and is the undisputed king of the forest. Countless humans, mutants, beasts, and job changers were killed in its giant mouth. It has been eating nonstop for so many years. It absorbs countless nutrients from flesh and blood, so it can grow so huge and winding like a dragon. It was furious. No human had ever dared to hurt it like this. Su Ming looked at its painful appearance with calm eyes. The scales of this giant snake are indeed hard enough, but the defensive capabilities inside its body are still not strong enough. No matter how hard the scales are, I will attack your abdomen directly from the inside. Su Ming said coldly in his heart. In this case, the giant snake's evolved scales would be meaningless. Chapter 50 Hell Strangulation. The giant snake rolled on the ground in pain, its huge body rolling and flapping madly on the ground. For a moment, the area within 100 meters was filled with smoke and dust, and loud noises echoed. Wherever the giant snake's tail and limbs twisted, all the trees broke and fell, leaving deep grooves on the ground. Su Ming stepped back and watched the scene coldly. At the same time, he was secretly urging the Xinfeng sword to violently chop at the giant snake's belly. From the outside, there is no clue. But only the giant snake knew how lawless the Xinfeng sword was in its abdomen. Su Ming still felt that it was not enough. He raised his hand and activated the sky-falling sword tomb skill. A huge stone sword fell from the sky and smashed down. Part of the giant snake's body was smashed into a bloody mess, and its scales were shattered. After all, this is blunt force damage, and even iron scales and armor are difficult to resist. Soon, green blood flowed out of the giant snake's mouth. The giant snake's health dropped rapidly, and soon it was less than 70. In the distance, Leah's eyes trembled. She hid behind a huge rock, feeling horrified. Brother Ming. He is so thin and weak. How could he fight such a terrifying giant snake? One person can fight alone and not be at a disadvantage. She was surprised and confused. Su Ming was more powerful than anyone she had ever seen in her life. Even the village chief who was at the second level was killed by the giant snake. Could this big brother be a third-level master among the human race? She was greatly shocked by Su Ming's strength. She watched Su Ming's fighting movements and postures intently, wanting to learn from them. She also wants to become that strong, so that she can protect herself and her friends. At this moment, a seed of desire to become powerful was planted in her heart. Roar. The giant snake's roar was deafening. Suddenly, it glared at Su Ming and rushed towards him. The huge mouth opened, and rotten pus spurted out from the two snake fangs. Two streams of dark green corrosive venom shot out. Like a laser. Once contaminated, it will definitely corrode the entire body. Moreover, this snake venom is definitely not an ordinary neurotoxin or blood-circulating toxin, nor is it a pure cytotoxin. These three types of toxins are the main types of toxins in all snakes. At this moment, Su Ming used the Eye of Insight to scan the information of the venom. He knew that this was a mixed toxin that mixed three types of venom. It has all the characteristics of the three major types of toxins. It can poison cells and muscle tissue, and can even corrode blood. As long as a drop of it gets on the skin, it will immediately circulate throughout the body through the blood. In an instant, you will die from the inside out. I must avoid this attack. His mind moved slightly, and a deep blue spiritual sword condensed and emerged again. The sword stopped in front of Su Ming, and then quickly rotated with the center as the origin. Brush, brush, brush. Gradually, the sword turned into an umbrella like the blade of a helicopter, blocking the two streams of venom and splitting all the poisonous water into two sides. But this venom is too corrosive. Su Ming's spiritual blade quickly disappeared, corroded by the venom. Su Ming could only use Lingbo Weibu to avoid it. While running away and defending, he did not forget to urge the Xinfeng sword to chop at the giant snake's belly. The giant snake howled in anger and pain, and spewed venom with even greater force. Su Ming's eyes became more cautious. The giant snake's health was dropping quickly, but not fast enough. He could even feel that his Xinfeng sword was gradually being corroded by the giant snake. The Xinfeng sword is a top-grade gold weapon. It is indeed very strong, and is made of an alloy of multiple materials. However, this does not mean that it can stay immersed in the giant snake's venom for a long time. I can only hold out for a few minutes at most. That's probably the limit. Once the Xinfeng sword in the giant snake's stomach is corroded and digested, it will fall into a passive position. The big snake must be killed completely within this period. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he used all his strength to control the sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Xinfeng sword moved wildly inside the giant snake's body. Its sharp blade, like a scavenger, cut through the flesh and swam inside. The sword was cutting across the surface, and even wounds began to appear on the giant snake's skin, with blood spurting out. No, this snake is too big. Su Ming thought to himself. My black edge sword is like a toothpick to it. It has been moving inside its body for so long, but has not been able to find the vital part. Finding a heart in such a huge snake is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As the saying goes, hit the snake at the 7-inch point, but the heart of this giant snake is not at the 7-inch point, let alone in the chest cavity. It is likely that after the mutation, the position of the heart has also shifted. If this goes on, there will be no time to kill him. Su Ming also thought about urging the Xinfeng sword to pierce the head and crush the giant snake's brain. But it doesn't work at all, because the giant snake has a skull that completely encloses the brain. The skull was extremely tough, and the Xinfeng sword could not penetrate it at all. Su Ming raised his hand and flicked it. The only organ that can go straight into the head is the eye. Then I will attack your eyes. Su Ming said coldly. Whoosh! A broken blade flew out from the sword case behind him. The tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword flew out. Whoosh! This long blade has no hilt, but it is extremely sharp. Following Su Ming's thoughts, he stabbed straight into the giant snake's eyes. At this moment, the giant snake suddenly closed its eyes. There is a line of scales on its eyelids, which is hard and skinless. It's a pity that facing the diamond-grade dragon-inlaid broken sword, how can a pair of thin eyelids resist? The dragon-inlaid broken blade was extremely precise and pierced through the eyelid directly. The steel-like snake scales there were cut in half. Bloody. The blade pierced the giant snake's eye with a burst of sparks. Moreover, this sword hit a critical hit, and the damage was extremely terrifying. The giant snake lost 20 points of health directly. There is also a 200 fire damage bonus. The giant snake's single eye immediately burst into flames, burning half of its face until it was charred and rotten. The giant snake was in so much pain that it couldn't even spit out venom. Afterwards, Su Ming controlled the dragon-inlaid sword blade and rushed straight into the giant snake's brain through the eyes. Su Ming wanted to use this dragon-inlaid broken blade to smash its brain and kill it with one blow. At this moment, the giant snake's whole body was stirring, and suddenly its skin became crystal clear. It was as if it was covered with a layer of crystalline shell. My whole body became soft. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Is this shedding? This giant snake has a skill, which is shedding its skin. Once the molting is successful, it will not only be able to recover a lot, but its strength will also be improved to a higher level. By then, it may be possible to reach level 27 or 28. But during the molting process, the baby is extremely vulnerable. Shedding skin during battle is simply a fantasy. Do you think you are the Shao family snake? The giant snake chooses to shed its skin at this time, which means it is really desperate, and this is the only solution. How could Su Ming possibly let it fight back? He put his two fingers together and pointed the sword at a distance. Bite. The dragon-inlaid sword blade made a clanging sound. The giant snake's brain was directly mashed into a ball of mud. Then it broke out of the body from the center of the eyebrows, bringing a line of blood. The giant snake fell down with a loud bang. Its health immediately dropped to 1. Su Ming's eyes were cold. Brain death does not mean physical death. The giant snake's body muscles were still moving like a conditioned reflex. Whoosh! The huge snake tail suddenly rolled towards Su Ming. Su Ming took a deep breath. The giant snake's head had rotted away, but its body muscles were still alive. Before the giant snake died, its brain issued one last command, which was to strangle Su Ming. So its body swept towards Su Ming. Once bound, the snake will unleash its most destructive ability, Hell Strangulation. By then, Su Ming would definitely not be able to hold on. Chapter 51: The Fourth Killer. Facing the big snake's last-ditch attack, Su Ming was indeed a little surprised. After all, there are very few organisms that can still carry out such large-scale muscle activities after brain death. This giant snake is indeed the strongest beast in this forest. Whether it is the fighting will or the muscle strength of the body, they are both extremely fierce. Its nerve and muscle tissue are still attacking according to the final instructions issued by its brain. But Su Ming also felt a little regretful. Because he was too agile, the giant snake's attack had no chance of hitting him. Hell Strangulation is meaningless. Su Ming sighed. Take a sudden step forward. Easily avoided the strangulation of hell. But the next moment, whoosh! The tip of the tail actually pointed at Su Ming and spewed out a burst of venom. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. The tail of this giant snake can actually spray poison. It's really too dark. A mutant species, it is indeed a mutant species. The method is strange and deadly. Su Ming's mental strength had been almost exhausted. He was activating 4 swords to fight at the same time, as well as the Lingbo Weibo. Even the 3rd level could not withstand such consumption. If Su Ming had used the Hidden God Step, he would have exhausted his mental strength long ago. Now he was exhausted both mentally and physically. Su Ming estimated that he could still use 2 or 3 skills. Fortunately, the giant snake didn't have much blood left. Su Ming simply raised his hand, grasped the Shadow Stream long sword, and urged the sword to draw and slash in the opposite direction. In midair, he slashed at the giant snake's tail. Avoid the venom. This sword also successfully cut off the giant snake's tail. Su Ming raised his hand and shook it. He pulled the Xianfeng sword out of the giant snake's belly through the air. Brush. The black sword blade burst out of his belly, carrying with it dripping snake blood and corrosive liquid, and flew to Su Ming's side. The giant snake's health points were completely reduced to 0. The kill was successful. Congratulations, you killed a level 26 giant snake. Obtained loot: giant snake fong, giant snake scale leather, 2nd level snake gallbladder, giant snake venom testicle. 2nd level mission completed, promoted to 2nd level sword god. All attributes. Experience gained, 15,020. Promoted to level 21. Free attribute points. Talent: origin sword body, myth, effect increased. Sword power increased, 20 times. Sword skill speed increase, 20 times. Swordsmanship proficiency improvement, 20 times. Get reward: 1 lucky draw roulette. Promoted to the 2nd level sword god. Su Ming felt that his physical strength had recovered, but he didn't have time to celebrate his victory. Suddenly I felt a sharp pain. Su Ming took a closer look. I saw a drop of snake blood appear on my arm. I don't know when it splashed. This snake blood gave Su Ming an extremely hot texture. No matter how hard you try, you can't defend against this. This snake's blood is extremely poisonous. Su Ming has tried his best to avoid being contaminated by venom and blood. But the giant snake was too big and the amount of blood splattered was too much, making it difficult to avoid it all. He was extremely decisive and slashed with his sword, cutting off the piece of skin. Part of the flesh was dug out, and the bones were visible. The severe pain is still piercing, and the toxin seems to have invaded the blood. This toxin is a mixed toxin that has a nerve-corroding effect. Su Ming could feel that his mental strength was rapidly decreasing and was about to reach the bottom. The muscles also began to become paralyzed. Su Ming's eyes were ugly. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the body of the giant snake was slowly wriggling. The crystalline skin all over the body seems to be still undergoing transformation. Can you shed your skin even after you die? Su Ming really didn't expect this. In the face of death, all living things will burst out with unlimited potential. At this moment, he admired the big snake's will to survive. If the molting is successful, maybe this giant snake can be resurrected? It must be stopped. Su Ming raised his hand and swung it, bringing the dragon-embellished sword blade back in midair and sending it straight down. The tip of Feng Han's sword stabbed downwards. It fell straight towards the giant snake's head. This was his last sword strike before he exhausted all his mental strength. We must kill this big snake completely. Chi. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Su Ming. At the same time, there is murderous intent. Su Ming's eyes flashed. He turned and looked. I actually found someone appearing behind me. This was a thin man in a black robe with a sneer on his face. There was a long scar on his face, which looked extremely ugly. In his hand, he held a short knife and stabbed towards Su Ming's neck. There is actually a killer? Has he been lurking around? Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. At this critical moment, he no longer had enough strength. There were only two choices before him. Use the dragon-inlaid broken sword to kill the giant snake, or to block the fatal blow from the person behind you. The snake venom almost paralyzed his entire body. Su Ming could not do two things at once and could only choose one. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to resist the man's move. This is the only option. Otherwise, when you die, there will be nothing. He simply swung the broken sword in his right hand, activated the thunder sword, and blocked the knife. Boom. Thunder flashes. This sword broke the man's sword into pieces. The dragon-inlaid broken sword is too sharp. The man looked a little surprised. After fighting with such a terrifying beast, you still have enough energy to break my sword? Hee. Looks like I've gotten into trouble. He sighed, seeming unhappy. But no fear at all. It can be seen that this person is very powerful. At the very least, he is much stronger than the previous second-level killers of the Jang family. At this moment, behind Su Ming, the giant snake's corpse also made a series of wriggling sounds. It seems that the molting is almost complete. The dragon-embellished sword in midair had already begun to fall without the power of Su Ming's thoughts. Free fall. This sword is purely based on inertia and has limited power. The way things were going, this sword would definitely not be able to kill the molting snake's corpse. By then, it might be resurrected. Now, Su Ming was facing a fierce enemy in front of him and had no time to be distracted. His mental strength can only activate one skill at last. Paralyzed by snake venom, he had not recovered much strength even though he had just been promoted to the second level. Su Ming fell into a very passive situation. Once the snake is resurrected, he will be attacked from both sides. And if we kill the big snake, who will deal with the killer in front of us? At this dilemma, a petite figure rushed out from the surrounding dense forest. She took a step forward, her steps light, and jumped high. Her delicate hands tightly grasped the dragon-embellished sword blade in midair. Her hands were immediately covered in blood. She looked painful, but she didn't let go at all. Fall suddenly. She thrust the sword blade firmly into the giant snake's head. The entire sword blade was completely immersed in it. The giant snake's body was being shed and was killed completely. All muscle and nerve activities are completely annihilated. Unable to shed skin, the dead cannot die again. Chapter 52. The god of death returns with his sword. It's Leah. Her hands were almost cut through by the dragon-inlaid sword, and her bones were cracked. After all, there is no hilt. She could only hold the sword tightly, but she knew this was her only chance. The snake must be killed completely. Otherwise, Su Ming will be in great trouble, and I will not be able to take revenge. She had long wanted to kill this giant snake that had destroyed her entire village, so she chose to rush out. She didn't want to passively escape like she did when the village was slaughtered by the giant snake. From today on, she won't hide anymore. The giant snake died and turned into ashes. Su Ming felt relieved. Then you don't have to do the multiple choice questions. I could barely use the last skill, which was just enough to kill one person. Su Ming turned around abruptly and used his eye of insight to scan the information of the black-robed man who suddenly appeared. Dingpan. Level 27. Occupation, disguiser. Strength, 30. Constitution, 50. Agility, 80. Spirit, 5. Lucky, 5. Skills, ghostly hide, breath concealment, critical hit, a pretender of the level. One skill is enough. A chilling smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. Killing intent emerged in his eyes. There is only one person in this world who has ever seen such murderous intent. Rin Man. And this man is the second one. I only have one trick left. Looking at the man in front of him, Su Ming suddenly said. Hearing this, the man drew the real knife from his waist. This is his real weapon. Hee. Boy, are you begging for mercy? Unfortunately, the reward for your mission of this level is too generous. I must get it. He sneered, not yet realizing the seriousness of the matter. But I can still kill you. Su Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the man felt like his courage was shattered. His smile froze instantly. The next moment, he saw the most terrifying knife. In the distance, Leah was also shocked. Su Ming held the dragon-inlaid broken sword. Rush out suddenly. The body turned into a dazzling killing mark. The shadow of the gray robe was left behind at the original place. A long blood-red streak crossed the sky. Within dozens of meters around, all the dead branches and fallen leaves were broken. When Leia saw the knife up close, she was horrified. She had never seen such terrifying skills. Even the giant snake did not give her such a strong sense of oppression. Although the knife was not used directly at her, and she was just watching, she could still feel the strong murderous intent. Deep and full of penetration. She was so frightened that she was shaking all over and almost fell to the ground. It's so horrible. The knife mark went straight through the man's body. His eyes suddenly froze. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Although the god-slaying sword is not a sword technique but a skill of killing gods, the weapon is the broken sword inlaid with dragon. More or less, you can get a little bonus to the power of the original sword body. The god-killing sword is originally a legendary skill. Even if it is only enhanced by 10, it is still extremely powerful. Not to mention the bonus of the original sword body. Su Ming estimated that this killing blow had at least 5 times the power and speed of the origin sword body. At Su Ming's current level, the power of the killing sword he used was far from the full version. It's not even 1% of the full version, but after being enhanced by the origin sword body, it already has some of the spirit it once had. This knife can even kill 3 times. The black-robed man in front of him felt a burning fear in his soul, as if his name had been written in the King of Hell's book of life and death. If the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, who dares to keep you until 5 o'clock? He finally felt frightened, as if he was being stared at by the god of death. At this moment, he felt his legs trembling. No, I have to escape. His expression of ease finally disappeared. He is very experienced, has killed many people, and has combat experience far beyond most job changers. But facing Su Ming's knife, he was truly frightened. No one had ever made him so scared from the inside out. There has never been a rival, a beast, nothing. This is the first time. He didn't even have the will to fight anymore and just wanted to escape. But the process was too fast. The moment the thought came into his mind, Su Ming's sword had already pierced through his body. The crimson sword mark remained in midair for a long time. He looked dazed and touched his neck. There are no wounds. He touched his heart again. There are no wounds. He was sweating profusely, as if he had survived a disaster. No, not dead. I'm not dead. He felt his whole body but found no wounds. He gave a forced smile, revealing his yellow teeth. It should be just a bluffing skill. I'm not dead. Behind him, Su Ming had a blank expression on his face. Raise your hand and hold it lightly. The Xianfeng sword flew over and returned to its sheath. The shadow sword merged into the shadow. He put away all his swords. Because the battle is over. Bite. The last dragon-inlaid broken sword was also returned to its sheath. Behind him, the black-robed man's body suddenly trembled. Blood spurted out and soared into the sky. Because the sword is too sharp and the killing blow is too fast. That's why the wound was revealed only after a delay. In fact, Dingpan's health had already returned to 0. Half of his body was cut in half. The body slid to the ground. All the internal organs were broken, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. The man in black robe died. Before his death, there was still joy in his eyes of surviving a disaster. He didn't even know he was dead. Just one sword. With one move, the low-health enemy crosses the border and kills the high-health enemy. When Leia saw this scene, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Brother Su Ming killed 3 people alone and then killed the giant snake. Now, Kill another person? Can he still stand firm in this round of battles? Too strong. She felt a bit of fear and admiration in her heart. Su Ming took a deep breath and felt his hands trembling. Under the paralysis of snake venom, urging the killing knife, it's too difficult. A stream of blood flowed out of his nose. This is the result of forcibly using skills after physical strength is exhausted. Kill level 27 player. Kill enemies above your level and gain 16,092 experience points. Obtained loot, 10,000 myriad races coins, 10,000 advent coins, black crystal dagger, top gold, agility cloak, middle gold, sharpness ring, top silver, sky tower token, disguiser skill scroll, top gold. All of this man's equipment became Su Ming's. Su Ming immediately spent some money and bought a bottle of snake venom removal potion in the advent store for 50,000 advent coins. Su Ming held the medicine bottle in his hand, but before he could drink it, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and fainted. The body has reached its limit. When Su Ming woke up again, he found himself resting on something soft and cold. He opened his eyes and found a pair of lively cat ears in front of him. A pair of big watery eyes were looking down at him. Seeing Su Ming wake up, her little ears twitched obviously. Leah was a little flustered. "Brother Ming, you finally woke up?" I didn't know what to do, so I just gave you the bottle of potion in your hand. Because you gave me a bottle of healing potion that can heal wounds, and I think your potion will have a similar effect, so?" Su Ming sat up slowly. When he looked closely, he realized that he had been lying on the girl's legs. "I'm much better. Thank you, Leah," Su Ming said, patting her head. Her ears twitched, and she seemed to like this kind of touch very much. Su Ming smiled slightly and felt that the little girl was quite cute. Or, accept him as your disciple. Chapter 53, another roulette draw. Or, accept him as your disciple. She has good talents and happens to be an assassin. If I teach her well, maybe she can become the god of killing in this life. The god of killing is a legendary profession, only one level lower than the god of sword. One must reach the 8th level before being promoted to the god of killing. There is only one such unique profession in the world. In other words, if his disciple becomes the god of killing, there will never be another god of killing in the world. This is equivalent to being able to restrain one of the most powerful professional combat forces in the world under one's own command in advance. Su Ming has not thought about forming a force for the time being. But what if there is a need in the future? Su Ming fell into deep thought. If Leia hadn't given me that bottle of antidote, I might have really fallen into eternal sleep. She is a good child. Regardless of talent or character, it is worth it. But Su Ming thought about it for a long time. In the end, I gave up. Su Ming thought that he didn't have much time to teach. He doesn't even have time to level up himself. So forget it. How long have I been unconscious? Su Ming asked instead. A few hours. She pinched her fingers and calculated. At this time, Su Ming noticed that there was still a lot of blood on her fingers, and deep wounds that can see the bone. It is conceivable that she is still suffering all the time. It was cut out by the dragon-inlaid sword blade. "You were very brave," Su Ming praised. "It helped me a lot," he said with a serious look. She nodded, her eyes suddenly firm. When a person becomes truly brave, that's when she grows up. This is what the village chief said when I was a child. I know. It's time for me to grow up. There was a gleam of desire for power in her eyes. She killed the giant snake's shed skin, and although she didn't get any rewards or experience, she was brave for once. This is the most valuable trophy for her. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Su Ming bought 2 bottles of healing potions and poured them on her hands. Soon, the wound began to heal. Then Su Ming began to sort out his spoils. Su Ming put all of that man's equipment up for auction. After all, it's a knife, and I'm not used to using it. All the items added together can be sold for hundreds of thousands of advent coins. How come this person has so many good things? Rich too rich? It's really weird. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. What surprised Su Ming the most was that this man in black robe actually had 100,000 10,000 races coins. This number is more than mine. The Myriad Races coin is the only currency that can be used to purchase items in the Myriad World Store. The priority is higher than the Advent coins within the human race. Moreover, it is the only currency common to all races. In other words, races such as orcs, elves, etc. also use the coin of all races as currency. This person actually has 100,000. It's a bit scary. How can a level 20 person have so much wealth? Su Ming was a little surprised. Afterwards, Su Ming knocked on the man's Tianta Club token again. A list of virtual screens is displayed. It would have been fine if Su Ming hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he was shocked. This man's Tianta Club token has dozens of completed historical tasks. The list is dense. They are basically low-level tasks of level, and can a person in his 20s complete dozens of tasks? This is simply unbelievable. Afterwards, Su Ming found a notebook among his personal belongings. This man still has the habit of writing a diary? Su Ming immediately judged that this man was not a serious person. It is impossible for a serious person to write a diary. After opening the diary, Su Ming finally understood. It turns out that this is not a diary. It's a criminal record book. Each page clearly records his target audience. January of a certain year. The target is a 19-year-old student, a professional heavy sword fighter. The mission he accepted from the Tianta Club is to kill a poisoned newborn vampire. The mission is in the wild mountains and wilderness, which is very suitable for the task. Postscript: success. December of a certain year. The target is a 21-year-old job changer. His mission is to kill a mutated giant mosquito in the barren mountains. The mission reward is 40 million clan coins. Postscript: success. This June. Target: 18-year-old student, Su Ming. Key observation: target: 10-star talented swordsman, a lone wolf who accepts a level 1 mission. The location happens to be in a barren mountain, which is a perfect place to start. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. It turns out that the man in black, Ding Pan, is a criminal who kills and robs people everywhere. He observed the lower-level members of the Tianta Society and followed them all the way to complete their mission. Then, at the last moment of their battle with the monsters, he came out and killed both the humans and the monsters. Seize supplies and complete missions at the same time. Typical behavior of reaping the benefits while others are still making money. In a way, this guy is a criminal genius. With such thinking, no wonder he has so many supplies and properties. Su Ming originally thought that he was the fourth killer sent by Jang. Now it seems not. This guy has nothing to do with the Jang family. He is just a murderer who kills people everywhere and intercepts the rewards for missions. I was just unlucky and was targeted by him. He has killed so many people. The Tianta Society and the country must have noticed him. This guy might have been wanted. Su Ming carefully put away his token. If this person is really a wanted criminal, then with his token, he can collect the bounty reward. The reward for killing this person might be more generous than the reward for killing the big snake. It's also an extra benefit. Su Ming also put on a piece of equipment from this person, the Ring of Agility. It can enhance one's 5 senses and strengthen one's perception of combat. People have 10 fingers, so theoretically, they can wear 10 rings at the same time. But if that happens, it will greatly affect the feel of holding the sword. So Su Ming wouldn't wear too much. He took off the ring that increased his strength by 5 points and put it up for auction. This attribute is better than nothing for him, and this ring can be sold for some money. Then, Su Ming opened the lottery wheel. Now the power of his original sword body has reached 20 times. The strength has undergone a qualitative change. If he wins another prize, his strength will rise to a new level. Lottery in progress. The golden pointer keeps spinning. Finally, it stagnated at an epic level. Millennium Purple-Veined Ganoderma Lucidum, epic top grade. After consumption, all body attributes will be increased randomly. Su Ming's eyes were filled with horror. 1,000-year-old purple-veined Ganoderma Lucidum. It can increase the attributes of the whole body, and the value will not be small. The added attributes will be permanent. It can be said to be the top-of-the-line version of the Marrow Strengthening Pill. The Strengthening Marrow Pill can also enhance attributes, but it is only a gold-quality pill. Why? The effect is too weak. Most importantly, it only works once. The Millennium Purple-Veined Ganoderma Lucidum is different. It can be used an unlimited number of times. Moreover, the effect is countless times stronger than the Strengthening Marrow Pill. In other words, if you have enough resources and connections, you can get multiple 1,000-year-old purple-veined Ganoderma Lucidum, and then use it to infinitely enhance its properties. Of course, such spiritual treasures are priceless treasures. There are not many of them in the entire Blue Star. Even if you are rich, you can't get them. This kind of thing can only be dreamed of. Su Ming was already very content just to have one. He swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 54. Ancient Snake Spreads Poisonous Gallbladder. Suddenly, a boiling power flowed through Su Ming's body. He could feel that every part of his body and limbs felt like it was burning. It took a long time before the power was completely absorbed. Successfully absorbed the 1,000-year-old purple-veined Ganoderma Lucidum. The 5 major attributes of strength, physique, agility, spirit, and luck have been comprehensively improved. Su Ming immediately opened his personal profile. Su Ming. Title: God of Death. Effective titles: First Blood, Rookie King. Level 21, 19,455 experience points. Profession: Sword God. Mythical level, the only one in the world. Strength: 80. Constitution: 80. Agility: 240. Spirit: 150. Lucky: 90. Bloodline: Immortality, self-healing factor. Talent: Sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic cultivation. Skills: Killing God with a sword, full hide, hidden God step, insightful eyes. Thunder sword, draw the sword and slash, sword master, continuous rain sword, flying sword, falling sword tomb, spiritual blade, light footsteps. All attributes have been greatly improved. Su Ming could even clearly feel that his strength had increased significantly. Now his agility attribute is already far beyond that of ordinary people. And his physical attributes and strength attributes are not even weaker than those of warriors of the same level. This is very scary. Equivalent to an all-rounder. The host has been promoted to the second level, and the talent of sublimation of all things has unlocked hidden functions. Any spoils that explode can be upgraded or used indirectly once. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Originally, only the loot dropped in dungeons could be upgraded. But now, it's different. As long as it is loot that explodes, it can be upgraded. This talent was originally given by the system. I didn't expect that there would be hidden benefits after reaching a higher level. Then when you reach the third, fourth, and fifth level, what level will you reach? Su Ming's heart was inevitably filled with anticipation. At this time, another voice sounded in my mind. Proficiency capped, Spirit Blade skill upgraded. Spiritual Sword, Gold lower grade. Proficiency, 30 million. The power has increased again. With the talent for automatic cultivation, Su Ming's skills can be improved at all times. All he has to do is lie down and wait for the harvest. Afterwards, Su Ming counted all the things. Let's upgrade all the spoils, he said to himself. After the luck attribute was improved, the effect of the sublime everything talent was also slightly improved. The probability of items being upgraded to higher quality is significantly higher. Giant Snake Fang Sublimation. Source of corruption, Platinum Premium. A material that can continuously produce venom, as if it were alive. It can be embedded into equipment to permanently add poison attribute enchantments to the equipment. It can also be used as a material to make weapons. Giant Snake Scales have been sublimated successfully. Scale Dragon Skin, low-grade diamond. High-grade forging base material can be cast into extraordinary soft armor clothing, which can easily resist most knife cuts and can even heal itself. Su Ming decided to keep both of these things. Perhaps he could use them to make equipment in the future. After all, the quality is not low. Afterwards, he began to sublimate the second-level snake gall. Second-level snake gallbladder sublimated successfully. Ancient snake spreads poisonous gallbladder. Epic lower grade. The dark green is deep and crystal clear. The wild snake's gall can cure thousands of poisons. High-level detoxification material. Just one drop of juice can remove most toxins from your body and give you high-level toxic immunity for a short period of time. If you swallow the whole pill, you can instantly remove all toxins in the world. Su Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Of all the items, the sublimation of the ancient snake's poisonous bile was what surprised him the most. It was actually upgraded to epic level. This was the first epic item he had ever obtained. One drop of juice can detoxify, which means it can be reused. If you swallow it whole, it can 100% eliminate all poisons in the world. An absolute life-saving artifact. Su Ming held the dark snake gall in his palm, feeling somewhat excited. He raised it directly to his mouth and squeezed out a drop. The dark green bile is as crystal clear as jade, and it flows into the throat, smooth and cool. And bitter. Extremely bitter. It's bile indeed. Even Su Ming, who was very patient, almost vomited. But after you endure it, there is a sense of calm and comfort. All the heat and toxicity in the body are cleared away. When the mind is calm, one will naturally feel cool, and Su Ming's eyes became very peaceful. The antidote he bought from the store in a hurry was not of high quality, so there might still be some toxins remaining in his body. After swallowing the bile, you don't have to worry at all. Su Ming must keep this snake gall for his own use. He won't put it up for auction. This thing can save lives in critical moments. Continue to sublimate other loot. Su Ming had basically sublimated all of the items that the black-robed man Ding Pan had that could be sublimated. It is worth mentioning that there is a skill scroll in it. The Disguiser skill scroll, Gold top grade, has been upgraded successfully. Blood Surge Stab, Pretender skill scroll, Platinum lower grade. Required level, 20. A stabbing knife technique. Using a dagger can increase the critical hit rate. After hitting the enemy will bleed continuously, and it will be difficult to stop the wound. The damage is extremely high. Su Ming is not a pretender, so he cannot use this skill scroll. He pocketed it. If you need it, keep it for yourself. He didn't need it, so he planned to put it up for auction. The black-robed man Ding Pan has a lot of properties. It is roughly estimated that once all are sold, Su Ming will be able to get about 1 million Advent coins. 1 million Advent coins, when converted into 10,000 races coins, would equal 100,000. This is a considerable number. It is enough for any dragon countryman to live a comfortable life with good food and drink for the rest of his life. Su Ming's face was solemn as he opened the 10,000 races store. Including Ding Pan's money, he now has 170,000 Wanzhou coins in his account. Among people of the same age, he is already considered very wealthy. Su Ming originally wanted to exchange something, but after browsing for a while, he finally closed the store panel. Because he was too ambitious, he no longer wanted some low-level bloodlines and talents. Ordinary things are not pleasing to his eyes. He wants to redeem it only when it is at least level 1. And the minimum price for something of the highest level is 500,000 10,000 races coins. You have to save for a while before you can afford it. At this time, Su Ming stood up and glanced at the little girl. Leah, I'm leaving. When Leia heard this, her eyes, which had been bright and lively, became noticeably dull and lost. The cat's ears twitched slightly. Yeah, okay. She also knew that they would eventually have to separate. After all, they are not of the same race. She didn't force him to stay. However, Brother Su Ming, I have one question before you leave. Leia walked up to Su Ming and asked with a very smart look in her eyes. Chapter 55 Gift of Knife. You say. Su Ming was carrying a long sword on his back, wearing a gray robe and looking thin. He was very patient with this girl. Brother Ming, why are you so powerful? Leia asked directly. Su Ming just smiled slightly when he heard this. I was a killing god in my previous life, and a sword god in this life. He is considered a half-dual priest. Do I have to tell you this secret too? Impossible. Su Ming would not reveal it even to Ji Yao. Persist in. Su Ming thought for a moment. He just said 2 words calmly. In fact, he himself didn't quite believe this answer. Persist in? Persistence can change very few things. Talent is enough to crush everything. No matter how hard a waste with 1-star talent tries, he can never match a genius with 10 stars. An orphan without family power could not compete with the young masters of big families. This is how the world is made. But, still have to persevere. Even if hope is out of reach, even if the probability is slim, you still have to persevere. Because as long as you persist, there will be hope. Without persistence, there is no possibility. These are 2 extremes of possible and impossible. In his previous life, even when Su Ming was forced into a death cave, he refused to hand over the anti-path divine ring and chose to perish together with them. So he was reborn. This is the reward for persistence. Su Ming chose to share this experience with her. Perhaps these 2 insignificant words could not bring her any immediate results. But when she heard these 2 words, she nodded seriously. It seemed that these 2 words were firmly engraved in my heart. If it were a human, they would definitely think that Su Ming was just making an excuse. And Su Ming indeed thought so. But for naturally pure orcs, there are not so many twists and turns in their minds. Leia naturally took these 2 words as Su Ming's real answer. And this is precisely her advantage. Leia felt it was a bit profound. She looked serious, but still seemed to understand it vaguely. She knew that it might take her many years to understand what true persistence meant. Once her village was massacred, she became homeless and lived in a daze every day. But now, she has a direction to move forward and is no longer confused. I understand. I will work hard in the direction you said. Her cat ears twitched slightly, and she seemed to be in high spirits and stood up. Finally, I have one thing. Then she bowed sharply. Brother Su Ming, please accept me as your disciple. I want to be as strong as you and learn your skills. Especially the sword you used to kill the black-robed human. It was really so cool. As she spoke, she seemed to be drooling. It was as if it was not a skill, but some kind of delicacy. Su Ming smiled calmly upon hearing this. Haha, accept you as my apprentice? Sure. But I want to remind you that humans are very evil. We eat all kinds of creatures. Su Ming's smile became more and more evil. like the devil Satan, getting closer and closer. The feeling of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. Leah felt a chill down her spine. Ming, brother Ming, don't scare me. She was a little scared. Su Ming was very serious. I'm not kidding. Humans are terrible. We will eat orcs. We humans love to eat orcs like you. The dishes I can name include braised duck neck, crispy cat ears, roasted eagle legs, tiger skin, spiced chicken feet. Hearing the names of these dishes, the bloody production process came to Leah's mind. She was so scared that her eyes turned red. It's so scary. The giant snake killed the orc villagers and ate them alive. There was no way they would be cooked. It's so scary. Then I don't want to be your disciple. It's too scary. I don't want to go to the human world. The forest is more suitable for me. Her words were full of tears. Su Ming's smile faded, but he was extremely happy in his heart. It's so fun to tease this little girl. However, what he said was indeed half true and half false. In the human world, orcs are not welcome. If I take her back, she will definitely be looked down upon by everyone. It will cause a lot more trouble. And there are indeed perverts among humans who like to eat orcs. Although it is extremely rare, it does exist. If I take her back, her worldview will definitely collapse and her pure heart will be tainted. Su Ming didn't want to cause so much trouble, so he used this method to scare her away. However, Su Ming is not completely heartless. He took out the pretender scroll from his personal space. At the same time, there is also the black crystal dagger of the man in black. I can't be your master for the time being, but I'll give you this skill scroll and the dagger, Su Ming said, handing it over. Leah killed the giant snake while it was shedding its skin, indirectly saving her own life. There can be no lack of expression. You can't just fool people just because they are naive. Besides, this can also be considered an investment. The principal of number 1 middle school once gave him a marrow strengthening pill and a set of black snakeskin clothes. This is the principal's investment in himself. Now that I have the resources, why can't I invest? Su Ming has now also become an investor. Leia is a good seedling. If she can become a high-level killer in the future, she will become a powerful force on her side. That is your own cause. It can be said to be a gamble. The black crystal dagger was originally of top-grade gold. Now, it has been upgraded to mid-grade platinum by Su Ming. The new name is Stone Silence Dagger. Moreover, there are no level restrictions. Leah took it and scanned it. Platinum level. Her eyes lit up and she was very excited. Su Ming nodded. Yes, this knife is very sharp. You must use it with care. And this scroll requires you to reach level 20 and be a pretender to practice it. If you can reach the second level, you can change your job to a pretender. If you can learn this skill, it means you have truly learned persistence. Then maybe we can meet again, Su Ming said, and paused. He himself was not sure whether he could meet her again. But Leah completely trusted Su Ming's words. She held the scroll and the black dagger tightly, her eyes full of confidence. Yeah, okay. I will definitely persist and make you, brother Ming, look at me with new eyes. I want to become stronger and become your apprentice. She was very excited. Looking up at the sky, the rain has dissipated and the sun is shining, warm and pleasant. He took another look and looked forward. The thin young man in gray robe disappeared without a trace. She was left alone in the forest. She stood there, looking lost. She put away the scroll and drew her dagger. Now, what are you doing? She felt a little lonely and desolate. The minds of orcs are no different from those of humans, so they also feel bored and lonely. But she was an optimist and soon cheered up. Besides, she was already very familiar with life in the forest. This is the best place for her to grow. Kill the beasts to level up, she said with determination. Then, she began her journey of leveling up. With Shurji's dagger around, he can kill wild beasts with twice the result with half the effort. No one knew that she actually stayed in the forest alone and continued to level up for a year. I walked through almost all the surrounding forests, so much so that when all the wild beasts around saw her, they were frightened out of their wits. The new Beast King will be born here. Su Ming teleported back to the Tianta Club. When I came to the mission hall, there was no one here now. After all, the new crowd has passed and the normal flow of people has now returned. Just right, it's convenient to hand in the task, Su Ming said coldly in his heart. Chapter 56 Wooden Ruler Shanbai. It's a pity that the air is not as fresh as in the forest, Su Ming said to himself. Then his mind moved slightly. He expended some mental energy to heal all the wounds on his body. Stimulates the blood's self-healing factor. When he was poisoned by the snake, He cut off a piece of flesh from his elbow. Now the flesh there was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, I recovered completely. The power of blood will operate autonomously at all times, but if you actively stimulate it, it will heal faster. The gray robe of the Shadow Sword set has strong defensive power. The only drawback is that it is not fully covered, so he is still injured. But a lot of the rest of the venom and blood were blocked by the Shadow Sword jacket. That's why Su Ming's injuries were so minor. Thanks to this set of platinum equipment. If it were an ordinary suit, it would be easily corroded by snake venom. Then he walked quickly towards the mission hall. Coming to the window where he accepted the task, Su Ming's expression was calm. "I have business to transact," he said. In the hall, there were still some teams of players who had not dispersed, scattered around. The people around slowly looked over. "That is Su Ming?" Su Ming, the swordmaster from Xinjiang City, has a 10-star talent and is a recent celebrity. I heard that he accepted a level 1 mission. Once he completes the mission, he will become a platinum level hunter. Yes, it is true. I saw it all with my own eyes. People from several teams were whispering. 10-star talents are extremely rare regardless of the strength of their profession. Therefore, Su Ming's name is known not only to the newcomers in Xinjiang City, but also to almost all the newcomers in the entire Zhongchuan province. Everyone was a little surprised. A newcomer dares to take on a high-level mission, and it seems that he doesn't have a team yet. He is a lone wolf. It's really a bit rampant. This handsome boy seems to have overestimated his own strength. Although he has a strong 10-star talent, the level 1 mission requires him to deal with at least a second-level monster. It's still too difficult. In the crowd, a female player with a hot body and wearing black velvet stockings said. She stood in the distance, looking at Su Ming with a playful and meaningful look. Her words drew a wave of agreement. What Miss Mo said makes sense. I think so, indeed. People nodded, looking serious. He wants to ascend to the top in one step and become a platinum-level hunter directly. He is very ambitious. I have to admit that I admire him very much. A young man with a cold gaze and a white robe on his back said, I hope that he will leave a significant mark in the history of Dragon Country in the future. When he said this, a hint of hidden solemnity emerged in his eyes. Perhaps one day, he will have a battle with Su Ming. He actually didn't want to fight internally, he just wanted to kill the demons and monsters and expand the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. His ambition is to lead the entire human race to become strong, and he wants to protect all the weak people. But he knew that resources were limited. The human race is caught in the middle of the conflict among all races. Its current situation is not good, and the Dragon Kingdom does not have many resources. If geniuses want to become stronger, they need to constantly fight and seize resources. Maybe it's not a life and death battle. Maybe it's just a battle in a certain competition, but it will happen after all. He doesn't want to lose. Imome looked at him and smiled slightly, the charm in her eyes not restrained at all. Haha, Shunbai, you are joking. With your strength, I can't even sustain a few moves. Su Ming was able to reach level 16 in the novice copy. Although he has his own methods, his strength is not weak. This achievement is unprecedented. But fast upgrade does not mean strong combat effectiveness. Profession is the foundation of everything. Swordmaster, in the early stage, the fighting ability with your exorcist is simply heaven and earth. She has a delicate fragrance about her body and is naturally charming. She is also a 7-star genius, and the family power behind her is also very powerful. But in her words, there was a hint of actively showing weakness to Shen Bai. But there was no one around to refute or be surprised. Because Shen Bai's talent is indeed very terrifying and has long been known to everyone. Even if Imome didn't say anything, everyone knew that she couldn't beat Shen Bai. He deserves it. 10-star exorcist. With this talent and profession, he can push all the way in the early stage. All the geniuses in Zhongchuan province pale in front of him. Provincial champion level. When Shen Bai heard her words, his face was expressionless. He didn't even bother to reply. His eyes were as steely as he was thinking in his mind at this moment. Opportunity? How ridiculous. A high-ranking family member like Imome really likes to look down on others. She has never experienced hardship, and her entire life has been arranged by her family. How could she know how difficult it is for an ordinary person to stand out? That Su Ming, an orphan without a family, was able to reach level 16 in the novice copy. What kind of persistence, effort, how much suffering and how many obstacles does it take to achieve this result? There certainly are opportunities, but it doesn't all depend on chance. Although Shinbai is the strongest person here, he is also the person who least despises Su Ming. Shinbai and Su Ming were so similar. so he felt a little sympathy for each other. It is this calmness, caution, and insight into the situation, combined with talent, that made him Shinbai. He is extremely calm and sober. His insight into everything is far beyond his peers. Imome smiled seductively and said slowly, Su Ming Yujian. Although he is handsome, it still needs time to test whether he is just a showman. You don't have to be so anxious and treat him as your opponent. Shinbai, you have many enemies now, so you should take care of the present first. If it doesn't work out, come to my sister's family and I can protect you for a few days, haha. She approached and said humorously to Shinbai. Shinbai killed many monsters in the novice copy and also provoked many children of big families. Because those children from aristocratic families like to grab supplies and trophies from ordinary newcomers. But Shinbai, who was full of righteousness, stopped them all. Therefore, now he has enemies all over the world, but he has no backing. Now he feels like he is walking on the edge of an abyss. If he is not careful, the boat will capsize. However, facing the olive branch offered by Imome, the eldest lady of the Imo family, Shunbai ignored her at all. His face was cold and he left alone. He is also a lone wolf. Real name, Shin Ishi. Because he often wears white clothes, he is also called Shinbai. He didn't have any family and came out of the slums. I spent the first half of my life begging and surviving in smelly ditches. When he was 10 years old, he watched his mother die of illness because of lack of money. Now, he is extremely brilliant, and all the hardships have come to an end. He's been through it. Therefore, he knows best how miserable those people at the bottom of society live. So after he awakened as a genius, his ideal was to help the weakest people. TSK, you don't understand romance. Imome looked at his leaving back and smiled faintly. That's all. I have a handsome guy anyway. As she spoke, she looked at Su Ming from a distance, her eyes looking like she was admiring her prey. The people around him had solemn expressions and were also looking at Su Ming from afar. I guess he must be here to return the mission. Let's see how things develop. If Su Ming's withdrawal mission is rejected, maybe we can go up and make friends with him and successfully form a team. Yes, it's easy to add icing on the cake, but it's hard to help someone in need. Maybe we can take this opportunity to have a top genius friend. Some new members of the Tianta Society whispered. Every year, only those with the best performance in novice copies are eligible to join the Tianta Club. So there are geniuses here. But there are differences among geniuses. Su Ming, with his 10-star talent, was the most outstanding among all the others and was obviously worth winning over. Although he accepted a level 1 mission and was bound to fail, people did not laugh at him. After all, he was a 10-star swordsman and ranked first in the novice copy numbered 144. After showing his strength, naturally no one dared to look down on him. And Su Ming is very strong. What people feared the most was that Su Ming was said to have reached level 16 in the novice copy. Chapter 57 wrong. This is not my token. It is said that Su Ming reached level 16 in the novice copy. That's right, level 16. This achievement is the first in the history of Dragon Country. In order to protect Su Ming, the promising young man, the senior officials of Xinjing City have tried their best to block the news. Unfortunately, there were too many players in the dungeon, and everyone could see the rankings, so Su Ming's results naturally couldn't be completely concealed. Soon, like a flame, it spread throughout the country. Among the younger generation of geniuses, basically everyone knows about it. Since the advent of the Awakening Day, no one has been able to reach such a high level in the novice copy. There have been many 10-star geniuses in history, but on average they could only reach level 12 or so in the novice copy. There are a lot of talents this year, and one of the strongest monsters, Shinbai, has only reached level 14. But Su Ming reached level 16. Regardless of whether his profession is strong or weak, everyone must be somewhat afraid of him. But everyone still doesn't think that he can complete the super task. After all, level 1 tasks are indeed too difficult. A second-level monster, that's above level 20. The attributes of monsters are inherently higher than those of humans. The huge gap in levels and attributes cannot be made up by talent. I guess he's here to quit his mission. Me too. People stroked their chins and inferred. In fact, many people attributed the reason why Su Ming was able to reach level 16 to chance. The word chance is so clever. All the unexpected things in the world can be explained by chance. Sometimes, extremely rare treasures do appear in the dungeon. Once encountered, it can quickly improve one's strength. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a student who got a sky-destroying grass, an epic sword-forging material, in the novice copy. As soon as he sold it, he was laid up for the rest of his life. 50 years ago, There was a newcomer who ate a fruit in the novice copy and was directly promoted to level 3. He was promoted to level 7 with a 5-star talent, ranking 8th in the copy. What's more, I got some kind of treasure in the novice copy, which improved the star talent attribute. These are real, recorded historical events. Therefore, Su Ming was able to reach level 16. Although he opened up history, no one felt how strong he was. Maybe it was due to chance? If you want to say that luck is also a part of strength, then that's a different matter. In terms of actual combat effectiveness, people are more inclined to regard Su Ming as a genius who is slightly stronger than ordinary geniuses. That is, the middle and upper class among geniuses. It may be on the same level as Mo Mei and Zhang Tang, or even stronger. But with Shunbai, there is still a little difference. And even Shunbai didn't dare to mention the monster on a solo kill mission. Su Ming? Even more impossible. It is true that there are no useless professions, only useless career changers. Occasionally, there will be geniuses who can use seemingly weak professions to exert powerful combat capabilities. They believe that Su Ming was indeed this kind of person, otherwise he would not have reached level 16 just by chance. But no matter how much you use your profession, you can't break through the shackles of level difference. Generally speaking, people still view this matter pessimistically. Monsters in level 1 missions cannot be defeated by novices alone. Su Ming's hearing was very sharp, and he could hear everything that people around him said. But he was very calm, having lived 2 lives, and he would not be troubled by such things. In his mind, he only has his own purpose. I need to take care of business. He stared quietly at the female salesperson in front of him, his eyes calm and composed. The female salesperson found out that it was Su Ming, a very familiar face. Her face suddenly turned cold. TSK, isn't that the 10-star swordsman from Xianjing? Most likely you found the mission too difficult and came here to quit, right? Every year there are always such young people who are ambitious and take on high-level tasks, but then find out they cannot complete them. So they come to return the tasks in shame and want to switch to lower-level tasks. She's seen a lot. Unfortunately, this is not allowed by the rules. Once you accept the initial mission, it is impossible to change it. If you fail to complete the initial membership mission, you will never be able to officially join the Tianta Club. It can be said that Su Ming dug a hole for himself. She can't do anything to help. At this moment, she was looking at Su Ming with a completely mocking attitude. But on the surface, she wouldn't show it. This was work. Moreover, even if Su Ming cannot complete this task for the time being, it will not hinder his future rise. He is a 10-star genius. The future is promising. She has brains and would never provoke a future powerful person. She just said with a cold expression, "Sorry, once you accept the mission, you can't return it." Su Ming's face was calm and his voice was very restrained. "Excuse me." Then he raised his eyebrows. "Who told you that I wanted to quit the mission?" The voice was cold. His voice is full of energy. It spread throughout the hall, although he didn't yell intentionally. But that calm voice was loud and clear at this moment. Hearing this, the female salesperson's face was obviously stunned. Then, she was secretly surprised. How come this Su Ming is so confident? Could it be that he really had completed the level quest? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through her eyes. It should be impossible, right? She still couldn't believe it and murmured in her heart. Even if Su Ming could accomplish it, he would definitely rely on the power behind him. Anyway, she believed that her judgment would not be wrong. However, no matter what channel Su Ming uses to complete the task, it has nothing to do with her. She is only responsible for following the rules and regulations. Well, since you claim to have completed the Tianta Club mission, then show me your token and I'll check it out. If there is indeed a record, I will give you a mission reward. The female salesperson said with a serious expression. Su Ming slowly took out a dull token. Seeing the token, she couldn't help but sneer on her face. No matter how professional she is, she couldn't hold it in anymore. The dull-colored Tianta Club token. There are 3 words Tianta on it, but no golden fluorescence. There are only 2 possibilities for this kind of token. One is that the holder is dead. The second possibility is that the other party has not yet completed the initial task. Once the initial task is completed, the Tianta token will light up immediately. Therefore, Su Ming obviously had not completed the task yet. She felt extremely unhappy and even her professional smile disappeared. She thought Su Ming was playing tricks on her. "Sorry, your token is still gray and the mission cannot be completed," she said without further ado. She deliberately spoke loudly so that people around her could hear it. The other new job changers in the hall all nodded secretly, without any surprise. Sure enough, I guessed that he didn't complete the task. He even said that he was not here to cancel the mission. He is really trying to save face, but is suffering in the end. Piske, I'm embarrassed for him. Let's see how he ends up. Someone smiled faintly and watched with interest from a distance as Su Ming communicated with the salesperson. It's such a sin to see someone I once admired embarrassed like this. A female player blushed slightly and felt a little sad. Su Ming is handsome and talented, so naturally he has many fans among the younger generation. Su Ming turned a deaf ear to everything. He stared at the salesperson and slammed the token heavily on the table. The sound is crisp. Miss, you seem to have misunderstood. This is not my token, he said calmly. The female salesperson thought he was being mysterious, but Su Ming's next words made her look stunned. It's a bounty token. Everyone in the surrounding hall looked stern when they heard this. Anyone who knows a little bit knows what a bounty token means. A bounty mission is an extremely difficult task to complete. They are basically all extremely vicious murderers, and their level of cultivation is not low. Su Ming remained extremely calm. He knew all the rules of the Tianta society very well. He knew a rule that very few people knew. In addition to completing the initial task, there is another situation that can activate the Tianta Club qualification. That is to complete the bounty mission. Moreover, there is no limit on levels. Ding Pan, the man in black robe, was a professional killer who did intercept people. He did have a reward, and Su Ming had already looked it up in advance. Moreover, he had a lot of blood on his hands and had killed dozens of people. His bounty level is very high. Use his bounty mission as the initial mission to complete, and you can improve your initial hunter level compared to the original one. This is equivalent to a hidden option. Chapter 58 Classification, Diamond Hunter. Ding Pan's bounty level is. Su Ming knew it very well. Once you submit his bounty mission as the initial mission, you will be able to directly become a diamond level hunter. 18-year-old newcomer, Diamond Level Hunter. What a terrifying title. The highest level of mission that an ordinary newcomer can accept is, in other words, platinum level at most. By completing bounty missions, a hidden option that is hard to come by, Su Ming will be able to successfully reach the diamond level. This is an absolutely huge lead. Because once the hunter level is determined, it is very difficult to climb up. Suppose you complete a level 1 initial mission and are ranked as a gold level hunter. Then even if you complete 3 levels of tasks, you may not be able to be promoted to the platinum level. And if the initial task is level, you can be directly promoted to platinum level. This is the importance of the initial task, and this is the importance of grading. The starting level of the Tianta Club is high or low, which means 2 different destinies. After Su Ming reached the diamond level, he no longer had to accept low-level tasks and struggle at the bottom. Will be entitled to more benefits and preferential treatment. So he chose to submit the bounty mission as the initial mission first. Then submit the task of killing the big snake and get the normal reward. This will maximize benefits. Su Ming's move was truly astonishing. Especially the female salesperson. There was a look of extreme shock in her eyes. She has been working here for more than 10 years and has never heard of such a precedent. She didn't even know there was such a rule. Bounty missions can actually replace initial missions and complete grading? But Su Ming's firm gaze made her dare not refute immediately. Moreover, at this time, her eyes also caught a glimpse of the Tianta Club token on Su Ming's waist. The token hanging around his waist, covered by his clothes, was Su Ming's own Tianta Club token. At this moment, the golden characters on the token were glowing. It means it has been activated. He really has 2 tokens, and the part around the waist has been activated. This means that he completed the task at that level, but just did not submit it. The Tianta token is extremely important. It is a symbol of a person's identity and life, and others will never hand it over easily. The fact that Su Ming was able to obtain it meant that he really killed a wanted criminal of the Tianta society. This fact caused a storm in her heart. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But under the great shock, her lips seemed to be pressed down and she couldn't speak for a long time. I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions. With that, she left her seat. No one noticed that her face turned pale. She has never dealt with this kind of business. Soon, she came over with a middle-aged man. This man was wearing a black robe and had a dignified look on his face. Obviously, he is a high-ranking civil servant of the Tianta Hunting Club. Similar to experiencing a job. He stood with his hands behind his back and walked towards me quickly. Is that him? The man pointed at Su Ming and asked the female salesperson. Yeah. She nodded. Newcomer, I heard that you want to use the bounty mission as the initial mission to complete the grading? He walked up to Su Ming and spoke through the glass with a frown on his face. Su Ming nodded. The man picked up Ding Pan's token from the window. This token has become dim, which means its owner is dead. But after scanning, Ding Pan's personal information still appeared. He is indeed a wanted criminal. Ding Pan? Absolutely true. And this is a level bounty. The mission reward is a lower-level diamond treasure, fruit of fortune, and 50,000 10,000 races coins. If Su Ming submitted this task as an initial task, he would be able to obtain the position of a diamond-level hunter, an absolute step to success. Although our Tianta Club has this rule, it has never been implemented. This is really the first time that has happened. The middle-aged man looked solemn and touched his chin. This is the first time in all the years since the Tianta Hunting Club was established. This rule is established only to encourage newcomers to take the initiative and stop wanted criminals. Really kill the wanted criminal? No one expected. After all, it is almost impossible for a newcomer to kill a bounty criminal. Among all the people on the wanted list, which one is not a vicious and cruel criminal? Who isn't an experienced criminal expert? To some extent, it can be said that those criminals are more dangerous than mutated beasts. The middle-aged man has worked here for 30 years, and he has never thought that this rule would really be implemented one day. Su Ming's expression was calm, and he smiled faintly. Regardless, the rules are the rules. Please help me, sir, he said. A gleam of brilliance flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he hesitated for a moment. Although he has the authority, this is the first time. After thinking for a long time, he finally answered, okay. After all, as Su Ming said, rules are rules. He must help Su Ming, otherwise it would be dereliction of duty. He raised his hand and waved. Then, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Hunter. Su Ming. Submit bounty mission. Hunt down criminal Ding Panjia. Since this is the initial submission task, the grading is completed. Promoted to Diamond Level Hunter. Rewards, 50,000 myriad races coins, strong luck fruit, low-grade diamond. Afterwards, Su Ming continued to move and took out his token. I still have to submit this level task. The man nodded and tapped his fingers. The screen changes. Submit hunting mission. Defeat the Python King. Obtain myriad races coins, random platinum skill scroll. 2 tasks were submitted in succession. All the mission rewards were deposited into Su Ming's personal column. Afterwards, the material of his personal Sky Tower token also changed abruptly. It changed from its original dull gray color like wood and iron to a translucent, crystal-like diamond token. The characters inside were glowing a bright blue light. It looks noble and exquisite. Seeing this scene, everyone around the hall was horrified. Diamond level? Some people looked confused. Then, I reacted. Oh my god. Su Ming has been rated as a diamond level? What on earth just happened? Everybody was a little crazy. Just a second ago, everyone was still feeling embarrassed for Su Ming. The next second, my heart was filled with shock. All the members of the idol team looked over in shock. When they heard the words of the senior member of Tianta Society, they were shocked beyond words. What's going on? The distance is too far, and I can't hear the specific details of the conversation between Su Ming and the salesperson. Why is he suddenly rated as a diamond? Could it be that he completed a level 1 mission? That's not right. A level 1 mission is to be rated platinum. How the hell is he a diamond? He didn't use any backdoor. Did he bribe the salesperson? People's eyes were shaking with shock. What nonsense are you talking about? The Tianta Hunting Club was officially established by the Dragon Country. It is strictly supervised and even has supreme rules involved. How could it be possible to use a backdoor? Then, how did he get rated as a diamond? For a moment, a big question mark echoed in everyone's mind. The most shocking one among them is Imo Mei. She has always had a calm personality. Her family is powerful, and she has seen all kinds of powerful people and treasures since she was a child. Few things can shock her so much. But today, her eyes were stunned and her heart was filled with shock. No, it can't be. She whispered in a very low voice, shocked. The eyes looking at Su Ming were full of disbelief. Even Shinbai, who she thinks is the strongest newcomer this year, cannot be ranked at the platinum level. And Su Ming was directly graded to diamond. It almost reshaped her worldview. Chapter 59, Lucky Fruit. Even the well-informed Imo Mei was shocked. Not to mention the other ordinary Tianoi team members. They stared at Su Ming, stunned. Su Ming seemed not to hear their exclamations, turned around and left alone. He moved through the loose crowd without stopping. His eyes were always calm, because everything was within his expectations. So he can always remain calm in the face of adversity. Someone waved, greeted him, and approached him. But Su Ming ignored them all. Cows and sheep live in herds. Wolves always live alone. At this time, a girl in black velvet dress took a step forward and came in front of Su Ming. It was Mei. She has a hot body and has no qualms about showing off her stunning figure. Ordinary men would have to take a few more glances, but Su Ming's eyes remained cold. Su Ming, how do you rank diamond hunters? She was really curious and couldn't help asking. Su Ming said with a calm expression, do we know each other? He spoke with great vigor. Mei always felt that she had the initiative in conversations. This was the first time she felt suppressed. Her smile became a little stiff. I don't know him, she said slowly, but I can use 100,000 advent coins to buy this news. Are you willing to tell me? She slowly stepped forward and said with her signature seductive smile. Smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Su Ming frowned slightly. 100,000 advent coins is already a small amount of money for him now. But no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. I can tell you. But make money first. Su Ming smiled slightly and said. Mei sneered in her heart. She didn't expect that she was a money addict. There are 3 types of men in the world. Love money, love women, love power. No matter which one it is, she can satisfy it. In other words, as long as she wants to, she thinks she can handle any man in the world. Even Shen Bai, a seemingly ruthless man, she knew was just a mask. As long as he can break his mask, he can still handle it. As for Su Ming, he seemed to have a wealthy family, but in fact he still couldn't escape the temptation of money. Very good, she said with a smile. He immediately transferred the money to Su Ming. Go ahead. When Su Ming saw her expression, he knew that she was another young lady who thought she was smart. Su Ming did not expose it either. He took the money, and she satisfied her curiosity. Both parties are happy. As for how she viewed him in her heart, Su Ming didn't care. I completed a bounty mission. It's that simple. After saying that, Su Ming left quickly. Soon, the figure disappeared from the scene. Mei's eyes became solemn when she heard this. Reward? Mission? She had just heard that Su Ming had handed over the bounty token. But now that she heard Su Ming say it himself, she was sure. I didn't expect that the Tianta Club would have this rule. No one in the family told me. How could she know that even the largest family would find it difficult to help a young genius complete a bounty mission and submit it as an initial mission as an exception? Even Zhang Tang doesn't have this treatment, because it can be encountered but not sought after. Every criminal with a bounty is extremely vicious and powerful. Everyone has their own trump card to save their lives and hide. If you want to kill them, you often have to pay a huge price. And most importantly, you can't find it at all. The world is so big, with the entire blue star and countless copies. Trying to hunt down a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As for low-level bounty criminals, such as those with a level 1 bounty, it is better to complete the highest level 1 missions instead of hunting them down. So no one has ever used this rule. Only Su Ming. She turned her head and wanted to ask something else. But Su Ming's figure had disappeared. Such a poor boy. Why doesn't he come to curry favor with me? She frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Why are you as cold as Shin Bai? These 2 handsome brothers, don't they think they are cool? Her face was cold and her eyes were slightly fixed. There was a playful look in his eyes, as if he was interested. But at the same time, she was also a little angry. From childhood to adulthood, which man is not attracted to her? Such indifference only aroused her competitive spirit. There is a saying that goes, what you can't get will always cause you unrest. Therefore, in her heart, she has a special desire to control these 2 men, Shin Bai and Su Ming. I really want to play with it. She smoothed her hair, looked at the horizon, and licked her lips. Haha, the geniuses in this year's class are really interesting. Su Ming was walking on the streets in the world of Tianhui. Find a place to rest and deal with the loot. Su Ming murmured. Soon he found a hotel. It's called the Hotel Under the Fat Goose. The boss is really a half-orc, with the head of an old goose and a long beak. But the body is human. He was wearing a suit. Hello, what suite do you want to book? He had a serious face and spoke in a very pleasant manly accent. But Su Ming couldn't help laughing in his heart. I didn't expect to meet orcs in the Tianta world. Ordinary shelter room. As Su Ming spoke, he transferred 30,000 advent coins. That's right, 1 room, 1 night, costs 30,000 advent coins. The land in the Tianta world is extremely expensive. It is naturally very expensive to live here. Confiscating your 10,000 races coins is all good. Most importantly, the Tianhui world is almost absolutely safe. There are very few places in the world that can be called absolutely safe. Su Ming has now killed several of Zhang Tang's men, which might have attracted attention. He must pay attention to his own safety. So he chose here. Soon, the fat goose brought Su Ming into a room. The shelter room is designed for customers who need privacy and security. Please have a good rest. No one will bother you. Fat Goose said. Then he turned and left, locking the door. When leaving, Su Ming noticed that there were 2 chains on the goose-headed man's ankles, and its ankles were bloody from being rubbed by the shackles. It turns out that this fat goose half-orc is a slave. I am also working here, but I am not the boss. Orcs have no human rights in the human world. They can even be killed and bought and sold at will like animals. Su Ming suddenly thought of Leah. That's why Su Ming didn't bring Leah with him. He does not regret this decision. Afterwards, Su Ming began to count the things he had obtained from completing the mission. The 2 tasks together cost about 60,000 Wanzu coins. Add to that the hundreds of thousands he already had. Now he has more than 200,000, nearly 300,000 Wanzu coins. This number is terrifying. Most of the props that Su Ming put up for auction were also sold. The balance of Advent coins is over 1 million. You will definitely not have to worry about food and clothing. Su Ming took out the strong luck fruit, a lower-grade diamond reward for completing a level 1 bounty mission. Ordinary tasks do not actually give diamond-level rewards, but usually mid-grade or high-grade platinum rewards. Only level 1 tasks will give 100% diamond-level rewards. However, bounty missions are different because those criminals are extremely harmful to society, and killing them is considered to be eliminating harm for the people, so the rewards are also very generous. There is a high probability of getting diamond-level rewards for completing level bounty missions. Su Ming directly used the sublimation of all things. Chapter 60, Drunken Sword Stance. Sublimation successful. Fate's Kiss Fruit, middle diamond. After use, the lucky attribute can be randomly improved. Su Ming stuffed it directly into his mouth. Swallow it in one bite. After eating it, Su Ming suddenly felt that his luck attribute had been improved. Take another look. Lucky, 130. The lucky attribute directly reached a value of 130. The improvement is huge. Su Ming was very satisfied. He took out the random platinum level skill scroll again and activated the sublime power of all things. Sublimation successful. Soul Cutting Scythe, platinum top grade skill scroll. Only professions with soul power can use it. You can pour soul power into the sickle, kill the enemy with 1 strike, and directly damage the soul. Well, it's not a skill for my profession. Find an opportunity and give it to Ji Yao. Su Ming stroked his chin and thought for a moment. This skill is not restricted to any specific profession. As long as one is in a profession that can drive soul power, he or she can learn it. For example, Zhang Yunqing's soul healer. For example, Ji Yao's undead summoner. They can all learn this skill. However, Ji Yao is the main user of the sickle, so it is obviously better to give this scroll to her. Skill. Heavy Rain Sword, mid-grade silver, proficiency increased, skill advanced. At this moment, a voice sounded in my mind. Storm and Rain Sword, silver top grade, proficiency, 2000. Like a fluttering phoenix, like a continuous rainstorm, the sword is as powerful as waves. It's not far from reaching the gold level of swordsmanship. Su Ming's other skills are basically above gold. This is the only skill I have, and it's silver. But it will soon be possible to break through. At this time, Su Ming suddenly noticed that someone had sent him an email message in his personal profile panel. He immediately opened it and took a look. When he saw this, he was slightly surprised. This message was actually sent personally by Jiang Yongli, the chairman of Jang Group. Job changers can communicate with each other remotely and send gifts remotely. Su Ming had heard of Jiang Yongli's name a long time ago. Chairman of the Jiang'an Group, the largest chaebol in Nakagawa province. Zhang Yunqing's father? Su Ming frowned slightly. Why did he send me a message? Could it be that the drama of, here's 1 million, leave my daughter alone, is going to happen? Su Ming's lips curled slightly. I feel a little ridiculous for my unrealistic ideas. This kind of thing only appears in comics and novels. Which of the top chaebol executives in real life is not a shrewd person? It's simply impossible to use such a straightforward method. Besides, I saved Jiang Yunqing's life, so I believe she would not say anything bad about me in front of her father. Su Ming clicked on the message directly. I have never had any thoughts about Jiang Yunqing, and I can accept whatever message his father sends. When Su Ming saw it, his eyes suddenly became stern. It only says, "Hello, classmate Su Ming. I am Jiang Yunqing's father, Jiang Yongli." Attached is a picture, which is his personal business card. I heard from my daughter that you saved her life in the dungeon. So I'm giving you a small gift. Please accept it. Please, Mr. Su, continue to take care of my daughter from now on. Thank you very much. In the column below the letter, there is a gift. Su Ming tapped lightly and directly entered the personal space for storage. This item is a skill scroll. The outside is inlaid with a circle of gem-like patterns. It turned out to be a diamond-grade skill scroll. The market value of a diamond-level skill scroll generally ranges from 8 million advent coins to tens of millions of advent coins. It turned out to be such a heavyweight gift. Su Ming was a little surprised. What surprised him even more was Chairman Zhang's extremely polite tone. It can't even be said to be polite. It can be said to be a bit servile. In the letter, he called himself humble. The chairman of a great chaebol, a man who holds a pivotal position in the business community of Dragon Country. He was so humble to a young student like me. It's really strange. Moreover, this gift is really too important. Diamond level. Even if he saved her daughter's life, it was still a little too expensive. The words in his letter even had a flavor of a last will and testament. Su Ming's face was solemn. He thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, Jang Group, Zhang Yongli. I remember now. In my previous life, Zhang Yongli would die. It seems like just a few months later. In his previous life, Su Ming didn't know Jiang Yunqing at all and had no relationship with the Jiang Group. So he didn't know much about these business matters. It was only by coincidence that I heard about this little thing, deep in my memory. It's hard for him to remember it now. After Zhang Yongli's death, the Jiang Group still existed, but the person in charge was changed. Looking at his letters, it seems like he was entrusting his son to someone else before his death. Did he already know that he was going to die? It seems that she hopes that I can take care of her daughter after he dies. That's why I gave you such a valuable gift, hoping that there will be a seed of gratitude in your heart. Su Ming tried to figure out the meaning behind his words. In the business world, civil wars are bloody and brutal, with assassinations, frame-ups, and false accusations emerging one after another. For money, humans will do anything. Perhaps Zhang Yongli had already anticipated that he would not live long. It seems that the Jiangang Group is caught in a vortex. He gave his daughter such an expensive gift to leave a way out for her future. At the same time, Su Ming felt a heavy mood. Although he noticed some clues, he was too weak to intervene. Take care of yourself first, he murmured. Upgraded the diamond skill scroll. Sublimation successful. Drunken sword style, diamond top grade. Drink wine today and get drunk today. The cold light of the sword is pure. When you are drunk and enter the drunken sword stance, all sword techniques have a chance to have a sword energy effect added. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. It turned out to be a top-grade diamond. It's a posture skill. Getting drunk can start it. Sword chi is an extremely powerful additional effect in swordsmanship. It often requires very late-stage skills to add sword energy. This skill can add sword energy effect to all sword skills. He learned immediately. Afterwards, he bought a lot of fine-aged wines in the Advent Coin store, hiding in personal space. When needed, you can take it out and drink it while entering the drunken sword posture. Afterwards, Su Ming practiced some new skills in the training room of the hotel. The training room is a virtual space where people can practice their skills. In the center of the room, there is a wooden dummy. He was drunk and went into a drunken sword stance. Suddenly, the way he held the sword became somewhat shaky, but his sword skills became more and more fierce. Swish. He activated the storm sword. The pale white sword energy flowed and flew out from a distance. He chopped the puppet into pieces directly. Soon, the doll healed as before. Very good. With this drunken sword stance, my combat power has been greatly improved. Su Ming was in a good mood. Chapter 61. One person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. Su Ming spent some money and extended his stay in the hotel for a few extra days. Afterwards, he rested in the hotel for a while and restored his energy to its peak. That's perfect. I can also wait for the provincial results to come out. He opened his personal martial arts panel. Su Ming looked at his information. Su Ming. Title: God of Death. Effective titles: First Blood, Rookie King. Level: Level 21, 19,455 experience points. Profession: Sword God. Mythical level: the only one in the world. Strength: 80. Constitution: 80. Agility: 240. Spirit: 150. Lucky: 130. Bloodline: Immortality, Self-Healing Factor. Talent: Sublimation of all things, Origin Sword Body, Automatic Cultivation. Skills: Killing God with a Sword, Full Hide, Hidden God Step, Insightful Eyes. Drunken Sword Style, Thunder Sword, Sword Draw and Slash, Sword Master, Storm Sword, Flying Sword, Sky Falling Sword Tomb, Spiritual Sword, Light Footsteps. Su Ming was very satisfied. By the way, it's time to deal with Ren Xiaoman's body. Now I have the means. Su Ming immediately exited the hotel space and came to reality. He took advantage of the night and made his way to the school rooftop. Ren Xiaoman's body has begun to attract flies. Su Ming chopped it into powder with his sword. Then he bought a large amount of blood-dissolving water from the Advent store and rinsed it clean. All traces disappeared. From now on, I probably won't come back. Su Ming took one last look at the school and frowned. The next moment, he returned to the hotel in the Tiantao world. At this time, a new pop-up window appeared. The Dragon Country Affairs Bureau sent a message. To all new job changers, I solemnly announce this at this moment. This year's novice copy, the results in Zhongchuan province have been sorted out and announced. There was a gleam of brilliance in Su Ming's eyes. The provincial results are finally announced. The novice copy is actually equivalent to the college entrance examination. Based on this score, your future can be determined. As for myself, as expected, I should be number 1. Su Ming looked at the transcript, densely packed, showing the achievements of all the newcomers of this session. First place, Xinjing number 1 Middle School, Swordsman Su Ming. Second place, Tian High Vocational School, Exorcist Shan Yishi. Third place, Wuyang number 3 Middle School, Sword Madly Chen Wang. Fourth place, Wuyang number 2 Middle School, Soul Healer Jiang Yunqing. Fifth place, Xinjing number 1 Middle School, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang. Sixth place, Emo Family, Charming Mage Emo Mei. Seventh place. Sure enough, Su Ming looked calm. I am the provincial champion. The official has not announced everyone's performance level in the novice copy. After all, this is about everyone's safety. So there are only rankings, no specific levels. This is also the protection for every newcomer. This result immediately caused an uproar throughout the province. Su Ming from Xinjing. He won the first place, Swordmaster. Provincial number 1 scholar. It's not Shinichi. Is it true that he reached level 16 in the novice copy as rumored? Better than Shinichi. At this moment, on the World Channel, all Blue Star students were discussing crazily. It's horrible. It's horrible. What happened this year? Why are there so many monsters and geniuses? Even Jang family's eldest son, Zhang Tang, only ranked 5th. These few people can even overshadow young Master Zhang. It's simply horrible. There was extreme horror in everyone's words. At this moment, on the top floor of Jiangon Group's building, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie looked shocked. Zhang Yongli was also looking at the list. My daughter actually took 4th place in the province. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. Okay, great. It's much better than her sister Jiang Lan's performance back then. He even surpassed the young master of the Zhang family. He was simply ecstatic. This means that his second daughter will be able to take on important responsibilities in the future. He looked at the first one again. Calm down. I want to calm down. He thought to himself and took a deep breath. Yunqing is only an auxiliary profession. To be able to rank so high in the province is definitely because of Su Ming. This student, helpless, can actually get the first place in the provincial championship. He surpassed the sword mad manly Chen Wang, surpassed Shen Bai who was in the spotlight, and even surpassed the eldest young master of the Zhang family. He has a bright future. He clenched his fists, preparing to find a time to have a good talk with his daughter. She must have a good relationship with Su Ming. Nowadays, Jiang'an Consortium is in constant friction with the Zhang family, and there are also conflicts with other major chaebol. He knew very well that something might happen to him suddenly. All this is uncertain. He needs to prepare his backup plan. At this moment, the National Security Agency. All the senior officials and experts of Longhua were closely observing the big screen in front of them. It shows the strongest talents among this year's students. Not only the results for Zhongchuan province, but also the whole country have come out. Su Ming, whether in Zhongchuan province or in Quanlong country, is the best. Okay. This child named Su Ming has excellent grades. It's simply ridiculously good. A middle-aged man who was a senior official of the National Security Bureau said with surprise in his eyes. He is Wen Tianlei, and as the director of the Security Bureau, he holds a very high position. Whether it is a matter of national security or the annual allocation of educational resources for job changers, everything has to be handled by him. His temples are slightly gray, and one can imagine that he works hard for national affairs every day. He has always been a faceless person. Today, A hint of joy appeared on his face. As you can imagine, he was really happy. But soon, his face calmed down. His stern face added a touch of majesty to him. He looked around. In the novice copy, promoted to level 16, afterwards, he even accepted a mission from the Tianta Club. That's all. He actually completed another level bounty mission and successfully completed the initial classification as a diamond level hunter. All of this cannot be explained by luck. This child is definitely a genius among geniuses. His character, strength, skills, and talent are all top-notch. He clenched his fists and said with a sparkle in his eyes. At this time, a woman walked out slowly from the crowd. It is the deputy mayor of Xinjing City, Ranling. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a solemn expression, she stepped forward and said, "Director, this student is from our Xinjing City." Hearing this, when Tianlei looked over slowly, "Deputy Mayor, do you have any information about this student?" Su Ming has always been unknown, unlike Shinishi who showed his extraordinary talent early on, so he was very surprised. Also very curious. And Ranling thought for a while and said cautiously, "Director, this student has a long story. He is an orphan, with excellent character and academic performance. He has always been strong-willed and has lived on scholarships without asking anyone for help. He has achieved what he has today not because of his parents or family, but because of himself. To be honest, his profession is a swordsman. In fact, I didn't think highly of him at the beginning." Having said that, she smiled faintly. "But he did give us Xinjing City, Zhongchuan Province, and even Longhua a surprise." There was some pride in her words. After all, it is unprecedented to have such a genius. "Okay, very good." When Tianlei clapped his hands lightly and said, "Such a genius from a poor family is the most precious. In the future, he may become the pillar of Dragon Country. Be sure to protect it. Next year, Xinjing City's educational resources will be tripled based on the rules." When Tianlei waved his hand and announced, "Deputy Mayor, the position of mayor of Xinjing City has been vacant for a long time. You will be officially promoted to mayor next month." Then he said with a smile, Chapter 62, S-Level Monster. When Ranling heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She has been working as deputy mayor for several years, but has not been promoted. And now, there is finally hope. "Thank you, Chief." She suppressed her inner joy and said seriously. Afterwards, he retreated back to the group of senior leaders. At this time, when Tianlei looked at the screen, this year, all provincial ranking awards will be distributed as usual, except for one student. Knife Maniac, Chen Wang. Having said that, when Tianlei stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. "Don't give this student any reward, even if he's ranked third." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. But many leaders had already expected this result and remained calm. Knife Maniac, Chen Wang. This student is a murderer. Yes, the word got out. In the novice copy, he did not kill any monsters at all, but relied on killing the new job changers of the same class to seize experience. That's why his upgrade speed is so fast. Chen Wang was extremely crazy and killed anyone he saw. But he was not careful enough and let many people go alive. After the newcomers left the dungeon alive, they jointly identified him. So the news reached the National Security Bureau. When Tianlei was naturally furious. In fact, what people don't know is, if Su Ming had not defeated Chen Wang in the dungeon, his final ranking would even surpass Shinishi. But because Su Ming defeated him, he immediately killed Hyde. This resulted in sword madman Chen Wang having no more time to level up. The final level stayed at 13. At this time, a man in the crowd suddenly stood up. He is the mayor of Wuyang City. There was sweat on his forehead, and he looked extremely nervous at the moment. He said bravely, clenching his fists, "Director, please think about it again. I, Chen Wang, from Wuyang City, this student is a 10-star sword madman. His future achievements may not even be lower than Shunbai's. It's rare to see one in our Dragon Kingdom. There aren't even a few of them in a year." After his ranking in the novice copy was surpassed by Su Ming, he had already suffered heavy losses and was feeling a little decadent. If his provincial ranking reward is cancelled, I'm afraid this child will be devastated and completely decadent. Our Dragon Kingdom will lose a top genius. His words made when Tianlei extremely unhappy. Genius? I wish there wouldn't be such a genius. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly. It can be said that he is not angry but proud. Everyone around them didn't dare to take a breath. At such a young age, he killed people without hesitation. For the sake of future and rank, He slaughtered his compatriots like beasts. If people like this grow up, they will become a great threat to our dragon nation and even the entire human race. His face was grim. He did this kind of thing in the dungeon, but there is no law prohibiting it. It is a gray area. In the dungeon, people could have fought each other, but no one thought he would be so cruel. We can only say that this child has gone astray. We have no way to arrest him by force for the time being. Everything must be done according to the rules, even if he is the director. Newcomers need to fight with each other in order to grow. Fighting in dungeons is encouraged. So he couldn't give a heavier punishment. Confiscating his provincial reward is the limit. Ranked third in the province, the reward for this achievement is enough to make a new job changer sword of fame. And he chose brutal confiscation. I have made up my mind. That's it. Let things develop on their own from now on. If this student, namely Chen Wang, is so decadent, then it's good. There will be one less unstable factor. If he can reform after being punished, that's fine. Mayor Wu Yang looked grim and wanted to say something. He really doesn't want to give up Li Chengwang as a student. But before he could open his mouth, when Tianlei glared back at him, "You are to blame for educating such students in Wuyang City. You are suspended for a month." Mayor Wu Yang had no choice but to retreat obediently and dared not speak again, afraid of continuing to anger the other party. At this time, a staff member walked over slowly. "Director, we have recently received intelligence that several high-level job changers from Sakura country have sneaked into the country. Seems to be a well-trained killer." When Tianlei's eyes became solemn when he heard this. "Search. No matter what they are doing, we must find them out. At this critical moment of the awakening graduation season, sneaking into our dragon country, they are most likely trying to assassinate our new generation of genius. Send someone to protect them," he ordered. "Yes. Young people are the hope and future of the country. No matter what, do your best to protect it." Then, there was a hint of worry in Wen Tianlei's eyes. Recently, the Eagle Country has been showing off its power. The Eagle Country has a lot of geniuses this year, including 5 10-star geniuses. It is already vaguely visible that it has surpassed the Dragon Kingdom. The Sakura country is also unscrupulous and has been testing us all the time. Sooner or later, there will be an all-out war. After Su Ming saw his results, he immediately opened his personal letter column. The reward has indeed been delivered. It turned out to be a bird egg. This bird egg looks full of azure blue lines, and the material is crystal clear. As soon as I took it out and put it in my hand, it still felt a little cold. Like jade. Scan the information. Blue-feathered cold bird egg-level beast. Can hatch an ice blue-feathered bird, which can assist in combat and trigger ice cones to kill enemies. Su Ming directly sublimated. Sublimation successful. The bird eggs suddenly turned pitch black and looked extremely strange. Underworld bird egg-level beast. You can hatch a murderous bird from the underworld to help you kill enemies on the battlefield. Incubation time, 90 days countdown. It was actually directly upgraded to a super exotic beast. After the luck attribute is improved, the sublimation of all things is indeed more useful. This kind of exotic beast would cost at least 100 million race coins in the 10,000 races store. That's right, it's the coin of all races, not the coin of Advent. If it were to be exchanged for Advent coins, it would be worth at least 10 billion. The only downside is that the incubation time is a bit long. Su Ming placed the bird egg into his personal space and waited quietly for it to hatch on its own. Then he opened the letter column. Countless admission letters have been sent out, densely packed. There are no universities in this world, only one demon hunting organization after another. After graduating from high school, you can choose to join. The Tianta Society is an entity that is superior to the demon hunting organization and can give priority admission to any genius. Afterwards, you can join other demon hunting organizations. From time to time, there will be demon hunting organization competitions and the opening of dungeons. Except for the Tianta Society, each person can only join one demon hunting organization. Su Ming began to select carefully. Chapter 63, Joining the Black Killer. Su Ming browsed through his acceptance letter. In fact, these demon hunting organizations are essentially equivalent to universities in this world. Once you join, you will be introduced to someone and receive some newbie gifts. The Association of Superpowers. Su Ming, congratulations on winning first place in the province. We sincerely invite you to join us. We have more than 3,000 people and more than 10 fourth-level instructors who are teaching demon hunting. You will not be disappointed if you join us. Bounty Killer Club. Su Ming, congratulations on winning first place in the province. The Bounty Killer Club sincerely invites you to join. We have a large number of high-level equipment, weapons, and skill scrolls that can be distributed free of charge. Lanxiang Hunting Gang. Su Ming, Lanxiang Hunting Gang sincerely invites you to join. We have a lot of dungeon information, and we can immediately send experts to team up with you and help you quickly upgrade in the early stages. Heart of Victory. The Heart of Victory Association sincerely invites. There is also a Swordsman Association. Tianling Sword Sect. Student Su Ming, I heard that you are a sword master, and you are very suitable for our Tianling Sword Sect. We sincerely invite you to join. There is also a Killer Association. Human World Bounty Association. This association specializes in completing various bounty tasks, and we sincerely invite you to join. Su Ming's eyes became more serious when he saw the dazzling array of invitation letters. After joining an ordinary demon hunting organization, you can of course quit and change organizations. But there is a 1-month cooling-off period for changing teams. So Su Ming naturally had to consider it carefully. Perhaps you will ask, since you have already joined the Tianta Society, why do you still want to join an ordinary demon hunting organization? In fact, it is very necessary. The hunters of the Tianta Society are equivalent to civil servants. They are above all other organizations and are directly under the Dragon Kingdom. Members of the Tianta Club can accept tasks first. In addition, there are different rewards depending on the level of the Tianta Club. But the rewards from the Tianta Club are very limited, and there will be no one to help you grow step by step. And there won't be many opportunities to enter copies, so you can only buy them yourself. But joining other demon hunting organizations is different. There will be dedicated guidance and a lot of rewards. Some organizations will even distribute skill scrolls, equipment, and other items free of charge to all new members. People like Su Ming, who are the best in the province, are even more sought after. All the admission letters showed great respect for him and used every possible means to win him over. But Su Ming almost ignored it. There was even an association that spent a lot of money. He paid a platinum top-grade skill scroll for a swordsman in the hope that Su Ming would join. This association is called Shushan Swordsman Association. But Su Ming ignored it as well, because he already has a choice in his heart. At this moment, he was looking for that team, and he didn't want any other team. This is also the experience of past lives. Remember that organization? It seems to be called Black Killer? Su Ming remembered very clearly that the organization spent a huge price to purchase the right to explore a copy. Level 1 copy, Ice Nest of the Sea of Corpses. In the entire Dragon Country, there are less than 10 associations that have purchased the exploration rights to that copy. Black Killer is the only hunting organization that can enter that copy as soon as it joins without any qualifications. Only by joining that association can you immediately gain the qualification to enter that copy for exploration. And in that copy, there was something that Su Ming desired very much. Epic equipment. In a level 1 copy, epic equipment actually appeared. This was an extremely explosive event in the entire Blue Star. The probability is extremely small, 1 in 10,000. Therefore, this incident in the previous life was also reported in the newspaper and reported nationwide. Su Ming missed it in his previous life. This time, he is determined to win. Epic equipment. After a wave of sublimation, it can be imagined that Su Ming's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Since I have experience from my past life, I must take advantage of the information gap. Su Ming was determined to get that epic equipment. He searched through the letters. Finally, I found the organization, Black Killer. Su Ming, we are a hunting organization that accepts both bounty and demon hunting missions. We have a small number of personnel, but they are all elites. Our hunting association does not have a complicated promotion process. Everything is simple and freedom is the most important. Even if you are only level 10, you can accept our highest level tasks and enter the highest level dungeons. But those who join our organization, please remember our only rule. Your life is your own responsibility. This organization is like free-range farming. There will be no professional mentors or guides to help you grow. Su Ming actually likes it this way. The strength of this organization is also very deep. Su Ming chose to join directly. Joined successfully. Player. Su Ming becomes a member of Black Killer. Obtain Black Ring, Black Killing Organization Identity Certificate. Suddenly, a pitch black ring appeared on Su Ming's left hand. He squeezed it gently. Suddenly, a pitch black screen appeared in front of me. Among them, there were more than a dozen mysterious men in black robes. They are all high-ranking members of the Black Killing Organization, and the strength of each of them is unfathomable. When they heard the news that Su Ming had joined, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They followed the screen and looked over. "You are Su Ming, right?" A man in a black robe stepped forward and asked. His voice was very strange, neither male nor female, and somewhere in between. Su Ming nodded. Very good. He had a faint smile on his face and his face was very pale. But the upper half of his face was covered by the shadow of the black robe, making him look very mysterious. The strength of our organization ranks among the top 100 in the entire dragon country. I believe you won't regret it. Then the man raised his hand and waved it. A pitch black card was integrated into Su Ming's black killing ring. All the newcomers who join us, please remember this. The more you work, the more you get. This card contains all the dungeons that our organization has the right to explore, as well as the missions and bounties that can be accepted. Quests and dungeons, from the lowest level to the highest, can be accepted and entered at will. Of course, our organization doesn't have level 1 missions or dungeons because the level is too low. The man smiled slightly, then his face suddenly became serious. Within our organization, there are no hierarchy restrictions or any rules or regulations. There are no complicated promotion rules. If you want, you can even enter the level dungeon and die right now. And this is exactly the charm of our Black Killer. If you want to enter the dungeon and accept the mission, you can do it from the ring. Young man, enjoy the hunt. Then the man raised his hand and turned off the screen. Su Ming's face was solemn. This black murder organization is really a free-for-all. They just gave me a card with a list of dungeons and tasks and left it alone. There were no gifts for joining the club, and no instructions were given. Su Ming's lips curled slightly. That's good. He simply squeezed the ring. In an instant, several pitch-black panels appeared in front of him. Chapter 64, Entering the D-Level Dungeon, the Sea of Corpses Ice Nest. Several illusory panels appeared on the ring to handle business. If you want to enter the copy, you need to apply and pay here. After all, the entry qualifications to these copies were also purchased by the Black Killing Organization at a high price. Even if you are inside the organization, you have to pay to get in. No demon hunting organization is doing charity. Since you want to enter the dungeon to kill monsters, level up, and compete for opportunities, you have to pay the corresponding price. Compared to private purchases, the advantage of joining a demon hunting organization becomes apparent. It's cheap. Take the level 1 copy for example. If you want to purchase an entry spot individually, you will need at least 500,000 advent coins. But after being purchased by the organization, you will become a member of the organization and only need tens of thousands of advent coins to enter the copy. Su Ming took a quick look at all the copies. Wreckage Jungle, 10,000 advent coins. Iron Ruins, 20,000 advent coins. Rotten Cave, 30,000 advent coins. He no longer cares about these level copies. He is already a second-level sword god, and ordinary monsters are simply not worth his attention. Only a copy of level 1 or above can allow him to upgrade quickly. He looked at another, higher-level list column. Zombie Doomsday City, 300,000 advent coins. Longya, 1 million advent coins. Zombie Tomb, 500,000 advent coins. This Black Killer organization is indeed very powerful. They have the qualifications to enter so many copies. Su Ming stroked his chin, his eyes solemn. There are so many to choose from, and it is roughly estimated that there are dozens of copies. Among them, there is even a level of copy qualification. Blood Abyss, 10 million advent coins. It is the treasure of Haisha's town hall. Su Ming estimated that only the president and a very small number of elites would dare to go in and give it a try. The level copy is the highest standard in the world. Among them, 9 died. He even estimated that the president might not have ever broken in. Its biggest function should be to serve as a facade. It seems that this Black Killing organization does have a deep foundation. Su Ming moved quickly and found the copy of his target immediately. Ice Nest of Corpse Sea, 100,000 advent coins. Su Ming directly purchased the entry qualification. 100,000 advent coins were deducted from the account. Su Ming smiled calmly. It just so happens that the 100,000 yuan I got from Mo Mei for free is equivalent to me not having to pay any price. Then, the information of this copy appeared. Ice Nest of Corpse Sea. Difficulty rating. Introduction. A terrifying bloody valley where the monsters will not die and need to be killed over and over again. In the nest deep in the valley, the most terrifying challenge is hidden. Current number of players, 3,082. Do you want to apply for entry? Su Ming managed to stabilize himself temporarily and bought a large amount of supplies in the landing store. Then he applied for admission. After all, you can't buy supplies in the store in the dungeon. Logistical preparations must be made in advance. At this time, someone from Haisha sent a message in the personal chat channel. Su Ming, you are still a newcomer. Are you sure you want to challenge the level dungeon? Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a female senior. Her voice was cold and indifferent. Sure. Su Ming answered without hesitation. She then answered, "It just so happens that our Black Killer organization has a 3-person team exploring this instance right now. How about I let you join their team and explore together? Following the senior, I can have someone to look after me?" Upon hearing this, Su Ming flatly refused. "No need. I can explore on my own." Su Ming's voice was cold and seemed inhuman. In his previous life, he was betrayed by his closest relatives. In this life, how could he easily team up with people he didn't know? So, he simply refused. Well, happy hunting. There was no further persuasion from the other side. Directly agreed to Su Ming's copy application. After all, the Black Killing Organization puts freedom first. The next moment, Su Ming disappeared from the spot. The body became blurred and disappeared into the copy. At this moment, the Black Killer headquarters. Several senior executives stood together. This new guy named Su Ming seems to be a little too arrogant. The woman in black robe said in a serious tone. Behind her, she was carrying a special supernatural sniper rifle. He should only be at the first level. How dare he challenge a level 1 dungeon alone? Does he really think that being ranked first in the province means he is invincible? She felt a little disappointed with him. She really didn't want the newcomer to die in the copy. It can be said that she is the softest person in the Black Killer organization. The other thin man smiled indifferently. "Haha, this kid has some of my style back then." The leader in the center said with a cold expression. "Let him go. If he's dead, he's dead. I'm Black Killer. I don't lack elites." They didn't know that Su Ming had already broken through to the second level. But even if you break through to the second level, fighting alone in a level dungeon is a suicidal act. In the level 1 dungeon, most of the monsters are less than the first level, and occasionally there will be elite monsters that have reached the first level. In the level dungeon, most of the monsters are first level monsters, and even second level monsters are beginning to appear. In the level dungeon, the weakest monsters are all at level 2, and elite monsters are more likely to be at level 3. If you accidentally encounter a third level, as you can imagine, the outcome is highly disastrous. Therefore, this female senior from Haisha did not quite understand Su Ming's behavior. "Don't talk about him." A burly man in a black robe stepped forward and said, "Instead of worrying about this new guy, you should think about this year's newcomer battle competition. All demon hunting organizations will send newcomers who have awakened this year to participate. It is said that this year's champion guild will be given the right to explore 10 high-level dungeons. The champion himself will be rewarded with epic items. Item levels, before epic, are all ordinary items. Equipment levels above epic are extremely rare. After the epic comes the ancient times, legends, and myths. We, the Black Killer, have always been known for our small number of members. We are the most elite guild organization. But the small number of people means that there are also few newcomers. Including Su Ming, there are less than 10 newcomers joining this year. I'm afraid it will be difficult to win the competition." The leader just smiled. It seemed as if everything was under his control. "Haha, don't worry. Let everything take its course. I have arranged everything." Su Ming only felt his body floating for a while, and then gradually fell to the ground. "Open your eyes." He appeared in the copy. The first feeling is cold. Extremely cold. He looked around. "All I see is a desolate scene." It was icy and snowy, with icebergs everywhere. The sky was filled with thick fog and the ground was covered with frozen corpses, like a hell of bones. Ashes were floating in the air, falling like snow. The geographical environment of this instance is surprisingly extreme. Su Ming's eyes were solemn as he walked slowly on the glacier. In the dungeon, there is no way to directly enter the Advent store or the 10,000 Races store to purchase supplies. Su Ming only had a thin shadow sword suit that had no warmth-keeping function, which made him feel a chill piercing his spine. Fortunately, his physical attributes are quite good, so this little bit of coldness, apart from making his body feel uncomfortable, does not hinder his battle. Moreover, he also purchased warm supplies in advance. Su Ming directly took out a waist pendant from his personal space. Warm baby pendant, gold low grade. It can help you maintain body temperature in extremely cold environments. After putting it on, I felt warm immediately. Su Ming had just walked a few hundred meters when he suddenly heard a loud sound of ice breaking. The next moment, a white skeleton crawled out from the ice cave in front of it. The first challenge is here. Chapter 65, Soul-Destroying Formation. The skeleton man, emitting a foul odor, woke up from the ice. It was already a corpse, but it was still able to move. This is a monster creature that does not conform to the natural laws of the blue planet. It was even more bizarre than most of the mutated beasts Su Ming had ever seen. It held a bone sword in its hand and slashed towards Su Ming. There was still some flesh hanging on its body, and its entire body looked like a half-rotten bacon man. Su Ming directly scanned its information. Skeleton sword soldiers. Bloodline. Undead. Level 21. Strength. 187. Constitution. 40. Agility. 104. Spirit. 10. Lucky. 10. Talent. Immortality. After its death, its bones will gradually recondense and revive, unless it is severely injured again during the resurrection process. Skill. Corpse Slash. Releases a necromancy shockwave that corrodes the enemy's flesh and blood. Undead nerves. It cannot feel any pain, and its combat power will never fluctuate due to pain. Blood Whisker. Its flesh and blood can turn into long whiskers and pierce your body. This monster has very distinct characteristics. Very lethal, but very fragile. The physical attribute is only 40 points. After all, it is a skull, and the flesh and blood are all rotten. How can it have strong defense? The skeleton swordsman let out a blood-curdling scream and slashed with his sword. At the same time, a gray shock wave flowed out from his blade. Shoot towards Su Ming. Su Ming's face was cold as he stared at the white bones in front of him and directly pulled out the Xianfeng sword. The alloy material of the Xianfeng sword will emit different cold light depending on the color of the surrounding objects. In the ice and snow, there was a light blue sword light. Brush. A sword slashed out. The gray, undead shock wave was powerful enough to shatter the ice on the ground, creating a long groove. But facing Su Ming, he is a man with the original sword body. After the second transformation, the sword power will be 20 times stronger. Su Ming raised his hand and drew his sword. This move is ordinary, but it is terrifyingly powerful. Directly shattered and dissolved the shock wave easily. Afterwards, Su Ming rushed out as well. Lightning flashed on the blade. The thunder sword was unleashed. Directly smashed the undead skull. Red and yellow brain matter splattered everywhere. But Su Ming discovered that the undead had not fallen down yet. The brain matter all over the ground began to gather towards its body like living worms, crawling up from its feet and wrists, as if trying to heal its head again. The undead are worthy of being the undead, the most difficult race to kill. Just when Su Ming was about to use his next move to kill the undead, it moved. Click. A huge crack appeared in the middle of its ribs. You can even clearly see its rotting internal organs. Then, dozens of blood-red flesh in its chest turned into long whiskers, whipping and piercing towards Su Ming. There are dozens of long whiskers of flesh and blood, tough and sharp. Su Ming's eyes were sharp, and the way he held the sword suddenly changed. Change of tactics. Storm sword. The speed of his sword suddenly increased, as if countless sword shadows appeared. The sword light was like raindrops all over the sky, slashing away violently. Chop all the meat whiskers into minced meat. With the blessing of times the speed, Su Ming only needs to use one sword to fight against the attacks of dozens of blood whiskers at the same time. This shows how fast he swings his sword. At the same time, he raised his left hand slightly with the sword pointing forward. Whoosh! In the sword case behind him, the blade of the broken sword inlaid with a dragon suddenly flew out, stabbed directly into the chest of the skeleton monster. The undead skeleton has no weaknesses, so even if its head is chopped off, it can still attack. The only way to kill it temporarily is to cut off its limbs. The dragon was inlaid with a broken blade, which brought up a stream of flames that circled around its body several times. The golden and white sword light flows. Finally, all of the skeleton monster's limbs were cut off. Suddenly, only a lonely trunk was left, falling to the ground. It was temporarily dead and incapable of movement. The Bloodbeard cannot be used either, but its limbs were still crawling towards his body, trying to heal again. The vitality is really strong. If you want to completely kill the undead, you must kill it again during its resurrection. Interrupt its resurrection? Su Ming directly grasped the Xianfeng sword and stabbed out with the sword. This sword was just an ordinary strike, but it completely pierced the monster's body. The heart was cut open. Its resurrection process was directly interrupted. All the flesh, blood, and bones on the ground stopped moving. It stopped all movement and died completely. Kill the skeleton sword soldiers. Gain experience points. Promoted to level 22. Get 10 free attribute points. Su Ming added all these attributes to the lucky attribute. At this time, another prompt sound was heard. Skill. Thunder sword proficiency improved, promoted to mid-grade gold. Thunderous sword slash. Quality, gold medium. Proficiency, 100,000. The power has been greatly improved again. Su Ming was very satisfied. This skill was originally of the same quality as the sword draw and slash. However, because Su Ming often uses this skill, the sword drawing and instant slashing skill is almost only used at the beginning and at the end of the enemy. This also led to the proficiency of drawing the sword and slashing in an instant, gradually widening the gap with the thunder sword. After the skill evolved, Su Ming had no time to use it to see its power. The next moment, a strange sound of bones moving was heard. Su Ming looked ahead. I saw cracks appearing on several small ice hills in front of me. The ice is as transparent as crystal, and many skeletons are sealed inside. There were also many skeletons that had frozen into dry bones on the ground. They sensed the presence of living people and woke up immediately. There were 7 or 8 undead skeletons charging towards Su Ming. Ah, chi. From their throats emanated a sound that was somewhere between the living and the dead, causing great discomfort to the eardrums. Su Ming held the sword, but his lips curled slightly. In his eyes, these monsters are living experience points. His sword blade flashed coldly, and he drew his sword and rushed forward. The spiritual sword is spinning. The Shinfeng sword flew out of his hand and slashed with the sword controlling technique. At the same time, the dragon-inlaid broken sword was unsheathed, and the broken blade was spinning in the air, bringing up flames and burning the skeleton's body. Fire has the power to restrain ghosts like these, so the damage is naturally extremely high. At the same time, Su Ming activated the brand new thunderous sword slash. The color of the thunder became mixed with a hint of blood red, making it look even more violent. Soon, all the skeletons were chopped to the ground. Kill the skeleton sword soldiers. Kill the skeleton mage. Kill the skeleton spearman. In the end, Su Ming killed them all. Experience gained, 14,400. Loot. Soul-destroying array skill scroll. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This skill scroll seemed to be of some use. He scanned the information immediately. Chapter 66, Trap Chest. Soul-destroying array skill scroll. Quality, top grade silver. Professional restriction. Professions with soul power. Introduction. After reading the bar for 10 seconds, you can condense a large magic circle in front of you to completely kill the reborn undead monsters. Su Ming frowned slightly. This skill cannot be learned by oneself. Because it is not a sword skill, it cannot trigger the effects of the original sword body and cannot be forced to learn. And it takes 10 seconds to read the message, which is too weak. In combat, opportunities are fleeting. What monster would just stand there and wait for you to read the bar for 10 seconds? No matter what, let's sublimate first. Su Ming directly used his talent of sublimating all things. Sublimation successful. Holy weapon enchantment, universal skill scroll. Quality, platinum top grade. After use, you can add holy attribute damage to the weapon. Killing undead monsters with holy attributes will cause fatal damage, and the opponent cannot be resurrected. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. The holy attribute is the attribute damage that restrains all evil things. As long as the undead are killed with holy attributes, they cannot be resurrected. This can save you a lot of energy. No need to kill twice. Directly upgrade a silver scroll to platinum level. It has also become a universal skill scroll without any occupation or level restrictions. This is the benefit of raising the luck attribute. Su Ming crushed it directly and learned from the scroll. The next moment, the activation method appeared in his mind. His mind moved slightly. Several golden runes immediately appeared on the blade of the Shinfeng sword in his hand. Mysterious runes with golden glow filled the blade. The whole sword seemed to be shining with golden light. Using this sword enchanted with holy attributes, you can kill the undead monsters in this world with twice the result with half the effort. Su Ming had no time to appreciate these runes further. Click. Soon, the surrounding ice hills shattered one after another. The sound of Su Ming slaughtering the skeleton undead was so loud that it awakened more dormant frozen remains. Ah! Hiss! The skeletons that were frozen into corpses kept waking up. More skeleton undeads rushed towards Su Ming fearlessly. There are about a dozen of them. Their figures, hidden in the thick fog, looked vague and extremely terrifying. The skeletons surrounded and attacked from all directions. Fortunately, Su Ming has the eye of insight, and his vision is far superior to that of ordinary people, so he can see through the fog. There are so many monsters in this dungeon, Su Ming said calmly, and he drew his sword directly. The spiritual sword condensed, and the blade in his hand swung violently. All of his weapons were enchanted with holy light. This allows him to kill undead quickly. After several minutes, Su Ming finally killed all the skeleton undead here with great ease, and his own level has reached level 23. Su Ming allocated all 10 attribute points to luck. Now his luck value has reached 150 points. Super high agility attribute, coupled with luck, makes Su Ming's current critical hit rate very high. When dealing with these skeleton monsters, every strike can be a critical hit. As long as the level is not much higher than Su Ming, he can basically kill them instantly with one sword. Kill a large number of second-level skeleton undead. Obtain loot. Undead soldier treasure map, middle gold. Suddenly, a frozen parchment scroll appeared in Su Ming's hand. The ice was transparent, and the writing on the parchment scroll was clearly visible. It is the map in this copy world. Su Ming immediately used the skill of sublimation of all things to sublime the treasure map. Sublimation successful. Red-Eyed Sword Corpse's treasure map, platinum top grade. Introduction. It is said that there was once a red-eyed undead swordsman in this world. He had extraordinary combat power and killed countless players. He hid everything in his burial place. Su Ming's eyes showed some surprise. The treasure map can be said to be his favorite trophy. Why? Because the items obtained through the treasure map can trigger sublimation of all things twice. There is a limitation to the sublimation of all things, which is that it can only be effective or indirectly effective once for any object. For example, after you upgrade a treasure chest, you can no longer upgrade the items in the treasure chest again. But treasure maps and treasure chests are calculated independently. A treasure map is just a map that shows the location of the treasure chest and has no direct causal relationship with the treasure chest. So you can first upgrade the treasure map to obtain higher-level treasure chest location information. Then after finding the treasure chest, sublimate it again. It is equivalent to sublimation twice. Now this treasure map has been upgraded to the upper platinum grade. Then after you find the treasure chests, you can upgrade them all at once. This means that the final items will at least be of diamond grade. Su Ming immediately followed the direction of the treasure map and rushed over. He was very fast and moved lightly along the way. Lingbo Weibo is a very powerful martial art that not only provides terrifying movement speed in an instant to avoid enemy attacks. It can also be used for long-distance travel, and its speed is not inferior to some mounts. Su Ming quickly passed through several large icebergs. But when Su Ming came near the location marked on the treasure map, his eyes fixed. He saw several dead bodies here. And, not the undead. All human. They are all players. All the bodies looked horrible, as if they had been injured by some ice weapon. This treasure map is not simple. Su Ming opened the internal communication channel of this copy, trying to find some useful information. There are so many monsters in this dungeon. It's fun to level up, but the only downside is that the environment is too cold. The calorie consumption is too high, and the monsters here are just skeletons with little meat. There is no animal meat to eat. If this continues, our team will have no choice but to exit the dungeon and re-enter, which will cost another 100,000 advent coins. Everyone, I have 10 skeletons and want to exchange them for a warming device. Who is willing? I want it too. I'll pay you 50,000 advent coins. Come trade with me. On the World Channel, people were chatting about random things. These are all people in this copy. The Black Killing Organization is not the only one that has purchased entry to this copy. There are also other demon hunting organizations that have purchased the qualifications. And not only people from Long Country, but also people from other countries. There are other races, including elves, orcs, etc. Therefore, there are a lot of players in this copy, at least 3,000 players now, fighting in it at the same time. This dungeon has been open for some time, and many people have been leveling up in it for several months. That's right, it usually takes a very long time to clear a level dungeon. It will take several months to find it. It will take some time to kill it. Therefore, level 1 copies can often last for a very long time. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes lit up and he saw a useful piece of news. A player named Yumian said, "Everyone, I have important news. The treasure hunter in my team has detected a leaked treasure chest location, coordinates 1294. But I have to warn you seriously, there is an elite monster guarding that place. If you go over there, you will definitely die." That's a trap. Chapter 67, Cross-Border Battle Elite. Chapter 67, Cross-Border Battle Elite Yumian. That treasure chest is a trap, guarded by elite monsters. I sent several players there a week ago, but none of them came back. And according to the messages my teammates sent me before they died, there are still many human corpses nearby. That elite monster must be very powerful and killed many people. His words immediately caused an uproar. When Su Ming saw this message, His eyes narrowed. Because this coordinate is exactly where he is. I didn't expect that there was a treasure hunter nearby, and he had already found the location of the treasure chest. It seems that I have to hurry up and dig out the treasure. Otherwise, someone will come to snatch it away. He looked at the chat on the world channel again. Haha, what a clumsy trick. There are many detection professionals in this instance. You must be afraid that they will find the treasure chest, so you spread false news in advance to keep us from setting foot here, right? The analysis above is good. I think so too. There are absolutely no purely good people in this world. That player named Yumian, you don't have to pretend anymore. You were afraid that the location would be exposed, so you deliberately spread false information. It seems that the treasure chest must be of a high quality. Otherwise, you would never go to so much trouble. Brothers charge. You won't let us go, but we'll go anyway. Like a heavy stone falling into the water, it caused ripples. Suddenly, there was a large-scale discussion on the world channel. People began to flock towards the treasure chest where Su Ming was. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, with a cold light flashing in his pupils. I have to speed up. This copy is very large, and it will take some time for people to get here. But who knows, there might be someone who happens to be close by. So Su Ming quickened his pace and rushed to grab the treasure. He moved forward, sprinting along the bloodstains on the ground. Along the way, there were indeed more and more human corpses. At least a dozen people died here. Their wounds are exactly the same. Everyone had cuts and scars on their chests that looked like frostbite. It was as if the wound was caused by some sharp weapon made of condensed ice. Moreover, the faces of the corpses were all black, as if their vitality had been sucked out. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ice halfway along the way, forming an ice flow that meandered forward. It just pointed out the direction for Su Ming. After more than an hour, Su Ming finally arrived. This is a peculiar mountain forest. There is ice and snow all around, forming a bamboo forest. The transparent tall bamboos are lifelike, like ice sculptures. But the edges of these bamboos are sharp, as if they were cut by someone intentionally. Su Ming looked carefully. In the center of the bamboo forest is your platinum treasure chest. The treasure chest was embedded in the center of the ice, looking as bright as new. However, Su Ming didn't have time to rush over and open the treasure chest. Suddenly, a skinny dead skeleton slowly walked out from the front. It is different from other skeletons. The whole body is filled with a dangerous aura and a strong sense of oppression. There was a flash of murderous intent in a pair of blood-red eyes. It has long limbs, 2 dry hands, each holding a long sword. Su Ming recognized it at a glance. This skull is exactly the skull marked in the name of the treasure map. Red-eyed sword corpse, elite monster, bloodline, undead, level 31, strength 484, physique 302, agility 508, spirit 108, lucky 58, talent, immortality. After its death, its bones will gradually recondense and revive, unless it is severely injured again during the resurrection process. Skills, dual-wielding mastery. It was a powerful dual-wielding swordsman when it was alive, and even after death it possessed the powerful power to master 2 swords. It can wield 2 swords at the same time. Undead nerves, it cannot feel any pain, and its combat power will never fluctuate due to pain. Dual swords crazy combo. Use dual swords to launch super fast attacks. Corpse poison sword chi. The wounds caused by its blade will immediately rot and produce corpse poison to attack the heart. Heart of Decay. It is a more powerful monster among the monsters of the undead bloodline. It can be resurrected at a faster speed after death. Soul-severing sword form. The sword technique it learned in its lifetime. The 2 swords flow fiercely. Introduction. It was an awakened player of the undead race before its death, but after its death, it degenerated into an unconscious ghost, without emotions, and only wanted to kill any enemy who dared to approach the icy bamboo forest that it had cut out with its own hands. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. This wild monster was actually a player in his previous life. A job changer like me. That's right, among all the races, there is the undead race. They are one of the most intelligent races, born with a powerful talent for necromancy. Their spiritual attributes are very high, even comparable to elves. Coupled with the race's unique resurrection ability, their combat power after awakening is far superior to that of humans. But this race also has flaws, because they are a half-dead race, so they have no vitality and cannot practice any skills related to vitality. Moreover, if one is disturbed during the resurrection process after death, one may degenerate into a consciousnessless corpse. The red-eyed skeleton with two swords in front of him was obviously one of the fallen ones. It is equivalent to a dead soldier. It is no different from a wild monster. It is a beast that only knows how to kill. There are no emotions of any intelligent creature. There will be absolutely no psychological burden when killing. Su Ming directly drew out the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist. You must be cautious when dealing with such a third-level monster. So when Su Ming arrived, he used his most powerful sword. He originally thought it was another monster, but he didn't expect it to be the red-eyed sword corpse himself. After its death, it can still fight and protect its treasure. The treasure map does only mark the location. It does not mean that it is safe. Su Ming was mentally prepared, and he didn't move at all. This red-eyed skeleton took the initiative and rushed over. Its figure is extremely fast. The afterimages were stretched into a long line. A unique bone-crackling sound came from its mouth, and it rushed forward. The long sword in its left hand seemed to be made of thousand-year-old black ice. It looked as thin as a cicada's wing and was extremely sharp. The long sword in its right hand was extremely black and seemed to be a thick sword forged from obsidian, and it looked extremely powerful. The two swords have completely different styles, but both are powerful. The gray and decayed sword light slashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming did not retreat even a single step and went forward head-on. The broken sword inlaid with a dragon in his hand suddenly slashed out. Draw the sword and kill in an instant. His figure turned into a blue sword shadow and crossed over. The terrifying sword energy was in the air, almost tearing the air apart. The corrupt sword energy slashed out by the double sword skeleton was completely shattered by Su Ming in an instant. There was a hint of surprise in its deep blood-red eyes. It has slaughtered so many humans, but it has never seen such a powerful swordsman. With the blessing of the origin sword body's 20 times sword power and speed, even though there is a gap in the numerical strength between Su Ming and this skeleton, he can still fight against it easily. Chapter 68. Continuous upgrade of proficiency, gusty wind and rain. Su Ming drew his sword and slashed it, piercing through the opponent's body. His swordsmanship was so terrifying that it not only destroyed the sword light of the elite skeleton, but also cut off its left arm with one sword. Its sword-holding hand was directly pierced by Su Ming and separated from its torso. The bloody rotten flesh inside was exposed. The red-eyed double-sword skeleton's pupils trembled violently. Then it turned around, grabbed its broken arm in midair, and pressed it back onto its shoulder. The flesh and blood healed again. There was an incomparable calmness in Su Ming's eyes. He had long known about the healing abilities of the undead, which were extremely terrifying. Naturally, this sword of mine could not cause much effective damage. There was a flash of pure murderous intent in the eyes of the red-eyed skull. It's finally getting serious. After witnessing Su Ming's sword, it finally realized that this human player was not someone to be trifled with. Countless gray rays of light flashed on the blade, which was the death aura of the undead. The aura of death attached to the sword blades, bringing powerful pressure to his two swords. The next moment, the dual-sword skeleton unleashed its extremely violent sword skills. Double swords crazy combo. The two swords, one black and one white, in the hands of this skeleton were like the dancing of a pair of black and white evil spirits. The endless aura of death turned into cold sword shadows and approached Su Ming. All living things will turn into rotten meat under his sword. However, facing this move, there was no expression on Su Ming's face. He didn't even draw his second sword. Instead, he used this dragon-inlaid broken sword to fight against the dual-sword skeleton. The sword of violent wind and rain is unleashed. In an instant, Su Ming was like the 100-armed Guanyin, with countless sword beams slashing out in front of him. Ding 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 ding. The sky was filled with ice fragments and sparks. The air was filled with the sound of evaporating water mist and the clashing of metal. Su Ming's sword was too fast and blocked all the attacks. He was completely unharmed, without a single wound on his body. He used the storm and rain sword to confront the dual swords. There was a hint of shock in the eyes of the red-eyed skeleton. This human could actually use one sword to fight against his two swords at the same time. Moreover, he didn't look at all like he was at a disadvantage. On the contrary, Su Ming's momentum is still growing. Su Ming's sword becomes more powerful as it slashes. Storm and rain sword proficiency. Storm and rain sword proficiency. Su Ming's proficiency in this skill increased rapidly. The reason why he used one dragon-inlaid broken sword to fight this elite skeleton instead of pulling out a second one. That's because he felt this was a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity to quickly upgrade the quality of your storm sword. He has the original sword body. Even if his level is far lower than that of his opponent, he is confident that he can hold his own against two opponents with a single sword. Moreover, the opponent's skill is very similar to his own violent storm sword, both of which are sword techniques with extremely fast attack speeds. Use these two skills to offset each other, practice, learn, and refine each other, and your skill proficiency will increase rapidly. Soon, Su Ming's violent wind and rain sword completed an upgrade. Skill proficiency maxed out, level up, storm and rain sword, golden lower grade. This is not over yet. Su Ming is still swinging his sword. Proficiency continues to rise. Because the level of this enemy is far beyond Su Ming. Therefore, the experience points and proficiency gained by Su Ming will be corrected and added. Su Ming seized the opportunity and swung his sword with all his strength. Every slash turned into proficiency. Skill proficiency maxed out, upgraded again. Swift wind and rain slash, middle grade gold. Su Ming is still slashing. He felt so refreshed that he actually laughed out loud a few times. Yes, he found the joy of fighting. The red-eyed skeleton felt a lot of pressure when facing this man. What's going on? Am I not suppressing you by level and attributes? Am I not an elite monster? Why am I being beaten? The red-eyed undead skeletons are fallen creatures that have lost all intelligence and consciousness. But perhaps there is still some residual self-reflection. So at this moment, an incredible blood-red look appeared in its eyes. It couldn't understand why Su Ming's fighting ability suddenly improved so much. The same sword technique is constantly evolving. The fight between the two sides lasted for several rounds, and they hacked at each other for several minutes. The ice and snow within a few meters around were all cut with sword marks. The icy bamboo forests around were broken into pieces. Wherever the two men passed, nothing could survive. At the beginning, Su Ming retreated step by step. But now, Su Ming turned around and began to force it back. The powerful sword force gradually began to cut holes in the dual-sword skeleton's weapons. Su Ming's sword was, after all, a diamond-grade weapon. Add to that the fire attribute enchantment and Su Ming's holy attribute enchantment. This makes his dragon-inlaid broken sword extremely sharp and can easily cut through platinum-level weapons. Skill proficiency maxed out, level up, swift wind and rain killer, gold top grade. At this time, Su Ming's skills were actually upgraded to upper gold level. This upgrade speed is really terrifying. Su Ming's sword-swinging speed suddenly increased greatly. The two long swords of the dual-sword skeleton were gradually chopped into pieces and full of gaps. It let out a roar. No human has ever dared to suppress it like this. Its aura suddenly surged, and a gray-black dark moonlight emerged from its body. Its two swords formed a full moon and slashed towards Su Ming's neck. It changed its move to soul-slaying sword form, its most powerful sword technique. The two long swords crossed and slashed towards Su Ming with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes suddenly became stern. A broken blade suddenly shot out from the sword case behind him. Whoosh! The sharp blade of the dragon-inlaid broken sword turned into a stream of fire and slashed towards the skull's head. The sound of the sword breaking through the air is crisp and pleasant. The sword pierced directly through the red-eyed sword skeleton's head, smashing his brain. The flames burned, igniting its headless neck for a moment. The fire damage is very high. Its health points were immediately reduced by half. At the same time, a shadow overlapped inside Su Ming's body and suddenly slashed out. The effect of the shadow sword set was triggered, Shadow Slash. The shadow blade slashed through the skeleton's body, reducing its health points to less than 36 again. The origin sword body is too terrifying and extremely powerful. Elite monsters like this have high health and defense, and usually require one or even several teams to attack together to defeat them. It often requires many professionals, using a large number of skills to bombard it in order to kill it. But Su Ming was able to kill quickly with just one or two skills. The damage inflicted by one person is equal to that of 10 people. This is the terrifying aspect of the origin sword body's 20 times sword power. Su Ming estimated that with one more sword strike, he would be able to completely kill the skeleton. But this skeleton is really tenacious. It suffered heavy damage from Su Ming's two swords, yet it continued to move. The headless body, still maintaining the posture of the last sword, rushed towards Su Ming. Chapter 69 Diamond Treasure Chest. Soul-severing sword form. This is the skeleton's strongest skill. It crossed its two swords, and with unparalleled sword energy of the dead, it slashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming's head was right in the center of the two crossed swords. Once the two swords slashed through, Su Ming's fragile body would surely be beheaded and killed. Even if Su Ming could block the entity of the sword, he could not block the aura of death surrounding the sword. Once infected, the skin will immediately ulcerate and the heart will rot. So Su Ming used his utmost caution to treat this sword. His eyes were cold, and he put away his sword at that moment. He opened his arms and stepped back slowly. This posture is just like waiting to be killed. The next moment, he directly activated the hidden god step, brush. Suddenly, his figure seemed to turn into a black shadow and disappeared between heaven and earth. Including all breath, existence, and entity, they have completely dissipated in the world. It seems as if the rules of the world have been blurred. Directly entered the interest-free state. Even if the enemy's attack actually penetrated Su Ming's body at this time, it would not be able to hurt him at all. Because this is a rule-level step, once it is activated, it will become an unselectable state. At this moment, there was no means of perception or detection that could detect him. The red-eyed sword skeleton's most powerful sword directly pierced through Su Ming's body. Su Ming's health points did not drop even a drop. He was still unharmed, standing in the snow and ice. There was some shock and anger in the skeleton's eyes. Why didn't the killing succeed? It clearly hit the target. But how could it? A third-level elite monster, understand legendary skills. The next moment, Su Ming directly activated the top-grade gold-grade Swiftwind and rain killing. The violent swords slammed down like raindrops. Continuously, Red-Eyed Sword Corpse had used dual swords all his life, but he had never seen such a fierce sword force. It can only be parried using the dual sword combo skill. However, in front of Su Ming's extremely fast sword skills, its moves were like a lone boat in the ocean, being shaken by the raging waves. Phew, brush, buzz, sword symphony. In the end, there were more and more wounds on its body, and it fell to its knees after being cut by Su Ming's sword enchanted with sacred runes. Its bones were broken and rotten blood was flowing out. It squirmed all over and its bones creaked, as if it was trying to revive. I have to say, this skeleton is worthy of being an elite monster. Its resurrection speed is really fast. Su Ming estimated that it would take less than 5 seconds for it to revive, stand up, and continue fighting. However, Su Ming's final sword thrust was direct and clean. Phew. This sword is golden and sacred. It ruthlessly ended its hope of resurrection and also ended its tragically fallen life. It pierced right through its heart. Its eyes were blank, and the red murderous light in them disappeared. The skeleton's rotten body completely turned into ashes and was annihilated in this copy. Su Ming raised his hand and waved. The broken sword with dragon inlay returned to the scabbard at his waist. The dragon-embellished sword blade in midair also turned and flew back. The skeleton was dead, but its twin swords were still there, stuck in the ice and snow. One black and one white. Kill the red-eyed sword corpse, elite monster. Experience gained, 34,800. Promote to level 24. Get 10 free attribute points. Su Ming immediately added all these attributes to luck. The luck attribute is now 160. Then he looked at the skeleton's trophy. Obtain loot. Dual swords mastery skill scroll, gold low grade. White thin sword, low platinum grade. Black sword, low grade platinum. This skeleton's loot is quite rich. Su Ming first picked up the scroll and placed it in his hand. Directly mobilize all things to sublime. Sublimation success. Dual sword mastery, gold top grade. When using 2 sword weapons to attack the enemy, you can increase the attack speed of the 2 swords. Su Ming started learning directly. Suddenly, many basic dual sword moves appeared in his mind. If the dual sword mastery reaches the platinum level, a qualitative change will occur. Therefore, Su Ming is also full of expectations for the future growth of this skill. Then he picked up the 2 swords on the ground. One black and one white. White is thin as ice. Black is thick and heavy. One blade was transparent and looked like crystal. The other one was as black as ink and felt heavy when weighed. The 2 swords are completely different in style. This also creates the powerful combat power of the elite monster red-eyed sword skeleton. Its sword techniques are very peculiar. Because the left and right hands hold different swords, the sword moves are one light and one heavy, one slow and one fast. After fighting with it, Su Ming gained a lot. He directly sublimated the 2 swords. Because the 2 swords were full of gaps and were badly damaged. If it is not sublimated, it is almost unusable. Sublimation successful. Xianbing sword, medium grade platinum. Emo Luo sword, medium grade platinum. After the ascension, the wear and tear on both swords was restored. The characteristics also vary. Xianbing sword, medium-grade platinum, a very sharp black ice blade, which contains some magical power of the undead. Affix, mysterious water. This sword is made of condensed black ice. After being worn or broken, it only needs to be covered with water to immediately gather together and restore its peak sharpness. Affix frostbite. With ice attribute enchantment, after cutting the enemy's wound, the wound can be instantly frozen, making the enemy's blood unable to circulate and causing limb necrosis. The Xianbing sword is very useful. Emo Luo sword, medium-grade platinum. The long sword forged from black steel is thick, heavy, and powerful, and can easily cut through heavy armor. Chen Xian. This sword is very heavy and can inflict 78 blunt force damage to the enemy. Moreover, this Emo Luo sword itself is extremely sharp. Holding two swords, Su Ming felt as if he could control them with his own arms. I waved it casually, and there was no feeling of sluggishness at all. After all, with the dual sword mastery skill, he is now considered a dual sword master. He put the two swords into his personal space. Afterwards, Su Ming quickly walked towards the location of the platinum top-grade treasure chest. There was a bit of heat in his eyes. He couldn't wait any longer. He came to the frozen place and raised his hand to shake it. Whoosh! The Shenfeng sword behind him suddenly flew out. It pierced into the ground at once, breaking up all the ice. Soon, a deep pit was dug out. The treasure chest inside was revealed. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly used the sublimation of all things. Sublimation successful. The appearance of this treasure chest has undergone tremendous changes. It became inlaid with various purple gems. The material was crystal clear, like a large crystal treasure chest. Scan it. Frost-sealed sword treasure box. Quality, diamond middle grade. This means that the things that come out of this treasure chest will at least be a treasure of medium diamond quality. Su Ming's most powerful weapon right now, the broken sword inlaid with a dragon, is only of lower diamond grade. Su Ming rubbed his hands and immediately prepared to start. But the next moment, several murderous auras came from behind. Su Ming's eyes suddenly became stern. Chapter 70. A group of level 3? I want to fight 10 of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rays of light shot out and hit Su Ming directly from behind. That's right, it was a sneak attack. There are the ranger's arrows, the wizard's light waves, and the warrior's sword light. Colorful and murderous. Su Ming's eyes were cold and he didn't even look back. He knew that if he turned back, it would be too late to avoid it. He looked down at the ground. In an instant, he used the reflection of the ice surface underground to determine where the attacks came from behind him. He dodged suddenly with a light step. His steps were light and graceful, as if he was strolling in the garden, and he moved sideways 10 meters in an instant. All attacks were avoided. Hit the diamond treasure chest. Fortunately, the treasure chest was sturdy and there were no scratches at all. If a person stood there, he would have been beaten into a hornet's nest. Su Ming sighed slightly. He was still a step slower after all. I originally wanted to take the treasure chest and run away from this troubled place. He turned around and looked, with murderous intent in his eyes. I saw several small teams rushing over in a mighty force. Su Ming was surrounded. There were about a dozen people in total. There are at least 5 teams. There was a malicious smile on their faces. A hint of solemnity flashed across Su Ming's eyes. He also didn't expect that someone would come just when he was opening the treasure chest. Fortunately, this group of people did not appear when he was fighting against the double sword corpse. Otherwise, he would be attacked by both humans and monsters, which would be difficult to deal with. It is possible. They have actually been lying in ambush for a long time, but they never showed up, choosing to wait until I killed the monster guarding the treasure chest, and then come out to reap the benefits. How shameless. Su Ming's physical strength has already been consumed a lot. After all, he had just used the Hidden God Step. For legendary skills like Hidden God Step and God-Killing Sword, it would be useless no matter how high Su Ming's spiritual attribute was, as most of his physical strength would be drained after using them once. As long as the level is not high enough and the overall attributes do not reach the required values, forcibly crossing the border to perform skills will consume a lot of energy. These two skills are like a bottomless pit. Su Ming took a deep breath. He knew that there was going to be a big battle. Su Ming slowly placed his hand on the broken dragon-inlaid sword. He had no intention of backing down, even when facing so many people. Brother swordsman, you've been fighting so hard. Let us help you collect the goods. Yes, look at this treasure chest. It's so heavy. You don't have enough strength. You definitely can't move it. Brother, retreat first. We will help you deal with it. People smiled faintly. Everyone looked at Su Ming with ill intentions, with a gleam in their eyes. This group of people are tall and thin, male and female, handsome and ugly. But there is a common look in their eyes. Greedy. That is a desire that all human beings have. There was a gleam in their eyes, and they seemed to be impatient to force Su Ming away and seize the treasure chest. But they did not take action immediately. Instead, they advised Su Ming to give up on his own. They also want to avoid fighting as much as possible. After all, Su Ming was a strange man to them. Strength is a completely hidden state. They didn't know that Su Ming was only at level 2. And none of the members of these teams have a cultivation level lower than the 3rd level. After all, only masters above the 3rd level dare to set foot in this level dungeon. They regarded Su Ming as someone who was very difficult to deal with. Little did they know that Su Ming's level was much lower than theirs. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he showed no intention of leaving. He just stared at everyone coldly. "Are you sure you want to steal my things?" Su Ming asked. When everyone heard this, they just smiled indifferently. "Brother swordsman, your strength is indeed very strong, and we have seen it. But there are so many of us here. Even if you grow 8 hands, you still can't defeat us." A woman in red stepped forward and sneered. Another short man with a thin build and a very sharp voice also stepped forward and spoke. "That red-eyed skeleton killed so many monsters, but you were able to kill it alone. This is enough to prove your strength. A tough guy like you, even if you were surrounded by more than a dozen of us, you will definitely be able to replace one before you die. And none of us wants to be the unlucky one." Everyone's words were filled with fear of Su Ming. Su Ming easily dodged their sneak attack just now, which means that Su Ming was not completely out of ammunition and food, and still had some physical strength and was able to fight. "It is precisely because of this that we did not take action. We advise you to leave for your own good." The woman in red stepped forward and spoke earnestly. "After all, you have to know. Even if you can replace one before you die, it doesn't mean you can survive. Once the fight starts, our chance of dying is 1 in 16. And you are 100%. So we will bet without hesitation." She took a step forward, and her whole body burst out with pressure. The red clothes are dazzling. She is a level 34 fireboxer with extremely exaggerated attributes and a large number of skills. Su Ming remained silent and looked around. This group of people suddenly got inspired, gathered together as bandits, surrounded him, and wanted to kill people and steal treasures. Human nature is so naked. In the dungeon, killing is not illegal, so this kind of thing is very common. Su Ming has really seen a lot. This group of people are basically above level 32. Everyone's attributes are very high. Each profession and skill is different. Fighting against multiple enemies with different characteristics is the most dangerous. Su Ming knew very well that it was impossible for him to defeat and kill so many people alone. But fight your way out. It's not impossible. A fierce light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he directly took out a pot of wine. Seeing this pot of wine, everyone's eyes were startled. Could it be some secret medicine that can temporarily improve one's cultivation? "Everyone, be careful. It looks like he's going to fight us to the death." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, a man in black robe suddenly appeared in the crowd with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. He looked at Su Ming with shocked eyes. Wait, everyone. I discovered that this guy is only level 24. His words immediately aroused everyone's surprise. This person's profession is a treasure hunter, and he can also detect the enemy's profession and level information. So he found out Su Ming's level. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first. Then, several people burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, I was wondering who this expert was to be so courageous. Turns out to be just a greenhorn. It turns out that he is only level 24. It's surprising that such a weak player can break into the dungeon. It seems that he was just bluffing just now. Perhaps even when he killed an elite monster alone, he used some secret medicine that temporarily increased its attributes. A newcomer like this can be crushed to death with just a wave of the hand." Several people sneered and attacked Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes remained indifferent. He drank the wine in one gulp. A feeling of drunkenness welled up in my heart. The same is true for sword energy. Chapter 71, Trembling because of sword chi. The flame boxer, the woman in red, is named Zhuoshuhong. She wore a red brass knuckle on each hand, made of a special material that looked like flowing fireworks. With a shake of her hands, flames wrapped around her fists completely. She was the first to move. The fist with flowing flames created a red shadow and smashed towards Su Ming. At the beginning, when she was in ambush, She saw the scene where Su Ming killed the double-sword skeleton alone. That's why she was full of fear towards Su Ming just now. However, when she learned that Su Ming's level was only 24, all her worries disappeared. She resolutely chose to strike hard. The battle between Su Ming and the dual-sword skeleton seemed fierce, but maybe the skeleton was not actually that strong? Maybe it's just a big noise. The grades cannot be faked. As long as there is a treasure hunter to conduct the investigation, it can basically be detected. The equipment that contains hidden information is extremely rare and precious, and it is impossible for a third-level person to take it out casually. So she basically believed that this was Su Ming's true level. With such a low level, she is naturally confident that she can easily crush them. At the age of 20-something, she has reached the third level. She is very talented and naturally has her own confidence and pride. So she has no fear at all. Behind her, there were several job changers who joined her in taking action. Among these people, there are burly warriors and swordsmen. There is also an enchanter. He raised his hand and grasped it, and different elemental attributes were attached to everyone's weapons. These people all have the same idea as Shuhong. Their burning hunger for the treasure chest made them eager to kill Su Ming and divide the loot. Moreover, killing players can also gain a lot of experience and loot. Definitely more than killing wild monsters. There are so many people here, and the things in that diamond treasure chest may not be enough to share. Therefore, killing Su Ming now and gaining some experience points can be considered a great extra gain. At any other time, you would never find such a good opportunity to kill someone. No one wants to miss it. Su Ming looked at this scene with an expressionless face. He did not avoid it, but raised his head again and took a sip of wine. Drink up all the wine in the pot. Savor the intoxication in your heart. At this moment, the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Everyone's movements became clearly visible. The power of Su Ming's swordsmanship increased rapidly at this moment. He hasn't drawn his sword yet, but he can feel it clearly. He bowed slightly. Holding the broken sword inlaid with a dragon at his waist, he felt the hilt of the sword tremble violently. Click, click, click. The sword at his waist was shaking wildly, and even Su Ming's hands were shaking violently. It seemed as if he couldn't control the sword. It was as if the sword was about to break free from the scabbard and fly out. Looking at this scene, everyone sneered. What are you doing? Why aren't you avoiding or hiding? Boy, are your hands shaking from fear? Brother, you can't even hold the sword steady, so you'd better abandon the treasure to save your life. They talked but made no move to stop. He had no intention of letting Su Ming go. All the attacks came from all directions in an instant, surrounding Su Ming. The attack clearly hadn't hit yet, but at this moment, the ice beneath Su Ming's feet had already begun to crack. This is the super 1,000-year-old glacier in the copy. It is extremely thick and has frozen countless skeletons and dead souls inside, suppressing them and making them unable to move. You can imagine how solid this ice surface is. The fact that it could be shattered was enough to show how terrifying the pressure of their attacks was. Su Ming could even feel his breathing stagnate. This is a precursor to a death attack, the body's spontaneous reaction. All the hairs on my body stood up slightly. After all, they are a large group of third-level masters. Su Ming couldn't withstand any attack. He is a typical professional with high attack and fragile skin. No matter how powerful his swordsmanship was, Su Ming was not very good at defense. But his heart was extremely calm. He has always believed that attack is the best defense. If I can't bear it, then I won't have to take any blow at all. Isn't that enough? Su Ming increased his agility attribute madly just for today. Besides, why are his hands shaking? Everyone guessed wrong. Not trembling with fear, but he was shaking because of the sword energy. At this moment, he was intoxicated, and there was already a strong sword energy flowing on the blade, hidden in the sheath. Just wait for him to strike. In order to prepare this attack to the most perfect degree, Su Ming has been suppressing it forcefully. Contain all the sword energy within. And this is also the most powerful way to release the sword and kill in an instant. Only after accumulating power can it reach its most terrifying power. Su Ming had never used the sword drawing and instant slashing move after accumulating power, because there is no enemy that can motivate him. Today, I finally got a good opportunity. Su Ming's eyes were cold and his face remained expressionless. The trembling of my hands became more and more intense. At the same time, everyone's offensive also arrived in front of them. It was less than 1 meter away from Su Ming's body, especially Zhuo Shuhong's flaming fists, which had almost hit a foot in front of Su Ming. Several strands of Su Ming's hair were burned to ashes by the scorching fist wind, but he never moved. He was so calm that it was scary. Even when he was surrounded by people, his eyes remained calm. He has more combat experience than everyone present combined, so he can always make the best judgment and not be swayed by emotions. Until Zhuo Shuhong's fist came within an inch of Su Ming. Until the double-axe warrior's spinning flying axe flew to 1 meter in front of Su Ming's forehead. Until everyone's attacks reached the extreme level. Almost in the next moment, Su Ming was about to be beaten to death on the spot. He finally moved. Boom. A terrifying electric current flowed from his sword blade. The moment the dragon-inlaid broken sword was pulled out, the dragon-inlaid sword blade in the scabbard behind him also flew over and fit onto the broken sword, forming a complete long sword. The complete state of the dragon-inlaid broken sword. Its sharpness is unmatched, enough to cut through any platinum-level weapon. The brilliant blue electric current exploded with a loud bang. The electric current was mixed with blood-red lightning and the golden flame of the broken sword inlaid with a dragon. The three colors mixed together looked so scary. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder flashed and exploded. Su Ming slashed forward in an instant. A long sword mark appeared in the air. In other words, it is the physical sword energy. It was like a half-moon shape, slashing out diagonally. In an instant, it crossed the spot and flew hundreds of meters. The sword energy moved forward and directly pierced through the bodies of several people. Half of Zhuo Shuhong's body was chopped into pieces. In her eyes, there was still joy of success in the last second. The next moment, I was completely dumbfounded. Her entire body was cut open diagonally by Su Ming. The dazzling sword energy of thunder and lightning directly hit her hard. Her eyes were dazed, full of disbelief. The intense pain shattered her confidence at that moment. And life value. Her health points instantly dropped to 0. Chapter 72. Sword killing 3 turns, promotion to 26. The vitality in Zhuo Shuhong's eyes quickly faded away. I didn't lose. I turned 3 times, 3 times. I can't die. Her eyes were blank and she muttered. But soon, her limp body fell to the ground. The bright red blood dyed the ground red. She was killed instantly by a single sword strike. He was killed on the spot. Swish. The sound of the sword echoed within a radius of 100 meters. Su Ming's sword was too terrifying. He didn't stop even after killing Zhuo Shuhong. The whole person was wrapped in sword energy and rushed forward for dozens of meters. In midair, the lightning sword energy was a mixture of 3 colors, and it took several seconds to dissipate. A long, deep melted gully appeared on the ice surface on the ground. The edge of the long ravine was covered with charred marks left by pitch-black electric arcs. Everyone who attacked Su Ming and stood in front of him took the blow from this sword. This sword killed at least 6 people. Blood spurted into the sky. Looking at this scene, the eyes of everyone around were shocked to the extreme. This sword directly killed 2 people. Zhuo Shuhong and the enchanter in the distance were killed instantly by a single sword strike. The 2 men had dazed looks in their eyes and died with their eyes open. The body fell to the ground. The entire body was completely chopped into pieces. All defensive equipment is vulnerable. The situation for the few people who survived is not optimistic. Where the sword energy came into contact, the bones were visible and blood spurted out wildly. This is the terrifying power of sword energy, which can penetrate many defenses. The berserker suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood and was knocked flying by the sword. The sword energy penetrated his chest and shattered his lungs. He is the strongest and most muscular meat shield among the group, with the highest health. Facing Su Ming's sword, he was also seriously injured. The swordsman who had just rushed towards Su Ming had his belt sword cut off. His upper body and lower body were separated directly. Fortunately, he had a life-saving equipment that created a barrier, otherwise he would have died. He immediately took out a bottle of expensive instant healing potion and healed his wounds, thus avoiding death. Otherwise, his health points will instantly drop to 0. There were also several people who attacked Su Ming, all of whom were seriously injured to varying degrees. There were only about 6 people who took action, and there were still 10 people who hadn't taken action yet. At this moment, those few people knew. It turns out that I am the ignorant one. A truly calm person is always watching from the sidelines. The berserker had an ugly look on his face, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the treasure hunter who claimed that Su Ming was only level 24. Damn treasure hunter, you deceived us. How could the power of his swordsmanship be only at the 2nd level? The swordsman's eyes also became extremely gloomy, and he stared at the treasure hunter intently. You actually dared to trick us into taking action? I'm going to kill you. The double-axe warrior was so angry that he was shaking all over and walked slowly towards the treasure hunter. He looked like he was going to hammer him to death. The treasure hunter felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. I didn't lie to you. This player's name is Killer God. He must have used some kind of title to replace his name. My skill level is not high enough, so I can only see his level. I can't see his occupation and specific information. I really didn't lie. He hurried to explain. He is a professional with little combat ability. If you are targeted by everyone, you will definitely die a miserable death. Impossible. If he is only level 24, then what is the power of this sword skill? You definitely lied to us. You're just trying to trick us into taking action. The treasure hunter wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only stretch out a trembling hand. Brother, I want to clarify one thing. Now, this guy has reached level 26. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Su Ming was besieged by everyone, but he actually leveled up because he killed 2 third-level players, gained super rich experience points, so I was promoted twice. This is true. What kind of fucking bullshit is this? Is it really, as you said, a second-level person who drank a few sips of wine and became so powerful? In any case, you are a suspect as a treasure hunter. Kill you first? The swordsman's eyes were cold, and he drew his sword directly. His wounds had just healed when he slashed with his sword in extreme anger. He killed the treasure hunter directly and cut off his head. The action was indeed decisive. The treasure hunter is a purely auxiliary profession, and his combat effectiveness is very weak. Moreover, this guy was unlucky and happened to not have any life-saving equipment with him. So he died completely. After killing the treasure hunter, the few people who were seriously injured by Su Ming suddenly spat on his body. Unlucky. If I had known this, I wouldn't have listened to this treasure hunter. He definitely lied to us. Several people said this fiercely while frantically pouring healing potions into their mouths. The dead have no way to speak, and the treasure hunter cannot make excuses either. Su Ming looked at everyone, his body swaying slightly. Internal strife? He looked relaxed and talked and laughed. His steps were somewhat shaky. It looked as if he was really drunk. His wine is a low-grade golden liquor purchased with advent coins, and it has a super high alcohol content. One mouthful can instantly make a normal man numb. A job changer like Su Ming has a very high physical attribute, and ordinary alcohol can hardly intoxicate him. But Su Ming drank a whole gourd of this super strong liquor, so he was able to enter a slightly drunk state instantly. This can quickly trigger the drunken sword skill. The others who had not yet taken action looked at the scene in horror and shock. This person is really a bit too strong. This strength is probably that of a master at the peak of the 3rd level, almost reaching the 4th level. One sword instantly killed 2 3rd-level warriors and severely injured 4 3rd-level warriors. I can't even do this. Immediately, a solemn look appeared on their faces. Everyone, be careful. All of us must stop looking down on him. Work together to kill him completely. Don't give him any chance. Everyone spoke in a concentrated voice. Everyone frowned, their eyes filled with great fear. He had a completely new respect for Su Ming. Although Su Ming is very strong, the temptation of the diamond treasure chest is too strong, and no one is willing to give up at this time. Everyone suddenly attacked Su Ming. More than a dozen 3rd-level masters attacked together. Those who were severely injured by Su Ming also recovered their strength and attacked Su Ming. They want to get their place back. This time they learned their lesson and used their fastest moves. The purpose is to prevent Su Ming from having the chance to accumulate strength. No matter how powerful Su Ming's sword was, they all believed that Su Ming could not use it multiple times in a short period of time. That's true. As long as he is not given time to accumulate strength, Su Ming's sword drawing and slashing will not be powerful enough to kill the triple-turn enemy with one strike. And at this moment, a large number of attacks have engulfed him. He can't attack anymore. He has to defend. So Su Ming chose to use the swift wind and rain killing. Violent sword shadows swept from his hands, forming a tight sword flow in front of him. Most of the attacks were defended. At the same time, countless sword energies flew out. In the drunken sword stance, all sword skills have the opportunity to be attached with sword energy, greatly enhancing their power. Chapter 73: A Turning Point in Despair. The sword light flashed like raindrops, defending against many attacks. But Su Ming still retreated step by step. There is no way, there are too many enemies. The crowd gradually came forward and surrounded him. Give up. If you leave now and give up the treasure chest, maybe we can spare your life. My friend, don't try so hard. There are so many of us. You can't win. Someone shouted. Some of them didn't understand why Su Ming was so persistent. Since you are seeking death, you can't blame us. Someone sneered and said sarcastically. Looking at this scene, Su Ming seemed to remember the past. In his previous life, the scene of himself being forced to death by Zhang Tang and Rin Xiaoman on the edge of the Death Cave copy came to his mind again. Humans are greedy by nature, and they will immediately become extremely cruel in an unconstrained area like a copy. Everyone's offensive was extremely fierce. A large group of third-level masters with extremely high cultivation levels. Su Ming fought across the border and fended off the offensive in a desperate attempt. The blade in his hand was almost reaching its peak. At the same time, he activated the spiritual blade. The Xinfeng sword in the scabbard behind him flew out of the scabbard and hovered to kill the enemy. He held his left hand loosely, and the shadow sword was pulled out from the shadow and landed on his left hand. Su Ming used both hands to activate sword skills at the same time. With his mastery of dual swords, he can use both hands to activate the swift wind and rain killing skill at the same time. Wild sword shadows danced wildly in front of him. The fog in the air was chopped into powder by him. The sword energy was running wildly and slashing out madly. Many people's bodies were injured by the sword energy. At the same time, Su Ming also took out the black and white swords from his personal space. Used sword-wielding skills to slash the enemies madly. It would consume too much energy to forcibly control multiple weapons at the same time. Su Ming's physical strength seemed to be burning rapidly. Everyone was gradually injured. They gritted their teeth and looked at Su Ming with eyes full of disbelief and anger. They didn't expect that Su Ming would resist so stubbornly. Use offensive sword techniques to defend while attacking. This is really a fight to the death with them. It seems that before Su Ming died, he could not only replace one person, but even several. But now that things have come to this, there is no possibility of any negotiation. Everyone used all their strength to attack Su Ming. Phew. Brush. Wounds gradually began to appear on Su Ming's body. A skill penetrated his sword and hit him. The enemy's attacks were too intense, and soon, an offensive hit Su Ming. Su Ming used Lingbo Weibo to dodge while activating Jifeng Chusha's defense, trying his best to hold on. But the second transformation has its limits after all. Su Ming's health points dropped directly to 50. At the same time, he also reached the edge of the treasure chest area. If you retreat another 10 meters, you will be out of the area where you can pick up the treasure chest. Su Ming didn't want to give up this treasure chest. This is the reward he deserves for killing an elite monster. These people are so shameless. Su Ming was filled with anger. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Everyone was shocked and went cold. Looking at his expression, he must be at the end of his rope. Everyone, give him the final blow. The intensity of everyone's attack suddenly increased. Su Ming was defeated step by step. At the same time, he could even feel that an invisible force under his feet was beginning to slow down his movements. There is a confinement mage in the crowd. This is an auxiliary combat skill, Mud Feet. It can make it difficult for people to move. Su Ming's Lingbo Weibo speed suddenly slowed down. Then, another dark red chain emerged from midair. Chains of confinement. The glow of magic wrapped around Su Ming's arms, trying to hold him down. Su Ming's sword-swinging speed suddenly slowed down. In order to save his life, Su Ming had to immediately turn back the spirit blade and the black edge sword for defense. After all, there were too many people. The attacks were numerous and diverse, and they surrounded them from all sides. Su Ming could only defend passively. Now he is seriously lacking in physical strength. Fortunately, there are still 20 attribute points left. Just got promoted twice and gained free attributes. I have to admit that the experience gained from killing players is indeed high. It gives you more experience points than killing that third-level skeleton monster. Su Ming directly rose to level 26. He immediately added these attributes to his mental power. I recovered some strength a little bit. This way you can use more skills and increase your chances of survival. At the same time, Su Ming's proficiency in drawing the sword and slashing in an instant also improved. Sword drawing and instant slashing proficiency. Promoted to gold top grade. Draw the sword and kill in 1 instant, golden top grade. This time, a lot of proficiency was added, directly upgrading from lower grade gold to upper grade gold. Because the increase in the proficiency of a skill is actually related to how many enemies you kill with this skill. Su Ming just used the sword's instant slash to hit many people, and all of them were third-level enemies. If you use this skill to kill enemies across borders and cause high critical damage, then the proficiency you gain will naturally be high. In addition, the Thundering Sword Slash was also upgraded to the upper gold grade. Because Su Ming's Sword Strike just now was mixed with the Thundering Sword Slash, the power was so strong. Thunder Sword, gold top grade. Su Ming's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. His face was cold. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword wildly. The fierce wind and the murderous rain suddenly elevated the realm again. Wild Rain Broken Phoenix Sword, platinum lower grade. Suddenly, his sword power became more violent, and the sword energy smashed out like dense and violent raindrops. A crescent-shaped pale white smoke sword energy continuously swept out from the field. Many people suffered injuries of varying degrees. The sword's penetrating power is too strong. The Drunken Sword skill is extremely powerful, allowing Su Ming's combat power to skyrocket in a short period of time. While fighting, Su Ming checked his attributes. Su Ming. Title: God of Death. Effective titles: First Blood, Rookie King. Level: Level 26, 15 experience points. Profession: Sword God. Mythical level: the only one in the world. Strength: 80. Constitution: 80. Agility: 240. Spirit: 170. Lucky: 160. Bloodline: Immortality, self-healing factor. Talent: Sublimation of all things, Origin Sword Body, Automatic Cultivation. Skills: Killing God with a Sword, Full Hide, Hidden God Step, Insightful Eyes. Dual Sword Mastery, Drunken Sword Style, Holy Weapon Enchantment, Thunderbolt Sword, Draw the Sword and Kill, Wild Rain Broken Phoenix Sword, Sword Master, Flying Sword, Sky Falling Sword Tomb, Spiritual Sword, Light Footsteps. I just recovered 20 points of mental strength, but it's really a drop in the bucket. Su Ming estimated that he could not hold on any longer. I have to save my last bit of mental strength to escape. He is not resigned, but life is always the most important. A surge of anger surged in his heart, and he memorized everyone's faces firmly. In the future, he will take revenge on them one by one. Just when Su Ming was in despair and was about to abandon the treasure chest and run away, his eyes suddenly became stern. He saw a vague figure appearing behind him a few hundred meters away. It was extremely blurry, and if Su Ming didn't have an eye of insight, he wouldn't be able to see it. The next moment, a dim gray light suddenly appeared and surrounded Su Ming. It was as if half of the rain surrounded him. His body suddenly became invisible, and even his breath disappeared. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. This is stealth magic. Can instantly turn the target invisible and teleport away at the same time. It is a high-level skill that consumes a lot of energy and is very rare. Someone needs to protect themselves? Chapter 74: Internal Strife. After Su Ming became invisible, everyone suddenly lost their target. He got a break. In fact, Su Ming's invisible step can also make him invisible, and the effect is even stronger. Not only can he become invisible, but he can also avoid all attacks. If you want to escape from the battlefield, Su Ming also has a way. However, the skill of Hidden Spirit Step would exhaust one's mental strength in just a moment, so Su Ming was always unwilling to use it to escape. He is unwilling to give up the treasure chest. That's why he insisted on fighting to the death. Damn, this guy disappeared. Some people looked around and attacked frantically with large-scale attacks. But it did not hit Su Ming. Su Ming was obscured by the invisibility spell while still moving, and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Is this invisibility a skill or a magic weapon? This guy is too hard to kill. Or, this guy has an accomplice? Forget it. Leave him alone. Let's grab the box first. We should have chased him away. Brothers, please do it based on your abilities. Now, there is nothing standing in the way. Someone in the dark was laughing sinisterly, but in fact he had already taken advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to run to the treasure chest at the back. Some people have already started using skills to bombard the ice surface in an attempt to dig out the treasure chest. Damn it! He sneaked over here and grabbed the treasure while we were killing that swordsman. Die! Someone took action and began a chaotic attack. The scene suddenly became a mess. Colorful skills surge up. Everyone actually tried to kill each other. Many people were seriously injured. Everyone, calm down. Someone realized that if this continued, there would be a large-scale melee and many people would die. But the situation was so chaotic that no one was willing to listen to the advice. The temptation of the diamond treasure chest is too strong. Internal strife is almost an inevitable outcome. Everyone started to kill each other with all their might. For the treasure chest, do whatever it takes. They shared a common hatred for the enemy 1 second, and killed each other the next. Su Ming stood invisibly at the maximum distance for picking up the treasure chest, looking at the scene with gloomy eyes. He felt that he would be teleported away from the battlefield by this teleportation technique in the next moment. Treasure chest? Are you really going to give it away? He clenched his fists, unwilling to accept this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he abruptly took out a scroll from his personal space. By the way, the treasure map holder has absolute priority in picking up any treasure chest. Although they are also standing within the picking range of the treasure chest, they don't have the treasure map, so they can't compete with me for it. As long as I'm in the zone, I'll have top pickup priority. Su Ming was just besieged by many people and had no chance to take out the treasure map and use it. Now, under the protection of invisibility, he can finally use this treasure map to forcibly pick up the treasure chest. He directly took out the treasure map and squeezed it. Suddenly, the treasure map turned into a blue light and disappeared. Blue light like starlight shot out and shattered the ice surface on the treasure chest. The next moment, a blue light flashed from the treasure chest. Detect that you have reached the treasure map location. Do you want to pick up the treasure chest? Su Ming clicked yes, without hesitation. The next moment, the treasure chest disappeared out of thin air. Directly entered Su Ming's personal space. At the same time, he also teleported away. Only everyone on the battlefield was left, confused. Everyone was caught up in the melee and had no time to take care of themselves, but at the same time, everyone's peripheral vision was fixed on the treasure chest from beginning to end. So the moment the treasure chest disappeared, the scene naturally froze. Many people stopped fighting. What's going on? Why did the treasure chest disappear? This is impossible. I have been watching closely. There is no one and no aura approaching. The berserker looked grim and shocked. I set up a formation near the treasure chest so that no one can get close. Who picked it up? A wizard said. Stand up. Who is it? All the job changers roared angrily at this moment. They began to doubt everyone who stands next to them. At this moment, everyone was an angry Shura, slaughtering their compatriots ruthlessly. Even people in the same team began to fight angrily. Because at this moment, the person standing next to you may be the one who secretly takes the treasure chest. Everyone raised their weapons in anger and attacked each other. But Su Ming had already fled far away. Suddenly, there was a loud voice in the crowd. Everyone, stop it. Someone must have a treasure map, and he used it to pick it up. As soon as these words were spoken, a little rationality flashed in everyone's eyes. Yes, the treasure map has the highest pickup priority. Hiss, it's true what you said. The picking distance of the treasure map is much farther than ours. Damn, who is it? The rationality in everyone's eyes only flickered for a moment. Then, it instantly turned into greedy, murderous intent. They looked around, with cold light flashing in their eyes, as if they wanted to search the crowd to find out who took the treasure chest. The fighting continues. It's possible that the swordsman called God of Death picked it up with the treasure map when he was escaping from seclusion. But it's possible that he hasn't left yet and is among us. Or maybe the owner of the treasure chest is among us right now. No matter what, we must kill someone until he voluntarily hands over the treasure chest. Kill. The scene was noisy and everyone was determined to kill him. After today, there will be less than half of the people alive. Su Ming was teleported to a location nearly 100 meters away by the teleportation technique. In this copy, the white fog is extremely thick, blocking people's vision. Basically, you can't see anything beyond 50 meters. So after Su Ming escaped, he was basically safe. He also immediately activated the Lingbo Weibo technique and quickly escaped, away from the battlefield where that gang of people were. Looking back, they were still fighting among themselves. Loud noises and screams continued to be heard. Su Ming's face was cold and he spoke in a serious tone. Very good, keep fighting. Even if only half of you are left, I will take revenge on you one by one in the future. He clenched his fists and put away all his swords. He has memorized the appearance of everyone here. At the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation for the diamond treasure chest. A bit more curious. Who saved me after all? Su Ming rushed several miles away. Finally, I saw a young man beside a cold ice lake. He had messy short hair and wore a light blue gown. In his right hand, he held a long ebony staff. The quality will not be low. Su Ming immediately scanned his information. Rain sleep, race, half-elf, level 37, 0 experience points. Occupation, mist hidden mage. Strength, 47, Constitution, 50. Agility, 27. Spirit, 363. Lucky, 82. Talent, affinity with magic. He has half-elven blood, so he is naturally intelligent and has a strong affinity with magic. Skills, invisibility, heavy rain in the sky, liquid condensation and ice, falling waterfall, rain barrier, appearance disguise. Turns out, he's a half-elf. Chapter 75, Open the Diamond Treasure Chest. Surprisingly, he is a half-elf. That is, the children of humans and elves. It is not accepted by human society or the elves, and is considered to be dirty blood. But this man is very smart. He learned the art of camouflage to hide his half-elf's pointed ears. In this way, he can live freely in human society. Except for people like Su Ming who have eyes of insight and can detect all information unreasonably, it is difficult for others to see through his true race. No wonder he can use teleportation. This is a skill that can only be learned at the 4th level. Since he is a half-elf, he can study as an exception at the 3rd level. The skill tree of each race is different. Compared to humans, elves have a much stronger ability to learn skills such as magic. Moreover, the natural mental power of elves is higher than the upper limit of humans. When a human being just awakens at level 1, the upper limit of his spiritual attribute is 10 points. The elves have 20 points. From this point, we can see the elves' magical talent. Why did you save me? Su Ming stared at him and asked calmly. Yu Mian slowly turned her head and looked at Su Ming. He held out a hand. My name is Yu Mian. The voice is very nice and deep. This is the advantage of the elves. As long as you have elf blood flowing in your body, you will naturally not look ugly. Any elf's appearance is at the top level of human aesthetics. However, this half-elf player named Yu Mian is not as elegant and noble as people's stereotype of elves. Instead, he is full of decadent temperament. He had an unshaven beard and messy hair. The wizard's robe was also covered with stains. If you get a little closer, you can even smell a faint smell of alcohol on this guy. Kill God. Su Ming shook hands with him, and they introduced themselves to each other. Knowing the other party's name, you can communicate with each other remotely. Su Ming used the title instead, and the effect was the same. Killing God? That title is a bit creepy. He smiled slightly and said. He knew that Su Ming was just a nickname, not his real name. Then his expression turned serious. He stared at Su Ming, his eyes gleaming, and said, I saved you, for no other reason. I have several friends who died at the hands of that elite dual-sword skeleton. You have helped me avenge him. And, having said this, Yu Mian paused. I lured these people here, just to have them kill the elite skeletons. I have let you get into trouble, which is a huge responsibility. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. This guy is really smart. He had specifically said on the World Channel that there was a treasure chest here, but it was guarded by elite monsters, and asked people not to come over. In fact, it is taking advantage of people's rebellious psychology. If he said there were no monsters here, only treasure chests, then everyone would think there was a trap and would not dare to come. He really has a firm grasp on human nature. By the way, I can also look for an opportunity to see if I can take advantage of the situation and seize the treasure chest. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This Yu Mian is the yellow bird. This plan can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Ming looked at him and felt a sense of fear in his heart. This Yu Mian doesn't have the slightest elf-like temperament at all. Instead, he looks like an ordinary decadent man. He must have been through some story. I saw earlier that you have a treasure map. You have the highest pickup priority. So I know that as long as I can rescue you, you can bring the treasure chest with you? Yu Mian said with his eyes slightly narrowed, like a person who is scheming deeply. Su Ming's face remained calm, and he made a prompt decision. He took out the mid-quality diamond treasure chest directly from his personal space. It is indeed no problem to escape and save your life. But if it weren't for Yu Mian, he wouldn't be able to get this treasure chest. So, he deserves a share. The heavy treasure chest fell to the ground. A crystal-clear treasure chest inlaid with various diamonds. Su Ming's actions were decisive, without any hesitation or delay. He would repay hatred with revenge and repay favors with kindness. This was Su Ming's character. I can't get this treasure chest without you. So, you can pick a treasure and take it away later. Su Ming said in a serious tone. Well, you're not as shameless as other humans. Yu Mian's expression was calm, and he spoke calmly on the surface. But in fact, he was also sweating inside when he saw Su Ming's actions. Because the moment he mentioned the treasure chest, Su Ming suddenly raised his hand. It is hard not to mistakenly believe that Su Ming wanted to kill people and take the treasure chest. Fortunately, this swordsman player named God of Killing is not that evil. I didn't make a mistake. After all, Yu Mian had seen before how Su Ming killed the skeleton swordsman alone, and how he fought hard under the siege of that group of people. That figure is truly outstanding. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate Su Ming's strength and was always on guard. He is a mage and is weak in close combat. If he is attacked by Su Ming at this distance, he will be at a great disadvantage. Human? Haha, brother Ting, you said that, as if you are not a human being. Su Ming joked that although he knew Yu Mian's true race, he did not expose it. Everyone has their own secrets. Yu Mian just smiled and passed it off. Afterwards, Su Ming's expression became serious. No matter how many items are in the treasure chest, you can only take one. After all, I contributed the most. He looked solemn and spoke slowly. In his previous life, he was very sincere to others, but was betrayed. So in this life, he naturally has to put his own interests first. Yu Mian nodded after hearing this. That's actually fair enough. After all, Su Ming gave himself the right to choose first. This is actually more precious than other treasures. A diamond treasure chest may only contain one diamond treasure, and the others may all be platinum. The value gap between platinum and diamonds is like the difference between heaven and earth. If you can choose first, you will definitely be able to take away the most valuable treasure. Okay, open the box, he said. Su Ming opened the treasure chest directly. Open the diamond treasure chest. Melting cold alloy, middle-grade diamond forging material, dragon slashing skill scroll, diamond low-grade sword skill, vampire potion, platinum top grade. 3 in total. Looking at these items, Yu Mian frowned. Not a single mage item. The explosion rate of items depends on each person's luck value, because Su Ming's luck attribute is too high. So basically, everything that exploded could be used by Su Ming. Su Ming stared at him quietly, waiting for his choice. I think this person should choose molten cold alloy. This is a mid-grade diamond forging material. Weapons forged with it will at least be of diamond quality. It might even be considered epic. Tisk. Nothing I can use. Yu Mian frowned. He was silent for a moment, and finally took a step back. I don't choose. His words made Su Ming look slightly surprised. He actually gave up the diamond-level loot on his own initiative? Could this person be a lunatic? Chapter 76 Vampire Potion. Are you sure you don't want to choose anything? Su Ming asked in a serious voice. Although I don't have your professional equipment and skill scrolls, the molten cold alloy is a good thing. It can be used to make a diamond-level staff. After hearing this, Yu Mian shook his head slightly. Brother Killer God, do you know how much it would cost to hire someone to make a diamond-grade weapon? When Su Ming heard this, a hint of realization flashed across his eyes. Yes, he certainly didn't consider that. Su Ming once seized the property of the bounty-laden criminal Ding Pan, so he had basically no shortage of money. He accumulated assets by plundering players. But for others, Advent coins and all races coins are both extremely precious. A person who reaches the 3rd level usually comes with a gold-grade weapon as standard. There are very few people who use platinum weapons. Diamond-grade weapons are even more expensive. The equipment on Yu Mian is not that good. One could even say that there is some poverty. He might not even have the money to build it. This half-elf was not accepted by humans or elves, and was very poor and decadent. The 3rd level doesn't mean he's rich, it just means he's worked very hard to level up and he's older. An ordinary blacksmith's furnace is simply not capable of refining steel of this quality. It can't even be broken down. I need to find a blacksmith who is at least level 4 or 5 before I can successfully refine it. This price is at least millions of Advent coins, or tens of thousands of myriad races coins. I can't afford it, he said with a wry smile. Then you can sell it for a good price. Su Ming continued. Yu Mian shook her head firmly, as if she had made up her mind. No. Then, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I want you to owe me a favor. When Su Ming heard this, he was slightly surprised. Diamond-level items in exchange for a small favor? If he tells this to others, others will definitely think he is a fool. Are you serious? Su Ming frowned and said in a deep voice. Yes. Yu Mian nodded slightly. You are very young, probably less than 20 years old. I can fight back and forth with so many 3rd-level masters. You're probably a 10-star talent, right? Su Ming was silent and did not answer him. In the future, you will definitely have a bright future. I think you will be more valuable than a piece of diamond-grade iron in the future. Speaking of this, Yu Mian's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. It seemed as if he had something on his mind. It seemed that something was weighing him down. Diamond-level items can't help him. Only a stronger existence can help him. And that matter was so important that he had to try every possible means to find hope. It even forced him to give up the diamond-level trophies. Su Ming felt infinite curiosity in his heart. What did this mysterious young man experience back then? He had an extremely decadent temperament, and there seemed to be great sorrow in his eyes. No wonder he reeks of alcohol. Since you insist, I can't say anything more. Su Ming's face was cold, and he had no choice but to accept all the items in the treasure chests. Human relationships are neither a light thing nor a heavy thing. It's the most amazing thing. It could be worthless garbage, or it could be the most valuable treasure in the world. This Yumian is simply a born gambler. He insisted again and again, and Su Ming had no choice but to persuade him. It is impossible for Su Ming to force the treasure on the other party. I can only do him a favor. I took all the treasures, so I won't lose out anyway. You chose this yourself. Su Ming put away everything and said. Then he said with a curious look on his face, "What do you want from me?" Yumian was silent for a long time, and finally walked away slowly. "You will know in the future, brother killer god. See you later." Afterwards, he left here, and his figure disappeared in the phoenix mist and gradually disappeared. Su Ming stood there, his eyes solemn. Su Ming had never heard of this mysterious young man, but he knew that the two would definitely have intersections in the future. This man looked decadent in appearance, but he was actually quite carefree. Su Ming admired him quite a bit. He also walked quickly away from here in another direction. After all, the area a few miles behind is where the gang was fighting, and there was no guarantee that someone would escape here. Su Ming now only wants to sort out the treasures and doesn't want to fight with them again. The most important thing is that he hasn't recovered much of his physical strength yet. Arriving at a glacier cave, Su Ming took out some firewood from his personal space. Then, he used the dragon scales of the dragon-inlaid broken sword to pierce the firewood and ignite it directly. Take out a few large bone-in steaks and grill them on the wire rack. Su Ming's current physique and strength attributes have both reached 80. This means that his physical fitness and energy consumption are almost 8 times that of ordinary people. After a big battle, my stomach is empty, so I naturally need a big meal to fill it. While the beef was still roasting, Su Ming took out the 3 items from the diamond treasure chest. He subconsciously wanted to use the sublimation of all things to upgrade himself, but found that it had no effect. He suddenly remembered that the treasure chest had already been sublimated, and items that had been indirectly sublimated once could not be sublimated again. He first took out the bottle of potion. Vampire Potion, Platinum Top Grade. Level Limit, Level 35. Introduction. An extremely rare potion with a pure orange-red texture, which seems to have many liquid cells flowing in it. It requires the joint efforts of many experienced alchemists and wizards, and is brewed with rare materials such as vampire blood, menstrual blood, human blood, high-level beast blood, and centipede grass. Effect. After drinking it, you will become a servant-level vampire within 1 hour and gain the racial talents of the vampire clan, sun-fearing creatures, pale body, and blood-sucking demon. Sun-fearing creatures, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, if exposed to direct sunlight, the body will spontaneously combust and die, completely decaying. Pale body, the racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, the physical fitness, strength, and agility attributes of the whole body increase by 2 times. Blood-sucking demon, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, it can absorb the blood of any living creature, quickly heal any injuries, and has an extremely low probability of taking away a random skill from the opponent. Su Ming's eyes glowed as he watched. Vampire Potion, it's so powerful. He originally thought that just because the potion's name contained the word vampire, the most it could do was to make your attacks have a blood-sucking effect. As a result, he didn't expect that he could actually transform people into vampires for a short period of time. Then the true value of this potion is definitely more than top-grade platinum. If it were put up for auction, it would definitely be worth the same as diamond-level equipment. Vampires, an extremely powerful and ancient race among all races. Among all races, they are always at the forefront. They possess a great deal of knowledge and extremely strong physical abilities. But the number of people of this race is too small. This is the only flaw in their race. That is, they are unable to reproduce through normal means and can only use their essence and blood to transform living people into slaves. Therefore, their numbers are smaller than those of the undead, elves, and orcs. To ordinary people, vampires are very mysterious. Even whether it really exists is a big question mark. Many people regard this race as a legend. They have been living in seclusion among humans, elves, and other major races for many years. They never go out during the day, and only at night will they wait for an opportunity to move and kill with blood. Su Ming recalled that bloodthirsty murders, very similar to those of vampires, had often occurred in Xinjiang City where he lived for many years. But the murderer has never been caught. Chapter 77 Diamond Swordsmanship, Dragon Slaying Technique. Su Ming didn't know much about vampires, but he was knowledgeable in his previous life and knew more than most people. At least, he knew that vampires were definitely not fictional, but real. This potion can temporarily transform a person into a servant-level vampire. It seems to be of a very low level, only the second level among vampires. But Su Ming knew very well that this was powerful enough. The powerful abilities that a vampire should have will be provided at this level. Looking through his memories, Su Ming remembered that in his previous life he had read a book on the classics of all races within the dragon government. It contains detailed records of rough information about each major race. He has also read the records about the vampire clan. This race is divided into several levels, with a strict hierarchy. The weakest one is called newborn. It means a vampire that has just been transformed. If a newborn has poor talent, or is even very weak as a job changer, he will always remain at the newborn level. Newborns do not have the ability to transform other living beings, and are the weakest last generation of vampires. The second level is called servant. Servant vampires have begun to possess powerful physical strength, swift speed, and the ability to heal by sucking blood. They can consume essence and blood, transforming living things into newborns. The third level is called nobleman. Vampires of this level have begun to awaken the unique abilities of every vampire. Some vampires can read emotions, and some vampires can teleport. They can consume essence and blood to transform creatures into servants. These three levels are all considered ordinary vampires. What comes next is the highlight. Elder, long-lived person, ancient one. There are 6 levels in total. Elders and vampires of previous levels can only survive for a few thousand or tens of thousands of years. No matter how much blood he sucks, his body will still collapse and he will die. But starting from the long-lived people, vampires can maintain immortality by sucking blood. Among them, the ancients are the most powerful vampires and can be called immortal beings. The ancients can be transformed into the long-lived, and the long-lived can be transformed into the elders. Elders can transform into noblemen, and noblemen can transform into servants. This race is a lower-level conversion system. In other words, the top ancient vampires can treat all vampires as slaves. The moment you are transformed, your body will be filled and transformed by vampire cells. It can cure all cancers, injuries, and illnesses. Therefore, having such a bottle of potion means that Su Ming can recover from the near-death state to his peak state in an instant. This is equivalent to a bottle of life-saving potion, and it only lasts for an hour. There is no need to forever degenerate into a demon who fears the sun. This is such a huge surprise. Su Ming carefully put the bottle of medicine into his personal space. If one day he has to use it, he will do it without hesitation. Vampires are one of the most terrifying races, and any vampire is like an ordinary existence. Because they are ancient creatures, many myths and legends about them had already been circulating long before the awakening day. Then, Su Ming took out the alloy steel. Extremely heavy. This piece of steel looks like it has a very strange texture. There are 2 colors of lines flashing on it. It is dark red, like flowing lava. It has the color of ice, like sea waves. The 2-color reflection highlights the extraordinary nature of this steel. It feels extremely hot one moment and icy cold the next. Melting cold alloy forging material, medium diamond quality. Extremely high-grade forging materials can only be condensed in the center of the Millennium Glacier. The quality of equipment made with it will definitely not be lower than diamond grade. Molten stone. Weapons made from this steel can inflict fire damage. Cold stone. Weapons made with this piece of steel can inflict ice damage. Hidden effect. Forged by an extremely experienced high-level blacksmith, it is possible to combine the 2 characteristics and create a hidden characteristic. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. This steel is quite strong. I wonder if it can be melted together with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The effect will definitely be powerful. But when I think about it, it will cost a lot of money. Su Ming felt a pain in his flesh. He felt that he was quite rich just a second ago, but the subsequent expenses directly consumed most of his money. In fact, this is also because Su Ming does not know how lucky he is. With his second level of cultivation, he had to create diamond-grade weapons, which of course was very expensive. If it is the 4th or 5th turn, then using diamond-grade weapons is the norm. The materials dropped by the ferocious beasts of that period can easily support the expenses by selling them. Su Ming was spending money across the border, so of course the expenses were high. He pocketed the piece of steel. Then, he immediately took out a skill scroll. There were 3 big words written on the old yellow cover. Dragon Slaying Technique. Su Ming immediately scanned the information on the scroll. Dragon Slashing Sword Skill Scroll, low diamond grade. Level limit, level 40. The dragon strokes its beard and the world is in grief. Take my sword and subdue the evil insects. Effect. A sword strikes out, with golden sword energy and high armor-piercing damage, extremely powerful. Affix. Ji Jiao Jin. When facing a large monster, the power of this move is enhanced. The larger the enemy, the greater the power. Upper limit, 1000. Su Ming's eyes were slightly surprised. This sword technique actually has affix effects. Skills rarely have affix effects. Generally, only equipment will have affix effects. All the skills with affixes are extremely powerful, special, and terrifying. Su Ming immediately crushed it and mastered this skill thoroughly. Suddenly, countless secrets flooded into my mind. Su Ming mastered it directly. He has the original sword body, which allows him to break through level restrictions and learn directly. I have diamond-level active swordsmanship. This will be Su Ming's strongest active sword skill at present. He walked out of the ice cave and casually activated a spiritual blade. He shaved off a piece of ice on the ground and condensed it into an ice sword. Then, he held the sword and suddenly raised his hand to slash. Brush. Boom. An extremely heavy noise shook the sky. The thick fog in the sky sank a few inches with this sword. A terrifying golden sword light swung out from in front of him. It swung into a magnificent semicircular golden glow. It directly covers an area of dozens of meters in radius. The sword energy was so hot that it evaporated a lot of the thick fog around it. After a long time, it dissipated. Su Ming took a closer look. The ice sword in his hand shattered and melted into water because it could not withstand the extremely domineering sword energy. It's terrifying. It's so terrifying. With this sword, I might be able to slay a dragon with ease. He murmured. At this time, he smelled the aroma of meat. My own bone steak is ready. Quickly return to the cave and scan it. Grilled bone-in steak, medium rare, low bronze grade. The skin is crispy and the meat is juicy inside. It is extremely delicious. The protein contained in it is twice that of beef, which can replenish the energy needed by ordinary people in a day. After consumption, increase strength by 10 points, lasting for 10 minutes. The same type of food cannot be repeated. Su Ming blinked. He didn't expect that there was a grade. This was just a piece of ordinary steak, but I roasted it into a lower bronze grade delicacy. It seems that my cooking skills are getting better and better. Chapter 78. It's time for me to level up. The most important thing is that Su Ming grilled 8 pieces of steak like this. It is definitely enough to replenish what he consumed today. He only added the most basic seasonings such as cumin, chili powder, and coarse salt to create such delicious food. This is inseparable from his precise control of the heat. Many people believe that barbecue must be oiled to lock in the internal juice, otherwise it will be very dry and woody. But Su Ming is extremely experienced. He bakes the meat over a slow fire, burning the outer shell until it is crispy, preventing the meat juice inside from escaping. He almost stews the inside of the meat with the meat's own juice. Moreover, there is natural meat fat on the outside of the meat, which can seal the gravy itself, so there is actually no need to brush it with oil. Using this almost purely natural cooking method, Su Ming can make any ingredient delicious without letting his tongue suffer. He devoured it immediately. Soon, he finished all the steak and restored his physical strength to its peak state. Then Su Ming took out some equipment. Previously, Su Ming killed 2 third-level players. One is the fire boxer, Zhuo Shuhong. The other is a male enchanter. These 2 people were previously killed by Su Ming with his sword after he had accumulated power. He got all the property of these 2 people, and it even rose 2 levels to 26. This is not Su Ming's fault. They are asking for death. That male enchanter doesn't look rich, but Zhuo Shuhong is really worth a lot of money. This woman has a slim figure and a charming face. I don't know how she got her money. Maybe it's selling your ass. None of this has anything to do with Su Ming. Once it's in his bag, it's his. Her pair of boxing gloves are platinum-grade weapons. No wonder it looks like flowing flames, so gorgeous. Su Ming took out all their things and placed them in front of him. They all used sublimation of all things to upgrade. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. The beautiful and pleasant voice made Su Ming grin involuntarily. The value has more than doubled. If these things are sold, it will bring at least millions of advent coins. Although these two people are not like Ding Pan, who makes a living by killing people and robbing their money. But these two are at least third-level officials, and their behavior is not upright. They must have done a lot of murder and robbery. It's just not as extreme as Ding Pan. The supplies they had were only slightly less than Ding Pan's, but still very good. Su Ming sorted them out briefly and picked out a few better trophies. Flame Flow Tiger Knuckle, Diamond Low Grade. Equipment requirements. Professionals proficient in boxing. Introduction. An extremely powerful fist-like weapon, forged from pure flames and a variety of materials. If you are not a professional fist practitioner, you will get burned if you hold this pair of brass knuckles. Affix Pure Flame. All fist attacks can be converted into fire attribute damage. Affix Flame Flow. The range and power of all your flame attacks are greatly improved. The flame fists were upgraded to become a diamond-grade equipment. The effect is very strong and can transform all boxing attacks into fire attributes. This is equivalent to being able to convert physical attacks into burning attacks. This can penetrate most armor defenses. Take the dual sword skeleton for example. His two swords were extremely powerful and attacked continuously. He can also dismantle and block many of Su Ming's sword moves. Convert most of the player's attacks into ineffective offensives. Su Ming also spent some effort to kill it. But if there is the effect of brass knuckles, it will be different. Converting physical attacks into fire attacks can directly break through the sword block of the dual sword skeleton. For example, Su Ming's swordsmanship is determined by its sharpness to determine whether it can cut through the enemy's armor and bones. And if the sword damage is converted into fire, then there is no need to worry about the sharpness of the sword, because all the power of swinging the sword will be converted into high temperature to burn the enemy. The more powerful your attack is, the hotter and more violent the flames will be. No matter how fast the sword blocks, it cannot stop the flames that penetrate everywhere. This weapon is really powerful. It's a pity that Su Ming can't use it. There are restrictions, and only boxing professionals can equip it. Sword skills cannot be transformed either, only boxing skills can be transformed. Therefore, Su Ming could only use an analogy to prove the strength of this pair of boxing gloves. Either break it down into materials, or sell it. This is a low-grade diamond glove at best. In the market, it is easy to sell 8 million advent coins, or even tens of millions. But Su Ming prefers to exchange it directly into Wanzu coin. It should be able to exchange for around 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, because the coin of all races is more precious and versatile. The Advent Coin Store is indeed a convenient store with a wide variety of items. But compared to the Wanzu store, it is completely inferior. The Wanzu store can buy everything. Bloodlines, talents, etc. are almost only available in the store of all worlds. In the Advent store, generally speaking, you can only buy some daily necessities, healing potions, food, sports cars, houses, and some ordinary equipment. Of course, large auctions are occasionally held in the Advent store. The Advent auction is a large-scale trade fair for the human race held every 3 months. Among them, there will be some props purchased by players, which can provide some scarce props in an unconventional way. It supports transactions of Advent coin and, of course, also supports transactions of Myriad Races coin. But the Advent auction is not held every day. Moreover, even in the auctions held by the Advent store, many scarce items still only support transactions with Wanzu coin. So compared to the Wanzu Mall, the Advent store still looks like a convenience store. Theoretically, Advent coins can be exchanged for all races coins at a ratio of 10 to 1. But in reality, it's hard to find someone willing to trade with you. After all, the Wanzu coin has stronger liquidity and is rarer. The Advent coins, on the other hand, are only circulated within the human race. So it is very difficult to exchange. The best option is to sell rare equipment directly in the form of Wanzu coins. If I list this glove directly on the exchange, the price of 700,000 Wanzu coins seems a bit low. But the price of 1 million Wanzu coins is too high. Not everyone will buy them, and they may not be sold for a long time. Su Ming fell into deep thought. He needs money now and can't afford to waste time. Need to sell quickly. But the selling price was too low, and he felt he had lost money. And there seems to be only one way to sell quickly without losing money. That is to attend the auction house. Auction is a bidding system, and the highest bidder wins. Therefore, an item can almost certainly be sold for its ultimate value, as long as the item is good enough. And it sold out very quickly. After Su Ming made up his mind, he put away his boxing gloves. He was going to get the epic item in this copy. Just go back to Blue Star and attend an auction. In addition to this pair of gloves, he also upgraded a lot of equipment that can be sold at high prices. They are all trophies from the dead. When he sells it at that time, Su Ming will definitely become wealthy and will never be short of money in a short period of time. Click. Suddenly, the cave shook. Several huge skeleton monsters came to the door. Their jaws made a crunching sound, as if they couldn't wait to rush in and kill. As if they smelled the burnt aroma of beef, they rushed over from several miles away. Just right, it's time for me to level up. Su Ming smiled calmly and drew out his weapon. Chapter 79. Stand firm against the hammer. Su Ming had never focused on leveling up, but instead put acquiring equipment as his first priority. Now that he had been fighting in the level dungeon for a long time, he could already clearly feel the disadvantages of being at a low level. When a low-level player challenges a high-level monster, it is not as simple as having their attributes suppressed. You will feel a pure and real sense of the oppression. This is the power brought by the world's rules, suppressing all job changers who dare to challenge higher levels. This will be suffocating. Even if your skills are of a very high level and you can fight against opponents of higher levels, your body and mind will not be able to sustain it over time. Therefore, Su Ming needs to raise his level to a level suitable for this copy as soon as possible. This is the only way to continue the fight. It is still a long way from the approximate area where the epic item is located. There was a dark blue ice cave, different in color from the surrounding ice. It is said that it seems to be still underwater. This couldn't help but remind Su Ming of the mythical ancient underwater city, Atlantis. It will take about a week to arrive. Su Ming was not very clear about the specific information of that epic item. After all, he had only heard of it occasionally in his previous life. But he just needed to get to the general area. After all, it is conceivable that when an epic item comes out, there will definitely be strange phenomena in heaven and earth. As long as the distance is not too far, you should be able to feel it. Su Ming needs to make sure that his level is high enough to meet the next challenge. At the very least, I have to be able to take away that treasure alive. This is also the most fundamental purpose of his entering this copy. His eyes were solemn as he looked towards the 3 elite skeletons rushing towards him from outside the cave. They all had green eyes, with ghostly fire flickering in them. Their dry hair looks like straw. His body was covered with rotten flesh that had rotted like dry ash, and his tattered battle robe was like rotten cotton. The weapons were all covered in rust. One can imagine how long they have been frozen. Each skeleton holds a huge and heavy weapon in his hand. Standing in the center, the most burly skeleton monster was more than 3 meters tall, with thighs as thick as buckets. When it walks on the ice, it can create pits on the ice. Along the way, many potholes were left behind. It holds a giant chain hammer in its hand, which can easily smash a person into a pulp. Its entire body was covered with layers of heavy iron helmets. Its sturdy physique, luxurious equipment, and attributes are the highest among the 3-headed skeleton monsters. His strength attribute reached 650 points. It's so terrifying. Su Ming had no doubt that this burly skeleton monster could easily kill the 2nd-level giant python he had met before. Just one strike from its chain hammer should be enough to smash the 2nd-level giant python to pieces. It would be terrible if this skeleton monster alone was terrifying. The problem is, the other 2 skeleton monsters beside it should not be underestimated. They are all elite monsters. The 2 skeletons on the left and right each hold an ancient warhammer. They are more than 2 meters tall, with broad arms and thick waists, and look like giants. These 3 skeleton monsters are all level 3. Generally, elite monsters appear alone. It is really rare to see elite monsters appearing in groups. Fortunately, Su Ming's physical strength has now recovered to its peak. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to run away. The warhammer skeletons on the left and right suddenly took the lead in attacking. They jumped up, cracked the ice, and ran towards the ground. The huge hammerhead swung over. Su Ming remained calm and scanned their information at this moment. Left and right guardian hammer undead, elite monster. Bloodline, undead. Level 33. Strength, 424. Physique, 302. Agility, 108. Spirit, 10. Lucky, 8. Talent, immortality. After their death, their corpses will gradually recondense and revive, unless they are severely injured again during the resurrection process. Skills, twin warriors. These 2 warhammer skeletons are twins. They can communicate with each other and have perfect cooperation on the battlefield. Corpse poison hammer wave. The wounds caused by their hammers will immediately rot and produce corpse poison to attack the heart. Furious hammer technique. When they are injured, their attack power will skyrocket. Su Ming's eyes were solemn, and he immediately paid full attention to deal with it. These two skeletons are weaker than the burly skeleton in the center, but still very strong. He directly pulled out the dragon-inlaid broken sword. Then he raised his left hand and held the shadow sword in his hand. Clang! The Xianfeng sword behind him flew out of its sheath and slashed out diagonally. The spiritual sword was also completely condensed. Su Ming controlled 4 swords at the same time to deal with these two skeletons. 2 swords for each monster. Great respect has been given. Brush, brush, brush. The sword blade flying in the air was like an annoying wingman, madly chopping at the bodies of the 2 hammer skeletons, constantly reducing their health points. Although their strength attributes are very high and their hammers are very large, their movements are not fast. In the time it took them to swing their hammers, Su Ming was already able to slash out with several swords. He hooked his fingers, and the sword blade spun and chopped wildly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spiritual sword spun and stabbed at an incredible angle, catching the skeleton on the left off guard. It went straight through its left eye socket. Blast that eyeball completely. The 2 warhammer skeletons let out a shrill and angry roar at the same time. Because of telepathy, all painful feelings are also synesthesia. Spiritual sword proficiency. Promoted to mid-level gold grade. Mind condensation blade, middle grade gold. Concentrate your mind into a blade and cut down the enemy with a sharp edge. The appearance of the sword blade changed, as if burning with a layer of pale white fire of thought, making it look even more powerful. When flying with mind control, a trace of mind will be left in the air, which is very cool. The 2 skeletons were furious and increased the force of their hammers. They have all become much faster. Bang! The 2 huge hammers pressed down towards Su Ming's body. The violent wind pressure made Su Ming's hair flutter. These 2 sledgehammers, combined with inertia, weigh at least 1,000 pounds, or even tens of thousands of pounds. Even if Su Ming has 80 points of physical attribute, he can't fight head-on. Otherwise, there will be absolutely no bones left. Your body will instantly turn into ketchup. It's the rarest one. Su Ming immediately changed his stance, crossing his swords. At the same time, the 2 swords suspended in the air suddenly flew upside down, forming a wonderful overlapping sword force. The 4 swords crossed together like a strange bracket, but with the most perfect mechanical features. He forcefully blocked the 2 giant hammers. But Su Ming also felt his hands shake violently, and his wrists were numb. He had tried his best to relieve the force, but his head was still buzzing from the shock. At this moment, a somewhat crazy smile flashed across his eyes. Haha, it's not that scary. Chapter 80. Devastating Killing. Haha, it's not that scary. Su Ming's smile was like that of Ashura. The power of sword skills is originally enhanced by the agility attribute. Of course, strength also has a bonus, but not as much as agility. Only professions like blunt weapons and boxing gloves will get the highest bonus on the strength attribute. Of course, it is possible for a swordsman to gain strength, but that would be another path for a violent berserker swordsman. With the blessing of super high agility attribute, Su Ming's swordsmanship is not only fast but also extremely powerful. It can even rival the skills of some pure power monsters. With the bonus of 20 times the original sword body, it is not surprising that he can take on the 2 hammers. I can use the hidden god step and light footstep to avoid it, but if I don't know the true power of your attacks, I won't be able to fully understand the battle ahead and be confident. The attributes scanned by the Eye of Insight are ultimately paper data. Su Ming is such a master and has experienced countless battles. He knew that the true power of the attack could not be estimated from a piece of data. It is also necessary to take into account the impact of skills, enemy anger level, emotions, status, monster type, muscle density, and other precise measurements. The Eye of Insight can only give a rough range of measurement. Therefore, if you want to feel how heavy your opponent's attack is, the only way is to feel it with your own hands. So I chose to take it head-on. This is the only way to defeat you as quickly as possible, Su Ming said in a serious tone. However, he couldn't resist it completely. Boom. The next moment, a deep green light flashed in the eyes of the 2 skeletons, directly increasing the power of the hammer again. Su Ming's sword could no longer hold its own in an instant. His knuckles were cracked and a few drops of blood flowed out. After all, it was an attack from 2 elite monsters with strength values exceeding 400 points. As a swordsman, he could only resist for a moment, which was already his limit. It was impossible for him to stop it completely. But Su Ming was not panicked at all. He suddenly put away his sword and took 3 steps back. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, he easily avoided the hammer. Boom! The huge hammer smashed down, dispersing the thick fog and revealing a large pit in the ice. That's enough. I know how powerful your attacks are. It's nothing more than a level that causes serious injuries. Su Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said it easily. But what does it mean to be hurt by the touch? This means that the opponent's attack has extremely high damage. Even a scratch will cause you to lose a lot of blood, which is called a serious injury. Only extremely heavy weapons with very high strength attributes can have such power. If the shoulder is accidentally hit, the entire shoulder blade along with the arm and upper chest will explode into a bloody mist. If the thigh is hit, the entire trident and leg will explode. Su Ming showed no fear at all despite this level of attack. His voice was unusually calm. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, there was only a hint of murderous smile that was about to burst out. He already knows how to kill. These two skeletons are too slow. Even if their skills are blocked, they have no other ability to change their moves. It will only increase strength in vain. Very stupid. This is the information that Su Ming found out through probing. Just to get this information, he chose to take their attacks head-on. Now, he can fight around this information and kill the enemy with one blow. Find out the enemy's trump cards and weaknesses, then wait for the right opportunity and kill him with one blow. This is Su Ming's fighting style. The main focus is on the pure killing effect and the quick and clean killing with one strike. The action of probing for information seemed to slow down the pace of the battle. But as the saying goes, haste makes waste. In fact, knowing yourself and your enemy can help you defeat the enemy faster. Su Ming is well versed in the art of fighting. His figure suddenly shook and his clothes fluttered. The Lingbo Weibo technique was performed. Rushed towards the two skeletons. Su Ming's figure turned into a gray afterimage, running around them. Occasionally, he would slash with his sword. Su Ming also used the sword controlling technique to activate two additional swords, Xianbing sword and Maluo sword, the two weapons of the dual sword skeleton. These two swords are also very powerful, and their quality is on the same level as the shadow sword. Very sharp. It is not difficult to cut the flesh of these two elite skeleton monsters. In addition, there is the mind-condensed blade, the black-edged sword, and the blades in the left and right hands. Su Ming is now. It is to control 6 swords to attack at the same time. Even though his mental strength reached 170, he couldn't hold on for too long. The consumption is horrible. 6 swords slashed wildly. He just wants to end this quickly. In midair, dark blood spurted out. The health of the two Warhammer skeletons is decreasing rapidly. More wounds appeared on his body. The two skeletons were stunned. They couldn't even see where Su Ming was. Maintain this high-speed movement state, constantly launch harassing attacks, and deplete their health. It can be said that we are attacking their biggest weakness. How the hell do you fight this? There is absolutely no countermeasure. The two Warhammer skeletons were connected telepathically and let out angry roars. They had no choice but to swing the sledgehammer and start a 360-degree attack on the surrounding ground. Since I can't hit you, I can only hit you randomly. I just don't believe I can't kill it. The two skeleton monsters hammered the floor frantically. Soon, large holes appeared on the ice surface and water mist scattered everywhere. However, Su Ming's Lingbo Weibo is a diamond-level movement skill. It's not just extremely fast, it's also extremely cool. His steps were like those of a ghost. No matter how intensively they attacked, they could hardly hurt Su Ming at all. I couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Soon, Su Ming reduced their health to less than 10. Su Ming just wanted to end the battle quickly. Because his enemies are not just these two skeletons. In the distance, the most burly chain hammer warrior was still watching with eager eyes. Once I am attacked by 3 monsters, I will definitely not be able to bear it. So the tactic he adopted was to kill the 2 skeletons as quickly as possible. Then focus on dealing with the skeleton warrior. The 2 Warhammer skeletons were furious. Their health dropped to freezing point. If he endures a few more attacks, he will die here. So they got angry. They trigger passive skills. Furious hammer technique. When they are injured, their attack power will skyrocket. Now their health is extremely low, and the power of the hammer is even more terrifying. Boom. They smashed down the things around them and attacked with all their might. It directly smashed the ice surface into a huge pit more than 10 meters deep. Sharp and pointed ice fragments shot out and scattered everywhere. If a person stood here, he would definitely be pierced into a sieve by the indiscriminate flying ice cones. But Su Ming was too agile and chose to use the Wild Rain Broken Phoenix sword to chop all the ice debris into pieces. At the same time, He mobilized 6 swords and killed the 2 Warhammer skeletons. Phew! The sword blades penetrated the bodies, and each skull's head was pierced firmly by 3 swords.